The opening shows a portrait of Seola alongside a whole display of gold trophies and awards. Beside them are commendation certificates and a family photo of the mother and her 2 children. A clear, gentle voice says, "This is so delicious, Seola. At this rate, you're going to quit acting and open a bakery." She shyly replies, "Oh, come on. I only learned because I enjoy it." Jahan smoothly adds, "If this is just for fun, then it's amazingly good, ma'am. It tastes no different from something made by a professional." Seola smiles brightly at the praise, then tactfully turns to Jahan's mother. "Really? Jahan, you're so sweet. You've raised your son so well. I feel completely at ease letting you spend time with him." His mother smiles and asks, "Do you?" "I'm glad Jahan gets to be friends with such a lovely girl like Sei too." Then she laughs warmly and says, "We're both very lucky, aren't we?" Suddenly, silky hair sweeps past, slender legs stepping lightly, radiating a bright, graceful aura. She quickly greets them. "Hello." Jahan's mother smiles kindly. "Hello, Seiki." Jahan turns to her and asks, "You're ready, right?" Sei replies gently, looking beautiful as ever. "Yep, let's go, Jahan." He smiles as he looks into those affectionate eyes. Then Sei quickly goes over and gives Jahan's mother a friendly hug to show her affection. "We have to head to the library now. See you another time, ma'am. You have to come again, okay?" She warmly replies, "All right, see you later." Jahan also stands up politely and gently. "The cake was delicious. Thank you." Seola waves with a friendly smile. "I'm happy you liked it. Have fun studying, you too." After that, Sei and Jahan say in unison, "We're heading out now." The 2 mothers watch their children's backs as they chat. It's really nice that those 2 always go study together like this, isn't it? Exactly. Most kids usually start drifting apart as they grow older. They both remark, "Our kids really do seem to be very good friends." Then a door slams shut loudly. Sei smiles. "Wow." She furrows her brow in mock admiration. "Your acting's gotten better, Jahan." He straightens his collar and replies, "I was about to say the same thing to you." As Jahan looks down at his phone and turns away, he reminds her, "Don't forget our dinner plan." Sei turns sharply away and calmly says, "Yeah, of course. In front of our parents, we had to pretend to be best friends, even model students. But the moment we were out of their sight, we were nothing more than strangers. Each of us went our own way, turning our backs and heading in opposite directions, because that was the kind of relationship we had." Sei and Kim Jahan were maintaining a fake relationship after making a secret deal. The long, exhausting relationship between Kim Jahan and me began 10 years ago, when we first met on a famous reality show about child rearing. My mother, Jean Seola, is a famous actress in Korea, and Jahan's mother is a well-known, successful chef. The 2 of them became close after meeting on set. Jahan's mother warmly said first, "Really? If you were joining this show too, I would have talked to you sooner." Seola answered politely, "I know, right? Why don't we pick a day to meet up?" And just like that, the 2 of them quickly became friends after meeting on the show. As a result, we ended up seeing each other often from the time we were on the show. Little Sei was very mischievous, and she looked at Jahan with a sly grin and said, "This is interesting." His cute, round little face left quite an impression on her, because his expression was always the same. Jahan and I were complete opposites. When I was little, I was so naughty that my nickname was Little Troublemaker, while Jahan was called Prince, a name that suited him perfectly. Whenever our mother started talking, we would get sent into the children's room to play together, and I would be loud and restless. In contrast to all that energy, Jahan would just sit quietly and focus on whatever interested him. I once brought a worm close to him and cheerfully started a conversation. "What are you reading? Want to go catch bugs with me?" Thanks to my efforts, we quickly became closer. Sei leaned toward him and invited him. "Come look at the cat outside with me." However, Jahan was a little hesitant. "They told us not to go outside until filming is over. Even though we aren't close anymore, we used to be. When Sei's father died, people said awful things. Oh no, his daughter is still so young. Her father died so early. Poor child. It's okay. Her mother's an actress, so she'll probably find someone else soon enough. Please stop filming. Please don't bring cameras in here." Those chaotic voices and the heavy, mournful atmosphere of Sei's family made her even more withdrawn. At that time, Sei needed comfort, so she turned toward her closest friend. Jahan looked back at her with eyes full of pain and sympathy for his friend. There must have been times when we truly leaned on each other. Anyway, The reason we created this little game was because my mother, who is extremely protective whenever it comes to me, was adamantly against letting me date. So unless I said I was going to see Jahan, a model student, she would question me about everything. Jahan's parents were similarly strict. The only difference was that they hated him playing games. That's why the two of us made a deal last year. Whenever we wanted to escape our noisy parents, we would pick a day and tell them we were going out together. By the way, I still haven't explained why my mother interferes in my love life so early, have I? A pair of hands holding a rock guitar strums out lively notes. The place is loud, pulsing with music full of youthful energy. Business is lively here. Jimin warmly passes food through the window to a customer. Here's your special strawberry sandwich. The girl says, I never thought I'd get to eat a sandwich while enjoying a performance. This is awesome. He happily replies, enjoy. Jimin gives a handsome, slightly puzzled smile. Yeah, from afar, he spots a familiar girl, Sei. She happily waves with enthusiasm. Jimin, I like him. Sei's ex-boyfriends are the type to fall in love easily. For example, there was the one-week relationship that ended suddenly because he said he needed to attend a hip-hop audition. Then there was the 3-day relationship that ended the moment Sei's mother found out. And finally, the one-day relationship, which ended because he wanted to repay his fans' feelings through his music. Right now, Sei has a crush on someone. His name is One Jimin. I said it before, but I'll say it again. My mother is incredibly protective of me, and only me. She doesn't approve of anyone except model students like Jahan. Standing inside the stall, Jimin bends slightly and talks to her. I thought you said you couldn't come today. You live pretty far from here, too. Sei rises on her toes and answers, I happen to be free today, so I stopped by. But inside, she's practically skipping with joy. I actually worked hard to make time to come here. Sei asks, are you helping out for your sister today? Jimin shares casually, yeah, she had something to do today. And there's a performance too, so it's not that busy. Then he says, want to come sit for a bit? She answers brightly and gently, yes. Inside the cafe, eye-catching paintings and notable comments stand out on the walls. Jimin gently looks at Sei as she eats happily. It's a new item. Is it good? She answers in a soft, melodic voice. It's really good. Did you come up with this one, Jimin? He jokes. No way I'm at that level yet. My sister made it. Sei says cheerfully, really? But the sandwiches you make are good too. Suddenly, her phone lights up with a call from Kim Jahan. Oh, wait a second. Sei picks up amid the cheers and blaring music. Hello, Jahan. There's a performance going on outside. Huh? What did you say? I can't hear you. He shouts so loudly that she has to pull the phone away from her ear. I asked where you are. Then she replies casually, right, I'm on my way back now. I remember. I'll be there soon. She quickly ends a call and gets up to leave, full of regret. See you later, Jimin. I really have to go now. Thanks for today. There's a trace of disappointment in his eyes as he watches her. Sei stands at the bus stop, hesitating. Since waiting for the bus would take a while, should I call a taxi instead? She taps her foot anxiously. Every time she wants to see Jimin without her mother finding out, she has to worry about everything. Even finding the right moment is hard. Sei goes blank for a moment, then frowns as she pieces things together. But if I use Jahan as an excuse, Mom will let me go, so I should at least be grateful for that. I should be happy I got to see Jimin, even if it was only for a short moment. Then she sighs and accepts it. Well, I'll just enjoy it while it lasts. At the Ghana restaurant, a staff member warmly greets them. Did you make a reservation? Please come this way. I'll show the two of you to your table. Jahan and Sei walk in. He looks at her curiously and asks, weren't you wearing a hoodie earlier? Sei startles and looks down. Oh, right. I borrowed it from Jimin. Then she hugs it to herself dreamily and wonders, when should I return his hoodie? Jahan catches every bit of her infatuation and is left speechless. The door opens along with a cheerful greeting. Here are your dishes. Enjoy your meal. Seola greets them warmly. Hello, you two. Seguiri plais timidly. Mom. Uncle, I see you're already eating. Jahan says politely, thank you for inviting me. Meanwhile, Seon pulls out a chair and says, it's nothing. They all sit down together and start eating. Jahan smiles and asks, how are the wedding preparations going, sir, ma'am? I heard older sister Iker was going to sing that day. I'm really looking forward to it. Seola glances lightly at the man beside her, sounding curious. Oh, that. Meanwhile, Sei is still lost in her own world. When should I go return his hoodie? If I go tomorrow, will I get to see him? At the same time, Seola says, we were discussing who should sing at the wedding. She says, and we were wondering if you two could do it. The piece of steak on its way to Sei's mouth suddenly stops. She freezes in confusion. Huh? What? Sei asks. Mom, Didn't you say older sister Iker would sing at the wedding? She looks deeply puzzled. So this is why you called us here? Ciola answers. Iker said she can't make it because she has something that day. Iker is a famous 26-year-old singer and actress. Sei quickly protests. Besides, we're students. Midterms are coming up, and we still have to prepare. There are so many other people, so why does it have to be us? Ciola repeats. Why did I choose the two of you? Then she sets her cup down on the table. Smiling brightly, she explains, because you two are a couple. Ciola continues, a wedding is about love, so I thought it would be more romantic if a couple like you sang. The blunt answer leaves both Sei and Jahan frozen. A couple? Quickly, Sei glances at Jahan and gives an awkward smile. Come on, Mom. You're joking, right? He and I aren't like that. We're just classmates. Resting her chin on her hand, Ciola smiles kindly. Oh, don't think I know nothing. I know everything. I even know you two see each other every day. How could that be just an ordinary friendship? Sei freezes, unable to explain anything. Seeing that, Cian awkwardly says, Ciola, maybe we're asking too much of the kids. She immediately denies it. Not at all, honey. I'm not asking for anything unreasonable. As if she had hit the exact sore spot, Sei mutters under her breath. It is unreasonable. Ciola laughs and waves it off, giving her reasons. And you always dress up nicely whenever you go out with Jahan. Sei, it's adorable. Powerless. Sei thinks that's because I was going to meet someone I like. Ciola clasps her hands, her face tender as she pleads. So, am I asking too much? Then she turns and asks, isn't that right, Jahan? Aren't you two dating? He smiles stiffly and replies, yes, ma'am. Sei breaks out in a sweat, clutching her skirt tightly as she grits her teeth and battles with herself. Damn it, we're cornered. How am I supposed to explain this so Mom understands? No, would she even understand? Her thoughts split in all directions. If I tell the truth, Mom will find out everything until now is a lie, won't she? Yeah, definitely. She's sharp too. I've been using Jahan as an excuse every time I go out, so of course she'd find it strange. But I don't want to tell an even bigger lie. That's not what I want. Still, with Mom's personality, she'd nag in my ear about it for a whole year. What if she grounds me and forbids me from going out? She imagines her mother breathing fire and anger. Sei trembles. A helpless question rises in her mind. Why didn't I think this situation through? Please, no. She stresses inwardly. If only there were another way. Jahan glances at her suspiciously, while Sei sinks deeper into confusion. Then he quickly agrees. Yes, ma'am. Hearing that answer, Ciola asks in satisfaction. Oh. Jahan confesses. That's right. We're dating each other. Those words hit Sei like lightning, leaving her stunned and frozen. At the same time, he also accepts the invitation. We'll sing at your wedding. Ciola happily asks again, oh my, that's wonderful. Sei, you agree too, right? Thank you, both of you. At that moment, Sei is trembling with fear, so she lowers her head over the table and starts furiously typing a message to Jahan. Sei asks in disbelief, what did you just do? What exactly are you planning? Jahan sighs. He quickly texts back. So should we tell the truth now? Sei panics. No, absolutely not. Jahan exhales. We've been pretending to go out together so we could date other people and play games, but she ended up thinking we were dating each other. Is that what you want me to tell you, Mom? Then he concludes in a mature, practical tone. This isn't the right time or place to confess. Sei panics and regrets everything. Why do people keep repeating the same mistakes over and over? I forgot something important again. Suddenly, Sei bites her lip, frowns, and turns to him. Jahan, furious, she thinks, this idiot, how are you planning to clean up this huge mess? But then she can only feel helpless. She forgot that Jahan is even thicker skinned than he looks. If Ayun heard about last night, she'd definitely say this. Ayun would frown and say, you really are an idiot. At the wedding hall, Sei and Kim Jahan stand holding hands. Sei thinks back in horror. We've been making excuses for each other for over a year now. On top of that, it's not like my mother knew nothing, and yet I still thought she wouldn't misunderstand things like this. I can't believe it. It really was a mistake to assume Mom still saw us as children. Thinking back now, she imagines the wedding officiant asking the two of them, so, have you vowed to love each other with all your hearts? Her mother joyfully throws her glasses and fake mustache into the air. Her mother had seen her happily standing in front of the mirror, excitedly picking out nice clothes. Sei thinks those times I said I was going out to study with Jahan. I was actually going on dates with someone else. Her mother smiles to herself, clearly imagining an entire wedding in her head already. Just remembering those images sends chills all over Sei-Yi's skin. Walking beside her, Ayun notices her trembling. Are you okay? Sei-Yi quickly puts on a bright, cheerful face for her friend. Ah, yeah, I'm fine. Ayun reluctantly says, you don't look fine at all. As she walks, Sei-Yi thinks, needless to say, nothing is fine. The scene shifts. Kim Jahan says directly, yes, we're dating. We'll sing at your wedding. Standing beside him, Sei-Yi anxiously thinks, Jahan, you idiot, how are you planning to deal with this huge mess? He pats her on the shoulder. Then he leans in close and whispers in her ear in a low, gentle voice. Just this once. Because it's her. Your mother has always been good to me. So how could I refuse? Just look at how much she's hoping for it. Her mother's eyes sparkle as if she has just won the lottery, waiting for their answer with the suspense of someone watching a drama. Se ypsilon thinks to herself. Damn it. Her mother's eyes shine brightly, and she giggles when Sei-Yi finally says with her own mouth, we'll sing. Her mother jumps up from her seat, eyes glowing like a child receiving a gift. Wow, thank you two. See that? Seeing? The kids agreed to sing at my wedding. Maybe our whole family should go on a double date to celebrate. Or wait, maybe a double trip instead? Jahan, is there anything else you want to eat? You two have made me so happy. Thank you. Sian awkwardly clears his throat. Ahem, thank you, you too. There were so many thank yous over the course of that meal, and with another thank you, you too. Dinner came to an end just like that. Seeing Sei-Yi trudging along with such a pensive look on her face, Ayun could only stop in place and glance around awkwardly. Sei-Yi thought, why didn't I just tell Mom I needed time to think? No, the best thing is to tell Mom the truth before it's too late, that the two of us can't do it, right? Today, I'm going to persuade Jahan. We just have to come clean and apologize. He may be shameless, but he has to have some conscience left, right? When she got to school, Sei-Yi walked up to Jahan and gently asked, Jahan, do you have the assignment? She suddenly froze, both hands tightening around her book, her eyes darting away as if she didn't know what to do next. She thought to herself, it's been so long since I talked to him at school. Lowering her head, she whispered in a quiet voice, about us telling my mom we were dating. It's actually become real. A wave of murmurs spread softly through the classroom. Everyone looked at one another, stealing glances at the couple now standing at the center of attention. So you two aren't even trying to hide it anymore. You guys never talked to each other at school. You idiot, they've been on TV together for a whole year already. A classmate laughed and teased. Jahan, say, everyone already knows you two are dating. Yeah, someone even posted pictures of you together on Facebook. She panicked, stammering, WH, what are you all talking about? No, wait. She didn't even know where to begin explaining as her classmates kept firing questions at her. When did you two start dating? Did you stay in touch ever since that show? Your mom is marrying the producer from Animal School, right? Say, he could only think in dismay. At this rate, how am I supposed to convince Jahan with just my eyes? What on earth is going on? But she didn't give up and tried several more times to speak to Jahan. During the first class of the morning, the gossip-loving students had already caught Sei try and talk to him. During the second self-study period, she tried writing him a letter but didn't dare give it to him. During third period cleanup duty, she planned to help him, but when she saw some classmates standing around whispering, she gave up. But every attempt failed, all thanks to her classmates constantly staring with eager, entertained expressions, just like her mother. Even when they were at tutoring, Ayun ended up blurting out, "You really are hopelessly stupid." Say, he thought sadly, "I thought she was only calling me stupid," but she even added hopeless. Ayun continued, "Anyway, when I saw this on Facebook this morning, I already thought it was weird. I've never seen you walking around school with Jahan before." Sei opened Facebook on her phone and saw a post titled, "Jean Ciola appears at Ghana restaurant." The post said the four of them, her mother, the producer, her, and Jahan, had been spotted eating together, along with rumors that she and Jahan were dating. She calmly thought, so that's why? It's because of this post. Hearing that, her friend couldn't hold it in anymore and burst into laughter, clutching her stomach and wiping away tears from laughing so much. "I can't believe you two actually made a deal with each other. You two really are strange sometimes. Now that I hear it, this is actually pretty interesting. Haha, honestly, why don't you two just date for real?" Say, he said helplessly. "Stop laughing already. How can you say that?" Feeling bad toward her friend, she asked, "You're not mad at me, right? This is the first time I've told you about this. You en stepped forward sympathetically. Of course not. Besides, you're telling me now, aren't you? I know you must have had your reasons for not being able to tell me. Her friend smiled, eyes shining as she looked at her. When you're ready, you'll tell me everything eventually. Seiyi's face relaxed, and she started smiling too when she heard that. Right? She said brightly, jumping up and throwing her arms around her friend's neck, nearly making her topple over. Ayuan stood there stiff as a statue, arms spread helplessly. That's why I like you. Good thing we go to the same school. Oh, by the way, there's something I wanted to ask. Didn't you say you were going to study abroad after that fight with Jahan? Sei blinked in confusion when she heard Ayuan ask. Then why did you make a deal with him and not someone else? She wondered to herself, why did I do that? Yeah. The two of them walked side by side along the familiar road. Yeah, I don't really remember either. Come on, don't leave me hanging like that. Who knows? Let's walk a bit and digest. At the coffee shop, Sei anxiously waited, staring at her phone. Why isn't he coming? Jimin hasn't contacted me, and it's making me really worried. As she was looking at her phone, Jahan suddenly appeared. He sat down beside her. She glanced at him, her eyes carrying a trace of reproach, though her voice stayed gentle. Why are you late? You usually get here before me. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Jahan looked a little surprised. You were waiting for me? She gave him a mild, coaxing smile and started negotiating. Hey, Jahan, you're a nice person, right? You still have some conscience, don't you? I know things are a little out of control right now, but don't you think it would be better if we told our parents the truth before things get even worse? You know, the longer we drag this out, the worse it'll be. He sounded disappointed after hearing her say that. So that's the only reason you wanted to see me today? You were the one who suggested this. Even if we tell them the truth now, they'll just scold us for it. She shouted angrily, slamming her hand down on the table. Hey, come on. The guy I've been talking to suddenly cut off contact with me. This might be because of all this. We have to tell our parents the truth early. Then at least they won't be as angry. What do you think will happen if they find out on their own? Just imagine it. He stayed silent and slowly took his books and notebooks out of his bag, setting them on the table. You're doing it again. Whenever it's like this, you never say anything. You've been like that since you were little. He placed the notebook on the table. All right, that's enough talking. Let's study. While the two of them were arguing, her mother arrived. Jahan said, Tisi, it's study time already. Seiyi laughed awkwardly. Don't you feel even a little sorry for me? The door opened. Hello. The two of them left together. Sei walked ahead of him, but still looked back and said, Jahan, think about what I said, okay? If we tell them together, maybe they'll go easy on us. Walking along while idly playing with his phone, he lazily replied, You're really persistent. You forget it. What do you mean forget it? Just think about it carefully, okay? I'm busy today. Let's talk again tomorrow. She left in a bright, cheerful mood, already making all kinds of plans. I still have to go buy a gift for Jimin. Next time I see him, I have to give it to him. She had barely gone a few steps when her mother drove up to pick her and Jahan up and take them home. Sei and Jahan had no choice but to get into the car, forcing awkward smiles when her mother asked, Are you happy I came to pick you up? I'll drive you two to the library. Sei had actually planned to go buy a gift for Jimin later after lying to her mother that she would be going to the library with Jahan. Meanwhile, Jahan had planned to stop by an internet cafe after lying to his parents that he would be going to the library with Sei. The car stopped at a red light, and her mother asked, Have you two chosen a song for the wedding yet? Jahan smiled politely and replied, Yes, ma'am. Sei and I are discussing which song we should sing. Sitting beside him, Sei felt indignant. What a shameless jerk. Hugging her bag, she sulked and thought, he really doesn't plan to tell them, does he? Then I guess the only thing left is for me to apologize to our parents on my own. Will they forgive me? This is awful. I never imagined things would turn out like this. Thinking of how unhappy her mother would be, she blamed herself. I just didn't want Mom to worry about me while I was enjoying my own freedom. Her mother quietly watched her daughter's expression, then smiled. Tell me honestly, are you two so tense about the singing because of what I said yesterday? Her mother's words made the two people in the back seat freeze. Well, her mother spoke gently, mindful of her daughter's feelings. I've thought about it, and I realized I was only forcing you two to do what I wanted instead of what you actually like. I guess I just got too excited. I've been like that lately. So when you two agreed right away, I was really touched. Sei pouted and looked out the window, feeling guilty inside. Ugh, I feel so awful. Her mother spoke again. Thank you, you two, for caring about how I feel. So what I want to say is, Sei's eyes lit up in surprise when she heard her mother continue. If yesterday you couldn't refuse because you felt pressured, then now you can tell me comfortably. Sei clutched her bag tightly, wondering whether she should tell her mother the whole truth and finally lighten her heart. Wait, I can confess everything to Mom right now. She'll definitely scold both of us for lying, but she seems to be in a good mood today, so maybe it won't be too bad. Her mother said, I thought about this a lot before saying it. You're both such considerate kids that I even wondered if you lied, just to make me happy. Hearing that, a sudden surge of joy rose in Sei's heart. Without even thinking, she spun around, her eyes shining and a bright smile spreading across her face. This is my chance. Then her mother continued, but when I think about the two people I love most in the world singing at my wedding. Her mother laughed happily, beaming with joy. It makes me so happy. Hearing that, Sei froze completely, her face going blank. Mom will forgive everything. So just tell the truth? Yeah, right? Jahan sat silently beside her, watching her. As they drove, her mother kept talking cheerfully and teasing the two of them. Oh, right? Did I ruin things by coming to pick you up? Next time, do you two want to walk together so it feels more like a date? Jahan laughed out loud. Ha ha. While Sei bashfully protested. Mom, come on. That evening at her family's villa, Sei Ion, her younger sister, lay on the bed playing with her phone. Curious, the girl asked, so in the end, you still didn't tell Mom? Why didn't you come clean to her at the restaurant? I thought you were going to tell her right then at dinner. Sitting at her desk, Sei angrily mimicked her sister's words. I thought you were going to tell her right then at dinner. Hey, how was I supposed to say it then? She thought back to how happy her mother had looked in the car, and today, when she saw that bright smile on her mother's face, she just couldn't say it. Feeling uneasy, she turned to glare at her little sister and interrogated her angrily. Hey, you knew about it too, didn't you? How much do you know? If you know, then help me out here. Her little sister heard her, but didn't want to answer, focusing only on finishing her game. TCH, you win. Sei Ion looked up with a sly smile. Why should I? You and Jahan look good together anyway. Irritated, Sei immediately chased her out of the room. Forget it. I still have to study, so hurry up and get out. All right, all right. In her chat with Jimin, she sent a rabbit sticker that said, what are you doing? Then she sent another message. Are you done studying yet? She stared intently at her phone, waiting for a reply, while thinking to herself, I just have to endure this for 3 months until the wedding is over. On the other side, Jimin was drying his hair when he saw his phone light up with a notification. It was from Sei. He stared thoughtfully at the phone for a while, then showed a dangerous smile. Even though they didn't truly want to, Sei and Kim Jahan still had to go try on matching outfits together. The shop owner said, all right, we're going to pull back the curtain now. When the curtain was drawn open, the two of them looked absolutely radiant. First was a super stylish two-piece set, balanced in design and very fashionable. It really suited them, didn't it? Even Sei's mother had to exclaim, oh my, that's true. You two look like models. She went on to say that she had already chosen the second outfit too. For the second look, I picked something in adorable pastel tones. The two of them had no choice but to reluctantly change again, and truly, every outfit they tried on looked beautiful. This one looked cute and lovely too. But it seemed her mother still had no intention of stopping, as she selected yet another outfit for them to try. The third one will feel like a fun little wedding. And when the curtain opened, the scene before them was enough to make anyone gasp in admiration. Oh my goodness, you two surprised me so much. You look just like a prince and princess. She couldn't hide the delighted satisfaction on her face. Oh dear, every outfit looks beautiful. How am I supposed to choose? Because it was so hard to decide, she asked the shop owner. What do you think? They're going to wear these outfits while singing at my wedding. Do you think we should choose the third one because it looks so fun? The woman replied warmly. The third outfit does look wonderful, but based on their style and figures, I think the first one suits them better. Truly someone with a good eye, Sei thought. The woman had chosen exactly the outfit that best matched what she herself had been thinking. Mrs. Ciola also nodded along. Really? Oh, this is hard. While the adults over there kept wavering, unable to decide which outfit to choose, Sei and Jahan on the other side felt deeply awkward and far from enthusiastic. Sei looked up and asked him, hey, when is the wedding again? Why is time moving so slowly? This feels like torture. Right now, I just want this time to pass as fast as possible. Jahan answered calmly. We already told your mom we'd sing, so let's just do our best and give her what she wants without getting caught. I've never seen your mom this happy before. Hearing those words, Sei helplessly ruffled her hair. Her thoughts were in complete disarray. I know. I was pretty shocked when I saw her humming while driving this morning, too. You can't be feeling comfortable about this either. You probably want this to end as quickly as possible, too, right? But he didn't really know what else to say. Just when it seemed their conversation had hit a dead end, Sei Ion, her younger sister, came back and said, You two remind me of a criminal couple. Hearing that, Jahan could only laugh awkwardly and brush it off, while Sei grew angry and irritated and immediately snapped at the girl. We are not like that. One scene, but three completely different situations. Her mother asked, Kids, look at this outfit. The two of them could only cheerfully say, Wow, it's beautiful, just to get through it. But the younger sister, standing there, thought they were lying. She said, See, I was right. You two really are frauds. Elsewhere, Jimin was lying down using his phone and searching for Cialazin's assets. He was deep in thought as he looked at something. Right then, Jimin's older sister walked over and said to him, Jimin, don't lie on top of the cash register like that. I told you to change out of that uniform already. Knowing he was in the wrong, Jimin apologized. I'm sorry. While opening a bottle of water, she kept questioning him. Your phone's been ringing non-stop since yesterday. Is it that girl who comes here all the time? Why don't you answer? I know you're deliberately ignoring her. Seeing how gloomy and downcast her younger brother looked whenever the subject came up, she understood from his expression alone. So she didn't hesitate and asked directly, Did you two have a fight? Just talk honestly with each other. That girl seems decent enough. Maybe she just wants to explain her side and clear up the misunderstanding. Anyway, she looked really familiar. Suddenly, Jimin's expression changed. He smiled brightly, as if nothing had happened at all, and said to his sister, I'll handle that myself. The moment he said it, his sister was startled and nearly dropped her cup of water. Jimin kept talking. And why should I care whether she wants to explain herself or not? And as for what you said, it's not like we had a fight. You know what I'm like. Just as he finished speaking, a customer arrived and asked, Excuse me, where's the restroom? Jimin instantly put on a welcoming smile and pointed the way. This way, please. The customer thanked him politely. Thank you. But perhaps his older sister understood him too well. She looked at him seriously and said, Don't do anything stupid, Jimin. You're not playing around with this girl, are you? Do you even know anything about her? Jimin turned back to look at his sister in silence, saying nothing. But honestly, at that moment, he looked incredibly handsome, the kind of beauty that could captivate someone at first glance. Jimin turned away and said in a very confident voice, Of course I do. She's probably studying right now. Elsewhere, Sei and Jahan had just finished their study session with an older tutor, and she praised them both. You two did really well today. When you get your mock exam results, bring them to me, okay? She cheerfully continued advising them. And if there's anything you're worried about, tell me, okay? I might not be able to help much, but I'll do my best to give you advice. Lately, you two haven't opened up to me at all, and it makes me sad. Sei obediently said to her, Yes, Uni, come outside with us too. She was acting especially cute, trying to persuade her to come along, but it didn't work because the older woman replied, I'm sorry, but I already ordered something, so I have to wait. You can't force people, you know. So Sei felt a little disappointed and replied, Okay, then we'll be going first. Bia sees. The sky was now filled with rain clouds, so Sei's mother called her. The moment she saw it was her mother, she answered quickly. Hello. Yes, Mom. The rain? Yes, it's raining here too. Her mother was worried and wanted to come pick her up right away because of the rain, but Sei said, Yes, that's right. I'm with Jahan right now. It's fine, really. You don't have to come get me. They said it's just a passing shower, so I think it'll stop soon. She looked carefully up at the sky and said, Actually, looking at the sky now, I don't think it'll stop anytime soon. Instead of going to the library, I'll just head home. But her mother was still worried and insisted on coming to pick her up, so Sei grew irritated even with her own mother. Mom, of course I can protect myself. As she walked, she thought to herself, Still, Jimin hasn't replied to me. Since yesterday until now, he hasn't even answered his phone. And right then, Jahan appeared in front of her. She immediately hurried over to him, grabbed his bag, and called out loudly, Jahan, Seeing her do that, he looked a little uncomfortable as he turned toward her. He immediately reminded him very seriously, "Don't forget we have to practice at 10 tonight after dinner." As she said it, she gave him a look that clearly meant, just try running away. That expression really did make him a little nervous. "Okay, I got it." She instantly burst into a loud laugh. "Okay, good." Jahan froze on the spot, not knowing what else to say. Their teacher watched the two bickering outside and quietly laughed to herself. He pointed at him and said, "I heard it's going to rain today, so remember to bring an umbrella." But he thought, they said it's only a shower. Still, she warned him, "It's better to be careful." "I know, but you should still bring one just in case. Don't you know how unpredictable the weather can be?" Seeing the two of them like that, the teacher thought to herself, those two have been stuck together these past few days. I think even I can see that something's a little unusual. When the staff member told her that her order was ready, "Here's your takeaway sandwich," the teacher was about to leave when someone suddenly ran up and called to her, making her turn in surprise. It turned out to be Jahan, running over out of breath, as if something important had happened. He cried out, "Miss!" His eyes looked as if he were asking for help with something, and he said, "I need your help. Please give me some advice." After hearing him out, she understood. "You don't want to stop pretending to date, but you have to end this cowardly act after 3 months?" Jahan answered very seriously, "Yes." She set her cup of water down on the table and explained it to him. "They'll find out the truth about your relationship sooner or later anyway. Why don't you take this chance and just tell them honestly? I'm sure your parents will understand." Or, is there some other reason? It seemed there was something he found hard to say. When she asked, "Jahan, is it because you," he stammered and said, "I just don't want to stop going to the internet cafe." Just as expected, by evening the rain had started pouring heavily. On the table lay a pile of wedding song lists. Jahan and he had to choose a suitable song to sing at the wedding. The two of them kept looking at each other and then at the stack of papers, unable to say anything. Jahan told her, "Just pick one. I think we've got plenty to choose from already." We agreed we'd choose one within 30 minutes and then start practicing. But the truth is, it's been an hour already and we still haven't picked anything. Sei's head was starting to ache from all the songs. There were just too many. Exhausted, she tried to justify herself. "No, that won't do. Do you know how important choosing a song is? You know, it only works if everything doesn't go according to plan. Let's take a 5-minute break." Her words left him completely helpless. Sei looked at the messages she had sent Jimin and gotten no reply to, and it made her feel sad. Her heart grew heavy, though she didn't really understand why. She tossed her phone aside, leaned her head back, looking utterly worn out, and asked Jahan, "Hey, if someone who usually talks to you all the time suddenly stops replying, what do you think the reason is?" Jahan had no idea what was going on, but he diligently kept sorting through songs to find a suitable one. He answered casually, "Well, maybe they're busy." But she asked him, "If you were me, what would you do?" Like friends genuinely sharing their thoughts, he said to her, "I'd probably just leave them alone. Or if you need to, you could go ask them directly." Sadie looked a little displeased. "You mean, go see him?" But when he saw her expression, he hesitated a little and added nervously, "Yeah, well, only if you really need to." His words left her speechless. But suddenly, as if a savior had appeared, an idea flashed through her mind. "You're right. I should just go find him and ask him directly." He got so excited that she started talking nonstop. "Right. Why did I think I could only see him when he called me? I have to meet him and ask why he isn't replying." Jahan could only helplessly ask, "You're talking about the guy you like, right?" She immediately stood up and answered, "Yeah." "So, Jahan, after school tomorrow, come with me to the cake shop where he works. If I'm with you, my mom won't suspect anything. And while we're there, we can keep practicing the song, because there's no way we're getting anywhere with this today." He was very determined when she asked Jahan to go with her. "Come with me, okay?" Hearing that, Jahan didn't answer right away. He just fell silent. He pleaded with him using every argument she could think of. "Come on, please. Go with me. After the wedding, I won't ask you for things like this anymore. Just help me this one time." But in his heart, he knew very well that it definitely wouldn't be the last time. "I don't think this is the last time." She quickly came up with a way to persuade him. "I'll buy you a sandwich, okay? Please." She was still desperately trying to convince him when her mother suddenly flung the door open and stepped in. She asked, "How's the practice going, you two?" It turned out she had come to bring him fruit. "Here, have some snacks while you practice." Her sudden appearance startled Sei so badly that she fell onto the table. As she stumbled, her hand accidentally touched Jahan's, making her mother misunderstand instantly. Oh my goodness, just keep working hard. I mean, make yourselves comfortable. She completely misread the situation, thinking the two of them had been showing affection, and immediately left. The door slammed shut, and she did not forget to call out, "Take your time, and come downstairs to eat if you get hungry." Even after her mother left, Jahan still teased her. "Oh, do we need to pretend we were holding hands too?" Say, he felt a little embarrassed, but she immediately explained, "The door opened so suddenly that I got startled and fell. That's all." Still, she didn't forget the matter from earlier. "Now that my mom's gone, let's finish what we were talking about. You'll go with me tomorrow, right?" Jahan still remained silent. His eyes deliberately shifted away, as if trying to avoid looking at her. After much pleading, Jahan finally agreed to go with her. "Okay, say, you wanted to make sure one more time. I knew you'd say yes. Promise, okay?" Say, he looked outside. It was still raining hard. "Wow, it's really pouring. It still hasn't stopped. How are you planning to get home?" She cheerfully added, "See, I told you. You never know what's going to happen in advance." But that wasn't what was on his mind. Instead, he thought, "I know. Say, you will never like me." Meanwhile, Say sat there absent-mindedly and said, "Well, there's nothing we can do anyway." Those words struck straight at his heart, making him shy and embarrassed. He was so flustered, he couldn't hide how red his ears had become. He thought to himself, "When I'm with her, I start to have hope again." Sei's mother looked outside at the heavy rain and said to the two of them, "It's raining so hard. Don't you think it would be dangerous to go out now? Let me drive you home, Jahan." Or, what she said next startled both of them. "Would you like to stay the night? Sleep here tonight." Childhood memories suddenly came flooding back. Back then, when Sei was a mischievous little girl, she held a caterpillar in her hand, smiled brightly, and said, "What are you reading? Want to catch bugs with me?" But Jahan had only thought she was noisy. "She's so troublesome." She had even invited him outside to look at cats with her. "Come on, let's go. We just have to get back before anyone notices. No one will find out." But Jahan had still found her so annoying. "She's really loud." Even Jahan himself remembered the ride home in the car with his mother. She had asked, "Is Sei okay?" and it had surprised him. Yes, she had been asking about Sei. "I heard she hurt her ankle pretty badly, but she still helped you get back." To his surprise, his mother had even reminded him, be sure to thank her. In Jahan's impression, Sei had always been rather strange too, and she was still very strange. Then one day, Sei made him a proposal. "Do you want to start an alliance pact?" Even he himself did not know when everything had started. "I don't even know when this began." Ion and Sei were fooling around on the stairs, but things got a little too rough, making Sei angry. "Seyon, stop tickling me." She answered right away, sorry, but she still didn't stop, forcing Sei to shout, "Stop pushing. I'm going to fall." Luckily, a hand caught her from behind just then. Jahan managed to catch her in time and warned her, "Don't play around on the stairs. You almost fell." Sei looked at him, feeling very sorry. Her eyes clearly showed how awkward she felt, and at that exact moment, Jahan thought to himself, "I don't find her troublesome anymore." And so Jahan and his fake girlfriend, Sei, ended up spending the night under the same roof. Sei's mother was clearly delighted by the idea. Not only that, she even invited Jahan to have tea. "Would you like some tea with me?" But what she really wanted was to know everything about her daughter's love life. They were forced to join a tea party, or rather, Sei's mother's interrogation session. Sei and Jahan proved to Sei's mother that they were a perfect couple by making everything up. Whenever they couldn't answer something, they would dodge the question by looking into each other's eyes, pretending to talk as if they were very close, and skillfully answering her questions. Sei suddenly thought, "We don't look awkward, do we?" And right then, her mother said, I think so too. Or maybe not." The slightly dazed expression on her mother's face confused Sei, but in truth, her mother was deeply moved. She blurted out, "Thank goodness. I'm so relieved. You've always fallen for jerks, so I've been really worried about you. But it looks like I don't have to worry now." "Oh, thank heavens." Actually, there was one more guy, but it was probably best not to mention him. Sei and Jahan were both astonished by how good their acting was. They had even managed to fool her. Jahan nudged her forward and said, "Hurry up and walk." Meanwhile, Sei was thinking that they had acted pretty well. She turned back with a slightly uneasy expression and asked him, "You feel weird too, right?" But he immediately brushed her off. "No, don't do that." Just then, Sei's mother asked, "Is everyone here already?" The two of them continued their act, smiling and answering cheerfully, yes. Her mother turned to her and said, "By the way, Sei, there's something I wanted to ask you." Even while the two of them were talking and laughing, Sei still kept staring at her phone. Her mother grew suspicious and asked, "Who are you waiting for a call from? You look like you can't put your phone down." Meanwhile, Jahan was only looking at Sei. Her mother's words startled both of them so much that they froze for a long moment. Just as Jahan was about to answer, "She's waiting for," Sei immediately grabbed his hand and ran upstairs like a gust of wind. As she ran, she said, "Oh my God, Mom, when have I ever done that?" "Jahan, I'll show you the guest room." "Mom, you should go to bed too. Come on." Once they got upstairs, Sei flopped onto the bed and let out a tired sigh. "Phew, I panicked so much that I just ran. I'm exhausted." "How did Mom catch on so fast?" Jahan turned to look at her, silently asking why she had run. She answered, "Because I was scared Mom would ask more questions." Sei then asked him, "Jahan, aren't you tired? Sit down." Jahan heard that and stared blankly before asking, "What?" Only then did Sei realize the room was completely empty and the bed was the only place to sit. That was when Sei realized she had taken up all the space, so she immediately shifted over and said, "Haha, sorry for taking up the whole bed. Wait a second, I'll move over." As she spoke, she looked at him with a puzzled expression, but Jahan told her, "Just stay there. You said you were tired." She really was tired by then and didn't have the energy to keep arguing, though mostly she was just embarrassed, so she let it go. Sei fiddled with the pillow and asked him, "By the way, was it really that obvious that I kept looking at my phone?" Jahan answered right away, "Yeah." She immediately turned toward him. "Really? I thought I was acting so well. Other than that, were there any other moments when we seemed awkward?" Jahan asked her, "Now that I think about it, when did you start liking him?" She stammered, "Huh? I don't really remember." He then recalled the moment when her mother had asked whether the two of them liked each other. Sei had immediately patted his shoulder and said, laughing, "Well, it's just that we like each other." Now Jahan thought back and said, "When your mom asked if we liked each other, your answer was weird." But Sei thought it had only been a misunderstanding. "Oh, come on. That was just because I panicked. If someone suddenly asked you that, you'd probably answer like that too. Why don't you try answering it?" And then Sei asked him the exact same question she had been talking about earlier. "When did you start liking me?" That left him completely stunned, unable to process it at all. But it was only a test question from her. She let out a breath of relief and said, "See, you couldn't answer it either." That was the best I could do in that moment. While Jahan sat there beside her, shaking his head speechlessly, she continued, "I can't stop looking at my phone. I really want him to contact me." She told Jahan, "Speaking of that, I really want to date Jimin. You still remember we're supposed to act like a couple until after we sing at the wedding, right?" But his expression held a trace of sadness. Jahan picked up his bag and said to her, "Then you should be careful too." He reminded her, "When you're with me in front of your mom, don't contact him or act like you're waiting for him to contact you." Sei responded with complete certainty, "Wow, Jahan, you really are such a perfect guy, aren't you? What's your MBTI?" Then she added, "Okay, I won't do that anymore. I don't want my mom to suspect us either. Also, you met Mom's boyfriend when we ate together last week, right? What do you think of him?" Jahan answered honestly, "He's very polite, and he thought he seemed like a good person." Hearing that, Sei thought to herself, "Good. Maybe this time." She also thought he seemed like a good man, so she suddenly held out her hand in front of him, startling him. It turned out she wanted a high five. "Come on, I'm waiting for you to high five me so we can get closer. Hurry up." Jahan followed along and held out his hand too. "Here." She even playfully brushed against his hand. Then she smacked her hand hard against his and said cheerfully, "Got it. Your hand are warm too, huh? Ha ha." She walked away, but not before reminding him, "Don't forget our promise for tomorrow. We're going to see Jimin. Good night." Jahan clenched his hand tightly. Though they were under the same roof, the two of them were thinking and feeling completely different things. Sei was excited for tomorrow's meeting. "I want to see Jimin as soon as possible." Meanwhile, Jahan felt shy because of what she had done earlier. As the scene shifted elsewhere, what would happen between Sei and Kim Jahan? Sei asked her younger sister, Ayeon, "What are you doing?" The girl answered, "Writing in my diary." She then added, "Good luck," which left Sei totally confused. What are you talking about?" The next morning, with birds chirping under a beautiful sky, Sei trudged along carrying a stack of documents inside. "The weather is so nice. I should hurry up and drop this stuff off so I can go take a walk with Ayeon." As she walked, she came across Jahan chatting cheerfully with another friend. The boy was thanking him. "Hey, thanks a lot. If it weren't for you, I would have been in trouble." Jahan replied brightly, "It's nothing, haha. Ask me again next time if you need help." Sei kept staring at Jahan and thought to herself, "He's smiling. He looked really down yesterday." The other other boy was still talking to Jahan. Sorry for holding you up when you're busy. Jahan answered pleasantly, it's fine. See you later. And for a brief moment, their eyes met. But they just passed by each other without saying a word, only glancing at one another. Say, he dragged her feet heavily. She thought, it feels like after last night, we've suddenly become strangers. But we've always been like this at school. She continued thinking, even so, I thought we'd gotten closer lately. Am I the only one who thought that? Does he always find me annoying? Jahan seemed like he also had something he wanted to say, but couldn't. He turned back and offered to help. Say, do you need help? But at that exact moment, she also turned around and said to him, hey, Jahan, wait for me at the school gate after classes, okay? My homeroom teacher wants to talk to me after school, so I wanted to tell you this first. As she spoke, she staggered under the pile of documents, so he told her, you could tell me after you put all that down. It must be heavy. The reason Say didn't want to act too close to him at school was this. Well, other people always look at us weirdly when we talk at school, so I only want to talk when it's just the two of us. Jahan, on the other hand, didn't care about that at all. He took some of the papers from her hands. All right, Say asked him, thanks. Weren't you going somewhere? But he said there's still time. Are you taking this to the science room? Say you play, yeah. She smiled at him and said, I know it's kind of a hassle, but help me out, okay? We're close, haha. Jahan couldn't really say no. All right, even though he signaled with his eyes that there was water on the floor and she should be careful, she kept chattering away. Ayuan said she's going to get coffee with us later. I hope those people don't say anything when they see us together. Say, he said cheerfully, since you're helping me, it should be fine, right? Jahan just looked at her smile and said nothing. Because he had helped her, he ended up being late. The homeroom teacher scolded him. Jahan, I told you to come immediately. Why did it take so long? He could only bow his head and apologize. I'm sorry. Meanwhile, Say, he was completely carefree, walking along and humming to herself. I don't have to worry about anything. Maybe from now on I can tease him a little more. After school, she went with Jahan and Ayuan to meet Jimin. As soon as he saw her, Jimin greeted her brightly. Sai. Hi. Say, introduced them to him. These are my friends, Ayuan and Jahan. They really want to try the waffles here, so I brought them along. But that wasn't the truth at all. She had begged the two of them for a long time. Come on, go with me, please. Ayuan, go with me. And Jahan, what if I get embarrassed going alone? Just come. Jimin also seemed very cheerful. Nice to meet you too. Let me know when you're ready to order. Say play. Okay. Ayuan leaned close to her ear and asked, hey, is that him? Say answered, Himin? Yeah, that's him. But Ayuan had imagined someone different. I thought so. Someone cool and edgy. Say, he immediately denied it. Huh? No. Jimin is the one at the register. Ayuan was stunned by how handsome he was and thought, what? She couldn't help being surprised and impressed by Jimin's looks. He's so handsome. Honestly, she still didn't think this was a good idea. I still don't think he's good enough for you. He looks like a player. She asked Say directly, what do you like about this guy this time? His looks? But Say he was instead full of excitement and said, he's amazing. Ayuan knew her friend too well. His face? You say everyone's amazing. Ayuan still didn't believe her and kept shaking her friend, but Say insisted and thought to herself, I'm serious. If it were just about looks, he'd still be worth it. While the two of them talked, Jahan stood off to the side, unconcerned. And once again, Say he remained certain of her decision. Whatever, he's really amazing. Ayuan said, what? You're not allowed to use that word anymore. In the middle of their back and forth, Say accidentally glanced over at Jimin. Their eyes met, and Say jolted in surprise, thinking, oh no, our eyes met. But inside, she felt happy. That made her remember the very first time they met. It was right after she had broken up with her ex, also at this sandwich shop. Say, he had shouted and asked why he wanted to break up. Why do you suddenly want to break up with me? But that guy turned away and answered coldly, from now on, I'm going to focus on music. I need to return the love of my fans. But Say, he didn't want that at all, so she tried desperately to hold on to him. I even made time to come see you. I'm busy too. I still have to prepare for my mock exams. But that guy just acted even worse. Hey, your family is rich anyway. If you're busy, just take a taxi and go home quickly. Hearing those words, she got furious and shouted loudly, what? You know that's not what I meant. You can't just leave like this. Hey, no matter how hard she tried to stop him, he still walked away. Helpless, she sank down onto the ground and sighed in frustration. She was so disappointed and couldn't understand it. What's wrong with him? At the moment she felt saddest, a voice suddenly said, "You'd be better off without him." Someone was walking toward her and continued, "He didn't even realize you can't eat anything with green tea in it." It turned out to be a boy working at the sandwich shop, very handsome and kind, always attentive to her. He said, "I always leave out the green tea cream whenever you order." That was when she realized, he's an employee at the sandwich shop. He handed her a pastry and said cheerfully, "Here, eat this and cheer up. I made it myself. I even drew a little puppy on top. Cute, right?" He took the pastry and looked at the puppy's face. It looked weirdly annoying, and on top of that it had a bizarre name, Puppy from Hell. She still hadn't calmed down and barely understood what was going on when Jimin walked away and said to her, "You'll find someone better." "I really think so." Not only that, Jimin turned back and gave her a bright smile. "I really think so." Maybe in that moment, his smile became her source of faith. She looked up at him, lost in thought, then ate the puppy-shaped pastry and praised it endlessly. "It's so good." Back in the present, Jahan was holding a bear-shaped pastry in his hand, and even he couldn't help admiring it. "It's really cute." But when he heard Sei talk about where it came from, Jimin gave it to me. "I still remember the first day we met. I really missed that day." The moment he heard that, Jahan immediately objected. "It's not cute at all." Jahan instantly shoved the pastry over toward Yuan, while Sei sat beside them praising it. "It's good, isn't it? Their sandwiches are even better. Too bad they sold out." Sei sighed and complained again. "It was so crowded earlier that I couldn't talk to Jimin, and now he's been talking to customers for so long." Neither of them paid attention to Jahan in the back as he arranged his books. In response to Sei's complaining, Yuan said, "Oh, well, it's not like you could have done anything anyway." But Sei didn't want to accept that. "I know, but..." Suddenly, the two girls turned around, and Sei exclaimed in surprise, "Jahan, are you planning to study here?" Yuan also had nothing to say except to stare in surprise at what she was seeing. But Jahan, on the other hand, replied completely calmly, "What else is there to do?" And so Yuan followed suit, opening her book page by page to study. "I'll study too. Want to study with us?" Sei thought these two are so weird. But instead of sitting there to study with them, she quietly got up and walked away. She said to them, "Have fun studying, you too. I just want to return the hoodie Jimin lent me." The atmosphere had been very still, but suddenly Southeast froze in place when she heard someone say, "Why not?" It seemed a customer was getting very angry at Jimin despite all his explanations. "Sir, you can't keep asking us to put on your tab every single time. If possible, you should pay off what you already owe us first." But the man kept pushing. "Come on, Jimin, we're practically brothers. Did you forget who took care of your troubles for you?" From a distance, Sei looked very worried. She thought they were arguing. "What's going on? Are they fighting?" As this was happening, she turned away and hesitated, unsure whether she should tell the others. But being clumsy, she bumped into a table and stumbled. Meanwhile, the man had finished speaking to Jimin. "Fine, whatever. I'll let it go today." Not knowing what he had run into, he immediately apologized. "Damn sorry." And very quickly, he grabbed her by the wrist. Out of reflex, she replied, "It's okay." But he just stared at her in silence. Then he asked with a frightening expression, "Are you a celebrity?" He was gripping her wrist so tightly that it hurt, but she was still shocked by the question. "What?" He said she looked very familiar, like he'd seen her somewhere before. "You look really familiar. Where have I seen you before?" She grew more confused and afraid. "Who's this guy?" He kept talking to her. No wonder everyone gets so excited. "You're famous, aren't you?" But she used her free hand to push his away and tried to stay calm as she said, "Oh, do I look like someone else? But I'm not a celebrity." He still insisted that her face looked very familiar. The other two also noticed that something was wrong. "What's going on? What happened? Are they arguing?" Then the man finally remembered who she was and said clearly, "Right, I remember now." He pointed at her and shouted, "Jean Ciola's daughter." At that moment, she still didn't understand what was happening, while he looked delighted and excited. "Wow, this is interesting. Why are you here?" His face lit up with excitement, as if because, just as he was about to say it, Jimin suddenly stepped in between them like a gust of wind and said, "Sir, you still have the rest of that debt to pay." His action left Sei full of question marks. The man said to Jimin, "You again." Then he snapped at him, "Hey, Jimin, don't you see I'm talking here?" He raised his voice like a thug. "I said I'd pay it back, you piece of trash. I'm your friend. Can't you wait a little longer? If someone helps you, you should repay the favor, okay? Without me, someone like you could never." To stop him from continuing, Jimin shouted loudly, "I'm sorry." But returning to the matter at hand, he said to the man, "Don't talk to my friend like that. Both of them were surprised by her words. Please don't be rude when you speak to him. But in reality, the girl was thinking, this guy is really scary. The man looked at her, then up at Jimin, puzzled. Friend? Just then, Jahan poked him and said, excuse me. The sound of a police siren rang out. The police are here. You'd better run. They came to arrest troublemakers like you. The man looked startled. What? But Jahan remained perfectly calm and reminded him, do you hear the police siren? While driving the man off, he turned back towards Sei and signaled to her that everything was fine. Meanwhile, out loud, he said, see? Everyone's looking at you. The man hurried off at once, running as fast as he could. What the hell is this, Jimin? How could you do this to me? Oh, so it had all just been Jahan's trick to chase him away. At that moment, Ayuan handed the object making the police sound to Sei and said, here, you dropped this earlier. Sei tankit her. Ah, thanks. Ayuan found the whole thing hilarious. I can't believe he got fooled by this. Sei turned and praised Jahan. That was amazing, Jahan. Zulfust, what did you call the police? Jahan explained to her, I was bluffing. Sei instantly knew it had been a lie. I knew it, you bold-faced liar. Over there, Jimin laughed loudly, looking thoroughly amused. That scene made all three of them pay attention. Sei immediately asked, Jimin, what's wrong? Meanwhile, Ayuan thought to herself, he's kind of strange too. Jimin said to all of them, you guys are more interesting than I thought, haha. Jimin thanked Jahan for what he'd done in driving that man away. Thanks, Sei's friend. That man does this every time he comes here. Seeing him all flustered was really satisfying. Jahan replied politely, I understand. You've had a hard time. Jimin didn't forget to thank Sei too. Thank you too, Sei. But hearing that, she replied, huh? Me? I didn't do anything. Then Jimin said, you stood up for me. Is there anything on the menu you want? It's on me. She hesitated. Well, then she immediately came up with something else. Instead of buying me food, give me something else. Jimin scratched his head awkwardly. What would that be? Tell me. Seizing the chance, she grabbed her bag and said, Jimin, let's go see a movie this weekend. Standing in front of the person she liked, she was shy and bashful. Both Jahan and Jimin were startled when they heard that, but their expressions were completely different. Jahan felt a little sadness in his heart, while Jimin froze on the spot. But Sei quickly added, not just the two of us. Right, I mean with Jahan and Ayuan too, haha. While she looked cheerful, Ayuan shouted, what? Even Sei herself felt embarrassed only after blurting it out. I asked, and now I'm embarrassed. Hearing that it would be a group outing, Jimin happily agreed. I'd love to. What about you guys? Sei quickly responded. Ayuan says she wants to go too. Jahan, you're coming too, right? But Ayuan immediately questioned her own friend. When did I say that? Sei stepped forward and returned the hoodie to Jimin. Here, this is the hoodie you lent me last time. Watching the two of them being so cheerful right in front of him, Jahan felt heavy-hearted and didn't know what to say. After hesitating for a while, he finally made his decision. Fine. Jimin smiled happily, while Sei threw her arms around Ayuan and beamed, saying it would be so much fun. But Ayuan still protested that she had never agreed to go with everyone. When did I say I was going? In the end, though, she agreed to go with the three of them. And the day of the movie outing finally arrived. A long line of people was waiting. Sei seemed to notice that too, so she said, wow, the popcorn counter is so crowded. At this rate, Ayuan will finish buying the tickets first. Ayuan seemed to have arrived earlier, so from up ahead, after hearing her friend say that, she replied, I knew it. Suddenly, Jimin turned to Sei and pointed at the clothes she was wearing. This is the outfit you showed me before, the one you asked whether you should buy. Sei was surprised that he still remembered and asked, you still remember? Jimin gently adjusted her collar, which had folded inward, making her feel shy. He even said, of course. Sei felt delighted and satisfied inside. I'm so glad I invited him here. He looks even better than he does at the sandwich shop. More than that, he's especially amazing today. No, Jimin is always perfect in my eyes. Jimin cheerfully said to her, it looks good on you. Sei thought again, I only changed my style a little, and he noticed right away. He's always amazing. Wait, don't tell me he. Watching the two of them chat so happily together, Jahan, standing off to the side, didn't feel very happy at all. Just then, a girl suddenly came up from behind and called out, Jimin, startling all three of them. Jimin? She seemed to be someone he knew. Jimin asked in return, Hannah, you're here too? Hannah looked very happy to have run into Jimin there. Jimin smiled crookedly and said, didn't you say you usually study on weekends? Hannah laughed awkwardly and said, my friend dragged me here because there are a few exhibitions today. Jimin said with interest, I noticed you changed your profile picture. Hannah asked in surprise, you saw it already? Is it pretty? He definitely praised her. It is, but you're prettier in person. She smiled and asked, I'm the prettiest, right? He laughed and replied, sure, whatever you say. Watching the two of them chat so happily, Sei could only freeze up and silently stand there looking at them. Jimin turned and introduced Hannah to everyone. Hey, this is my friend from middle school, Hannah Dong. Say you look surprised. Oh. Then she introduced herself with a bright smile. Nice to meet you, Uni. I'm you. Yeah. Hannah was also surprised to meet her. Oh, so you're the friend he mentioned last time. Jiha, right? She smiled and said, your mother is my favorite on Star Chef 3, and you really are Jean Ciola's daughter? Jahan answered, I'll pass that on to my mom. She'll definitely be happy. Sei smiled brightly and said, yes, she's my mother. Uni, you went to the same high school. Before she could finish, Hannah cut her off and turned to Jimin. Hey, Jimin, I can't believe you know people like this. Hearing that, Sei could only stay silent. Jimin asked curiously, Hannah, didn't you say you came with your friend? Hannah replied, oh, she's on the phone, so I was going to buy something while I waited. Jimin folded his arms and asked with a grin, you're going to get caramel popcorn again, aren't you? Hannah looked displeased and turned to Sei. Of course. Doesn't everyone eat that at the movie theater? Right, Sei? Sei had just been standing there, yet she was suddenly dragged into it. She startled and answered, why yes. Then she smiled brightly and said, that's right, I like caramel popcorn too. And nachos. As Sei was speaking, the sound of a child crying suddenly rang out somewhere, making her stop. Hannah turned to look at the crying little boy and muttered inwardly, good grief, that kid is crying so loudly. Seeing the boy, Jimin suddenly remembered Hannah's younger brother and asked, your little brother is around that age too, right? Hannah replied, that's right, he's grown a lot. Want to see a picture? Sei was still standing there. Yet the two of them kept chatting happily without paying any attention to her, which made her feel uncomfortable. While she was lost in thought, she heard someone ask, what else do you like? She jolted and looked up, only to realize Jahan was still with her. Jahan said calmly, go on, I am listening. Seeing Jahan say that, Jimin immediately asked curiously, huh? Did Sei say something? Embarrassed, Sei rubbed the back of her neck and said, oh. She smiled and said, I was nothing. I was just saying nachos are good too. Jimin let out an oh. Hannah saw her friend calling her back and got ready to leave. My friend's calling me, so I should go. Sei smiled and said, see you again. Have fun. Yeah. Ayuan came walking back toward them with an exhausted expression. We got a problem. After finishing the ticket booking and turning around, there were only 2 seats left in the very front row and 2 in the very back. Ayuan said apologetically, it's our fault for not reserving seats in advance for the weekend. All the other time slots were the same. Seeing that, Sei said, I'm fine sitting in the back. Ayuan refused. No, let's be fair. The group headed over to play the ladder game, and Ayuan asked, are you all really okay with these seats? Everyone answered at once. Ayuan raised her hand and said determinedly, I'm pressing it. Then she gently tapped the words, start ladder game. And the result of the ladder game was front seats for Jimin and Ayuan, back seats for Sei, and Jahan. But Ayuan didn't seem very happy with the result. Ayuan thought to herself, why me and not Sei? With that thought, she spoke up. Sei, do you want to switch seats? But before she could finish, Jimin cut in. Jimin smiled and said, I'm fine sitting like this. It's a chance for us to get to know each other. Hearing him say that, Sei fell silent for a moment, then said, let's go into Jahan. She turned and didn't see Jahan anywhere, so she called out, wait, where did he go? Everyone moved into the theater. After sitting down, Sei rested her chin on her hand and thought, Ayuan seems a little uncomfortable. She'll be okay, right? Over where Ayuan and Jimin were seated, Ayuan noticed Jimin kept turning to her and smiling as he talked, and she thought, this is so awkward. Jahan came to his seat carrying a box of caramel popcorn. He set the popcorn down in the holder by the seat. When Sei saw him, she immediately asked, hey, where did you go? I was looking for you. Jahan stammered in reply. While grabbing some popcorn and eating it, Sei said, good thing you came back before the movie started. But inwardly she wondered, I wonder if Jiha is really okay with the seating arrangement. Thinking that, she asked, are you okay sitting in the back? Jahan replied at once, it's fine. Seeing him say it was fine, she smiled and said, then that's good. Suddenly Southeast, leaned in close to him and joked, then this must be the best seat for you, huh? Jahan froze when he heard that. Keeping a straight face, he asked, why are you suddenly doing that? She replied cheerfully, well, out of the 3 of them, I'm closest to you, aren't I? Seeing that she was still leaning close to him, Jahan blushed shyly and turned away. First, go back to your seat. She seemed to notice his embarrassment and answered, okay, okay. She smiled and asked, am I right? Suddenly, he asked something that made her freeze. You're obviously not happy about this, are you? Jahan said calmly. You just wanted to sit next to him. Hearing him tease her like that, he said, are you rubbing salt in the wound? He answered, yeah, I guess so. Feeling down, she recalled the way Jimin had been happily talking with Hannah earlier, and the way he had told Ayuan he was fine sitting with her. Suddenly her voice dropped. Something weird happened to me. You must be pretty disappointed in me. He lifted her cup of cola and took a drink. As she drank, she said, I keep worrying about pointless things. You wouldn't understand me. I'm even annoyed with myself today. Suddenly she said loudly, whatever, that's just how I am, which made her choke on her drink. Seeing her cough, Jahan worriedly handed her a tissue and said, finish drinking before you talk. He took the tissue he offered, wiped her mouth, and said, I forgot what I was going to say, leaving him too exasperated to respond. After that, he turned back toward the screen. Then Jahan spoke, I'm not disappointed in you. Hearing that, she looked puzzled. He continued, sure, you often worry too much about things from the past. In her head, she cursed him idiot, but I've never been disappointed in you. He stared in surprise, mouth open. Hey, Jiha, I just realized something. She reached over to take some of his snack and smiled brightly. You said this is just part of my personality, so I should just live like this. Haha, I didn't know you thought that way. You're really nice. I want some more of that too. Seeing how quickly she changed, he asked in confusion, you didn't do that on purpose, did you? She said, who would purposely choke on something like that? Inwardly she thought, did we buy nachos too? As he kept eating and looked up at the movie screen, she said, anyway, thanks for saying that. Hearing her thank him, he turned and quietly looked at her, then answered, yeah. At last, the movie started. She said happily, oh, it's starting. After the movie ended, in the men's restroom, Jimin was washing his hands at the sink. He was shaking the water off his hands when he turned and happened to see teasing Jahan. Tell the truth. You cried at that scene, didn't you? When Jahan walked over to the sink, Jimin asked, hey, Jiha, did you like the movie? Jahan lowered his head and washed his hands as he answered, yeah, it wasn't too bad, I guess. I heard it was made by your favorite director, Jimin said while drying his hands. Oh, he must have told you, right? Did you like it? Jimin smiled brightly and said, but I think you liked it even more. Jahan looked surprised, not understanding what he meant. He asked why. As Jimin fixed his hair, he said, because you gotta sit next to every time she's close to you, your ears. He poked at the red bar of soap on the shelf and said with a grin, turn this color. Hearing that, Jahan was too stunned to say anything. He asked in annoyance, what? Jimin seemed delighted that he had managed to tease Jahan. He thought to himself, this is fun, then said aloud, we didn't seem to realize it, so I thought I'd tell you. Suddenly Jimin's phone rang. He answered, no, whatever the person on the other end said made him panic. What? After the call ended, he sat down heavily on a chair, deep in thought. The others came over and asked, she still hasn't been able to contact your grandmother? Jimin slowly replied, no, he muttered to himself. I left a few things at home, so she probably came here to bring them to me. But ever since she left the house, my sister hasn't been able to reach her. What should I do? I told her she didn't need to bring them, but while he was speaking, he heard someone call his name, Jimin. He lifted his head and saw that it was calling out to calm him. Jimin calmed down. Jahan also added, trying to ease his worry. That's right. I'm sure you're very worried, but let's focus on finding her first. We'll help too. Ayuan asked, you said she came near the movie theater, right? Jimin answered, yeah. Everyone started splitting up to go look for his grandmother. Jahan said, then I'll ask at the information desk and search around the first floor lobby. He said, I'll look on the theater floor, while Ayuan added, I'll check the parking lot and the park behind the building. If I find anything, I'll call you. Seeing everyone so worried and willing to help look for his grandmother, Jimin could only say, thank you. They all began scattering in different directions to search. After walking some distance, he looked back at Jimin, still full of worry. He called out, Jimin, but he didn't answer and simply stood there. She approached him anxiously and asked, what's wrong? Are you okay? When he came closer, Jimin could no longer see her clearly. He could only see her in black and white. He immediately slapped away the hand she was about to place on his shoulder. He stared at him in surprise. Jimin looked a little flustered. He lowered his head, unable to look directly at I was just startled. Turning away, Jimin reminded her, if you find my grandmother, call me. Seeing that he was about to leave, he called after him, Jimin. She grabbed his hand, her voice comforting. I've been through something like this before. Jimin silently looked at Sei, who was staring at him with eyes full of concern. I only looked away for a moment, and then I couldn't find my little sister anymore. I was so worried that I couldn't even search properly for her. At times like this, it's better to calmly think about where your grandmother would go first. If people living nearby see her by herself, they'll definitely be willing to help. Jimin fell silent. But then he quickly responded to her words. All right, let's go. Sei looked at Jimin, unable to hide her concern. Jimin, you're drenched in sweat. I'm worried about you. Above them, the light bulb flickered non-stop, and Jimin's state of mind was no steadier than that light as he listened to Sei's words. I just mean, don't worry too much. It'll be okay. He called her name, his voice sounding strangely different. Seiji, hearing him, she froze for a moment. His voice. By now, Jimin's hand was clenched tightly into a fist, and his voice sounded as if he were suppressing his anger. Something like this happened before, so stop it. His voice grew lower and harsher. The ending wasn't good. You say it'll be okay, but it isn't always okay. They only treat people kindly when those lucky kids aren't around. Seiji looked bewildered. What? Around them, bits of other people's chatter still drifted by. Yeah, the hallway lights have been weird these past few days. Jimin clenched his teeth. Some people aren't that lucky. Hearing his words, Sei hurried to explain. Jimin, I think there's some misunderstanding. I just wanted you to know that I understand that feeling to some extent. Sei's eyes widened when she heard Jimin call her name. Seiji, Jimin shouted angrily. How could you possibly understand how I feel? But very quickly, he returned to that gentle manner from before. Not every child in this world is as lucky as you. Sei stood stunned, her whole body going rigid. Jimin's words hit her like a bucket of ice-cold water poured straight over her. Jimin pulled his hand free from Sei's grasp and turned to leave. Stop talking. The moment he walked away, the light bulb suddenly went out. Sei stood rooted to the spot while voices around her exclaimed, "Thank goodness, that light finally burned out completely." The sound of water flowed steadily from the fountain. At the park, Ayuan looked around sharply as if searching for someone, grumbling inwardly. I really don't want to get dragged into troublesome things like this. Ayuan put her hands on her hips and sighed. But I can't just ignore it. Suddenly, her eyes widened as she looked ahead. Ugh, I really shouldn't have come here. I should have just stayed home and watched Netflix. Huh. She recalled a moment earlier when Jimin had been trying to remember and describe his grandmother's appearance to her. My grandmother is probably wearing that black shirt she had on this morning. Ayuan had carefully taken note. Black. There's a big picture of a singer on it, and she's wearing those leather pants too. I don't remember if she's wearing a necklace, but if she is, it'll have studs on it. Hearing that, Ayuan had looked up at him blankly. Huh, she has dementia, so I'm even more worried. It's crowded here today, too. What if we can't find her? Ayuan's mouth fell open. How could anyone miss her? She stared at the elderly woman in front of her, dressed in hip-hop style, feeding a pigeon while making cooing sounds. She walked over and bowed politely. Hello, Mom. At that moment, the pigeon saw someone approaching and hurriedly flew off with a shrimp cracker in its beak. It flapped its wings as if to say, thanks. Hearing someone greet her, the old woman turned to look at Ayuan. Huh, I don't have anything to give you, young lady. This food is for Guksik. Hearing that, Ayuan quickly replied, that's not it. Your family is looking for you. Let me take you back. The old woman looked up at her in confusion. Family? What family? Ayuan softened her voice. Your grandson, Jimingwan. Don't you remember your grandson? The old woman showed no sign of recognition and asked again, oh, what does he look like? Ayuan froze for a few seconds. She folded her arms and seriously tried to recall Jimin's appearance as she described him. Well, he has an eyebrow piercing, and he seems to be smiling all the time. What am I even doing? He's about 178 centimeters tall, and Ayuan raised an eyebrow. He's handsome. Hearing that, the old woman happily clapped her hands. Ah, that's right. That's my grandson. Exactly. I have to give the charger to my dear grandson. Ayuan reminded her. Why didn't you answer your phone? He was really worried about you. The old woman excitedly raised her hand. After I give him the charger, I'm going to a concert, so I left my phone at home. If I get caught, my granddaughter will scold me terribly. My little granddaughter is so scary. Ayuan could only fall silent in helplessness. The old woman sat on the bench, continuously praising her grandson. You know, when my grandson was little, he was prettier than a girl. That's why he was even on TV. I'm so happy when people recognize how handsome my grandson is. Hun stood beside her, helpless. Yes, he's handsome. Inwardly she thought, I miss Sei-yi. I wonder where she is now. At the same time, on Sei-yi's side, amidst the bustling crowd, she hurried along in a fluster. Where could his grandmother be? She looked around everywhere. I have to focus on finding her. I can't get distracted. He said she has white hair and is wearing a black shirt. He noticed an elderly woman walking toward the escalator. Sei hurried over. That's from below. A loud voice rang out. Mom, where are you? She looked at the elderly woman, smiling as she spoke to the young man in front of her. Come on, let's go, son. Sei sighed in disappointment. So it's not her. She could not help grumbling. I've searched all over the first floor already. Why is it so crowded here? As she walked, her eyes landed on a poster on the wall. On the poster was Seo La-jin, her mother. Sei glanced toward. Though her mother was older now, the lines of her face were still as sharp and striking as ever. She remembered what Jimin had said earlier. Not every child in this world is as lucky as you. With that thought, she turned in silence and kept walking. Then Sei suddenly stopped in her tracks. She had halted in front of another poster. They must already be here. I have to hurry. Just then, a loud scream rang out, making her whip around. People nearby were whispering among themselves. Hey, over there, what is it? The girl lowered her voice and whispered to the boy beside her. Do you know that girl from Super Goddess? Yeah, but why is she here? Sei stood still and listened to them. Seo La-jin is here too? No way. She's not supposed to come today because that man is attending the premiere. Hey, she can hear us. Keep it down. Hearing that, Sei no longer cared about them and simply closed her eyes to steady herself. Their whispers made her remember her childhood. The malicious comments. She's gotten less pretty as she's grown up. She was so cute when she was little. Sei's like a girl desperate to be loved. She's so seductive for someone so young. How could they let a child do that? Seola. This won't be easy. Little Sei sat in front of a computer screen, reading each comment one by one. She turned with an innocent face. Mom, what does seductive mean? Hearing Sei's question, Jean Seola fell silent for a few seconds. Then she turned and smiled at her. Who told you that? Sei answered innocently. People said I'm very seductive in the comments. Her mother gently bent down and explained, well, that just means they think you're smart. You don't need to care about people who say things when they don't even know you. Just ignore them. You only need to do your best at what you have to do. Ah, he's here. A sound came from outside the door, and Jean Seola got up and walked over. You came early. Yeah, luckily there wasn't any traffic. She reminded Sei softly. All right, what did Mom tell you to do today? Seiji, a man stood in front of her and reached out a hand in a friendly gesture. Nice to meet you. You're Sei, right? She stared blankly at the hand the man held out to her. And all the things you regret stay with you. If I had a chance to change things, even just one of them, then that first moment we met and everything that came after with that man would be completely different. You're Sei, right? I'm your mother's. Sei looked at the man on the poster. I'm sure I would never meet you. Suddenly, her eyes widened in shock. A little earlier, Jahan had been walking while talking to Ayuan on the phone. Hello, Ayuan? I'm really glad you found her. I tried calling the others too, but no one picked up. It's kind of noisy here, so I'm going to hang up and head over there. If they call me on the way, I'll let them know. With that, he ended the call. Curious, Jahan asked someone nearby, excuse me, why are so many people gathered here? The girl kindly answered, oh, it's because today is the big premiere event. The ambassador for the movie premiere is that actor over there. Jahan read the words printed on the poster. Lee Jung-yeon. Jahan stepped closer to the poster and shouted, Sei-yi. Hearing her name, Sei-yi jolted. She turned around, her eyes full of shock. Someone walked over and stopped beside her. It's been a long time, kiddo. Sei tensed up, frightened by this person's sudden appearance. I recognized you right away. You've grown so much. He was Lee Jung-yeon. Though he had risen to fame relatively late, if you ask people to name the most famous actor right now, most would say his name. A man whose popularity seemed never to fade. He's my mother's ex-boyfriend. While speaking, he looked up at his own billboard. I heard your mother is getting married. He looked at her with a meaningful smile, absently toying with the expensive watch on his wrist. So is he a good man? He cheated on my mother. Say, he clenched her teeth in anger, trying to stay calm enough to speak. You, say, he glared angrily at the despicable man in front of her and shouted, "Do you even know how much my mother suffered because of you?" "No, of course you do. It was all because of the disgusting things you did." "How do you have a nerve to ask me that?" He looked stunned by her outburst. "How can you be so shameless after deceiving us and betraying my mother without batting an eye?" Suddenly, he remembered the way her mother had screamed at him in the past. "How dare you come near me, you shameless piece of trash?" Jungyeon said her name, as though reminding her of where they were. Only then did Sei manage to regain her composure. What? Looking around, she saw that people were whispering about them. Now she felt a little embarrassed for raising her voice in public. Sei lowered her voice and said to him, "You don't need to worry about what kind of man he is. He's definitely far better than you." Lee Jungyeon bent down and repeated her words, as if wanting to be sure. "Far better?" "Yes." "How do you know?" Someone was running toward them. "Excuse me, let me through." But neither of them noticed, too focused on their conversation. "How do you know what kind of man he is?" "Of course he's better than you." She frowned at him in irritation. "Because unlike you, he didn't drag my mother into hell." Lee Jungyeon's expression darkened at her words. Jahan was anxiously running around searching for Sei. "Fine, I admit your mother went through a hard time because of me." He lowered his head slightly, speaking in a tone that sounded as though he wanted to shift the blame onto Sei. "But have you ever thought that you also bear some responsibility for that?" She tensed at his accusation. A part of her did feel guilty. Maybe some of it really was her fault too. She didn't know what to say. "You haven't changed at all." In the distance, someone could be seen hurrying toward them. A man came running up to them, panting. "Sir, you can't just wander off like that." Lee Jungyeon smiled and turned to him. "Sorry, I saw a familiar face." Then Jahan suddenly squeezed past the two of them mid-conversation. "In any case, you have to leave now. You need to get on stage soon. Is it already time?" At that moment, both Jahan and Sei were startled to see each other. Lee Jungyeon turned back to bid Sei farewell. "I should go now, Sei. I only came to say hello because I missed you." "Don't glare at me like that." Only then did the people around them realize who had shown up. "It's him, Lee Jungyeon. He's even more handsome in person. We really did have a good relationship once, after all. And maybe we still do." With that, he left, leaving Sei standing there in fury. She watched him with hatred as the people around him praised him cheerfully. "He's even taller in real life than in pictures. Can we take a photo with you? Hey, let's ask for one too." Because Mother didn't want to, there had never been any article about his affair. The crowd kept buzzing with excitement over meeting a celebrity. "He seems so nice." Famous people all have good character, don't they? Sei paid no attention to any of it, rooted to the spot and lost in thought. "That was why almost no one knew that my mother and Lee Jungyeon broke up, because he cheated." Jahan ran up to where she was standing. "Seiji." She turned to look at him. "Ayuan found Jimin's grandmother, but she knows." The two of them walked while talking. "Oh, that's great. Yeah, she's in a nearby park." Jahan probably thinks I'm an idiot because I couldn't even speak properly to the man who cheated on my mother. Sei hurried ahead, urging Jahan to follow, afraid that he had seen what happened just now. "Come on, hurry up. This is so awkward." And she remembered what Lee Jungyeon had said moments ago. Have you ever thought that you also bear some responsibility for that? Distracted by her thoughts and rushing ahead, she failed to notice the person in front of her and accidentally bumped into them. "I'm sorry." The other person complained irritably. "You should watch where you're going." Jahan quickly bent down to pick up the things she had dropped, but Sei was still standing there blankly, which made him look up at her in confusion. As he gathered her things, he tried to comfort her. "It's not your fault." Sei softly called his name. "Jahan." Then she crouched down as well to pick up her things and thanked him. "I am hungry. Thanks for picking that up for me. Let's take Jimin's grandmother to him, then go eat." She kept rambling on, which struck him as a little odd. "Sure, let's find something good. Barbecue? What time is it? If it's already break time, then." She looked at the message from Ayuan in slight surprise. Later, at an apartment, right, Sei Ayuan spoke while looking at the grandmother, who was peeling fruit. "It's all fine now. I handled everything. She wanted to go home, so I brought her back. I don't have his number, so could you call him for me? But what's wrong with your voice?" The grandmother handed the peeled fruit to Ayuan. "Try some." "All right, if now's not a good time to talk, then next time." She hung up and looked at the grandmother. Ayuan remembered what had happened a few minutes earlier. At the time, she had been exhausted from trying to stop the grandmother from going to the concert. "I told you, I have to go to the concert, and you need to take that boy's charger. Please wait until your grandson gets here." Suddenly, the grandmother stopped and asked Ayuan, By the way, what time is it now? Ayuan quickly answered, a little after 2. Hearing that, the grandmother became even more excited. She forcefully pulled her arm free from Ayuan's grasp. Then it's over. I need to go home. Startled by her sudden action, Ayuan cried out, then at least contact your grandson before you go, ma'am. Suddenly, the grandmother stopped. I forgot the way home. Ayuan was a little taken aback by how casually she said it. Then how have you been getting home all this time? The grandmother turned to her. Dongbeek. Do you know Dongbeek? Back in the present, Ayuan leaned on the table and watched the grandmother tiredly. Thank goodness I knew where the Dongbeek apartments were. Ayuan looked at her, completely absorbed in peeling apples. When exactly is she planning to let me go home? Unayong, you really won't eat? When my grandchildren were little, they always begged me to give them more food than their siblings. Ayuan was worn out because the grandmother kept holding her there and wouldn't let her leave. Earlier, she said I only had to stay 5 more minutes, but now she insists I have to finish all these apples before I can go. Every child likes apples. No matter how many times she told the woman her name, the grandmother kept forgetting and calling her Unayong instead. I told you, I can't eat apples, and my name is Ayuan, not Unayong. Ayuan quickly stood up and slung her bag over her shoulder. I have to go. My family will worry if I'm late. But the grandmother tried to keep her there a little longer. Don't go, Ayuan. I want to play with you longer. Ayuan looked at her with a bit of pity as she tried to hold her back. It's Ayuan. Look at pictures of my grandchildren before you go. Just stay a little longer. I'll really leave in 10 minutes. The grandmother cheerfully pointed at a photo. My grandson was 4 years old here. Isn't he adorable? Yes, he's very cute. Let's look at the next album then. It had already been 30 minutes. 10 minutes already passed. You promised you'd let me go after we finished looking through all of these, right? You're so cold. Unayong. Ayuan paused slightly. You know her? The grandmother asked. She happily took the photo from Ayuan's hand. Of course. Smiling, she looked from the photo to Ayuan and said, I know because my grandson knows that girl. He always turns off the TV whenever she appears. Ayuan stared at her in slight surprise. I guess he doesn't like that girl very much. Just then, someone unlocked the door from outside. The grandmother quickly pulled Ayuan toward the entrance. He must be back. The grandmother happily ran out to greet Jimin as soon as he returned. Is that you, sweetheart? He answered her, though his eyes were fixed on Ayuan. Yes, Grandma, I'm home. As soon as the door shut, the two of them looked at each other at the same time. I had no idea you came back here with my grandmother. He walked over to her and gently admonished her. Grandma, I was really worried about you. Next time, don't go out alone, okay? She handed him the charger. From now on, you don't need to bring this to me anymore. I'm serious. If I need one urgently, I can borrow one from friend. I borrowed one today too, so I didn't need it. A friend? Which friend? That young man with the ponytail? He slightly avoided her question. Just a friend. He turned and saw Ayuan helping put away the albums. Ayuan tensed slightly and glanced at him. Her name is Sei. He smiled and thanked Ayuan. Thanks, Ayuan. I heard you brought my grandmother all the way home today. Just leave the album there. I'll put it away. Still somewhat tense, Ayuan quickly made an excuse to leave first. I should get going now. Thanks for. Well, anyway, sensing that something was off about her behavior, he turned and asked his grandmother, Grandma, what did you say to Ayuan? You didn't insist on going to the concert again, did you? Ayuan was putting on her shoes to leave, but she could still hear the conversation from inside. Of course not. We had fun. I was just talking about random things while we looked through the albums. The grandmother held up a spinning pen and twirled it as she showed it to him. Look, this belongs to Ayuan. Pretty, right? It spins around. Then she suddenly remembered the photo from earlier. Oh, right. There was a picture before. Jimin, who had been putting the albums back on the shelf, looked at the pen in her hand. He quickly called out to Ayuan before she could leave. Ayuan. Holding out the pen to her, he said, Grandma probably borrowed this from you. I'll walk you to the bus stop. Ayuan hesitated and refused. I can go on my own. I already gave that pen to her. As for the photo, I don't know exactly what Grandma said, but sometimes she says strange things. Did Grandma tell you about what she said earlier? Did you tell Sei? Then what is it? That's strange. Jimin forced an awkward smile and tried to brush it off. It's just, you look like you just heard something weird. Did she mention me at all? Watching Jimin's anxious manner, Ayuan couldn't stop thinking, why does he look so worried? Jimin suddenly grabbed the hem of Ayuan's clothes, his expression serious as he looked at her. Feeling that something was wrong, Ayuan bluntly brushed his hand away. I have a feeling I shouldn't get involved in this. She began to feel tense at Jimin's unusual behavior. I want to know. Just pretend you didn't hear anything, like usual. Don't say anything. but seeing him so worried was strange. Don't tell me Grandma said he doesn't really like her. Don't tell me. Ayuan looked at Jimin seriously and spoke first. Why are you close with Sei? I'm guessing Sei mentioned me, right? I had a fight with her. At the time, I got way too angry because of my grandmother. I feel really bad about it. I should apologize to Sei. Don't look at me like that. I was harsh with Sei, but I just couldn't control myself then. Most people like being comforted, so maybe Sei was just trying to do that. But good intentions aren't always welcomed. Ayuan frowned, trying to stay calm in front of Jimin. I don't understand what you're talking about. Jimin smiled at the wary look on her face. Kids who have everything in the world tend to see life through rose-colored glasses. At least, all the people I know like that do. They think they understand everything. They believe that if they mean well, everything will turn out fine. I get it. No matter what they do, they're always loved, so they take that love for granted. Of course, Sei might be different, but even if she is, I can't help seeing things that way. Jimin's expression suddenly darkened. She took it away. I had no other choice. Suddenly, Jimin stopped and said no more, which only made Ayuan even more curious. What did she take? Jimin hurriedly made an excuse and told Ayuan to go on home. That's enough. You've probably had the hardest day out of all of us today. I don't even know why I'm telling you this. I am sorry. Ayuan still wanted to ask him more, but he brushed her off. Keep talking. What did she take? Bye, Ayuan. And thank you for today. I mean that sincerely. Ayuan looked at Jimin's erratic attitude in annoyance. After Ayuan left, he finally felt that what he had just said was completely meaningless. What was I even thinking? Why did I say that to her? He irritably ran a hand through his hair as he thought of Sei. There were very few children in the world as fortunate as her. He felt both guilty and awkward for having spoken so harshly to Sei back then. I went too far. Just as he was about to close the door, a foot blocked it first. It was Ayuan. She still hadn't left. There were still too many things she couldn't make sense of, so she insisted on coming back to make things clear with Jimin. I was about to leave, but this kept bothering me. She angrily pushed the door open and raised her voice at Jimin. Hey, you're the same. You also act like you already know everything. Jimin was startled by Ayuan's aggressive attitude. What? Did Sei say anything about you? Yes, she did. She said she was worried about you. She said you looked so anxious that she had to hurry and find your grandmother. But what did you just say? Did she tell me about your argument? Ayuan continued angrily. I feel sorry for you. When people treat you kindly, all you do is look at them with suspicion. Do you know who will stay in the dark forever if you keep living like that? You. Jimin grew even more stunned and shocked by Ayuan's harsh rebuke. Ayuan spoke as she quickly walked away. Be honest, you're just jealous of Sei. Jimin hurriedly tried to stop her. Hey, wait, can you? Ayuan ran off, but not before turning back to yell at Jimin. You jerk, don't ever talk about my friend like that again. Sei, you idiot, you're just too nice. Meanwhile, Sei was wondering whether she should call Jimin or not. Even as she changed clothes, she kept staring thoughtfully at her phone. A voice called in from outside. Sei, if you're ready, let's go. Yes. At an upscale restaurant. I knew it. Those two are dating. At a dining table, two families were sharing a meal and chatting together. Really? Jahan rarely talks about his personal life, but every time he goes out with Sei, he comes home and tells us about his day. Sei was surprised because she had only just learned that Jahan cared about this too. Really? She turned to look at Jahan. You did that, Jahan? She happily leaned closer to ask him, Wow, Jahan, you did that? You should have told me. He only looked at her without saying anything more. She felt deflated because he kept staying silent without saying a word. Silent again? Then when he said you and he'd gotten closer, was that a lie? Jahan suddenly called to her. Sei, what? Try this. Sei looked at him in confusion. What's with him all of a sudden? I'm going outside to make a call. Sure, go ahead, Minsik. Sei tried the dish Jahan had told her to eat. It's so good. This is my favorite. Let me get you some more. Hum and watched how close the two of them seemed and couldn't help wondering. Are you two really dating? The moment he said it, everyone around the table was puzzled, not understanding what he meant. I thought you two were just joking around. You should focus on your studies. Don't get distracted by romance. Sei froze, not knowing how to explain, so she made an excuse to leave. I'm going to the restroom for a moment. When she came back a little later, everyone was still talking about her and Jahan. Of course I trust Sei, so I'd rather let her meet that girl than have her running around doing pointless things elsewhere. She didn't know what to do and could only force an awkward smile. I'm already back, and he's still talking. Sei glanced at Jahan's reaction. Jahan is especially quiet today. Oh, Hunmin, they said they do well in both studying and dating. Mr. Kim, you're being too controlling. Seola, this isn't something we can just brush off. Don't you trust your own son? So this is why he said he'd rather meet me alone and pretend to date me. As she sipped her water, she secretly looked at Hoon-min's expression. Come to think of it, he always seems small in front of Mr. Kim. Is that why? Jahan, promise your father. Are you planning to disappoint me again? Or did she ask you out first? I think it was the boy. Say, he became even more flustered. I have to change the subject and end this conversation. After being silent the whole time, Jahan finally spoke up. Dad, she brightened as if she'd grabbed a lifeline. Right, you're good at talking. Change the subject. I was the one who asked her out. The moment those words left his mouth, Say, he turned to stone at his blunt declaration. Not just her, but everyone there was equally shocked. What was he doing this time? What was he thinking? Yes, if it was just because I was curious or no, I asked her out because I like her. Say, he's really kind, and I like being with Say. She was stunned to hear his sincere confession in front of everyone. Right now, Say, is very diligent, so she helps me study a lot. If that's the case, then Jahan is really good at acting. I like that we can talk to each other more comfortably. I should do my best to answer too. And our grades haven't dropped at all since we started dating. Just look at Jahan. He's always ranked first. The girls right. They only go to the library. Say he felt a little awkward and wanted Hamin to calm down. Sir, I know, because I drive in there sometimes. They're very well behaved, so you don't need to worry. Minsik lowered his gaze to Say, right, Say, She looked at him in mild surprise. Yes, Hamin was still thinking about Minsik's words. He turned to Jahan and said, don't disappoint me again like you did back then. Yes, today, Jahan's father's hair was hanging down. She cheerfully looked at the couple in front of her. Honey, is it still working? Yes, it is because my schedule changed a little. You said you had a headache, right? Are you feeling better? He's so nice. I hope I can get close to him soon. Sir, that was a scene from the movie Animal School, right? I suppose you know it too. Say, yes, I like animals, so I watch things like that a lot. I saw your pet too. It appeared for a moment in the show, and it was so cute. Could you show me a picture? Ngeha, this toy doesn't even last a month. Whenever Ngeha likes something, it treasures it to death. That's so cute. Do you have any pictures of it when it was little? Suddenly someone called for him. Minsik had no choice but to hand it to her to look at herself. Honey, wait a second. Say, you go ahead and look. I must have pressed something by mistake. She looked at the message on Minsik's phone. That must be the person he was just talking to on the phone. Call me back later. Minsik returned to her with a smile. You said you wanted to see pictures of it when it was little, right? Yes. Then let's look at them in 30 minutes. Everyone began getting up from their seats, preparing to leave. She looked happily at her mother. Did you hear that, Say? I heard Say John did really well at English camp. Of course. My second daughter is much braver. Say, he suddenly stood up. Wait, Kim Tae-hwan. When I think about it, my instincts are only right sometimes, not always, so when they are right, it's terrifying. Say secretly glanced toward Min Seok. Earlier, when I went to the bathroom, I heard a woman's voice coming from his phone. What do you think of Mr. Minsik? He's very polite. He seemed like a good person. He's great. He even bought me a game console for my birthday. I don't know how he understands me so well. Sei's mother called to him with a smile. Minsik. He works very hard, and he's gentle and kind. He really is very. Here you go, Sei. He handed Sei a cup of hot water. It's very hot, so drink it slowly. She carefully took the cup from Minsik's hand. Thank you. He's a good person. That message was the start of everything. Call me back later. If it was a co-worker, then why was that the only message between them? It was as if the rest had all been deleted. If Hamin joins us, it'll be fun. That's right, but he said he's been really busy lately. Have I reached a conclusion yet? If I don't have a proper reason, I shouldn't suspect him. But I definitely heard a woman's voice while he was on the phone. As she drank her water, Sei stared at Minsik, unable to shake her suspicions about him and the woman on the phone. If he's the same kind of man as that man, let me lower the air conditioning. Sei looked at Minsik and tested the waters to see how he would react. Mr. Minsik, when you let me look at Ngeha's photos, there was a message from someone named Kim Tae-hwan. But strangely, his reaction showed no sign of panic at all. Minsik remained calm and answered Sei, Tae-hwan. I read that message in the car. Thanks for reminding me. Sei smiled stiffly, a little tense, and glanced down toward the phone in his pants pocket. I see. I wish I could be sure this was just a misunderstanding. Sei looked for a way to borrow Minsik's phone and confirm it for herself. Could you show me Ngeha's pictures one more time? Before she could finish speaking, his phone suddenly rang. Jean Seola smiled and reminded Minsik, is it Taehwan? Go talk to him. There's a living room that's quiet enough. Minsik agreed to her request, stood up, and left. All right, I'm guessing there are quite a few problems because of the delayed schedule. I'll be back in 10 minutes. Okay. As soon as he was out of everyone's sight, the corner of his mouth curled slightly upward. He had also noticed that something was off about Minsik. She turned to look at her mother, who was cheerfully offering Jahan some cake. Jahan, I baked the scones you like. Want to try a few? She remembered how miserable her mother had looked after being involved with that awful man before. She couldn't let that happen again. She immediately got up from her seat and left. Jahan found Yi-Yi's unusual behavior a bit strange. I'll be back later. I need to go to my room for a moment. Her mother found it odd and hurriedly called after her. Yi, aren't you going to eat the scones? Elsewhere, Minsik was focused on his phone call. He hovered outside the door, trying to eavesdrop on Minsik's conversation. What am I doing? Suddenly, the door opened, and Yi's face instantly turned panicked. Minsik was still holding his phone, looking at Yi with an odd expression. What are you doing here? Those had only been impulsive thoughts brought on by worry, but in truth she was still deeply anxious and didn't know what to do. I don't want him to think I'm suspicious of him. If he does, he'll definitely be angry. He lingered outside the door, listening to him talk. I just want to see whether the caller really is Kim Tae-hwan. He said he'd call within 10 minutes, and now it's already been 8. She quietly tiptoed inside. I have to get closer before he hangs up. I can't hear anything. She hurriedly turned away because he suddenly turned around. He walked in another direction, and her heart pounded with anxiety, afraid she'd be discovered. He peeked inside and saw that he had sat down on the bed. Now he's even farther away. If I don't get closer, I won't hear anything. Wait, his back is turned. So then she looked under the dressing table. I can't believe I'm doing this. He struggled in such a cramped hiding place. Of all places to hide, why did I crawl in here? She looked toward him as he spoke. At this distance, she could finally hear him. I should be thanking you. He was both thrilled and nervous. I heard it. You found it yesterday, right? Thank you. Is he really talking about work? All right. Her heart suddenly pounded harder with worry. See you later. After the call ended, he anxiously looked down at her feet. What should I do now? Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. He slowly walked toward the door after hearing it. Yes, it was Jahan. He had knocked on Minsik's door because he wanted to tell him to come downstairs and eat scones with everyone. They asked me to tell you to come down and have some scones. He looked up in slight surprise. That's Jahan's voice. Then Jahan added, they also told me to bring Sei down. Have you seen where she is? Sei panicked when she heard him mention her name. Right now, she looked like a thief sneaking around and spying on someone. So hearing her name suddenly brought a wave of dread, and she silently cursed Jahan. You idiot, why did you have to come right now? Minsik was a little surprised that Jahan was asking him about Sei-Yi, since he hadn't realized she had left at the same time as him. Sei-Yi? Is Sei-Yi upstairs too? Sei-Yi was helpless. She had never expected this situation to happen. Now she could only think about how to get out of here without being discovered or making everyone suspicious. How am I supposed to get out now? I'll go downstairs after I use the bathroom. While the two of them were talking, she suddenly noticed his phone lying on the bed. He's going to the bathroom? That means he won't be back for at least 5 minutes. He cautiously looked up the moment she heard the door close. Now, she hurriedly and furtively ran to the bed, grabbed the phone lying there, and opened it to check. This is my only chance to check his phone. I'm sorry, Mr. Minsik. I'm just taking a quick look. When she tried to open it, she saw that it required a password. Sei-Yi, tense and worried, tried hard to focus and think of what his phone password might be. Isn't a password usually a birthday? Think. I can only try a few times. His birthday is. It's not even online. I think I wrote it down somewhere. She hurriedly checked her own phone. As she searched, Sei-Yi grew more anxious, afraid that Minsik might come back at any moment and catch her in his room. Oh no, why can't I find it when I need it? Nervously, she kept searching. Where is it? Where is it? Please. Found it. Just as she entered it, she heard footsteps outside and instinctively turned to look. Outside, Minsik and Jahan were talking. I'll get my phone and then we'll go. Okay. Sei-Yi trembled and covered her mouth so she wouldn't make a sound. He suddenly exclaimed, and Jahan hurried over to Minsik. What's wrong? Strange. I remember leaving it here after the call. Say, he held her breath and hid in a corner. I'll help you look. How am I supposed to hide from this? I should have checked it right away, but I panicked. I shouldn't have hoped he'd look for his phone first. I'll look over here. The phone might ring, so I have to mute first. I already muted it, actually. Yeah, right when I took it. If it's not his birthday, could it be the last digits of his phone number or something? Minsik, not wanting to trouble Jahan by making him help search for the phone, took the initiative and told him to go downstairs first while he continued looking on his own. I'll look for it myself, so go downstairs first. I don't want to trouble you. Say, he racked her brain, trying to think of his phone password. Or maybe Geha's birthday. But Jahan didn't seem to think much of it. He just smiled at Minsik and continued helping him search. It's okay. It'll be faster if we look together. Then Jahan suddenly spotted something. It was one of Sei Yi's slippers. Jahan deliberately tried to distract Minsik. Maybe you left it in the bathroom. Sei Yi anxiously tried another password. Not that one either. She nervously looked outside. You think so? I don't think I brought it in there, but I've been forgetful lately. I'm forgetful too. Then check the bathroom. If it's not there, try calling it. Good idea. I'll come down after I check. Then footsteps moved away from the room. Have they gone? Sei looked ahead in startled panic. Suddenly, the closet door where she was hiding was pulled open. What is happening? She stared ahead in shock, afraid that she had been discovered. Her heart was pounding wildly with anxiety. Sei stared in shock at the person who had just opened the closet door. What are you doing here? It was Jahan. He had already realized Sei was hiding in there, so he had deliberately lured Minsik into the bathroom to look for his phone and avoid running into her. Then he called out to her. Sei was extremely tense after being discovered by Jahan. She had no idea how to explain herself or what she should even say to him. I know what I'm doing is wrong, but just then, Minsik's voice called in from outside, startling both of them as they looked toward the door. Jahan. She raised a hand to her mouth, asking Jahan to keep her presence here secret. It's not in the bathroom. Sei looked at him with pleading, helpless eyes, and seeing that expression, he could only give in. He quickly shut the closet door and looked at Minsik. He had closed it so suddenly that it made Sei flinch. You idiot, you could at least signal whether you understand or not. Did you find it yet? Sei waited anxiously for his next answer. Would Jahan really cover for her? Please help me. Not yet, but Jahan trailed off, making Sei even more nervous. But what? There's nothing in here, sir. I checked the closet too, just in case it got left here. We do find things in strange places sometimes. Sei was touched that Jahan was helping her. Jahan, it's definitely not in there. Why'd you come up here instead of staying downstairs? You just remembered it was on silent earlier, so even if you called it, you wouldn't hear it. I see. Then go back downstairs first. Ms. Jean said she has something she wants to tell you. She's waiting to talk to you about the scones. Is that so? Still, if the password isn't the day he brought Geha home, then what could it be? By the way, Jahan, Sei was flustered, desperately trying to figure out what Minsik's phone password could be. Jahan, stall for me just a little longer. Jahan took the initiative and invited him back downstairs first, using it as a chance to let Sei escape. Why don't we go downstairs and tell them first? Ms. Jean is waiting for both you and me, so we should explain the situation to them first. That works. As soon as Minsik stepped out, he turned back to Jahan and said, sorry for dragging you into this mess. Don't bother looking anymore. Let's just go downstairs. Jahan hurriedly hid Sei Yi's slipper behind his back so Minsik wouldn't notice it. Yes, sir. I'll use the bathroom and come down right away. Only after he noticed Minsik had gone downstairs did he feel somewhat relieved. Right after that, he ran back to the closet and helped her out. What are you doing here? I'll explain everything later. Now isn't the time. What's going on with that phone? I'll put it back right away. Because she had entered the password wrong too many times. If Sei got it wrong one more time, the phone would be disabled for an hour. Oh no, what am I supposed to do? I only have one try left. Jahan looked at Sei in confusion, unable to understand why she had Minsik's phone in the first place. Sei, what are you doing? Wait, hold on, Jahan. What? What do you think Mr. Minsik would use as his password? Maybe my mom's birthday? Suddenly, a sound from outside caught both of their attention. Jahan peeked out and whispered to Sei, I think someone's coming upstairs, right? It might be him coming back. The moment she heard that, she panicked and shoved him away. He can't come back right now. Hey, calm down. Seeing that she was still worried, he hurried to explain, I'm not going to tell him. Really? Yeah, but he looked down at the phone in her hands. We need to do something about that phone before he gets up here. Say, he clutched the phone tightly against herself in worry. I don't know what's going on, but if he can't find it anywhere like this, he'll notice. I think it'd be better to just leave it somewhere for now. Then he'll think he couldn't find it because it was hidden. He's right. Minseek was slowly making his way upstairs. We should put it back while we have the chance. Yeah, right. The two of them quickly hid the phone under the bed before Minseek could get there. How about we leave it under the bed like it fell there? That works. Should we cover it with the blanket too? Then if he can't find it, it'll be because of this, right? But if we go out now, it'll look suspicious. Do you want to hide with me and come out after he leaves? He looked at Sei in confusion. Is there even anywhere we can hide? By the time they managed to hide, Minseek entered the room. He looked around the room and, not seeing Jahan there anymore, thought, did the kid leave? He scanned the room once again for his phone, then accidentally spotted it under the bed, partially covered by the blanket. Why is it here? That's strange. It must have rolled and fallen under the bed. But how did I miss it? Minseek picked up the phone. Still, it's good that I found it. At the same time, a noise came from inside the closet. Then everything went quiet again. Sei grabbed Jahan and covered his mouth so they wouldn't make any noise. Hey, I think he left, right? Sei let out a breath of relief, as if she had narrowly escaped disaster. Finally, I can breathe again. Only then did she look beside her. What is it? The two of them were now extremely close. I can smell his shampoo. I can't even tell whether it's my heartbeat or his, but this is pounding so fast. He lightly touched her hand, trying to tell Sei to move it away from his mouth. Sei quickly pulled her hand back and put a little distance between them. Sorry, I got scared. A little embarrassed, Sei hurriedly explained, I was just trying not to get caught, so I did that without thinking. What's wrong with me today? She looked at Jahan, who was covering one of his reddened hands. Hey, I'm sorry. Do you hate being this close to me? You don't have to hide your hand. He remembered what Jimin had once said to him. Whenever she's near you, your hand turns that color. No, not at all. As she spoke, she moved toward the door to open it. Whatever. You get irritated so easily. Let's get out of here first. Sei kept trying, but the door wouldn't open. What's wrong? It won't open. Let me try. Is this door broken? A little. Back when Zion and I were little, we used to play in here and broke it. If you shut it too hard, it gets hard to open. But my mom fixed it, so I thought it would be better now. Jahan could only stare at her in disbelief. Let's call an adult. You have your phone, right? I left mine on the table. Hearing that, he was about to call for help, but she panicked and quickly stopped him. If everyone came, they would know she had been here, and then they would ask why Sei was here instead of in her room. Wait, no, don't call anyone. If that happens, we'll be in huge trouble. If they find out what we did, I'm telling you, we're done for. Let's just try to get out ourselves, okay? All right then. Sei used all her strength to pound on the closet door, trying to force it open. Jahan quickly stopped her, afraid she'd get hurt. Hey, that's dangerous. Fine, I won't call them. Let's push it together. Then the two of them used all their strength to try to open the closet door. But no matter what they did, it still refused to open. I just remembered something. What? Sei hesitated a little before saying, I think this door actually never got fixed. The air suddenly fell strangely silent. Sei felt guilty that because of her, he was now trapped in here with no way out. I'm sorry. Jahan looked at her as she blamed herself. You being stuck in here is my fault too. He knew that no matter what she said, it wouldn't change anything. Trembling from fear and guilt, she said, You must be really uncomfortable with this situation, but I'll think of a way for us to get out soon. So please don't call the adults yet. Seiki. Jahan looked at her trembling and tried to reassure her. He looked up at him too. Don't worry. We've been through worse before. Let's just use this time to think of a way out. There has to be a way out, just like last time. Several years earlier, in a forest filled with tall green trees and falling leaves. At a filming set, while everyone was busy recording, someone called out, Come over here. We'll be starting the individual interviews with each mother soon, so please get ready. The children were happily playing together when one of them suddenly asked, Where's Sei? Jahan was sitting quietly in his spot, focused on reading a book, not paying much attention to the other kids chatting happily nearby. No idea. She's probably playing around somewhere. What? She promised she'd go catch beetles with me. From a distance, a pair of feet slowly crept up behind Jahan. It was Sei. Cheerfully, she wrapped her arms around his neck and called his name. Jahan. Slightly startled, Jahan turned around and saw Sei happily clinging to him, smiling as she called out to him. Jahan pushed Sei's hands off him and said, Sei, what is it this time? She looked at him brightly. Jahan, can you watch Sei Zion for me? She lifted Sei Zion up in front of him. What? I have to go catch beetles, but if I bring Say Zion and she starts crying, the beetles will all fly away. Fine, when are you coming back? I want to go too. No, 30 minutes. It'll be quick, okay? Jahan, just help me this once, please. I want to go too. All right, just stop getting so close to me. Say happily thanked him. Thanks, Jahan. Then she cheerfully ran off. Hey, Say, where have you been? Jahan watched her leave so happily. Is she really that excited? Say Zion started crying loudly, wanting to follow her. Sis, let me go with you. I asked Jahan to watch my little sister. He helplessly held onto the crying Say Zion as she tried to chase after Say. Did she seriously say she'd watch her sister? While happily playing with butterflies, Say answered her friend, yeah. The other child looked at her in surprise. You're amazing. I'm too scared to talk to Jahan. Exactly. I've never seen Jahan act like that with anyone else. Last time I asked if he wanted to go to the playground with us. Back then, he had only smiled politely and declined. Thanks, but I can't. Sorry, I can't get my clothes dirty. These are sponsored. That's what he said. He's like some grown-up or something. It's scary. What does sponsored mean? It means I want to understand him better. Besides, he's really nice. You say everyone's nice. On the tablet, a cute little fish was singing. He looked at Say Zion, who was happily watching the tablet. Just as I thought. Turn on a video, and she stops crying right away. I'm so sleepy. A while later, the leaves on the trees were blown down by the wind. Jahan kept reading his book while fighting sleep, his eyelids drooping shut. Say Zion stared at a butterfly fluttering in front of her. Say Vaughn innocently played with the butterfly, while Jahan, feeling sleepy, didn't pay much attention to her. After a while, a voice called out and woke him. Jahan. Hey, Jahan. He groggily woke up at the sound of someone calling him. The moment he opened his eyes, he suddenly saw a strange creature right in front of his face. Startled, he shouted, oh my God. She looked in shock as it flew away. It flew off. What's wrong? I was just showing you what I caught. Where's Say Zion? He let out a sigh of relief, then answered, she's right here. Hurry and take her. But when both of them turned around, Say Zion was no longer there. He froze in surprise. Say looked in the direction he was staring, and when she didn't see Say Zion either, she asked again, she's not here. Jahan looked in shock at the tablet lying on the mat, but Say Zion was nowhere to be seen. He began to panic. Still flustered after losing Say Zion, he unconsciously took a step forward. Seiji, he didn't know what to say other than apologizing. I'm sorry. She glanced to the side and saw that everyone was still focused on filming. Then she gently comforted the panicked Jahan and said, let's go look for her ourselves. Say Zion always wanders off quietly. Our moms are both busy right now, so let's find her and come back quickly. After saying that, she cheerfully stepped forward and started looking for Say Zion. As she walked, she turned back to him and said, she's tiny. She can't have gone very far, but who knows where she went? Because she was walking without looking properly, she tripped, but fortunately he caught her in time. Hey, be careful. Say looked down and saw small footprints, as if someone had walked through here before. This is... A little worried, she looked deeper into the forest, and Jahan followed her gaze. The two of them started heading deeper into the woods in search of Say Zion, and then it began to rain. Why is it suddenly raining like this? Let me go get. Ignoring the rain, the two of them kept searching for Say Zion. Everywhere they went, they asked passersby, a little girl about this tall? I haven't seen her. Say grew more and more anxious as she looked down at the muddy footprints Jahan had followed, then called out to him worriedly. Jahan. When he didn't answer, she called out louder in concern. Slow down. The ground is slippery. Jahan looked down at the ground after hearing Sei-yi's warning. We have to find her quickly and get back. Oh, hey, Sei-yi. What? The footprints stop here. She looked back at the prints in surprise and saw that they had gradually disappeared, probably blurred away by the rain. What? Jahan slowly stepped forward. Sei-yi looked around anxiously. Then how are we supposed to find her? If the footprints stop here, she must be somewhere nearby, right? Also, there's something I want to ask you. Do you know where we are? Because I don't. Only then did he look back at the path the two of them had taken. His state of mind was no better than Sei-yi's. Tense and worried, Jahan looked around. Even though he was scared himself, he still tried to reassure Sei-yi so she would worry less. It's okay. That's not the problem. Every section has ribbons tied around the tree trunks. Let's use them to find our way down the mountain. Suddenly he looked down at the ground and said, "That path." The ribbon he had mentioned, which should have been tied around the trunk, had been washed off and fallen to the ground by the rain. The two of them grew even more anxious as they looked at the ribbon being carried away by the rain. "Is that the ribbon you meant? Did the rain loosen it?" "Jahan, I think we're lost. And I keep hearing some strange sound." In the quiet, desolate space, the two of them suddenly heard footsteps approaching. Startled and worried, they both turned to look behind them. As the footsteps drew closer, both of them reached the peak of their fear. It was Sei Zion walking toward them while crying. The moment she saw Sei, and Jahan, she ran over crying and threw herself into their arms. "Sis, let me come with you. I kept calling you, but you just kept going." At that moment, both of them were relieved. They had found Sei Zion, and thankfully nothing had happened to her. Sei Zion, why were you wandering around by yourself? The little girl cried as she answered, "I told you I want to go catch beetles too." Jahan grew worried as the rain kept getting heavier. He crouched down and softly reminded the two girls, "I think we should head back now. We need to get down the mountain before the rain gets worse." Flustered, Sei turned and answered, "Okay, we'll retrace our steps, so follow me." As she stood up, preparing to lead Sei Zion away, the little girl clung to the hem of her clothes and cried out, "Sis." Perhaps because he was so worried about finding the way back quickly, he didn't pay much attention to the two of them and hurried ahead. As he walked, Jahan thought, "What's wrong with me today? I can't believe I made a mistake like this. This is all my fault. If Dad finds out, he'll definitely be disappointed." But why is Sei so calm? She isn't afraid at all. She's not even blaming me for getting us into this situation. I can't tell if she's really just foolish, or if she's simply kind. He remembered when he had lost Sei Zion before. At the time, Sei had not blamed him at all. She had only smiled to comfort him and said, "Let's go look for her ourselves." He felt both guilty and confused by what Sei had done for him. She really was hard to understand. He turned back anxiously to check whether the two of them were still following him. "Are you coming? Hurry up." When he looked back, he saw Sei struggling to carry Sei Zion while comforting the little girl at the same time. "It's okay, it's okay. There's nothing to be scared of." After soothing the little girl, Sei turned back with difficulty and answered him, "We're coming." Her whole body trembled with every step. Jahan looked at Sei in slight surprise. He took the initiative to walk over and help them. "Let me carry Sei Zion." Sei looked a little startled. "I am okay." Ignoring her protest, he directly took Sei Zion from her arms and carried the child on his back. "She's heavier than she looks. Your shoulders will hurt." "Hold on tight," said Seon. Sei walk slowly. That way we won't slip and fall. The sudden shower gradually grew heavier. "If you're outside right now, please be careful of the heavy rain. If possible, please stay indoors." "Are you sure she's not too heavy? You've asked me that 5 times already." "I'm fine." The two of them slowly moved forward. When they reached a tree that had fallen because of the rainstorm, they carefully stepped over it and continued on. Sei Zion drowsily woke and looked ahead. The heavy rain will continue throughout the afternoon. Sei looked down at her feet. The mud had turned soft and mushy from the downpour. "Jahan, can you help me?" Hearing her ask for help, he had no choice but to set Sei Zion down. "Okay, Sei Zion, wait here for a moment." He reached out his hand towards Sei and slowly helped her step down. "Here." Sei took Jahan's hand and prepared to step down. Suddenly, panic flashed across her face. Her foot slipped as she stepped down, and she cried out in alarm, "Jahan!" He lost his footing too and was dragged down with her, so both of them fell. Jahan hit the ground hard, and Sei was not much better off. Worried, he hurriedly asked about her condition. "Sei, are you okay?" "I'm sorry. My vision blurred for a second, so I slipped. I landed in the mud, so I'm fine." "Are you okay?" The moment she asked, her face turned pale with alarm. "Your leg." Sei quickly helped Jahan to his feet. Supporting him as they walked, she anxiously fussed over him. "Oh no, you're bleeding. Can you still walk? We need to stop the bleeding first before we go on." Suddenly, Sei let out a small cry. Jahan looked at her with difficulty and asked, "What is it?" "Nothing. Is there anywhere we can stop and rest for a bit?" Then Sei turned to Sei Zion and called, "Sei Zion, let's go." Both of them were startled when they realized the little girl was nowhere to be seen. Sei grew even more anxious. "Oh no, she's disappeared again." Sei Zion is terrified of thunder. "I shouldn't have asked you to help me." Sei was trembling. With difficulty, he turned to comfort her. Say, calm down. It's not your fault. She only wandered off. She can't have gone far. Is there anywhere, say, Zeon usually hides when she's scared? Yes, she usually hides under the biggest thing nearby. The two of them immediately went to the largest tree in the area and saw the little girl there, clinging to the trunk and crying in fear. There you are. Say, Zeon, why did you run off again? Say, Zeon cried as she spoke. Please don't be mad at me, sis. Even if you were scared, you shouldn't make us worry like that. I'm not scared. Say, Zeon tugged at the hem of Say Yi's clothes. Sis, look, she pointed to a nearby rock. Doesn't it look like something out of a fairy tale? Right after that, all three of them went there to take shelter from the rain. Good thing I have a handkerchief in my pocket. Does it hurt a lot? By then, Say Zeon had settled down and was sleeping soundly. It's okay. I feel a little better now. Say, he looked worriedly at the wound on his leg. Do you think they're looking for us? They definitely are. By now, both of them were covered in mud. Say, he suddenly thought of a puppy. You know, the two of us look kind of. Jahan was speechless at her carefree way of putting it. Like a puppy that rolled around in the mud. Hey, come on. At least we found somewhere to rest. Once the rain stops, we can go down the mountain. Besides, seeing the guilty look on Jahan's face, Say, he said, it's not your fault. She smiled to comfort him. You said that to me earlier, remember? Jahan picked up the small pebbles near him. Actually, it's not your fault. It's mine. This only happened because I fell asleep. He carefully arranged the stones together. If I couldn't do it, I should have refused from start. I shouldn't have agreed to watch Seizon, or said we should go look for her ourselves. Wasn't I the one who suggested it first? I even ruined today's photo shoot. They said that because people recognized me, I had to perform even more. This will really disappoint them. I worked so hard on every single shot. Say, he looked at Jahan's gloomy face. It seemed like he was talking about his parents. But hey, don't tell anyone what I just said, okay? Why are you staring at me like that? I just think it must be really hard for you. I thought you liked photo shoots. She recalled the bright, smiling expression he had worn back then. You always smiled like this. Hey, do your parents know that you're suffering because you're trying too hard? Try telling them, or at least tell your mother. Even if I said it, nothing would change. But at least they would know. I always feel better when someone understands how I feel. And if you tell them, they'll definitely do something. Jahan fell silent, thinking over her words. They still love you after all, but they might scold us for what happened today. Say, he looked at Jahan, who remained quiet. It's not very fair that only you told me your secret. How about I tell you mine? Say, he began telling Jahan her story. I'm not very close with my mom's boyfriend, the one who drove you to the photo shoot today. As Say, he spoke, she continued stacking the pebbles. Yeah, and after this, we're all going home together. He's waiting for us. The first time we met, he held out his hand to me, but I refused to take it. I'm mean, aren't I? My mom likes him, so I want to like him too, but I just can't. Do you really have to like him? Being polite is enough. Did they say they're going to get married? I think I understand why the other kids are scared of you. You're kind of like an adult. You're like someone who wouldn't hate even the people who hate you. See, you stare blankly at Yihen. Me? You think so? But given enough time, that person might come to like you. As he spoke, he kept arranging the stones. I don't understand why you have to care about people who don't like you. You only need to. Say, he hurriedly cut him off. Why not? Jahan flinched at her reaction. Once I like something, I just like it, you know? That's why I want to understand you better. Jahan was a little surprised by Sei Yi's words. But back then, even when we played, you always had your nose buried in a book. As Sei Yi was speaking, a sudden loud noise rang out, making her scream and instinctively throw her arms around Jahan. Startled by that, Sei Zeon woke up too. Jahan immediately comforted her. Calm down. It's just thunder. Sei Zeon was so frightened that she clung to Sei Yi and cried. Cease. It's okay, it's okay. You got scared, didn't you? Then Sei Yi looked at Jahan. Hey, do you want to hold hands? Since we got startled anyway, maybe we can hold hands until we fall asleep. She looked down at her own hand and saw that her palm was dirty. So all she could do was smile awkwardly and brush it off. Never mind. My hands are filthy now. You probably wouldn't want to hold them. Saw the... Jahan did not pay it much mind and simply took Sei Yi's hand. My hands are dirty too. Sei Yi froze slightly as she looked at him. After that, the two of them sat holding hands in an awkward silence. Holding hands like this makes me feel a little better. Sei Yi looked down, but I'm still really scared. Sei Yi sadly remembered her past. There had once been a time when she fell off her bike and scraped her knee. It hurt so much that she sat there crying loudly. When her father saw her, he held out his hand, took hers, and gently helped her back to her feet. Her father had always been there whenever something happened to her. But now there was no adult here, and she didn't even know if anyone would find them. Suddenly, footsteps approached from the distance. Both of them jumped in alarm and looked around. What is that sound? I heard it earlier too. Then Sei anxiously pulled Southeast Zeon close to protect her. It's coming closer. Sei suddenly opened her eyes wide. Someone had called her name, pulling her out of her memories and back to the present, where the two of them were still trapped inside the closet. Since she did not respond, Jahan called her name again. Seiji. Only then did she snap out of her thoughts. Jahan quickly asked in concern, "Are you okay? What were you thinking about that had you shaking like that?" "Oh, it was just something from the past." Jahan looked at her in confusion. The past. Sei worriedly thought to herself, "What should I do? Remembering that day again is making my heart race. Is it because I'm nervous? What's wrong with me? Right now, I wish I could hold his hand again, just like back then." Sei slowly reached out, gently trying to take Jahan's hand. The two of them looked at each other for a moment. Jahan suddenly spoke. "What is it?" Sei jumped and quickly pulled her hand back. She looked a little embarrassed and hesitant. Jahan looked at Sei as she stammered. "It's just so dark, and I'm a little scared. What's wrong with me? Even when I accidentally touched Jimin, I didn't get flustered like this." Jahan looked a little embarrassed too, the tips of his ears turning red. Their fingers had touched. Sei awkwardly glanced at him. "I need to do something to get rid of this awkward atmosphere." "Well, remember when we were on the mountain? That cave was really scary, but because you held my hand, I felt a lot better." As soon as she finished, Sei realized that what she had said only sounded even stranger. "What am I saying? This is only making things more awkward. Change the subject. I still can't believe you helped me again today. You're really kind. I am honestly surprised." Sei remembered how Jahan had tried to cover for her earlier. He had noticed, but pretended not to. He definitely must have thought it was strange too, but he never asked me about it. Sei turned to Jahan and asked, "Since when did you realize I was in here?" He answered her directly. "I saw your slippers, so I knew you were nearby, though I wasn't completely sure. And this was the only place you could hide." Sei was impressed by his reasoning. "You're so smart." "Thanks. And thanks to you, I didn't get caught. Even when we were little, you never really understood it when I did reckless things, but you still helped me." Sei gave Jahan a thumbs up in praise. "I'm really touched." Jahan looked a little uncomfortable at her praise. "What kind of person do you think I am?" Then he added, "I can keep helping you." Sei looked at him in surprise. "Did I hear him wrong?" "No, I definitely didn't." Sei looked at Jahan's resolute face. He had said that he would help her. She gazed straight into his eyes. "Hey, do you want to?" She eagerly leaned closer to him. "That be friend with me again?" Jahan did not know how to answer, so he quickly changed the subject. "Let's figure out how to get out first." She immediately cheerfully followed his lead. "Okay, Jahan, my good friend." Sometime later, the two of them could only stare helplessly, looking as if they had no life left in them. "Tell me this is just a dream. We tried everything, so why won't the door open? Maybe the only way out is if someone opens it from outside." In the end, Sei reluctantly decided they would have to call an adult for help. "I guess so. Let's call an adult to help us." Jahan asked anxiously, "Are you still okay?" Sei could not endure the guilt any longer. It couldn't be that, because of her, Jahan would stay trapped in there forever. "If you call your mom, say she'll come right away, right? My mom always keeps her phone on silent, so she rarely answers." "Really? A little while ago, my mom said her phone battery had died." He started to grow frustrated. No matter what they did, they could not get out, not even by calling an adult. Then she suddenly came up with a plan. There was only one thing left to do. "In that case, let's just shout through the door." No sooner said than done. He yelled at the top of her lungs and banged on the closet door, calling for help from anyone outside. "Please let us out. We're stuck in here." Jahan had no choice but to helplessly join in. Suddenly, he heard movement outside. "Hey, I think someone's coming." They must have heard us shouting. "They're coming this way. I wonder if it's my mom." Overjoyed, she quickly called out again. "We're in here. Please let us out." A hand touched the closet door and slowly pulled it open. Happily, he turned back to Jahan, glad that the two of them were finally about to get out. "We can finally get out. But how are we supposed to explain this?" The two of them looked tensely at the person who had opened a closet door. It was Minsik. Sei's expression instantly changed from joyful to tense and anxious the moment she saw him. Minsik? Why did he come back? Was he already done with his phone call? More importantly, what were they supposed to say? He spoke first, calling her name. Seiji. Her eyes widened in surprise. He did not say much, only smiled at her. Then he held out his hand to Sei, "Come on out." Jahan stepped out first on his own, but Sei remained sitting there in a daze. "What is it? Come out, Sei." Would he also ask why we were in here? That was when Sei remembered the day the two of them got lost on the mountain while searching for Sei Zion. The suspicious figure who had kept following them that day had turned out to be Hamin. Soaked through, he had anxiously called her name. Seigi, her mother's ex-boyfriend, the man who had cheated on her, had called for help and then helped Jahan and her. He had held out his hand to Sei, wanting her to take it. "Come here, Sei." "I'm here." Rainwater and mud covered his entire body. He must have searched for them for a long time. Back then, Hunmin had anxiously fussed over her. "I was so worried about you." At the time, Sei had been deeply moved by how he treated her. In the end, she had taken his hand, and the two of them had left the mountain together. "I know no one in this world is perfect. I'm just afraid that someone who seems like they'll always stay by my side might turn into a bad person. I'm really scared. I never want to see that happen again." "Mom, why do people act kind just to make you open your heart to them?" Back then, Hunmin had carried Sei away from there. "Your ankle is all swollen up. Can you even walk? And then why did they leave?" Sei looked awkwardly at the man in front of her who was treating her kindly. Would Minsik be like that too? She slowly reached out toward the hand he was offering her, but still. Sei looked at Minsik and spoke. "Mr. Minsik, I think someone's calling you." He looked a little surprised by her words. Then he looked at the phone in his pocket. Sure enough, the screen was lit up with an incoming call. "You're right." He pulled out his phone and hesitated, unsure whether he should answer it. Sei noticed the strange hesitation and said, "Aren't you going to answer it?" Minsik did not know what to do in that moment, and then she continued, "Mr. Minsik, I'll." Sei smiled as she stepped out of the closet, looked at him, and said, "I'll go outside so you can take your private call." Then she quickly called Jahan to leave with her. "Come on, Jahan." Jahan looked a little surprised by Sei's unusual behavior, but he still agreed to follow her. Okay. Sometime later, it had grown completely dark, and now it was time for everyone to say goodbye. "I had such a great time today, Seola." Sei's mother cheerfully saw Jahan's family off. "It's been so long since I laughed this much." "Goodbye, Jahan." Sei also stood beside her mother to see them off. "Drive safely, Minsik." After everyone had gone home, Sei quickly ran upstairs. Seeing that her behavior was a little unusual, her mother hurriedly called after her. "Seigi, what?" But Sei did not pay attention and kept running to her room. Why is she in such a rush? Is she tired? She went into the closet where she and he had both been trapped earlier and searched for something. Could it be there? Yes, it was Sei's phone. She had left it on recording mode and captured the phone conversation Minsik had earlier. It had been recorded. She pressed play and listened, but all she heard was unclear static. Sei looked at the phone in slight disappointment. Did it fail to record? Did I just take a gamble? Just as she was about to leave, a voice suddenly came through. "It's me, the producer." Nervously, she focused on the recording. A woman's voice? So that was the person he had been talking to. Her voice is too quiet. I can't hear anything. Huan could be a girl's name too. It's still too early to. Before she could finish the thought, Minsik's sigh sounded again in the recording. Sei froze and listened more carefully. It was Uncle Minsik's voice. "I told you this isn't the time to talk," Yuan, smoking with anxiety. Sei kept eavesdropping on their conversation. Did she call to talk about that? Sei listened anxiously to the recording. She called to talk about that? About our dinner plans. Should we just switch workplaces and meet there? Sei kunanshet hertit in enguf. It really was exactly what she had thought. I was right. The real identity of Huan Kim, the person Uncle Minsik had been talking to, was Lee Jungyan. Sei was both frightened and worried after learning his secret and about what exactly he was hiding now. Jimin was walking down the street, reading the news on his phone. Seola had announced that she would be getting married soon. "I'm getting married. This summer has come earlier than usual. Today's temperature in Seoul is..." Sei's expression suddenly turned awful. "Mom, seriously, why would you do this to me first thing in the morning?" She looked at the note her mother had left on the table before leaving. "I can't believe she picked today of all days. And then she tells me to go to school in Minsik's car. Sei, I have something to do today, so I can't take you to school. Minsik will take you instead, so take this chance to get closer to him, okay? Did something happen to me over the weekend?" Annoyed, she held the note her mother had left. A lot has happened, Mom. Say, he suddenly thought of Jimin. I wonder if Jimin is okay. That day I was a little flustered but not shocked. In that situation, I understand why he got so angry. I'm fine, but I don't think he is. She stared blankly at Jimin's troubled expression. You're the one who said that to me, so why do you look so guilty? But that doesn't matter right now. After that, she called him, following what her mother had written in the note. Hello, Andy. Uncle Minsik, when will you be here? I have to turn this situation into an opportunity. At that moment, Jimin was calling someone, but it seemed no one on the other end was answering. The number you have dialed cannot be reached at this time. A while later, Minsik arrived and took Sei to school. Are you going to work after dropping me off? Yeah. Sei, you try to find a topic she could use to probe him. Who are you closest to there? I'm just curious. People in the first team. Among them, who are you closest to? The scriptwriter? Minsik answered while driving. I'm close with everyone. I guess that's true. What do you usually do on weekends besides spending time with my mom? I like resting at home or riding my bike in the park. Hearing that only made Sei more curious. She had to find that other person no matter what. With who? Cycling sounds great. Do you usually ride with anyone? I usually ride alone or with another producer named Hae Suk Kim because he likes cycling too. Minsik's answers were too vague, which only drove Sei's suspicions into a dead end. He's not telling me anything. Minsik took the initiative and asked about Sei's interests. What do you like, Sei? She blinked and thought for a moment. Me? Come to think of it, I don't think we've ever talked about this before. Sei looked at Minsik in surprise. I like riding bikes too, Uncle. But after I got hurt riding once, Mom stopped letting me do it. And I've never had a dog, but I really like dogs and throwing balls. I also like Haribo gummy bears. Sei suddenly realized something and gave Minsik an awkward smile. Now that I think about it, I seem to like all the things my mom hates. That's true. You two are really different. Sei looked away slightly. Honestly, I'm not very much like my mom. I'm more like my dad. In a lot of ways too, taste, height, personality. She stopped herself mid-sentence when she realized she shouldn't talk about this too much, especially not mention her father in front of her mother's boyfriend. I shouldn't bring up Dad. Minsik looked a little surprised by Sei's answer. Really? Then I guess the reason you're so bright and lively is because you take after your dad. She looked at him. Huh. Whenever I mention Dad, everyone acts like the world's about to end. It makes me wish I'd never known anything at all. I feel like I could have gotten along with him, if not for that. Why did you decide to marry my mom? Sei didn't want to beat around the bush, so she asked him directly. Minsik looked at her for a moment, and then suddenly his phone rang. When Minsik looked at the screen, he saw that her mother was calling. He only gave an awkward smile and let it pass. Your mom called at the worst time. After he dropped her off at school, the two said goodbye. Bye, Seiji. Seiji glared irritably as he walked away. In the end, I was the one who did all the talking about myself because I got carried away by his questions. In the end, she still couldn't get any more information out of Minsik. But she remembered the conversation between Minsik and her mother in the car. The way he talked to her mother. I don't think I can see you tonight, after all. I'm sorry. I have something to do tonight, too. Sei was a little startled when she heard that. Huh? She remembered the recording she had made of Minsik talking to Lee Jung-yeon. Our dinner plans. I think my boyfriend is cheating on me. Is there any clear sign that someone is having an affair? People often say that when two people stop meeting as often as before, that's already a sign. But I think when your boyfriend suddenly has dinner plans with someone else, that's when you need to be on high alert. And her expression grew even uglier. She felt wronged on her mother's behalf and furious that he had lied about tonight's dinner to deceive her mother. It's like he's juggling multiple women. I need proof. If he really is cheating, then what am I supposed to do? Caught in an awkward dilemma, she didn't know what to do. Should I tell Mom? Suddenly, someone grabbed the strap of Sei's bag from behind. You're about to fall. She turned around and saw that it was Jahan. Sei looked at him blankly. You scared me to death. Those glasses make you look just like you did in middle school. Yeah, I was reading on the bus. That's dangerous. Watch where you're going when you walk. Sei looked at him awkwardly. Thanks. Why am I? She didn't understand why she had suddenly remembered the image of the two of them trapped together in the closet. Embarrassed, Sei walked ahead first. Why am I suddenly thinking about that? I shouldn't be thinking about it right now. Why can't I stop? Later, she was hanging out with her friends and talking with them. You're right. I get why you felt hurt. I always feel unsettled if something happens while they're fighting. She barely paid attention to what her friends were saying and just lay there thinking. I wish I had someone I could talk to about this. Even celebrities who get married with huge fanfare end up divorcing. Should I tell them what I'm worried about? Sei suddenly looked up at her friends. Why is everyone acting so strangely? You think so too? Hey, Sei, are you worried about something? She smiled and replied, not really. I'm going back to the classroom to get my jacket before we eat. I'm a little cold. Then she left. When she reached the door, she turned back to look at them, still talking. I'm fine, but suddenly there was a loud thud. Lost in thought, Sei hadn't been watching where she was going and bumped into someone. Sorry, are you okay? Before she could finish, she looked up and found Yun's gloomy face right in front of her. Are you a zombie or something? I'm Fine. Seeing that her friend's expression didn't look good at all, Sei shook her lightly and asked, Yun, what are you doing here? What's wrong with you? Tired, Yun replied. I was going to wash my face and then sleep a little. Yun quickly pushed her away. Don't look at me like that. Worried, Sei tried to persuade her. You've barely slept again. You're going to collapse like last time. But Yun didn't seem to care much and hurriedly turned away. This time I need to raise my math score, so I switched cram schools. Sei watched her friend leave with concern. Sei sadly watched Yun go, as if there were so many things she wanted to say, but couldn't. Yun, I'm worried about a few things, but I don't want to bother you when you're studying so hard, so I can't tell you. And I decided to keep it all to myself, silently watching everything on my own. Can I go out through the back gate? After getting her jacket, she turned back toward her friends, but I don't really know either. Suddenly, her phone rang. Jimin's calling me. I wonder if he's feeling better. I should call him after school. Then she overheard their conversation. How was I supposed to know that would happen to Sei's mom? How many things are going to change after what happens next? Ugh, that's awful. She froze when she heard them talking about her mother. What? She looked at them as they gossiped. But how could they break up? What is this? Are they talking about me? There's no one outside the door, so just tell me. Sei stood frozen, staring into the room. She was shocked to see Jahan happily chatting with them and gossiping. Jahan, why are you in there? But how could they break up? There's no one outside, so just say it. Are you talking about that actor couple? Forget it. Let's change the subject. We gone too far. I probably shouldn't go in right now, should I? I'm curious too. He was stunned to see Jahan there as well. Jahan, why are you here? He smiled and said to the others, who said that? Everyone was surprised, not knowing when Jahan had shown up and sat there listening to them talk. Oh my God, when did you get here, Jahan? What are you all doing? Sorry for interrupting. As he spoke, Jahan raised a notebook in front of them. The teacher told me to notify everyone who has to retake the PE test. It has to be done by next week. He let out a sigh of relief once she realized why he had come. She had been afraid he was gossiping about her with them too. Hi Anji, he came here. Is Sei here? Sei? She went out. Why? Please tell Sei about the retest. Since you were talking about Sei, I thought she was here too. He was a little surprised when Jahan said she had to retake it. But I already passed that test. After saying that, Jahan left, but not before turning back to look at them again. Did you pass the test? Not all. The friend sitting next to Sujong leaned in and said, you said you like Jahan, so why do you freeze up every time he shows up? Everyone was shocked to hear that Sujong liked Jahan. What? Sujong likes Jahan? Standing outside the door, Sei was no less surprised. Hey, keep your voice down. Jahan's just so amazing. He's tall and handsome too. Outside, Sei put on her jacket and thought to herself, Jahan is even more popular than I thought. Looks like quite a few girls secretly like him. He put her hand into her pocket. But what was I even trying to do? What the? She pulled out a piece of candy from her pocket in surprise. A gummy bear had gotten stuck to the wrapper. Why is this in here? Without thinking too much, she popped the candy straight into her mouth. Whatever. He stared blankly off to the side. At that moment, in the classroom at Jimin's desk, he found a candy in his pencil case just like the one Sei had eaten earlier. What's wrong, Jimin? Jimin remembered the image of Sei on the night when that incident happened between them. That night, she had cheerfully handed him a few candies, but he hadn't paid attention to her and had walked away. When he remembered that, his face suddenly fell. He put the candy in his mouth and, smiling, said to the friend beside him, it reminds me of someone. Yours? The teacher got angry when she saw the two of them talking during class. Who's talking in class? Was it you, Jimin? He only smiled and pointed to the student next to him. It was him. Outside, the sky was clear and the tree leaves swayed in the wind. Suddenly, a worried voice rang out. Teacher, have you seen Sei? While teacher was talking with Jahan, another female teacher hurried over. Sei? I'm not sure. I heard she stepped out for a bit, but I still haven't seen her. She's not the type to leave without saying anything. I wonder where she went. standing nearby. Say, he suddenly remembered. I forgot to tell her before I left. That teacher nags so much. But more importantly, from a corner nearby, Say, he watched Jahan talking with the teacher. Why are they talking here? I've spoken with your father. He's very proud of you. Really? I see. Say, he quietly despaired as she listened to them. My son is being difficult because of puberty and won't even come out of his room. I can't get out either. Teacher, the fact that you smile like that whenever your father is mentioned is a really good thing. I'm jealous. Say, he was a little confused by the teacher's words. A good thing? Say, he looked at Jahan's expression. His smile looked so forced. Once you've cleaned up the equipment, come to the teacher's office. Yes, sir. No one really understands Jahan. Say, he thought back to the time she had been close to him. Ever since he was little, Jahan. Say, what is it this time? Jahan rarely smiles. Most of the time, they're fake smiles. And he's always going on and on about what we shouldn't do. So boring. They told us not to go outside until they finished filming. In front of both families' parents, he always just stayed stiff like that. My hands are dirty too. Sometimes he flusters me. And after the two of us got close again recently, Say, he angrily scolded Jahan. You idiot. How are you planning to clean up this mess? He's gotten even thicker skinned. But he always helps me whenever my recklessness gets me into trouble. Why don't we put it on the bed and make it look like it fell there? And sometimes he feels like a complete stranger. But then he comforts me again, sitting there blankly and eating candy. Say, he thought about Jahan. I wonder what he thinks of me. Suddenly, she remembered something he had said to her. What kind of person do you think I am? The determined look in Jahan's eyes and on his face lingered in her mind. I can keep going. That day, he didn't ask me why. I wonder how he'd react if I told him I think Minseek is cheating. Maybe he'd only react mildly, so I wouldn't be embarrassed. Or maybe he'd say I was overreacting because I didn't have any proof. He's such a sincere person that he might even comfort me. Why did he act like that before? It felt so strange. In a room where she was hiding, Jahan was there cleaning up. Once you're done, come see the teacher, Jahan. While he was cleaning, Say, he suddenly felt like teasing him. She disguised her voice and called out, Jahan, Jahan. Jahan slightly turned his head toward the source of the sound. Say, come out already. Say, he was a little disappointed that Jahan had seen through her prank. I was hiding, so I thought you wouldn't notice me. I recognized your voice right away. I tried that hard to scare you, and you weren't scared at all, you blockhead. Say, he stepped out and moved closer to where Jahan was standing. When you came in here, you were the only thing I could think about. Carrying a cardboard box, Jahan turned his face away. Stop joking. I'm serious. You always think I'm joking. When are you ever not? Why are you here? Because. Hey, let me ask you something. Say, he kept staring at Jahan, making him feel a little uneasy. What is it? What's wrong? What? Say, calling him by his full name made him a little nervous. Kim Dehan, why did you do that earlier? Say, he looked at Jahan for a moment, unsure whether she should say it out loud. Outside the room, she could hear their classmates whispering. Have you ever seen Jahan act like that before? Do you think he and Say are really dating? What's going on? Is there some hot gossip? Earlier, you guys were talking about Say, so I thought she might be here too. Going back to what had happened before, while everyone was gossiping about Say, Jahan had suddenly shown up and cut the conversation off. But the moment he left, the others started gossiping about Jahan instead, as if every time Say he was mentioned, he would somehow appear. Just after he had left, he suddenly came back again. Jahan, where are you going? The girl looked surprised to see him return. Jahan, why did you come back? He looked at her and said, hey, I don't think you guys should be talking about that behind her back. Say, he was startled by Jahan's words as he defended her. They're all just ridiculous rumors. Say, he felt a little moved that Jahan was willing to speak up so bluntly to protect her privacy. After saying that, he turned and left. Hey, Jahan, what's gotten into you today? Back in the present, Jahan and Say Yi's classmates were still gossiping about the two of them. Honestly, Jahan has a point. Talking behind Say Yi's back isn't great. You're right. We shouldn't be gossiping about her family. But Say Yi and Jahan, they couldn't understand why Jahan always suddenly appeared to defend Say Yi whenever she was mentioned, and that naturally made them suspicious about some secret relationship between the two. Are they really dating? If they aren't close or going out, then why? I don't know. It feels like they must have at least some kind of special relationship. In a nearby room, where both Jahan and Say E were standing. Say E had backed Jahan against the wall, hesitating as she tried to ask why he had defended her from their classmates' gossip earlier. When he saw that she wasn't saying anything, he spoke first. What is it? Say E looked at Jahan nervously, unsure how to ask him. This is weird. I only meant to ask why he did that earlier, but now that I'm thinking about it again, I can't get a single word out. In the end, Say E decided to let it go. Forget it. But then Jahan suddenly called out to her, Say E. She looked up at him. Jahan asked her worriedly, what's wrong? Maybe I should be the one asking you. Did something happen? Say he looked at the worried expression on his face. Why are you asking me that? She couldn't help being surprised by the look on Jahan's face right then. Outside, leaves were falling gently from the trees, and everything looked peaceful. But in contrast to that calm scenery, inside the room where the two of them stood, Say he looked tense as she hesitated and stared at Jahan. He's waiting for me to say something? I feel like if I tell him, it'll be okay. Why does it feel that way? Is it because he's helped me so much lately? Or because he knows my family so well? Or she finally began to speak. To be honest, just as Say he was about to continue, their teacher's voice called in from outside and cut her off. Are you done cleaning up yet, Jahan? Say he felt a little embarrassed and disappointed at being interrupted. She waved her hand at him. Just go talk to the teacher. After that, they separated. She stepped outside and looked at everyone gathered there. Hey, when does the next shift start? Ugh, it's so hot. Want to go to the cafeteria? From a distance, the girl who had been gossiping about Say E earlier hurried over to her. Say E, I was so worried about you. I thought you'd been outside the whole time. She grabbed Say Yi's hand and leaned in closer. Everyone's waiting. Did something happen to you on the way? Say E looked at her blankly, not understanding what she meant. Say E glanced over at Jahan and saw him chatting cheerfully with a classmate. Let me have a sip. A nearby friend laughed and teased him while saying, the teacher is looking for you. Jahan bent slightly and turned on the faucet, trying not to let the teacher see him. If I just pretend I didn't hear, maybe I can get away. Sei stared blankly at Jahan. Nothing happened. She remembered what had happened in the room earlier when she had been talking to Jahan and the teacher had suddenly called him away. Are you done cleaning up yet, Jahan? Disappointed, Sei had told him to go see the teacher first and that they could talk later. Just go talk to the teacher. Without saying anything, he turned and dumped the basketball bin onto the floor. Hearing the noise, the teacher called out, what was that sound? Sei stared in confusion at Jahan's sudden action. He answered the teacher, sorry, sir. I accidentally knocked over the ball bin. I'll come right away after I clean it up. The teacher could only say helplessly, all right. Ms. Kim is waiting for you, so hurry up. Jahan turned to Sei and looked at her. Wanting to lock the door too? Sei could only give an awkward laugh at how shamelessly direct he was. You're seriously unbelievable. After cleaning up the bin of balls, the two of them started talking. You're the only person I could think of. Ayuan is busy studying, and Jimin. She played with the ball in her hands as she spoke. I know, he doesn't like me. Jahan remembered the times he had seen her talking cheerfully with Jimin. Hey, Jahan looked at Sei as she continued. Yeah, I know I said I'd just quietly keep an eye on this. Her expression darkened a little, disappointed in Minseek. But if he's really cheating, I should tell Mom, right? And the fact that he only comes to see my mother at night is strange too, even if it's supposed to be some kind of surprise gift. Jahan found her words fairly convincing. That is strange. Maybe I don't need to worry so much about how Jahan will react. At the end of their conversation, they talked about what had been recorded. He had just listened while she spoke, so maybe that person really was a coworker. All he did was nod once in a while, and then he said only one thing. I'll help you. Sei looked at Jahan in surprise when he said he would help her. She stared at him, puzzled, and he continued, you said you were scared to go alone. Did I say that? He just says whatever's on his mind so casually, but she didn't know what else to say besides, thank you. After saying that, he left first. You're going to the broadcasting station after school too, right? It's nice that we don't have tutoring today, but before we go, we should make a plan first. Okay. Sei looked at Jahan as he was about to leave. She hurriedly called out to him. Hey, Jahan. When he heard her, he turned back. Sei hesitated before speaking. Actually, I heard what you said to them about me earlier. You know, most of it is just nonsense rumors, right? And the rumors about my co-stars aren't true either. Of course I know. Don't worry. Sei froze as Jahan answered so calmly. People usually believe what they want to believe. I know, but seeing that she was still worried, Jahan said, just ignore them. I just didn't want you to misunderstand. I see. Sei looked at Jahan and smiled. So, this is another deal between us now, right? Cheerfully, she lightly smacked him and said from now on, stay by my side. Let's go out now. I feel better. If we don't go out, we'll get stuck in here again. Huh? People will think we came out together again. Wait a bit before you go out. Sei had been happily getting ready to go out with him, but hearing that made her feel a little annoyed. Why am I suddenly irritated? He placed his hand on the doorknob, ready to pull it open. Besides, he looked at her and said, it's always like that. Her flashback ended, and now she was walking and talking with her friends. I forgot my shoes. Sei, wait for me a second. Sei chirfelinadif. Okay. After her friend left, Sei looked up at Jahan's back as he stood ahead of her. He's really not even going to turn around. Just as she finished thinking that, Jahan slightly turned his head to look at her. Since she had been focused on watching him, being caught by his gaze startled her. Nervously, Sei raised a hand and greeted him. Hi. He said nothing and just turned his head forward again. You're not even going to say hi back, idiot? Suddenly, a teacher called Jahan over. Jahan, have you been cleaning equipment all day? The teacher looked at him with a mix of annoyance and amusement. And you still haven't come to talk to me about your grades. He gave an awkward smile while handing a drink to the friend standing beside him. Im sorry, mang. There was just too much equipment to clean up. Oh, honestly, let's find somewhere to talk. Yes, ma'am. Oh no, is he about to get lectured? Suddenly Jahan turned to look at Sei, and she was a little startled that he had caught her watching. He raised a hand to his mouth, signaling for her to stay quiet. Sei remained rooted to the spot, still dazed, as she watched him leave with the teacher. Just as he left, her friend arrived. Sei, thanks for waiting for me. Let's hurry inside. What's wrong? Why do you look like that? Jahan, you know, when you do that, it makes me feel like. The friend beside her didn't understand what Sei was talking about. What are you saying? No, it's nothing. And so, to uncover the truth behind Minseek's secret, I went to the cafe next to the broadcasting station. Sei and Jahan were disguised as they kept watch on Minseek. And Sei wasn't alone. Jahan was there too. Information about Ayuan, who was currently suspected of being the person Minseek was having an affair with. First, Ayuan and Minseek had plans for dinner together, possibly tonight. About our dinner plan. I have something to do tonight too. Second, they had decided to leave work at the same time. Then, let's just leave work together. Third, based on their conversation, there was a high chance she was a co-worker. They kept talking about program schedules. Using that list, Jahan and I decided to come up with a plan to find out whether Minseek was really cheating. The two of them sat in the classroom discussing how to track him, but when the teacher glanced in through the door, he thought they were simply studying hard. It's already lunch break, and those kids are still studying so diligently. Sei handed the notebook containing their plan to Jahan and whispered, I don't really understand this part. Jahan took the notebook from her hand and looked at it. We used both lunch break and class time for this. He wrote his response in the notebook and handed it back to her. She took it from him, but no, that would be too risky. We could just take a taxi. You mean the moment he leaves, we grab a cab and chase after him? That's not realistic. Sei felt slightly disappointed by his answer. It seemed he wasn't wrong. But why does he reject every suggestion I make? If there weren't someone sitting behind us, I definitely would have. I've always felt this, but he and I are just way too different. Worlds apart. One of us wants to act first and figure things out afterward, while the other thinks that no matter what, it's better to be careful. The two of them were complete opposites. Sei looked at Jahan helplessly because every time she offered an idea, he shot it down. Why are you looking at me like that? After reaching an agreement, the two of them settled on the following plan. Find someone at the cafe in the broadcasting station lobby, because everyone had to pass through there after work. They said they would contact each other when leaving work, so they would definitely call one another. The person talking at the same time as Minseek. Could that be Minseek? The person heading in the same direction at the same time as Minseek. We had to find someone who met all those conditions and was named Ayuan. Sei tried to move closer to get a better look, but Jahan wanted to stop her and was too late. When she got closer, she could finally see those people's faces clearly. All of them looked exhausted and gloomy. And don't act rashly. Weren't that group studying all night last night? Sei awkwardly smiled at him, a little flustered. Isn't that Minseek? Inside the cafe, Sei looked at Minseek, who was focused on his work, and whispered to Jahan, see, being bold is useful sometimes. Why would he come all the way here when he has to walk farther? He's only working for 30 minutes. Suddenly, a woman approached the place where Minseek was sitting. They smiled and chatted together. A woman. Both of them watched Minseek and the woman talk, tense. Sei unconsciously tightened her grip on her drink. Calm down. She could be his friend or co-worker. But what are they talking about? They're smiling so much too. Minseek accidentally spilled coffee on her clothes. He gave the woman a handkerchief with an awkward smile. Usually, if people aren't that close, they wouldn't do that for each other, right? Sei was so distracted that she spilled her own drink, and Jahan quickly caught it. How would I know? This is suspicious. Is it normal to be that considerate to a coworker? They aren't even family. The woman stood up and left to get something. I'll go get more tissues. Jahan, I'll go check the employee badge hanging from her neck. Jahan watched her leave and warned her, okay, be careful. Sei sneaked closer to the woman. What should I do? Her hair is covering everything, so I can't see anything. When the woman bent down, her surname on the badge became visible, and Sei saw it. I saw it. The surname is Kim, so she's not family. There's a Y, just a little more. Just as she was about to see the rest, the woman suddenly turned around and looked at Sei, making her quickly turn away. Then Sei's phone suddenly rang. It was Minseek calling. Tense, she glanced at him. Why is he suddenly calling me? He hasn't seen me, has he? I should decline the call and text him that I'm at the library. Sei lowered her head, about to send him a message, and then she heard footsteps beside her. The woman had left. Sei quickly turned back to look at her. Suddenly, someone stepped close behind her. You promised you wouldn't do anything reckless today. It was Jahan trying to shield her. Jahan, you could have just told me to get it for you. It's okay. Since I already got up, I'll go get the straws. Jahan shielded her while whispering, if you turned your head a little more, you would have made eye contact with Minseek. Sei felt tense and a little guilty for making Jahan worry, and for the way he was protecting her. I'm sorry, but right now. Sei blushed slightly because she could smell Jahan's shampoo as he stood so close to her. I can smell his shampoo. The two of them carefully turned their heads and saw Minseek walking toward them. Jahan whispered a warning to Sei, just act natural and head back to our seats. Then the two of them carefully returned to their places, Jahan staying close to Sei to keep shielding her. The three of them passed by one another like that. He didn't recognize us, right? Suddenly, Minseek turned to look back in their direction. What if he did recognize us? Minseek kept staring toward them, making Sei even more nervous. She didn't dare breathe too hard, afraid he would notice they were there. More importantly, Sei looked up and realized how close she and Jahan were standing. Jahan kept his eyes on Minseek, still on guard. Thank goodness he just walked past. Jahan pulled his mask away from his face and said, I don't think he saw us. Why do I feel like this again? Jahan, Sei quickly stepped a little farther away from him and said, thanks for protecting me, but don't you think you were standing a little too close? It was urgent. It's not like I had time to think. Sei gave an awkward smile and apologized to Jahan because she had become a little self-conscious about it. Sorry if I made you uncomfortable. You don't have to apologize. Sei felt a little embarrassed for misunderstanding Jahan. Maybe I'm overthinking this. Suddenly, Sei's phone rang, breaking the awkward atmosphere. Hey, your phone, right? I wonder who's calling. She looked at her phone and saw that the caller was Uncle Minseek. Sei stared at the caller ID in surprise. Why was he calling her again? At that moment, neither of them knew what to do about Minseek's call. Then suddenly a voice called out both of their names. Sei's heart, which had only just settled a little, was instantly thrown back into turmoil, because the voice said, Jahan, Sei. A girl wearing a baseball cap, sunglasses, and a brown mask around her neck grabbed Jahan and pulled him away. Come on, Minsu. Jahan bent down and followed along, but turned his head to look back at Sei. What was going on? Where was she dragging Jahan off to? Sei stared after them blankly. It looked like Jahan knew her. Oh no, if that was the case. Then she reached out and grabbed Jahan's hand. I can't lose Jahan. Wait for me too. Only once they were outside did the girl turn back and look at her. Oh, illo, Minsu, Sumin, hurry up, you too. Minseek stood at the entrance watching them leave. That girl looked like Sei, but maybe he was mistaken. At that moment, the girl was draping an arm over Jahan's shoulders while he held Sei's hand and led her along. Where are we going? Still, Jahan looked strangely tall from this angle. She looked up at him. My hand is so sweaty it's all sticky now. Jahan glanced back. Jahan, are you okay? What about you? Embarrassed, she looked away. Me too. The tips of his ears were bright red beneath the brim of his cap. Good. Even so, the two of them kept holding on tightly to each other's hands. The car sent to pick up the three of them was parked in the far parking lot. My manager said he already took your bags. Thanks to me, Uncle Ha didn't catch you too. After that, Sei and Jahan sat together in the back seat while the girl sat in front and started taking off her cap and mask. Oh, it was Rumi Im. She played the younger Kim Tae-wai. How did they know each other? Sei turned to look at Jahan. He even called her by name, just Rumi. Jahan leaned forward and thanked Rumi Im. Then Sei turned to her too. Me too. Thank you for helping us. It's nothing. But hey, didn't you recognize me? She rested a hand on the back of the seat and smiled at Sei. I appeared in I Am a Superhero with you too. We met there. Wumi-im. Hearing that, Sei gaped blankly. It took everyone a moment to connect the two names. Then Sei and Jahan both looked at Rumi-im. You too. Why were you following the producer and the scriptwriter? Flüsterl, Sei glanced again. Huh? What? We weren't. Come on. I saw everything at the cafe. She started guessing the reason, and Sei instinctively looked away. Were you curious about what your mother's fiancé is usually like? Sei looked at her smiling face. It seemed like she knew Uncle Minsik and that woman. Should I ask her about them? But if I ask, what if she gets the wrong idea? Then her eyes met Jahan's. He looked at her and gave a slight nod. Was he telling her she could trust Rumi? She leaned closer and whispered to him, "You're the one saying I can trust her. Okay? Then I'm going to ask her about that woman." Seeing that, Rumi made a teasing face. What are you two whispering about? Are you together or something? Don't be like that, Rumi. There's something I want to ask. After hearing Sei's question, Rumi hugged the seat and answered casually. That woman is the scriptwriter for I Am a Superhero. There's someone else who's close to her too. Sei widened her eyes in shock. It's your mother, Sei. At the same time, a woman was sitting drinking something with Minsik. Siola is calling. Don't answer it now. Let's hurry and go have dinner. Sei recalled the name tag and the girl who had brushed past her. That woman was Ian. A little while later, the three of them got out of the car. Rumi went off somewhere, while Sei and Jahan stood by the roadside talking. Now that I know she's the scriptwriter for I Am a Superhero, I remembered a few things. She was really kind to me. When we were filming outdoors, she came with me in Mom's place. I had no idea she was the Ms. Ian I was looking for. She gradually lowered her head. I really hope this is just a misunderstanding. I don't want to end up hating someone I trusted again. It has to be a misunderstanding. Let's keep watching a little longer. She lowered her eyes and clenched her hand. But you might think I'm strange for saying this. Jahan listened quietly as she spoke. But misunderstanding someone is frightening too. She lowered her head even more. That means I'm doubting someone who trusted me. That's really awful. Her eyes were filled with confusion. Oh, that's so weird. Hearing that, Jahan looked straight into her eyes. It's not weird. Even when we were little, I never thought you were weird. I still don't. An airplane crossed the sky, which was slowly turning crimson. I don't know if people realize this, but you. She looked at him moved. Thought her really a very good person. Really very good. She looked up, feeling refreshed. Is your dad calling? I'm going over to Rumi now. Come over there after you're done talking, okay? If he gets upset and asks where you are, just say you're studying with me. He already thinks we're together anyway. Then she awkwardly added, because he thinks you and I are dating too. After that, Sei went to the vending machine to find Rumi. So, Jahan just came along with you. I knew it. I was surprised he agreed to come too. I'm really grateful to him. I wouldn't have come here alone. Rumi took a sip of her drink. I don't think that's surprising at all. Jahan's kind too. She smiled at Sei. That's right. And lately he's become a little easier to approach too. Haha, that's not what I meant. Then Sei looked at her with wide eyes. Do you remember that time when we had that race during the performance? She glanced toward Jahan, who was talking on the phone in the distance. I'm not very fast, so the others on the team were really frustrated with me. But Jahan waited there until I crossed the finish line. She sank into a distant memory, and he didn't complain at all. Back then, she had 2 little braids and was panting with her hands on her knees. Jahan was still focused on his phone call. It seems like he really hasn't changed at all. Rumi smiled as she looked in his direction. That's why I like Jahan. That afternoon at school, Sei put her books in her bag and glanced up. She saw Jahan standing in the distance, tapping at his phone. There was Jahan. Was he waiting for a friend? She stared at his face. That's amazing. Even though so much had happened yesterday, he was still carrying on as if everything were normal today. Then she remembered what Rumi had said the day before. That's why I like Jahan. She stared blankly into space, as usual. Suddenly, Ayuan came up and threw an arm around her shoulders. Have you been waiting long for me? Then the two of them started walking away together. Where did you go after school yesterday? I just went home. I'm thinking of joining your math class starting next week. Oh, really? Suddenly, a lipstick dropped onto the ground. Said just now, oops, I dropped my lip balm. No, look ahead. She looked up at Iuun's words. Jimin was standing there under the sunset. Hey, long time no see. Same as always. Jahan. And in front of Sei stood a teacher in a pink tracksuit. Seiji. Yes, sir. Why did you slip away yesterday without saying a word to me? Jimin grinned teasingly. Waiting for someone? Waiting for Sei. That's too bad. Jahan shifted slightly, blocking Jimin's line of sight. What bad luck. Say, he has to come with me today. Why are you cutting in? Suddenly, Sei burst into tears, dragged Aiyuan along, and ran toward the two of them while shouting loudly. Jahan, Sei, where are you running off to? Save me, save me, save me. When she stopped, her three friends looked at her helplessly. Jimin, never mind, that's not important now. If you two keep standing here, you'll both get a lecture. A little while later, the four of them had run far away. Aiyuan and Jimin bent over, panting, Careful, don't fall. Jimin, I was so panicked I dragged you along too. Sorry. She looked up at Jimin. It's rare to see you here. Say, you said I could come. Then he held out his phone under her bewildered gaze. Did you forget? You texted me. Seeing the messages on the screen made her remember what had happened. Jimin texted me this. My phone was about to die, but it still had enough battery left for me to send a reply, right? At the time, she had been typing a refusal when her phone suddenly died. Oh, I really shouldn't have sent that. But I already hit send, so the message probably went through, right? Probably. Remembering that left her speechless. Jimin, you came just because of that one oh? I thought you meant I should just come. Feeling guilty, she lightly scratched her cheek. Sorry for making you misunderstand. My phone died, so I couldn't reply to you. I have dinner plans today, and after that I have extra classes, so I don't think I'll have time to spend with you today. Sorry. Jimin lowered his head and brought his face closer to hers. I only need a few minutes. Can you give me 15 minutes? While they were talking, Aiyuan was still leaning against the fence, panting. She already said she has plans, so why not talk another time? It's because I really do have something I need to say to her. He turned to look at Aiyuan. Do whatever you want. I still haven't caught my breath. Although Jahan looked calm, inside he was already in complete panic. Okay, if it's only 15 minutes, I think that's fine. Did Jahan want to say something too? After that, E and Jimin walked off somewhere else together. You must have been really mad at me that day for saying that to you, right? Not at all. She smiled brightly. Really? She turned and walked forward in the wind. How could I be mad at you? But I was curious about what happened. Jimin looked at her back. Suddenly, she turned to face him. So what was it you wanted to say to me today? Give me a reason to hate you. Then Jimin recalled a memory from childhood. That day, he had been sitting and watching TV. Assistant director, give her that too. Jimin, Grandma's going to get wild greens. Back then, he was only 11, sitting with his chin propped in boredom. Yes, Grandma. They treated her like a princess. A little while later, he looked out the window at the pouring rain. Why isn't Grandma back yet? She said she was going up the mountain. Then he went outside and found a crowd of people passing by. Why is it so chaotic here? Excuse me, let me through. Did you find the kids? Yes, they're in a cave. He picked up a name tag dropped by someone who had just brushed past him. This is from that show I was just watching. He immediately handed it back to the person who had dropped it. Sir, you dropped this. Did you see? The person didn't say a word, just snatched the name tag back and turned away. Wow, how rude. After a while, the rain stopped. Panting, he climbed the mountain holding a red, wide-brimmed hat. Where did Grandma go? I've already checked everywhere she could be. He remembered his kind grandmother. Jimin, Grandma's going to get wild greens. As fear slowly swallowed him up, raised voices suddenly reached his ears. No, I'm asking what you're doing here, ma'am. Honestly, what are you? He hurried toward the sound. Then why did you steal it? He immediately shoved through the crowd, standing in front of his grandmother. Wait, what do you mean she stole something? A member of the filming crew irritably explained what had happened. Kid, is she your grandmother? She tried to steal the fruit we were using for the shoot. Not only did she take it, she ruined it too. Jimin turned to look at his grandmother. The disappearance of the children had already thrown everyone into confusion. Grandma, is it true? The people around them kept complaining, while Jimin's grandmother gradually crumpled down. That woman is going to complain again when she gets here. You'll see. What are we supposed to do now about the fruit we need? Grandma, it's not true, right? Oh no, the whole shoot is ruined. Grandma, suddenly a voice rang out, cutting through all the noise. What's going on here? He looked up and saw Jean Ciola staring coldly in his direction. Until then, he'd only ever seen her on TV. A while later, he was following behind his grandmother with a paper bag in his arms and another bag stuffed full of apples, while she was carrying the same. Jimin, don't think too negatively about this. As she spoke, his grandmother turned and lifted both bags. At least they gave us all this for free. He looked at her helplessly. Grandma. Then he shook his head hard as he remembered Jean Ciola's face. Don't you have any shame left at all? Suddenly, a little girl called out to him from behind. Hey, you dropped this. Here. Why did it have to be then? When he turned around and saw Sei smiling at him, his face immediately turned red. It was the first time I'd ever thought someone was cute. I wish I hadn't met you that day. Jean Seola looked down coldly at Jimin, who was too stunned to react. The person I'd only seen on TV. Then she bent down closer to his grandmother and calmed her, since she was so flustered. Hello, Mom. His grandmother glanced at Jean Seola. Once you calmed down, could you tell us what happened? After hearing the explanation, Jean Seola turned to the crew, and she cleared up the misunderstanding on his grandmother's behalf. The fruit for the shoot had rolled onto the ground and gotten bruised because of the wind and rain, so she thought it had fallen from the tree. After that, she handed him and his grandmother several full bags of apples. And thank you. Is it really okay for us to take these bags? They said they weren't going to use that fruit anymore anyway, Grandma. Then she looked down at him. Boy, are you staying only with your grandmother? Yes, and my older sister too. He looked at her awkwardly. Oh my, Grandma, do you take red ginseng? I brought some with me. He stood still with an umbrella in one hand and a bag of apples in the other, watching the three adults talk. Grandma picked those up because she thought they had fallen from the tree. Then why did she look at us like that? Suddenly, Jean Seola cast him a deep, unreadable look. Boy, this is for you. Don't refuse. This is for you because you're a good boy. He froze, staring at the box of pastries she was offering him. I don't want this. A little while later, on his way home, Sei smiled and held out the pastry box to him. Hey, you dropped this. Only then did she look down in surprise at the pastry box in her hands. Huh, this is mine. He flushed and looked at her awkwardly. You must be hungry too. Did my mom give this to you? This is so embarrassing. Suddenly, she leaned in, placed the pastry box back into his hands, and took out a bag of candy. You should eat it, but in exchange, I'll take one bag of gummy candy, okay? A voice cut between them. Sei, there you are. A long-haired girl walked over and picked Sei up. Come on, what are you doing here? I came to ask him for this. Goodness, give it back to him. We can buy you more. The girl cast him a meaningful look. But I'm hungry. It's because... She didn't finish her sentence, only put the bag of candy back into his hand. Let's go. Suddenly, his grandmother called his name loudly. Jimin, I already went all the way to the exit, but since you weren't there, I came back. Then Sei suddenly ran back toward him. Sei, where are you going now? I'll be right back. She bent over, out of breath, but still lifted her face to look at him. I still haven't properly said goodbye to you. Then she placed a hand on his shoulder. Bye. He stood there looking at her, his eyes shining brightly. The girl from before lifted Sei onto her back and walked away again. Oh, Grandma, thank you for earlier. The other girl pinched Sei's cheek lightly. Next time, don't go running off on your own like that. He kept staring after them while his grandmother turned to leave. Did you meet that girl earlier? The children seemed to be having a hard time looking for someone, so I gave a little girl some water. He remembered the way Jean Seola and that girl had looked at him and his grandmother. Earlier, it was because they were poor. He lowered his head in insecurity. That had to be what they meant. A little while later, as he and his grandmother were walking, the handle of the apple bag he was carrying snapped, and all the apples spilled onto the road. Oh, what a nuisance. His grandmother hurriedly crouched down to pick them up, while he just stood there looking at her with guilty eyes. What a waste. After that, she said, Don't say that, sweetheart. You'll succeed someday and make lots of money. Then he crouched down to help her pick them up too. I'll become famous, so no one will dare look down on us anymore. It's okay. Let Grandma pick them up. As he picked up the apples one by one, he thought of Sei. I'm picking them up because it would be such a waste to throw them away, but she doesn't seem like other people. That night, while eating dinner, he and his grandmother looked up at the TV. Why are you two watching this live today of all days? On the screen was Sei, having her head patted by a friendly hand. Next is the three-legged race with parents. I knew it. She really is a princess. He chewed his rice while staring at the TV. All right, everyone, take your positions. But instead of holding her mother's hand, the Sei on the screen was holding another woman's hand. Why is she the only one left? Ms. Jean Seola couldn't attend because of her schedule, so Sei will be running with the scriptwriter. That made him think of his own situation. All right, ready, start. Everyone around him was happily holding their father's or mother's hand, but he was holding his grandmother's hand. Jimin, let's do our best together. As soon as the signal was given, Sei enthusiastically dashed forward, and he stared without blinking. Start. Before he knew it, he was quietly cheering for her. Sweetheart, don't just stare at the TV. For the next few days, he sat staring intently at the computer screen. She doesn't have a father either, just like me. You're looking at pictures of Jean Seola's daughter again. His older sister drank water with one hand in her pocket and looked at him. I'm just looking, Nuna. I probably won't ever get to see her again, right? Unless you become famous, then no. He turned and looked at his sister in confusion. If I become famous, I can see her again? If that girl is still appearing on TV. He looked back at Seiyi's picture on the computer and wondered, if I become a famous actor, would that be enough? That night, I had a dream. A few years later, in some classroom somewhere. What's the homework today? Up to page 67. You didn't do it. Jahan, wearing glasses, looked anxiously toward the door. Why isn't she here yet? Suddenly, a girl came over to his desk. Jahan, do you know why Sei still hasn't come? No, I don't. He kept clicking the top of his pen. It seems like the students at her school don't know either. I wonder if she's sick. At the same time, Sei stopped on the stairs and turned around to look behind her. What is it? Nothing. Then she looked surprised when no one was standing behind her. Did he leave? It's nothing. She recalled the fleeting figure of a male student. I thought maybe someone wanted to talk to me. After that, she linked arms with a man and headed to the filming set. Looking up awkwardly, she said to him, "May I go somewhere quiet to review my script?" Sure. Then she sat down on a chair in the waiting room, tucked the script under her arm, and ate some snacks. Give me one more. Hearing that, she jumped and handed a piece of the snack to the person who had spoken. Here. While chewing, she opened the script. Are you an actor? Are you waiting for your turn to perform? I'm just wandering around. Resting his cheek on his hand, Jimin smiled. Being an extra is my part-time job. She turned a page of the script and tilted her head at him. Really? Jimin leaned back in his chair. His crossed legs swayed under the table. She really doesn't remember me. Sei raised a hand to block the sunlight and lowered her head to read the script. It looks like she's practicing her lines. I wonder what role she's playing. Is this some kind of special guest appearance? He glanced at her while holding the window curtain cord. Or did she come here because she's close to her mother's boyfriend? If I ask directly, it'll only bother her. Forget it, whatever. He pulled the cord and closed the curtains. Good thing I came here. Then he widened his eyes in surprise when Seiyi's face suddenly came close to his. The two looked at each other awkwardly as his hand couldn't reach the bookshelf. Do you want me to get that magazine for you? Yes. He handed her the magazine. What a surprise. The two of them looked toward the door. Say, Mr. Lee is looking for you. Oh, I'll be right there. She stood up to leave. Hey. Jimin smiled brightly under her puzzled gaze. Can I have one more gummy candy? I don't want to say goodbye to her. He opened his eyes wide as she smiled radiantly and poured the candies into his hand. They're good, right? He held out both hands to receive them. You could take more if you want. I'll just take one. He smiled happily. She really hasn't changed at all. Thank you. The two chewed candy together. He looked up at the sky while she looked at him. She looks prettier when she smiles. He clenched the candy in his hand. I still haven't gotten to play the role I want, but I just have to keep working hard. Later, as Sei walked down the hallway, she saw a poster advertising a nutritional supplement. Jahan. She covered her mouth and laughed. This ad was taken when he was little, but they still have it posted here. It looks exactly the same. After looking at it for a moment, she left. At the same time, Jahan was talking to a classmate. If you're that worried about her, why don't you try calling her? She doesn't like being bothered when she's resting. No, the classmate kept going on and on, leaving him helpless. Even if my girlfriend is sick, I still call her. She likes that. And last time, all right. Just do what your heart tells you. He tilted his head, listening to his friend talk. What do you want to do? Then he glanced into the hallway. I don't know. Where is she? What is she doing? Outside in the hallway, excited chatter could be heard. Extras team, please wait in the hallway. Do you know anything about this scene yet? I heard they replaced the actress for that role because she said she really wanted to play it. I feel so bad for the kid who had the role stolen. At that moment, inside the teacher's office, Sei was acting with her scene partner. He is your teacher. He believes you. Can you tell him what happened? I'll tell him. She lowered her head, unable to continue her line. The actors waiting outside murmured among themselves. This is rough. Looks like we'll have to wait a long time again. Inside the room, she bowed her head toward the staff. I'm sorry. I'll try again. Or should we take a short break? The director turned to speak with someone else. It looks like Sei is very nervous since this is her first time acting like this. Director, why don't we take a break and go get some coffee? A male student outside froze. Wow, how did you know that? The black-haired boy beside him saw Jimin standing there stiffly, eyes wide as he stared at the filming area and hesitantly asked, "No way. Hey, are you okay?" He looked after Sei as she walked past. How could I be okay? I just found out who stole my role. Little Sei smiled faintly and placed a hand on little Jimin's shoulder. Jimin turned and asked someone, if I become famous, can I see her again? Everything began for one simple reason. Then came the image of him holding a book and turning to look at his worried grandmother, who stood with her hands on her hips. You going to audition again? You should study instead, kid. Then came a scene of him wearing an apron and serving customers. I got my first role, a restaurant server in a barbecue place. He smiled happily, and I was so happy when I decided to become an actor. In a room in a high-rise building, a middle-aged man lifted his chin and boasted to Jimin. It's not a big role, but it's part of Trong Hyun-lee's upcoming drama series, so it's a good chance for people to notice you. See? Everything went smoothly because you did what I told you, right? He forced a smile and went along with it. Yes, thank you, sir. I still haven't even gotten to audition for any small role. All right, get some rest. See you tomorrow. Then, while going down the escalator, he pressed his phone. Dad, he's not answering again. Does Dad hate me acting that much? Jimin, a black-haired friend, ran over and slung an arm over his shoulder. You punk, I told you that you didn't have to come pick me up. Hey, you didn't know I'm the one paying your audition fees again, right? Of course I know. I'm always grateful to you. That friend glanced at his bright, smiling face. Then you'd better come to this get-together. The girls will only come if you're there. And buy me another cup of coffee too, Jimin. Afterward, he smiled angrily at the cashier. That's your order. Then he left with 2 cups of coffee in his hands. If I weren't so worried about him talking behind my back, I would have stopped hanging out with him a long time ago. As he walked, he heard 2 girls talking excitedly in front of a Jean Seola advertisement poster. Wow, she's so beautiful. Jean Seola has to marry a handsome man to preserve those gorgeous genes. If she marries Trong Hyun-lee, their child would be so pretty. Wasn't her daughter on TV recently? That little girl's all grown up now. She keeps making me think of that kid. He passed by them while sipping his coffee. Her daughter is prettier. He walked through the crowded streets. I only have 4 scenes in total, but I'll be acting with Trong Hyun-lee, the hottest actor right now. He smiled happily. So this will be a good chance for me to become famous. It feels like I'm going to have a sweet dream tonight. 11-year-old Sei placed colorful boxes of snacks into 11-year-old Jimin's hands. Again, she keeps randomly appearing in my dreams over and over, and every time she shows up, she gives me candy. He lay down on his back beside Sei, who was sitting there eating gummy candy. Manhwa, just keep eating the gummies. You can finish them all. Eat everything, okay? I'm really happy today. She stared at him while chewing her candy. Lying on his side, he looked at her. I got the role I've always wanted. Then he happily lay back down again. Since I can't meet you in real life, I can only brag about it in my dreams, right? My family isn't very well off, so I can't keep going to auditions all the time. I hope this opens up more opportunities for me. He happily talked about what he imagined. If I make it, the first thing I'll do is buy Dad a new wallet. Then I'll pay for the furniture in my sister's cafe, and I'll buy myself a pair of shoes. Suddenly, he went quiet and turned to look at her for a few brief seconds. Lying on his side, he looked at her. If I become famous, will I be able to see you again? As usual, you said nothing. The next day, in an office, Jimin shouted at some man, Why? What do you mean I can't play the role I auditioned for? It can't be like this. At least give me an explanation. The man coldly cut him off. Jimin, he stared at the man in shock. There are many things in this world that don't go the way we want. Actors get replaced all the time. The man stepped closer. Listen, you can't play that role, but... He pulled Jimin's head closer. They'll pay you double what you were supposed to get. Jimin, you're smart. You understand, don't you? Jimin stared down at the floor in shock, then glanced up at the man's face. That was when I understood immediately. A deal had been made that I was never allowed to be part of. After that, 11-year-old Sei and Jimin sat cross-legged facing each other. Stop appearing in my dreams. We've never met again since we were kids, so why do you keep appearing in my dreams? Then he looked at her in silence. But I think I'm still a little curious about how you've been doing. Then adult Jimin sat facing 11-year-old Sei. We definitely won't be able to meet again. In the school hallway, he watched adult Sei walk beside man. No, he stared at her in a daze as she passed by. Then he leaned back in the chair behind Sei. I was curious. Wearing a blue hoodie, he chased after someone, and I guessed. Breathing hard, he looked up at a man. Why do you still want to work as an extra? I just want to act. I like being in front of the camera more than I thought. I wanted to see who had stolen my role. I guess I was wrong. Wearing his school uniform, he stared blankly at Sei. But the person who stole my role was Ian Sei. Where are you going? The extras team has to wait here. Then he raised his hand and held his head. She definitely doesn't know anything. He sat hunched on the ground, but I suspect she knows she took my role. It's so unfair, but I have no one to vent to. Suddenly, someone sat down nearby. Everyone knows. Please just tell me the truth. Say, he sat in the chair behind him, talking to Lee Trong Hyun. This is completely different from what you told me. He lowered his head in alarm. Why are they pretending you didn't know? I should get away from here. You were the one who said you wanted to play that role. Say, E. Lee Trong Hyun looked down at Say, E. To be honest, you knew too. That it was originally someone else's role, didn't you? She looked up at him. I asked you many times, and every time you told me everything was fine. I just believed what you said. He opened his eyes wide anxiously. She really didn't know? Please say you didn't know. Please. Suddenly, Say he stood up with her phone in hand and stepped outside. I have a call. Then Jimin came out from his hiding place and looked at where Say he had been sitting. No way. Was that true? Then he turned to look at Say E as she came back while talking on the phone. Yeah, I left my sweater. Say he looked up in surprise. What am I supposed to do? Say he stood near a sunlit window among packed bookshelves, speaking on the phone. Yeah, I wasn't feeling well, so I rested for a bit. Did they tell you at the academy that I was sick? She opened her eyes in surprise. No, I just haven't seen you these past few days. I was worried something had happened, so I called. Then she smiled. I hope you get better soon. Thank you. She ended the call and nodded. Bye. The two of them looked at each other awkwardly without saying anything. Jimin pressed his lips together and left the room. Bye. Someone like her couldn't have intentionally stolen someone else's opportunity. That couldn't be true. After that, while walking down the street, Jimin got a text from a black-haired friend. After reading it, he fell into thought. He recalled the gossip he had overheard. Do you know anything about that scene yet? I heard they replaced the actress for that role because she said she really wanted to play it. I feel so bad for the kid who got his role stolen. She probably didn't mean to. If she's a star's daughter, she should know how this industry works. You're so naive, Sujin. Then came a scene of him sitting behind them and accidentally overhearing Say E and Lee Trong Hyun talking. You told me there wasn't any problem, so... He lowered his eyes and thought, even though the two of us live in different worlds, we're still talked about by the people around us. His steps gradually quickened. So what now? I'm the only one who's lost. He grimaced in pain. I really did try my hardest. Don't cry like an idiot. Jimin gripped the doorknob, thinking of his grandmother, standing there with her hands on her hips, scolding him. He hesitated in fear, unable to open the door. Why did you go back to a place that treated you like that? She probably already knows where I went today, right? I wonder if she'll throw me out. At last, he gathered his courage and opened the door. She's not home right now. He stepped inside, closed the door, then looked up in surprise. Standing in the entryway, he saw his grandmother standing in front of the dining table. Grandma! She turned a cold face toward the door, and he froze in fear. I'm dead. He gave an awkward smile, then suddenly widened his eyes. I'm sorry for going out when you didn't want me to, but His grandmother suddenly rushed over and threw her arms around his neck, making him drop his bag to the floor. His grandmother smiled kindly. You're hungry, aren't you, dear? I finished up early at the restaurant today, so I came home early too. In her warm embrace and gentle voice, he finally broke down in tears. I made the kimchi stew you like. If you don't eat now, it'll get cold. He wrapped his arms tightly around her back. I know not everything will go the way I want, but what am I supposed to do, Grandma? He remembered the reunion photo of his grandmother's theater troupe. She had said it only happened on impulse, but at the entryway, Jimin and his grandmother held each other tightly. This really is my dream. 2 years later, in winter, in front of Villa Gate, Jahan watched Say Yi's cheerful figure run off. Say Yi stopped and turned around. Say Yi, Jahan stood with both hands in his coat pockets, looking at her. Why are you dating that guy? Because he confessed to me. Why? Every time you meet, are you always the one going to him? He gave his advice flatly. You should date someone who at least values you. She stared at him blankly. Why is he saying exactly what my mom says? That afternoon at a cafe, Jimin's older sister turned from the kitchen and called out, Jimin, can you take this order for me? Wearing an apron, Jimin set food down on a customer's table and answered, okay. He bowed slightly and smiled as he introduced the dishes to the customer. It had already been 2 years since that day. Time passed, and I've gotten a lot better. Then he suddenly froze in surprise. When he looked up, he saw Say E sitting there, smiling as she talked with a long-haired man. Or maybe not. Why is she here? Later, he stood at the register. She's probably only here today. Forget it. He smiled as he waited for the customer to pay. Just ignore it. Of course I should be the one coming to see you. Then he grew irritated hearing the man say that to Sei. What? I can't even come once. It was hard to ignore. Sei looked at the man across from her in surprise, while Jimin kept ringing up a customer. Long-distance dating really is a pain. What? Wow, must be nice being rich. He glanced toward their table again. No matter what, nothing is more foolish than butting into someone else's argument. Sei lowered her eyes and listened to the other person complain. You've got it easy. Your life is easy. Suddenly, someone slammed a hand down on their table, cutting him off. Excuse me. She looked up in surprise. But how would you know? Jimin looked down coldly. Whether her life is easy or not. He stood there with a hand on his hip, furious, under the bewildered stares of Sei and her boyfriend. If I do this, he'll leave faster, right? Let me just get them out of here quickly. In the days that followed, he carried things outside and saw the two of them talking near the cafe. But after that, they came to the shop several more times. It seemed they had only just started dating when they broke up. Great. I don't want to see her again. It only brings back the past. Even so, Sei kept smiling as she leaned on the counter, and she continued to come. He smiled stiffly through his irritation, trying to remember his sister's words. No matter what, you have to be kind to customers. She's a customer. Sei rested her chin in her hand. Surprisingly, I'm pretty okay sitting here with you. I used to act in plays, but I stopped. Jimin looked at her. It didn't suit me, but there were times the two of them sat upright across from each other. When I'm upset with her, she feels like she's from another world. Later, Jimin, still in his apron, sat across from Sei as she happily ate cake, so I pretended not to know her. It took me a while to learn how to make that. My sister came up with it. I know why she comes to see me every day. I kept thinking what I was doing wasn't all that bad, because part of me was still a little irritated with her. She smiled at him. But you're really good at making sandwiches. Then she tilted her head as she listened to a phone call. And yet, no matter how much I think about it, it's still hard to believe that someone like her would deliberately steal an opportunity that someone else struggled so hard to get. Confused, he remembered words he had once overheard. If you're the daughter of a celebrity, you should know how this industry works. Am I just lying to myself? After that, he looked up information about Jean Ciola's net worth. How rich do you have to be for something like that to be so easy? He sprawled over the reception counter, staring at his phone. What am I even doing? The moment I looked, I regretted it. Sei happily came to the cafe with Jahan and Ayuan. If that's the case, maybe I should just ask her directly. But every time I'm determined to, I end up thinking I'll ask next time. He adjusted Sei's collar for her while she looked up at him with shining eyes. Next time I'll definitely ask. He looked down at her. Next time I'll ask her. Jahan watched worriedly as Jimin, frightened, listened to a phone call. What? Why would Grandma? Are you okay? He ground his teeth in anger as he stared at the poster at his feet, and then, after that, he grabbed Sei tightly by the wrist. She stood frozen in confusion as all the emotions he had been suppressing finally exploded. He covered his mouth and turned his head away. I ruined everything. Then Ayuan glared at him angrily. I feel sorry for you. All you can do is doubt other people's sincerity. He flinched and fell silent. Am I jealous of Sei or not? I'm not even sure, but there's one thing I do know. At the park, the leaves rustled in the wind as Sei's long, wavy hair fluttered. What did you want to say to me today? Jimin pressed his lips together and looked at her smiling face turned toward him. I want to apologize. He stood a few paving stones away from her. Sei, I'm sorry for judging you that day when I didn't understand anything about you. And I'm sorry for being so rude to you. You didn't do anything wrong. It's just my personality is bad, so I took my anger out on you. He clenched both hands tightly. I'm sorry, she replied calmly. But I'm really okay. I'm sorry, too, for blurting things out without knowing what you'd been through. Then she lightly rested a fist beneath her chin. By the way, Jimin, your school is pretty far from here. He opened his eyes wide in surprise. You came all the way here just to tell me that. Hearing that, Jimin's eyes widened as he spiraled into his own imagination. No, Sei, he shouted in a rush. Back when you were in that TV drama 2 years ago, did you know that role originally belonged to someone else? Did you intentionally steal it? Then he jolted back to his senses. Jimin, Sei Ismail, Basev, I don't know whether I should hate you or forgive you. He calmed down and looked at her. Should I ask her directly, or just close my eyes and ignore it forever? Then he remembered the scene from years ago when he accidentally overheard the conversation between Rumi Im and Sei. If I ask you something, would it hurt you? He turned to look at Sei, who was squatting with her knees hugged to her chest. Then she looked up at him as he approached carrying a box and stood beside her. I don't want to see that expression on your face. In the present, Jimin tilted his head and smiled. You came all the way here just to apologize to me? Yeah. He turned to leave and waved. I see. Thanks for coming all the way here. Have fun at cram school. Say E. Oh, and one more thing, Jimin. I want to say this before you go. Say he looked up brightly. Your personality isn't weird. Do you remember that day? She recalled what had happened at the cafe that day. Jimin had looked down at the man from above. You may be dating her, but how do you know whether her life is easy or not? She had looked up at him in surprise. Only she gets to know what her own life is like. He smiled at her. Miss, don't let him hurt you anymore. Only you get to decide whether that happens or not. After telling him that, Say, he placed a hand on her chest. That's why my feelings weren't that hurt when you said those things to me at the movie theater. Back then, your emotions were running high because of your grandmother. Jimin listened in surprise. I understood what you really meant even better than the things you actually said to me when we first met. She lowered her eyes. We can't always say exactly what we want to. She remembered herself standing there dejected and panicked, head bowed low beside Rumi in front of poster. I know that isn't easy. Then she looked up with a radiant smile that made Jimin's eyes widen. But you said it for me. You're always kind, Jimin. She smiled like a flower at him. Okay then, I should get going. Then she ran past him. Sunlight and wind wrapped around her. See? This is why. Embarrassed. He covered his mouth and turned his face toward the ground. I wish I hadn't met you that day. Then he stopped in surprise. She saw Jahan sitting cross-legged on a bench in the distance, looking at his phone. Jahan lifted his head and looked toward her. You two talked for quite a while. He walked over and sat down near him, asking at the same time, Jahan, where's Ayuan? He answered, she went to the bathroom. She stared at him, then suddenly asked, were you waiting for me? Kim Jahan turned to look at her too, but didn't know how to answer. Just as he was about to say something, his phone rang. He could only answer it. Yes, Dad. At that moment, Ayuan came back too. She grabbed Seiyi's hand. Done talking? Let's go. Seeing the two girls about to leave, Jahan called out, Sei. Both of them turned around immediately. While Ayuan raised an eyebrow in confusion, Sei remained calm. Then he added, I'll see you later at my house. Sei nodded as if it were nothing. Okay. But beside her, Ayuan stared in shock and asked, why are you going to his house? Sei calmly propped up her friend's chin with one hand and explained, we have tutoring at his house later. Only then did Ayuan understand what was going on. On the way home, Sei asked curiously, you didn't say anything about Jimin this time. Ever since we went to the movie theater, she remembered how furious Ayuan had been that day, declaring, I don't like him. His temper is all over the place, and no matter what, I still don't like him. Folding her arms and putting on a cool expression, Ayuan said, I talked to him, and he doesn't seem like a bad person. He apologized too, so the misunderstanding is over. Then she asked why. He suddenly shot back. Did you two meet? Which left Ayuan startled and unsure how to respond. Ayuan thought to herself, better not tell her, and answered vaguely, we just ran into each other. Then he suddenly slung an arm around her shoulders and coaxed. So, what do you want to eat today? Making Ayuan cry out. You're choking me, Sei. Even though she was smiling, he secretly thought, I thought Jahan had something he wanted to say to me, but I guess not. At sunset that day, she went to Jahan's house, where his mother welcomed her warmly. Welcome, Sei. She was cooking in the kitchen at the time. Jahan isn't here yet, sweetie. Have a seat. But he whined playfully to her. Can I watch you cook? His mother happily patted her head and agreed. Of course you can. This side of he made her feel as though she were looking at an adorable puppy. As she cooked, Jahan's mother said, your mother worries about you a lot, you know. Resting her chin on the kitchen counter, he asked in surprise, my mom. She continued, parents are always worried about their children and want to know what they're doing. But I'm sure you're doing just fine even on your own. Just like Jahan's father, he's always worrying about that boy. He listened with her chin in her hand, lost in thought, so she didn't hear what came next. Could you step aside for a moment? Then Jahan's mother panicked and cried out, oh no, it splashed on you. I'm so sorry. I should have warned you first. Startled, he hurriedly looked down at her shirt. His mother kept apologizing. Let me wash it. Go change your clothes first. Looking down at the stained hem of her shirt, he thought, Mom, you wouldn't understand. Her eyes grew dim. Right now, I'm having a hard time because of you. The only reason I can still stay calm is because... Suddenly, she noticed a pair of men's slippers. When she looked up, she saw that Jahan had come home and was opening the fridge to grab a soda. He looked at her in surprise, still holding the stained hem of her shirt. Then he blankly asked, "What happened?" Then again, "You just been walking around with that stain on you?" Hearing that, she cursed inwardly. Why does he suddenly feel so annoying? She stammered, "Well." Then her expression changed at once, and she grabbed his arm playfully. "Jahan, my dear boyfriend, is home." He tugged him along. "Come on, let's go study." His mother had turned to greet her son, only to see that scene. "Welcome home, Jahan." "Oh my." In truth, he was inwardly thrilled, hoping he'll get mad, right? He'll get mad, right? He'll get mad, right? As they walked, she asked, "Hey, Jahan, lend me a shirt." But his silence made her freeze. Then, trying to save the atmosphere, she said, "I was just kidding." He continued explaining, "I was only pretending like before in front of your mom." Only then did he say, "I know, you're always like that." Then he turned away and said, "I can just give you a t-shirt, right?" But she was thinking something else, right? "We're always like this. Always like this." She answered blankly, "Yeah." A little later, he had changed into one of Jahan's shirts and started studying with him. He pointed to a line in the notebook and said, "The tutor is running late, so she told us to review the materials on our own first. Start here." But he wasn't paying attention at all, too busy looking around his room, until he had to clear his throat a few times. Ahem. Hearing him cough, she asked worriedly, "Are you sick?" Helplessly, he shook his head. "No, focus." After that, they concentrated on studying. The room was so quiet that the scratch of pen on paper could be heard. Suddenly, she noticed his hand and wondered, wow, his hands are huge. Were they always this big? But then he unexpectedly looked up and their eyes met. She hurriedly said, "Hey, you're the one who told me to focus." Embarrassed, he looked away and replied, "I just wanted to see what you were doing." She quickly covered, "I was just surprised. That's why I was looking. Your room is still the same, but you've grown up a lot." Then she suddenly pointed somewhere. And one more thing changed too. He immediately asked, "What is it?" Clapping her hand excitedly, she said, "You got nicer, and you've helped me with a lot of things too." He was left speechless. Then she called, Jahan." Shyly, she continued, "I know it's a little silly to bring up the wedding song right now, but when we figure out the truth about Mr. Minseek and agree to put it all behind us, will we go back to how things were before?" Hearing that, he fell into thought. At that moment, she wanted to keep teasing him. "I don't want that. I'm not going to let go." She called, "Hey, yeah." But he spoke first. "Seiji." Looking at her directly, he asked frankly, "Do you want everything to go back to how it used to be?" For a while, neither of them said anything. In a classroom somewhere else, Jimin was eating ice cream while scrolling through his phone. A friend noticed and asked curiously, "Why are you watching this old video?" He answered, "Just because." It turned out the video he was watching was of and Jahan. In the video, she was hugging him tightly and looking into the camera, saying, "I want to do it with Jiha." Seeing that, Jimin smiled broadly and replied, "They're just cute." Back at Jahan's house, it was already dark outside. The tutor stood up and said, "All right, let's stop here for today. You both have questions, right? Take a 10-minute break, then come back." The two of them answered in unison, "Okay." At that moment, Jahan suddenly coughed, drawing Yi's attention. She quickly suggested, "Do you want to rest for a bit? I'll wake you up. You look really tired." He agreed, since he really was exhausted. "Yeah, then wake me up in 5 minutes." "Okay." 5 minutes later, she watched him sleeping. Looking at the clock, she thought, "Oh, it's already been 5 minutes." She stared at him carefully. "I can barely even hear him breathing. Is he really sick?" She tried checking his temperature. "Maybe not." You remember Jahan's earlier question again. "Do you want everything to go back to how it used to be?" As she called him, "Wake up, Jahan," she kept thinking. Why had he answered her with that question earlier? Did he really want everything to go back to when the two of them were strangers? If you ask me something like that, what am I supposed to think? She nudged his shoulder. "Hey." When he still did not wake up, she kept shaking his arm. "You told me to wake you up." Looking at him, sleeping so soundly, she wondered again. What if we were not friends? She slowly leaned closer and began whispering, "What if we were not?" But he suddenly opened his eyes. It startled her so much that she dropped her pen. Jahan looked at her and asked, "If we were not what? Is there even anything else to think about? If we were not friends?" Jahan stared at her and asked, "If we were not what?" She blinked blankly. He would not let it go. "You just said, if we were not." Then, rubbing his eyes, he asked, "Has it been 5 minutes already?" She looked at him and nodded. "Yeah." Then he immediately stood up, patting his shoulder. "Come on, wake up." She quickly ran off. "I am leaving." The tutor saw her and asked, "Are you going home? You said you had a question you wanted me to help with." Jahan watched her retreating back as she said, "I figured it out." By then, it It was already late at night. Jean Ciola was on the phone when she saw Say come home and said, "Welcome home." Say, "Huh? Did you run all the way home by yourself?" Seeing her flushed face in sweat, she asked in surprise, "And why is your face so red?" She answered vaguely, "Because I ran." The next day, while Say was brushing her teeth with her friends after lunch, one of them asked, "Have you ever liked one of your friends?" Startled, she asked back, "What?" Then she calmly kept brushing and asked, "Why are you suddenly asking me that?" Her friend immediately replied, "A friend I have known since middle school confessed to me." She paused brushing, lost in thought. "I have never felt that way about him, so I do not know what to do. I have even been wondering whether I might actually like him." The friend next to her heard that and analyzed, "But it sounds like you are interested in him too. Are you bragging?" Then she added, "If you are not sure how you feel, try imagining this." Hearing that, the other girl said, "Say, that is so weird. She's telling me to imagine holding his hand." Say only smiled awkwardly, while the two friends kept discussing it, saying, "If you hold hands and it still feels normal, then you probably do not just see him as a friend." Or, Say suddenly turned and saw Jahan about to pass by her classroom. At that moment, one friend said, "Can you imagine kissing him?" And Say froze. Jahan seemed to notice her too and glanced over, but she quickly hid behind the door. The friend beside him asked, "Jahan, what are you looking at?" He turned and replied, "I was not looking at anything." Thinking about what she had just done, Say silently scolded herself. "Why'd I hide?" Her two friends still had not stopped. "Or imagine you and him." Ugh. Before she could finish, Say covered her mouth. Shuh. I do not want to imagine it either." The other friend saw that and asked, "Now that I think about it, do you have a crush on anyone?" Say, surprised, she stammered, "Me? I do, but..." Then she quickly scratched her head and answered shyly, "I have not had time to think about him these past few days, so now I do not even know anymore." But that reminded her of something. It was because that night her mother had asked, "Say, you remember scriptwriter Kim Yun, right? I'm planning to have dinner with her tomorrow, and Minsik is coming too. She has no idea how much you have grown." Leaning her arm against the sofa, Jean Ciola asked, "Do you want to come too?" The question put Say in a difficult position because she already had something else weighing on her mind. Scriptwriter Kim Yun, her mother's acquaintance, was the woman who had been with Minsik. She had only seen them in passing, but she was sure it was her. That thought filled her with fear. That evening, Jean Ciola waited for Say at the meeting spot. Sitting in the car, she asked worriedly, "Are you sure you can go by yourself?" Say guavdruisturingly. "Yes, Mom, you should go." Before leaving, Jean Ciola added, "Then please tell them I will be late because I have to go to the hospital with your little sister, okay?" After saying goodbye to her mother, Say stood hesitantly in front of the restaurant entrance. Frowning, she thought, maybe I should have just said I would stay home. Remembering what she had seen that day, she wondered, should I just go back home? No, this is my chance to hear what they will say when they are alone. She gripped her bag strap, wavering, but in the end she felt relieved. At least no one I know is around here. Suddenly someone called, Say. Frightened, she turned and saw nothing but familiar faces. Jahan asked in a daze, "Why are you?" Before he could finish, she pulled him away. By the time Jahan's mother turned back, she exclaimed in surprise, "Huh? Where did Jahan go?" Say dragged him to the side of the restaurant. Stunned, he stammered, "W8. What are you doing?" Say quickly raised a hand for silence. "Why are you here, Jahan?" He answered honestly, "My mom's birthday is coming up, so my family decided to eat out together." She asked in surprise, "Is almost her birthday already? Please wish her a happy birthday for me." Then she leaned in and warned him, "And do not tell her I am here, okay?" Seeing that, he stopped her. "Seiji, I will not say anything, so stop pressing your hand against the wall. It is rough, and your hand will get scraped." Only then did she notice and look at her hand. "Oh, you're right." Seeing that, he asked with concern, "Does it hurt?" Looking at Jahan, she said, "Let me see." But inside she wondered, since when? Somehow, even his everyday actions have started to feel different to me. Why do I feel so awkward? My heart is beating so strangely. Then she lowered her head and told herself, "It is only a tiny scratch. This feels so strange." Embarrassed, she muttered softly, "It does not hurt that much." Then he suddenly asked, "Why have you been avoiding me today?" And her eyes widened in surprise. Embarrassed, she turned her face away and replied, "I was not avoiding you. I was just hiding." Hearing that, he thought, so she was avoiding me after all. But she decided to ask, "Hey, then why did you?" She looked at him directly and said, "Why did you ask me something like that yesterday? I ended up thinking about all sorts of things. But then you talked about everything going back to how it was before things got resolved." Just then, it suddenly started raining. Her eyes widened and she blurted out, "You, Zehan ansue wadiden, saw thee. I did not want you to get wet." She listened as he stepped closer and spoke, making her think, "Oh, here it is again. Another sudden shower." Then she decided to ask, "Then let me ask you something else. Jahan, could you hold my hand?" He was instantly stunned. Inside the restaurant, the scriptwriter said in disappointment, "Both of them are late too." Looking at the rain, Jahan's parents grew worried. He texted me, saying he was going to the restroom for a bit. Should I call him? What is Jahan doing? Back to our pair. The moment she asked, "Could you hold my hand?" he answered not with words, but by taking her hand firmly in his. In the sound of the rain, she stared at him in disbelief. Then he replied, "I can." Say, he stammered in disbelief. "Why?" Jahan calmly asked back. "Something happened, right?" She was so surprised she could only answer, "Why, yeah." He pointed at her hand. "Your hand has been trembling this whole time." Then, beneath the rain, she explained her reason to Jahan. After hearing her summary, he said, "So that is why you are here? To confirm your suspicions about Minsik?" Then he quickly pulled her along. "Since you are already here, I think you should go see whether your suspicions are right or not. Maybe it is nothing after all." She anxiously tugged him back. Wait. Frightened, she told him, "I'm scared to find out." Jahan looked surprised to see her like that. But then he said, "I will stay by your side," and that took her completely by surprise. Then, still holding her hand, he led her into the restaurant. It made her think, "I am so flustered. I do not know if it is because of the lights." Jahan's ears really are red. I cannot tell whether what I am hearing is only the sound of rain or something else. Afraid and anxious, she wrestled with her thoughts. I just hope I will not regret what I am about to do. I really do want to trust him. Say, he remembered all the moments Minsik had taken care of her. Inside the restaurant, the scriptwriter said absent-mindedly, "It rained last time too, did it not?" He replied, "Yeah. Last time I failed too, because Ciola found out too quickly." She said, "I hope this time you succeed." He looked at her in alarm as she added, "So that she will not just stand there frozen like before." What she meant was a scene from the past. Jean Ciola had said, "Honey, thank you for the surprise, but it is about to rain. Let us go inside and talk," which had kept him from giving her the bouquet he had prepared. Remembering that day, he fell silent. Then he sighed and said, "Honestly, she might already suspect my plan this time too. But it feels like she is pretending not to know for my sake." Then he scratched his head shyly and said, "I really want to propose to her properly." The scriptwriter sympathized. It is hard to keep anything from her. She sighed and complained, "I even saved your number under another name, so she would not suspect anything. Just pretend she does not know and keep preparing." Then she suggested, even if she already knows, being proposed to still feels wonderful. He immediately looked more confident. "Thank you for helping me, Yin." She cheerfully replied, "It is nothing. I met my husband thanks to you, so I owe you one." Then she remembered something. "And what about what you mentioned at the cafe last time? It was the first time I ever saw you come to me for advice." He hesitated before replying, "I'm still not very close to say, do you think I'm pushing things too fast?" She quickly comforted him. "It is only natural to want to get to know the girl better as soon as possible. When I first met my husband's son, I also tried to get close to him as quickly as I could. But they did not notice, say, and Jahan sitting in a dark corner, secretly listening. After hearing their conversation, Say felt ashamed. She blamed herself for doubting him all this time. Then the scriptwriter suddenly said, "But then I realized I was being selfish." She set her glass of water down on the table and said, "It is not easy to open your heart to his stepmother. I cannot blame him." She advised, "You cannot force someone to open up to you." He remembered his own past words to say, "You cannot make people hate you or like you, and you cannot force them to trust you." Pointing to herself, the scriptwriter said, sincerely, "I realize the only thing I can and should do is be sincere and wait patiently until my husband's son opens his heart to me in his own time. It is getting late, so I should go." He agreed. "Yeah, be careful, Yun." And after hesitating for a while, he added, "I will wait too, because Say Yi's feelings matter a lot to me." Sitting in the corner, Say Yi felt deeply moved. Jahan, sitting next to her, looked worriedly at her expression. She thought, looking at him, still holding her hand, she wanted to say something. In the end, she whispered, "What a relief." Seeing that, he smiled and agreed. "Yeah." He looked at him and whispered happily, "Now everything is settled and the wedding is coming." He answered, "Yeah." Then she remembered to ask, "Do you have to go now?" He nodded. "Yeah, my mom." he explained awkwardly, has been calling me this whole time. Seeing him let go of her hand and get ready to leave, she suddenly remembered. Oh, right. From the beginning, he was helping me because of Minseek. Now everything is settled and the wedding is coming. Is there any chance we will go back to being strangers like before? Suddenly, the sound of approaching footsteps made them both freeze. At that moment, she unexpectedly leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Can I call you tonight? You're the only one who knows about this, and right now, I am kind of—" But his next action surprised her. He moved closer and whispered into her ear, "Say, you do not have to ask. We are close enough to call each other. Just call me." Before leaving, he also said, "I am glad everything turned out okay." She nodded blankly. Yeah. As she watched him walk away, she touched the ear he had just whispered into. Then she thought in confusion, he seems even more worried about this than I am. I am fine. A little later, someone called, Say E. When she turned around, the person asked, "What are you doing here?" Over on the other side, when Jahan found his mother, she scolded him irritably. As for Say E, when she saw who had come in, it felt strange. Just a moment ago, I thought I was fine. Looking at her gently, the woman asked, "Are you waiting for your mother?" Say, he only looked at her and thought, but the moment I saw Mom's face, my eyes turned red and filled with tears. Then she threw herself into her mother's arms, making Jean Ciola ask in surprise, "Say, E, what is wrong? Sweetheart, did something happen?" At that moment, all the emotions Say he had been holding back came pouring out. And when she saw him smiling warmly at her and saying, "Hello," she could not hold back anymore and hugged him as she cried. "Wow, Minseek, I am sorry." In early summer, all her worries were washed away by the sudden rain. Then her mother unexpectedly spotted him and asked, Is that Jahan with his family over there?" Say, looking at him, trying to explain himself to his mother. Say, he happily nodded. "Yes, that is right. It was all thanks to him." Last night, she had finally heard Minseek's true thoughts. All of her worries had been pointless. It had all been a misunderstanding. Still, she felt relieved. But this morning, the reason she still felt restless was the test coming up. Say, he slowly walked into the cram school classroom. Peeking inside, she thought, "Is today my first time coming early? No one is here yet." While she was arranging her books, someone walked in and sat in front of her. When she saw who it was, she exclaimed in surprise, It was Jimin. Turning around, he greeted her. "I did not expect to run into you here." His hair was soaking wet, droplets falling one after another. Say, seeing that, she asked, "Jimin, I did not know you were taking this class too." As he took out his books, he said regretfully, "If I had known I would see you here, I would have at least dry my hair first." She quickly reassured him, "Come on, you still look fine." He asked back, "Really? In that case." Then he held out a notebook and turned around to ask, "Do you know how to solve this problem?" "It is my homework, but I do not really get it." Taking it, she answered, "Wait, let me read the question first." Jimin nodded. "Okay." Then he suddenly asked, "Why have you not come by our cafe lately? I have been waiting for you." That made her freeze. Then he pointed at the notebook and said, "And not this one, the next question." She blankly followed along. Oh. She started reading the problem again. "Let me take another look." But inwardly she felt, what is this atmosphere?" Yoon shyly apologized. "I am sorry I did not tell you the time in advance." Holding a broom, she said gloomily, "I did not want you ending up in the same class as that guy." Sei smiled and reassured her, "It is okay. It is nothing. I only said that because I was surprised to see someone I know in this class." Yoon felt better. "That is good then. By the way, who were you talking to over the weekend? Every time I called, it said you were busy." He answered calmly, "Just a friend." Hearing that, Yoon did not find it strange and went back to classroom duty. "Oh, I see." At that moment, a male student shouted, "Jahan, can you not switch with me?" But he smiled and refused. "The teacher already assigned the duty schedule, so I cannot." Seeing this, he thought to herself, "I guess I won't get to talk to him today." She remembered how they had talked before bed all weekend, so she had assumed they would be able to talk at school too. Back then, she had even said, "Hey, I can't fall asleep with my eyes closed." Well, that's how it's always been. I knew that, but just then, Jahan's gaze suddenly flicked towards Sei, making her wonder in surprise. Why did he suddenly? Then he slowly started walking toward her, while she stood there blankly, full of confusion. Is he coming over because he wants to say something? Suddenly, Soo-yeon ran over and called out, "Sei, let me tell you something interesting." Startled, he shrank back a little. Soo-yeon kept talking. "She's so weird. She said she couldn't become a couple with a guy who confessed to her, but not understanding." He asked again, "Huh?" The friend being talked about quickly stopped her. No, that's not it. She continued, trying to explain herself. I told you I was testing it. It's because you were the one saying weird things to me, Soo-yeon. But say he wasn't really paying attention and glanced back at him behind her. Soo-yeon added, you said that if I could hold his hand, then we weren't just friends. Say Yipanik. Wait, why are you bringing that up right now? Her two friends wouldn't let her off and asked in unison, say, what do you think? But all she could do was pray inwardly. Stop. At this rate, Jahan will hear. As she slowly stepped back, she thought, I can't talk about this right now. So she turned them down. I'm not really sure. Is it? At that moment, she suddenly bumped into someone's chest. Is it that strange for friends to hold hands? And that person was none other than Jahan, who had also heard what she said. He calmly called, say, Nervously, she answered, huh? He casually informed her, you and I were assigned to clean the storage room in the hall. She stiffened and nodded. A male student, seeing this, urged them, hurry and go clean the hall. After that, the two of them quickly went to the hall and cleaned it up. As she wiped the window, she turned to him and said, this suddenly reminds me of the last time we were here. He nodded. Yeah. Seeing that, she worried inwardly, what's wrong? He doesn't seem interested at all. Am I the only one feeling awkward? Or did he hear what my friend said earlier? She remembered that night and the times he had held her hand, and started thinking about how strange it would be if friends held hands. I don't want the two of us to feel awkward just because of that. Suddenly, Jahan asked, did you sleep well last night? And immediately pulled her back to reality. He continued, yesterday, while we were talking, you said you couldn't fall asleep easily. You always say you're fine, but when something's wrong, you hide it even more than I do. She froze, not knowing what to say. Oh, she answered shyly. I really can't hide anything from you, can I? Actually, I didn't sleep that well. Seiki remembered how she'd spent all of last night thinking, I can't believe I doubted Uncle Mincy. It feels like I worried over nothing. That's so embarrassing. Then she said awkwardly, I'm over it now, but I still feel a little uneasy. Then, sitting cheerfully on top of the cabinet, she said, but talking to you over the weekend made me feel better. Can I call you again if I can't sleep? The moment the words left her mouth, she regretted them. Wait, am I bothering Jahan too much? I called him all day even though he needed to study. So say he decided to take back what she had just said. I must be bothering you too much, right? As she did, she accidentally kicked the ladder. It wobbled back and forth, then fell to the ground with a loud crash, startling them both. Oh, the ladder. She panicked. How am I supposed to get down now? But he immediately reassured her. Stay there, say, just sit still for a bit. If you fall, you'll get hurt. And you're not bothering me. Before turning away, he added, call me whenever you want. Those words left her stunned, staring at him. But in the end, she broke into a bright smile and nodded. Okay. Watching Jahan go look for a spare ladder, she silently scolded herself. Why do I keep worrying for nothing? Jahan has always been like this. He comforted me here before too. I'm really glad I became friends with Jahan. He's so kind to me, so I'm satisfied with how things are between us now. Just then, he dragged a table over. Then he raised his hands to help her down. Here. Seeing that, Sei-Yi's heart started pounding wildly, and she was certain. Then she called Jahan. In the next instant, before his startled eyes, she threw herself into his arms. Once she had steadied herself, she wrapped her arms around him and said, I'm really, really glad you're here. At that moment, she didn't notice, but his ears had turned bright red. After a while, he spoke. I was just holding my hand out so you could grab it, step down onto the table, and climb down. She stared at him in shock. Seeing him avert his gaze, she cried out, what? Then she covered her face in embarrassment. Red-faced, Sei quickly climbed down and explained, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. You held your hand out, so I thought you wanted me to come down like that. After that, she fell silent and couldn't bring herself to look at Jahan. After a while, she summoned all her courage and asked, do you want to go home with me after school today? She went on in a rush. We have tutoring at your house anyway, and if we get home early, we could practice the wedding song a little. Then she awkwardly scratched her head again. I forgot. I already have plans with the teacher today, so it's okay if you say no. Suddenly, the hall door swung open, and they quickly moved apart. Some friends walked in and asked, you two are almost done cleaning the storage room too, right? He quickly leaned aside and answered, why yeah, we were just about to head out. As she was about to leave, Jahan suddenly tugged on her sleeve and stammered, I'll wait for you after school, leaving her stunned in disbelief. Then she answered almost automatically, okay, while he brushed past her and walked away. One of their friends urged them, hey, hurry back to class so we can finish up. At 5:30 that afternoon, after talking with her teacher, the teacher asked, do you want to finish the rest tomorrow? I guess you have a lot to do. Sei, you've kept glancing at the clock. Sei quickly grabbed her bag and said goodbye. Haha, goodbye, teacher. As she hurried down the hallway, she thought this is too much. For some reason, seeing Jahan still waiting for her in the schoolyard made her feel strangely excited today. She ran up to him and said hi. A little while later, the two of them arrived at Jahan's house. When his mother came out to greet them, she looked a little surprised and asked, did you two have a fight? Because the two of them were standing so far apart. Sei inwardly wondered, how far apart do we usually walk? She quickly moved closer with a smile. No, we didn't. Seeing that, his mother relaxed. That's good then. Jahan stayed quiet. Then she called to him. Jahan, she reminded him, while mom's away, be good to your father. Hearing that, Sei politely bowed to her, while Jahan obediently replied, yes, don't worry, mom. Finally reassured, she said, all right. Goodbye, Sei. Once she saw that his mother had left, Sei quickly asked, where's your mom going? He answered right away, my mom has to go on a business trip to a province pretty far away. Hearing that, she said, then I guess you'll be home alone most of the time? At that thought, she suddenly felt uneasy. That sounds scary. Being alone is terrifying. Jahan seemed unconcerned and said, my mom's only gone for 2 weeks, so it's fine. Besides, but when he got that far, he stopped, making her even more curious. So she asked, besides what? Without daring to look at her, he said, it's nothing. Seeing that, she wanted to tease him. Hey, at least you still have me. If you're scared, just call me. Is that what you were going to say? She had no idea she'd hit the nail on the head, so Jahan immediately froze. After thinking it over very carefully, he answered honestly, yeah. Then he quickly turned away and reminded her, let's not waste time. Let's go to the room. At that point, she had already lost her composure and said, I'm going to the bathroom first. She thought to herself, he really caught me off guard. I didn't expect him to just admit it. I'm sure he doesn't mean anything more by it, but it still feels strange. Suddenly, someone called, Sei. It was Jahan's father, who asked, did you come for tutoring? She immediately looked up and answered, Uncle Hunmin, I didn't know you were home. Hello. He replied, I forgot something, so I just stopped by to pick it up. She awkwardly said, oh, I see. Goodbye, uncle. Before leaving, he added, study hard. Then he suddenly paused and asked, by the way, Sei, has Jahan been studying properly lately? She replied quickly, he's always very diligent. Why do you ask? He calmly explained, he's my son, but sometimes I get the feeling he still isn't trying his hardest. Before leaving, he didn't forget to warn her carefully, don't let your relationship get in each other's way. And then he shut the door behind him. He was left standing there like a statue, wondering what was that? Why would he say that? It's like he thinks that. When Jahan came downstairs and saw her standing still, he asked, did my dad come home? She quickly answered, he just left. He said he only stopped by for a moment. Suddenly she felt, I'm getting in Jahan's way. Then she thought in confusion, and why would his father say that about Jahan when he's doing just fine? The next day, during break at cram school, Jimin asked curiously, did something happen? You seem really restless. He quickly dodged the question. No. Did you understand what I just explained? Hearing that, he cheerfully replied, I got it. Thanks again. You must be tired, having tutoring after cram school too. Suddenly, a male student standing outside the door shouted, Hey, Jimin, you said you buy me a can of soda during break. Then he added, wow, you with a girl again? Jimin explained with a laugh, what are you talking about? I was just asking her about something I didn't understand. His friend looked surprised and asked, you're good at math, so why do you even need help? Hearing that, he suddenly remembered, didn't Jimin say last time that he got almost everything wrong? Still not understanding, the friend slapped him on the shoulder. You did well on this math test too, so quit lying. That's why everyone calls you a ladies' man. Jimin was inwardly speechless. At that moment, he suddenly spoke up. Come on, Jimin isn't like that, which made him look at her with wide eyes. Touching his arm, she continued defending him. Who says things like that about him? At that, the friend seemed to notice something. Oh, so it's that kind of purse, but before he could finish, Jimin cut him off. Hey, I'll go buy your soda right now, so get lost already. Before leaving, Jimin added with a grin, you're a good teacher. That's why I asked for your help. Watching his reaction, she wondered, I've never seen him this flustered before. But it doesn't seem like he's flustered because of this. Is he afraid I'll misunderstand? And in her mind, he was the kind of person who would say, I treat everyone nicely, so please don't misunderstand me. Ah, she was sure of it. I know Jimin's personality well enough. I've known for a long time, so how could I misunderstand what he means? I also know he doesn't like me. At that moment, she noticed a wallet on the desk. Meanwhile, at the vending machine, Jimin handed the drink to his friend and warned him, hey, stop saying things that make people misunderstand me. His friend, not really caring, agreed lazily. Yeah. Why are you overreacting so much today? Do you actually care what other people think of you, even that girl? Have you ever seriously liked anyone? Jimin shot back, I was just being friendly. Why are you taking it so far? As he drank his soda, he asked, and what do you mean by seriously? Explain. His friend answered, it's hard to describe, but you just keep thinking about that person. Jimin asked again, and then? But inwardly, he was already answering his friend's questions himself. Nothing else. His friend continued, even the smallest things about them start bothering you. Why am I even explaining this? You'll know as soon as you see that person. Jimin suddenly shifted his gaze to the side. It turned out to be Sei, bringing his wallet back to him. And in that moment, he could say for certain that it felt as if something had completely taken over his mind right then. He suddenly found himself wondering, did she hear? Jimin stared at her and said, then I think I know. Even if, say, he had overheard their conversation, maybe it wouldn't matter. Say, he saw Jimin staring at her and thought in alarm, what's going on? Were they talking about some secret? She quickly stepped forward and explained, I wasn't trying to eavesdrop. I didn't hear anything at all. Jimin smiled and replied, okay then. But his friend couldn't resist teasing her. Sure, once you leave, we'll talk. So hurry up and go. Jimin immediately turned and snapped, hey, knock it off. He quickly pulled her away. Come on, break's almost over. Let's get back to class. Seeing that, she agreed. Okay, but the friend still didn't forget to shout after them angrily. Next time you'd better buy me one more can. As they walked, Jimin brushed past her and said, even if you did hear, it's okay. She was surprised by that. Then he added, thanks for bringing my wallet back. As for her, all she could do was stand there stunned and nod. Yeah. A little later, while walking, Jimin suddenly ran into someone. Huh, Young. She was glaring at him angrily, and he asked in confusion, why do you always make that face whenever you see me? She smacked her lips and answered, sorry, it's just a reflex. I can't help it. Have you seen Sei? Hearing that, Jimin was speechless. Then he pointed her in the right direction. She's over there by the vending machine. As he was about to leave, she grabbed his arm, making him ask in surprise, what is it? She calmly said, can you lend me 301? I want to buy a drink, but I don't have enough money. Then she added threateningly, otherwise I'll tell Sei you were talking behind her back. Grinding his teeth, he rummaged through his wallet while inwardly cursing. This girl is such a pain. That afternoon, Jahan came over and called, Sei, let's go clean up. Seeing her staring blankly, he came closer and asked, what are you thinking about? Come on. She answered quickly, I was thinking about you. At that, he turned and walked away, not forgetting to say, don't joke around like that anymore. From now on, we won't be cleaning the high windows in the storage room again. But what she had actually meant was, I was thinking about how grumpy you are. Then she stood up and said, that's surprising. The teacher said whoever was assigned to clean the windows had to clean them especially well. I'll go get a rag, so you go on ahead. While she was wiping the window, a classmate ran past shouting, hey, wait for me. He accidentally knocked over a trash can and just let out an oops. Seeing that, Sei called after him, hey, you can't just leave. You knocked over the trash can. But he argued back, wasn't that you? Then he even smiled brightly and continued, we have to go clean too right now. But Sei, you wouldn't let it go. If you knocked it over, you still have to clean it up. Let's do it together. I'll help you. He slipped away at once. Just leave it. The person assigned to take out the trash will clean it up anyway. Furious, she shouted, hey! She stared after his retreating back in disbelief. They really just left? At that moment, someone suddenly walked past her. When Sei looked down, she saw that he was helping her pick up the trash. Jahan, you didn't go? He replied gently, yeah. I wanted to go with you. Embarrassed, she bent down to pick up the trash too and said, you didn't have to wait for me. But Jahan stopped her and said, let me do it. Your hands will get dirty. Looking at him, she thought, but is it okay if your hands get dirty instead? In the end, she bent down and said, let's clean it up together. I already touched the trash anyway. Unexpectedly, he agreed. Okay. Then he added, I guess there's no other way. A little later, they finished cleaning everything up, and he urged her, go wash your hands, then let's finish up. She agreed to. Okay, but she felt like, maybe, had he just smiled? So, she decided to call out, Jahan, wait, look at me. She turned back and asked, what? You didn't see what I thought you did, right? It was just me, that's all. but she quickly tried to save the situation. Do you want to keep having tutoring together today? She didn't know what else to say. Then she turned to leave and said, go wash your hands. Even though I really wanted to. That wasn't what I meant to say. But how was she supposed to tell him that? While she was lost in thought, Jahan was quietly smiling behind her back. Meanwhile, she regretfully thought, I want to see him smile again. I wonder what makes him smile. He's always frowning, but he must smile at the person he likes. Then, at that moment, say you remember the conversation between Jimin and his friend. Have you ever seriously liked anyone? And she quietly wondered, I wonder if Jahan has ever liked anyone. That evening, at Jahan's house, the two of them were seeing the tutor off. She said, let's stop here for today. Good job, you too. After that, their eyes met. Looking puzzled, he sat down and asked, what is it? Do you want to say something? She stammered in reply. I've been thinking. We've never really talked about this before, but Jahan, do you like anyone? Leaning on the desk, she stared at him, waiting for an answer. But he just widened his eyes and stayed silent. After a while, when he still didn't respond, she awkwardly tried to cover it up. I realized after saying it that it's really weird. It doesn't have to be now. Have you ever liked anyone before? I only asked because I was curious. Then she turned to leave, but inwardly blamed herself. Maybe I shouldn't have asked him. It sounds like I like him. Then he spoke. What about you? Unable to face her, he continued asking, do you still like him? Confused, she asked back, Clicking his pen, Jahan continued, Then he chose to look at her and asked, have things changed now? Looking at him, he answered right now, But suddenly his father appeared at the door and said, what's going on? He asked irritably, why are you two still together this late? They both answered at the same time, tutoring ended a little late today. Yes, sir, I was just about to leave. Then he quietly said, sorry, I only asked you that earlier because I was curious too. Hearing that, she immediately hurried out of the room. Bye. Meanwhile, his father said solemnly, Jahan, I need to talk to you. At that moment, she inwardly groaned. Oh no, I really shouldn't have asked him. Her heart was pounding wildly. Her mind kept repeating, why did I ask him that? As if realizing something, she blushed, recalling Jahan's face, and murmured to herself, he couldn't stop replaying their conversation from earlier. Blushing, she touched both cheeks and asked herself, why did I ask him that? Then she remembered, my phone. She realized, I left in such a rush that I forgot it. Panicking, she turned back. At this rate, she'd be late for class. But as soon as she reached the door, she heard Jahan's father's stern voice. Just listen to me. She froze on the spot, but she didn't know there was clearly a warning sign that she shouldn't go in. She stayed outside the door and listened. I've overlooked it, even when you lied to me up until now. Hearing that, she whispered, what's going on? Are they arguing? Then she grew angry on his behalf. Of all people to scold, why does he always scold Jahan? He continued, reproaching him. Because no matter what, you've always maintained your grades, and I knew you understood that what you were doing was wrong and that you'd eventually do the right thing again. But things are different now. Isn't this the first time your test scores have dropped this badly? He was shocked to hear it. Jahan's grades dropped? Inside the room, he obediently replied, I won't let this happen again. You know, I even go study on weekends. She remembered how excited he had seemed on the weekend and silently argued back, no way. You said you were going to the arcade. Even so, his father didn't let up. Your grades have fallen too much for this to be brushed off as a small mistake. Only then did she think, if he finds out I'm here, it'll just make things awkward. I'll come back for my phone tomorrow. But before she could leave, she heard him say, 2 weeks ago, you already knew your grades were slipping, but you still lied and said you were going to study, then went somewhere on Saturday. She was startled when she heard that. At the same time, she remembered that 2 weeks ago, on that Saturday, they'd gone to the broadcasting station to watch Mr. Minsuk together. Not knowing that, his father continued to scold him. Did you think I didn't know anything when I called you? Your mother always thinks you're diligent, but I know you better than that. Because you're like me. Standing outside the door, he thought to herself, I should leave, but my feet won't move. I've never seen him look like this before. His father called again, Jahan. She stood there numbly and kept listening. He said, if you give me a valid reason, I'll forgive you. Tell me honestly, where did you go on Saturday? Even after hearing that, Jahan chose to remain silent. Suddenly his father asked, you went to see that girl? Didn't you? Seeing his silence, he took it as confirmation. You've started getting stubborn too. Did that girl tell you to come? Is that why you want to see her? What's going on? But he failed to notice that Jahan's hand was slowly clenching into a fist, and Jahan finally spoke to stop him. Father, I was the one who asked to meet her. Is a very diligent and hardworking person. I just wanted to be with her, so I asked to meet her. I'm sorry. She didn't do anything wrong. Seeing that, his father mocked him. You regret it now, don't you? After a moment of silence, Jahan obediently said, I promise I'll do better on the next test. So please, don't say anything to Sei. He lifted his head and faced his father directly. At the same time, he pleaded, and please don't talk about Sei like that. His father softened and advised him, if it's not during tutoring, then don't see that girl for a while. The two of you are getting in each other's way. Just then, Sei unexpectedly shifted her foot and made a noise, and Jahan heard it at once. And the two of them saw each other. But his father, unaware, kept grumbling, I know you two are dating, but I don't understand why you act so strange whenever she's mentioned. At that point, Jahan couldn't hear anything else. He just stared at her in shock. After hesitating for a moment, Sei decided to run away. He stared after her, stunned, but because his father was still talking. You know I'm saying all this for your sake, right? If you go out, tell me where you're going. He could only lower his head obediently and answer, yes, father. Meanwhile, Sei was running down the street with her head lowered, repeatedly blaming herself. It's all my fault. While he's helping me, I'm only causing him trouble. She hated how selfish she'd been, and what made it worse was that she couldn't do anything for him. Most of all, she really hated it. So lost in thought, Sei didn't notice and slipped, falling to the ground. She crumpled down in pain and groaned, ugh. But the image of Jahan being by her side and worrying about her still wouldn't fade. She remembered what his father had said. I don't understand why you act so strange whenever she's mentioned. That made her hate it even more. She was truly upset after hearing those words from him. Suddenly, someone stepped in front of her. That person asked, are you okay? She quickly looked up. It was Rumi, looking at her with concern. Then Rumi reached out and helped Sei up, slowly getting to her feet. Sei thanked her. Thank you. Why are you here? Rumi replied, I take an acting class nearby, so I was going to stop by Jahan's house for a bit, but then I ran into you. Jahan lives near here. Sei was startled and thought, she even knows where he lives. Then Sei quickly stopped her. Do you really have to go to Jahan's house right now? It's not really a good time. But Rumi didn't seem to notice and only focused on her wound. Sei, she said, come here. I'll go get you a bandage. After that, Rumi led Sei to a bench by the park. While Rumi carefully bandaged her wound, Sei quietly observed her. Her eyelashes are really long. She said sincerely, thanks for helping me last time. Hesitating, she scratched her head and added, we tried to get to the truth of everything, but it turned out what happened with Mr. Minsuk was just a misunderstanding. Hearing that, Rumi smiled and said, really? That's a relief. Suddenly, Rumi asked, what did Jahan say? He must feel relieved too. That's just the kind of person he is. Sayyidi Plaid, Jia. After studying Rumi carefully, Sei hesitantly said, there's something I want to ask. How long have you liked Jahan? At once, Rumi gave her a look as if she understood everything. Why are you suddenly asking me that? Did the two of you really stop liking each other while following Mr. Minsuk around? Are you jealous? Sei immediately denied it. No, it's not that. I was just curious. Then Rumi thought for a moment and said, I don't know exactly when it started. I'm not sure, Sei. Then Rumi asked, are you asking because you have a crush on someone? At that moment, back in his room, Jahan stared at Sei's phone, no one knowing what he was thinking. Jahan's voice rang out, calling Sei's name. Startled, she looked at him blankly and let out a small huh. Jahan placed the phone on her desk. He explained coldly, you forgot it yesterday. Sei took it, not looking at him as she hesitantly thanked him. Jahan didn't say anything more to her. He only gave a brief and walked away, leaving Sei feeling very down. She thought he must still be bothered by what happened yesterday. Sei remembered that embarrassing moment from last night. They had made eye contact and everything. She dropped her face onto her bag and dejectedly said Jahan's name, accidentally knocking her pencil case to the floor. Hearing Sei call his name, several classmates immediately turned to look at her. Seeing everyone stare, Sei realized she'd let it slip. She didn't dare look directly at Jahan and could only mumble awkwardly, not knowing how to explain herself. Suddenly, Jahan passed by her and bent down. He whispered, clean this up first, then we can talk. While picking up the pencil case, Jahan continued, we were alone together then. Sei stared blankly as the pencil case was placed back on her desk and could only answer with a vague, okay. After that, she realized she had no chance to talk to Jahan. The homeroom teacher's voice rang out. Today is the parent conference, so you don't need to stay and clean up. The whole class cheered happily. Unlike her classmates, Sei felt extremely gloomy. She thought, maybe that's for the best. Looking at Jahan's back, she felt a little disappointed. Even if I do get to talk to him, I don't know what to say first. Will I even be able to apologize properly? Sei truly wanted to apologize, to say she was sorry for accidentally eavesdropping last night, and sorry for dragging him into trouble. Flustered, Sei held a book in front of her face and quietly asked, Jahan, can you help me with this question? Deep down, she still felt terribly guilty. He's always so nice to me, but I haven't been, and I'm really sorry for that. Sei kept trying to avoid Jahan's gaze. She couldn't look him in the eye. Then the boy beside him suddenly asked Jahan, what's wrong? Jahan coughed twice and replied, it's nothing. On the day of the parent conference, Sei was with her mother. The classroom hallway was loud and lively. A girl waved goodbye to Sei, and Sei cheerfully waved back. Ayuan, standing beside her with an arm around her shoulders, casually said, my parents aren't coming. She continued, good thing they aren't. That means we can go together. Hearing that, Sei's eyes lit up. She lunged forward and hugged Ayuan tightly, happily saying, me too. Ayuan said helplessly, let's go the other way. There are too many people here. Then, looking confused, she asked Sei, what's wrong? Sei stood frozen, staring ahead in shock. In a daze, she looked toward Jahan and said, let's go another way. Ayuan answered, hey, the other exit is packed with people too. Sei had no choice but to give in. Okay, then let's just go quickly. Seeing her act so timid, Ayuan teased, hey, if you keep walking without looking, you're going to slip and fall. A teacher's voice was heard. Thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule to come visit the class. The man replied, oh no, I should be thanking you. Sei tried to calm herself. Just ignore them. Mr. Hanbin smiled kindly. My son has learned a lot from you. Seeing Jahan's back as he stood beside him, she thought, just walk past. She turned her face away, not wanting to look at Jahan. Suddenly, a female student came hurrying over and accidentally bumped into Sei, startling her. Losing her balance, Sei pitched forward. Ayuan asked, Sei, are you okay? I told you you'd get hurt if you kept walking without watching where you were going. Sei replied that she was fine. Just then, a hand grabbed her arm and helped steady her. Sei looked up at the person who had helped her. Ahead of her, Ayuan said irritably, that girl didn't even apologize and just kept going. Sei looked at Jahan in confusion. Knowing she'd been careless, she quickly said, sorry, I just didn't want you to fall. Mr. Hanbin, standing nearby, frowned and reminded her to be careful. Sei felt like there was a heavy stone weighing on her chest. It felt awful. Remembering Jahan's father's harsh words, she blamed herself for thinking about it again. I don't want to run into him here. Jahan asked worriedly, what's wrong? Did you get hurt? Sei had already planned everything out. She just needed to wait and slip past them. Pretending she was fine, she hesitantly said no. In the end, Sei cheerfully patted Jahan on the back and said, I'm totally fine. Thanks for catching me. Then she hurried on. Mr. Hanbin said to him, Jahan, let's go, before leaving. He looked at Sei and reminded her to take care of her health and studies. Sei brightly replied, yes, sir. Goodbye. Jahan leaned close and whispered, let's talk next time. His words completely surprised her. Sei wondered, Jahan, what did you think when you saw me last night? Their hands brushed past each other. Everything Sei did was because she wanted what was best for him. She lightly caught hold of Jahan's hand, which left him quite surprised. Sei's eyes looked sad, as though filled with unspoken thoughts. She softly answered, okay. Then the two of them walked past one another. She did that only because Jahan had always been so good to her. She thought to herself that it was already too late. Their fingers slipped apart, and her hand felt hot. Sei hurried away, thinking, I definitely won't be able to see him this weekend anymore. Jahan stared blankly at the hand she had just grabbed. In his hand was a small note with 3 words written on it. I'm sorry. On the weekend, at the library, Mrs. Seola Jean called out from inside the car to remind her, don't forget we're going to Minsuk's house tonight. Sei cheerfully replied, yes, I remember. I'll call you when it's time for me to come home. She agreed, and before leaving, wished Sei a good study session. Sei answered with a loud yes. But the moment she entered the library, she froze stiff. Looking at the person in front of her, she inwardly felt a little unlucky. She hadn't expected to run into him so soon. She quickly turned her face away and tried to go elsewhere, lamenting that living in the same neighborhood wasn't always a good thing. She told herself she wasn't trying to avoid him, but by then Jahan had already seen her. As Sei walked off, her thoughts were in a mess. It's just that I still haven't decided what to say to him. Jahan called out to stop her. Hearing his voice, Southeast, he halted in place. Jahan silently reproached her. Why are you ignoring me? Sei didn't want to look at him. She still hadn't made up her mind. She argued that she wasn't ignoring him, then asked why Jahan had followed her. Jahan gently said something shocking. Yesterday, you touched my hand without my permission. Sei jolted and stared at Jahan with wide eyes. She turned back angrily and denied it. What? When did I ever do that? You know I only did that to hand you that note. Jahan cut her off and replied, I know. Sei looked at him blankly. Jahan gazed at her calmly and continued, I just don't like the idea of letting the weekend pass like this. He looked at her intently, his voice slow and sincere. I said that because I wanted to talk to you. Sei didn't answer. Seeing that the two of them were standing in the middle of a noisy street, she suggested they go somewhere else to talk. The two of them went somewhere quiet. Jahan explained, as long as I do well on the test, everything will be fine soon. He only says things like that when he's upset, but he gets over it quickly. And I went with you because I wanted to. Hearing Jahan say all that in one breath, Sei thought to herself, he isn't blaming me. She glanced at Jahan and thought, he's just too nice. Jahan looked at her and asked, you know it wasn't your fault, right? Sei frowned sadly at him. But you said he'd get over it quickly. She asked hopefully, so after the test, your dad will let you hang out with me, right? Jahan reassured her, I'll do my best to persuade him. Sei felt uneasy. It seemed too strange. She refused. You don't have to go that far. If you do that, it'll really look like you like me a lot. After she said that, both of them froze and stared at each other in silence. Sei hurriedly covered Jahan's mouth and awkwardly said, I know what I just said was weird. She warned him, don't say anything. Then suddenly she felt that something was off. Sei pressed her hand to his forehead and asked, hey, do you have a fever? Why are you so hot? She remembered what her mother always said. The best way to tell if someone has a fever is to press your forehead against theirs. She wanted to try it too, but now that the moment had come, she hesitated. She thought to herself, it might just make things even more awkward if I do that. Jahan said nothing as she touched his forehead and only looked at her silently. In the end, she decided to let it go. Avoiding his eyes, she said, sorry, but you really do seem hot. Do you have a fever? Just as the two of them were feeling awkward, Jahan's phone suddenly vibrated. The caller ID said that. The two of them anxiously looked at the phone as it kept buzzing. Jahan let out a surprised "oh." Seeing that something was wrong, Sei quickly slipped away. She said, I'm going now. I won't bother you anymore. Study well. Jahan answered the call, and the person on the other end said something. He replied politely. Sei walked ahead, but still glanced back at him in secret. Even though the incident had passed and Jahan had explained everything, she still felt flustered. She still hadn't fully gotten over it, so she couldn't help noticing everything. After everything that had happened, she felt that Jahan was acting as if things with his father weren't a big deal, but she could also tell he was under a lot of pressure. Jahan said to his father, yes, if you're nearby, I'll hand you the phone. Dusk fell, and the sky slowly darkened. People in the library started packing up noisily. Sei put away her books and thought, it's time to go home. I want to say goodbye to Jahan before I leave. I wonder if he's gone already. When she turned to look, his books and belongings were still there untouched. As Sei was walking, she saw Jahan standing near the water fountain. She happily called his name. She was about to start talking to him when she noticed how pale and awful he looked. She hurried after Jahan outside. Seeing him drenched in sweat, Sei asked worriedly, did something happen? Jahan quickly covered his face and answered, it's nothing. I just don't feel very well. She suggested, don't push yourself anymore. Let's go home. Jahan replied, I'll call my dad to pick me up. Can I borrow your phone? Sei immediately agreed and didn't forget to ask, did your phone run out of battery? Sweating heavily, Heian answered, no. My dad has it. Annoyed, Sei rummaged through her bag and said, don't tell me your dad even took your phone away. That's too much. Jahan's expression looked even worse as he waited for her. Sei handed him the phone and asked, are you very dizzy? Jahan answered tiredly, a little. I am okay, thanks. He took the phone, intending to message Mr. Hunmin. But when he opened it, he saw a message from Sei's mother reminding her not to forget the dinner appointment at Min Suk's house. Jahan silently looked at the message. He gave the phone back to her and said, thanks for letting me borrow it. You should go. Sei immediately asked, go? What about you? He calmly replied, I'll pack up, and when I feel a little better, I'll leave. Jahan even kindly reminded her, your mom said Uncle Min Suk is waiting. I'm fine, so hurry and go. Say, he hesitated and asked worriedly, are you sure you'll be okay by yourself? Jahan answered with certainty. Then he suddenly called out to her. Say, he quickly turned back and asked, what is it? Are you feeling worse? Jahan gently reminded her, no, I just wanted to remind you that the last step is higher than the others, so be careful. Say, looked confused. Though his face was exhausted, Jahan still looked at her gently. I don't want you to fall. Say, he walked away heavily, worried. I wonder if he's even able to send that message in his condition. She stared at her phone. It was the message Jahan had sent to Mr. Hunmin. Dad, it's me, Jahan. I don't feel well today, so I want to go home early. I know you're still busy working on a weekend, but I would really appreciate it if you could get off work a little early and come pick me up. While she was reading, Sei-Yi's mother's call suddenly came through. She answered, and on the other end, Mrs. Jean cheerfully asked if she was already on the way. She added, I just called to see how far away you are. Sei-Yi lowered her head and cried out softly, Mom. She said quietly, I'm sorry. Before Mrs. Jean could even finish asking, she hung up. Remembering Jahan's worn-out face, Sei-Yi silently prayed, please answer, sir. Worried, she tried calling Mr. Hunmin. Right now, she needed to worry about Jahan more than herself. Mr. Hunmin was working when his phone vibrated. He grumbled, I'm busy. Who keeps calling? He picked up and asked, who is this? Why do you keep calling? Before he could finish, Sei-Yi cut him off. Running as she spoke, she said, Mr. Kim, it's Sei-Yi. Because she was running, her voice kept breaking up. I ran into Jahan today, but it was just a coincidence, so please don't misunderstand. Mr. Hunmin listened without understanding anything. As Sei-Yi ran back to the library, she tried to explain as briefly as possible. I read the message he sent you. He's too considerate, so he only told me he had a slight fever, but he's actually burning up. He has a really high fever. Sei-Yi remembered the careless words he had said before. She immediately repeated them. I know you told me not to let the relationship between the two of us get in the way. She continued, I don't know what Jahan thinks, but I've never once thought he was getting in my way. Even though she was out of breath, she kept running. Sei admitted everything. I think my life would be really difficult without him. She hurriedly pushed the door open and went inside, still speaking into the phone. Jahan lied to you about where he went on Saturday because of me. I don't care anymore. I'm really worried about him, so I'm going to stay by his side. Sei finished with one last sentence. If you don't want me with him, then please come quickly. Then she immediately hung up. Leaving Mr. Hunmin still bewildered, she rushed toward the stairs. Dizzy, Jahan worried to himself. Did I tell Dad where I am? I'm so dizzy. He forced his eyes open. In front of him appeared Sei, running toward him. She anxiously asked, Jahan, are you okay? She crouched beside him and said, I packed everything up and brought your bag too. Then she said softly, I'm sorry. I told your dad everything. To her, doing it while he was sick and distracted was a terrible thing. Sei lifted Jahan's face and asked softly, did you take any medicine? She pressed her forehead against his and said worriedly, your fever is really high. She wanted to tell him to stay here and wait, but before she could finish, both of them froze and stared at each other. He hurriedly pulled away and explained, I was only checking how high your fever was. I'm sorry for touching you without your permission. Jahan comforted her, saying, it's okay. Suddenly, she saw him start to slip downward. Tired, he leaned his head onto her shoulder. He called his name blankly. Jahan. She asked worriedly, why are you suddenly so weak? Are you okay? Jahan's whole body fell against her, leaving her flustered. He's so hot. What should I do? And we're so close. He carefully raised a hand to support him and reassured herself. He said it was okay if I touched him. She helped Jahan sit down and soothed him. Just hang in there a little longer. Your dad will be here soon. Sei-Yi's heart was pounding wildly, but she still comforted Jahan. I'll stay here with you. Even as she said that, she still felt as if her heart were about to explode. Sei-Yi whispered, I'll stay here. After a while, Mr. Hunmin's voice rang out. Hello, I'm here. Sei-Yi quickly called back, Mr. Kim, we're over here. She was almost unable to keep holding Jahan up and called for help. Please help me. He's too heavy. Mr. Hunmin hurriedly took Jahan from her and said worriedly, leave him to me. Are you okay? Sei rubbed her shoulder and answered yes. Mr. Hunmin looked down at his son. Jahan still wasn't any better. He looked more and more exhausted and gaunt. Mr. Hunmin remembered all the harsh words he had said to him and Jahan's silent endurance. Seeing him so quiet, he hurriedly said, I'm sorry for cutting off your call. Mr. Hunmin replied, it's okay. Let's go. At the hospital, the doctor explained Jahan's condition. His body is completely exhausted. Jahan had already been taken inside. The doctor continued, "It looks like he pushed himself too hard even after he started feeling unwell. After some 4 fluids and a few days of medicine, he'll recover." Sitting outside, Mr. Hun Min said, "So that day, you heard everything when I was scolding Jahan." Seguían serdangschisli. Jis. "I'm sorry." She looked away nervously, feeling that he was really intimidating. He glanced at him and hesitantly asked, "Do you really not trust Jahan?" Mr. Hun Min said thoughtfully, "Ever since he was little, if Jahan wanted something, he always insisted on doing it his own way. I thought keeping a close eye on that was the right thing to do." He asked Sei, "Do you think I was wrong?" Hearing that, she stayed silent for a moment. Then Sei softly said, "I've known Jahan since we were little." Mr. Hun Min silently listened to her. Sei continued, "The Jahan I know always says he has to do even better, even when he's already done really well. It feels like he's always worried about what you'll think of him. Maybe I'm going too far, but," she advised him, "I think you should trust Jahan more." After blurting all that out, Sei became embarrassed. She hadn't expected him to actually listen to her, but she still kept talking. "I think that might be a good thing for both you and Jahan, so that the two of you can talk to each other more honestly and comfortably." After hearing her out, he hesitated and said, "But I don't know what to say to him." He looked a little surprised. Mr. Hun Min continued, "I know he's suffering too." She replied, "If I were him." She hesitated a little before saying, "I think the thing I'd want to hear most from you is an apology." Looking at him, he continued, "But I know it's not easy for adults to say they're sorry." Just then, a nurse came out and said to them, "The guardian of Kim Jahan?" Understanding the cue, Sei immediately said that she would go buy some snacks for Jahan. The nurse called Mr. Kim. He asked, "What is it?" She said, "Your son is awake." Inside the room, Jahan also seemed much better. At the convenience store next to the hospital, Sei stood in front of the pastries, hesitating for a long time. Just then, an elderly woman's voice said, "The one on the left tastes better." Sei immediately thanked her and reached for that pastry. Suddenly, the old woman snatched the box away and said, "It's mine." The two of them stared at each other in silence. A familiar voice rang out. "Grandma, I told you not to run around the hospital." The voice made her turn and look. It was someone she knew. Jimin had just started apologizing when he looked up and saw Sei, visibly surprised. He greeted her first. Sai, Rablia, Jimin. "You're at the hospital next door today too?" He quietly said, "Please go pay for that, Grandma." Then answered her, "Yeah, my grandma had a medical appointment." "Are you here too?" He replied cheerfully, "I'm here to visit a friend." She thought to herself, "He looks exhausted." Holding the old woman's hand, she said, "I'll stay with her, so you can go pay." The two of them went outside. The cashier said, "That'll be 301. Is that okay?" Keeping an eye on the two outside, Jimin looked a little worried. "I hope so." She didn't say anything strange, either. Taking out his wallet, he said, "Please wait a moment. I have coins." Suddenly, he remembered that he had lent Ayu on 301. Jimin had no choice but to ask, "Can I pay by card?" Outside, Jimin's grandmother chatted with Sei. "Are you close to the friend you're visiting? Is it Ayuan?" Sei replied, "Jis. She's a very good friend of mine." But she didn't know who Ayuan was in this context. The old woman continued, "Then what about Jimin?" Sei answered, "Jimin and I have been friends since high school." The grandmother kindly said to her, "That boy has a sharp tongue, but he's not a bad kid. I hope you two stay good friends." Sei replied, "Yes, Mom." Then the old woman said, "You've grown so much. But I guess you've forgotten, haven't you?" He asked in confusion. "What do you mean?" She wanted to ask, "What did I forget?" But the old woman suddenly let go of her hand. Frightened, he cried out, "Wait, ma'am." Seeing that the light had turned green, the old woman immediately started crossing the street. A motorcycle came speeding toward them. He cried out in fear, "Wait, stop." Suddenly, the old woman ran back again and exclaimed, "Oh right, I have to wait for Jimin too." He inwardly sighed in relief. Thank goodness. But just then the motorcycle came rushing in, and the rider shouted in panic, "Why won't it stop?" While he was still frozen, an arm suddenly yanked her back. With a thud, things scattered everywhere. He groaned in pain, but something fell off. It turned out Jimin had hit the ground in her place. His nose was bleeding, and he muttered, "I really thought we were done for." He softly called his name, "Jimin." The phone on the ground was still vibrating. In the hospital room, Jahan was calling Sei, but she didn't answer. He fell silent. He remembered how, just a little while ago, he had collapsed against Se-yi, and she had soothed him like a younger brother, saying comforting things. At that time, Jahan had still been conscious. He gently took Se-yi's hand and laced his fingers with hers. He called again, but she still didn't answer. Jahan realized he missed Se-yi. On the ground, Se-yi's phone rang again, with Jahan's name on the screen. She lifted her head to look at the person lying beneath her. With a start, she realized that the boy under her was none other than Jimin. He said to her, "I really thought we were done for." While he was talking to Se, a voice suddenly called out Jimin. Both of them were startled. "Hey, you punk," Jimin complained. The light was green, so what was that jerk thinking? As soon as he said that, Se used her sleeve to wipe the blood running from his nose. "Your nose is bleeding." Se panicked and worried over him. "We need to stop the bleeding, but I don't have any tissues." Seeing her keep worrying about him, Jimin called to her, Seiji. He took her hand. "It's okay." The bleeding stopped. Hearing that, she let out an "oh." Just then, Jimin's grandmother came over. Seeing her from afar, Se-yi asked Jimin, "Is your grandma okay?" "Thank goodness, she's coming this way." Se-yi looked like she might cry from how Jimin had saved her. "Thank you. You really saved me back there." He had only just started to say, well, when she said, "By the way, Jimin, meeting your grandma made me remember something." She looked at him and said, "Did we meet each other a long time ago?" When Se-yi asked that, Jimin could only stare blankly. He had thought Se-yi had remembered him, but then she said, "Earlier, your grandma talked like we'd already met before." Helplessly, he replied, "It was so long ago that I don't really remember either." Se-yi sat up and helped pick up the things that had fallen out of her bag. She was worried about Jimin, but fortunately neither of them was seriously hurt. As they gathered everything, they talked. Jimin said to her, "But I guess it's probably not that important." Hearing that, Se said, "Really?" As they chatted normally, she suddenly added, "You're actually really good at saying exactly what needs to be said." Jimin replied, "That's because," but before he could finish, she cut in, "You always say what needs to be said." "That's so cool." Hearing that, Jimin could only smile awkwardly. He wondered if that really counted as cool. "You're probably the only person who thinks I have a good personality. You're always able to see the good in other people. That's what makes me even more jealous." When he said that, she asked him, "Really?" He stood in front of Jimin, held out her hand, and said, "Then we're even." Jimin felt confused by what she meant. Seeing that he didn't understand, he said, "I've always wanted to become someone as confident as you. To be honest, I'm really jealous of you." Jimin was surprised by Se-yi's bluntness and her words. He immediately told her, "So, I guess we've both been jealous of each other." After saying that, they shook hands, and Se-yi replied, "Exactly." Their honest words made them both feel lighter. Just then, Jimin's grandmother came over. "Sweetheart, what are you thinking about? Your expression looks strange." Se-yi turned, smiled at them, and left. For some reason, Jimin felt more relieved on the way home. As they walked, his grandmother kept asking him questions, and he only answered, "It's nothing, Grandma." But then he added, "I just feel more at ease after realizing a few things." To Se-yi, Jimin was the coolest person she had ever met because he did what he wanted and said what he wanted. For example, when he had said to someone about "But how would you know whether her life is easy or not?" Those kinds of things had always been difficult for Se-yi. And before that, Jimin had also said, "She's the only one who truly knows what her own life is like." His words had left Se-yi stunned, because he was the first person ever to say something like that to her. Jimin's actions and words made her realize a few things. We can't always say what we really want to say. I know it isn't easy, but you said it for me. Even though Se-yi was very grateful for what Jimin had said, when she was with him, she realized that what she felt for him was not romantic love. She had always praised him, saying, "You're always amazing, Jimin." And because of that, she gradually came to realize that she didn't love him. She was simply jealous of him. Maybe, in Se-yi's heart, Jimin was just a friend who was not only wonderful, but also very cool. That day, after reading Jahan's message, Se-yi immediately ran to the hospital to visit him. Standing in front of Jahan's hospital room, Se-yi was extremely nervous. She had no idea what she should say once she went in. After all, earlier she had confessed everything to his father without discussing it with him first. She had told his father, "Jahan lied to you for my sake about where he went that Saturday." On top of that, she had even given Jahan's father advice that went against her own usual way of thinking. She kept worrying and tensing up at the thought of facing him. In the end, there was nothing else she could do, so Se-yi opened the door and suddenly appeared in front of Jahan. As soon as she opened it, she accidentally met the eyes of Jahan's father, who was talking on the phone. Sae could only bow and say, "Hello, sir." He gave her a cold, indifferent acknowledgement. In that moment, she could only hope that Jahan's father would not scold him. As she approached the hospital bed, Jahan suddenly called out, "Sae." She lifted her wide eyes to look at him. The two looked at each other for a moment. Then Jahan said, "You got here fast." Sae called his name too. The moment she saw his face, everything she had planned to say outside the door vanished. She walked over to the bed and asked, "How are you feeling?" "Thankfully, you look a lot better now, right?" As she spoke, Sae took some bread out of her bag and handed it to Jahan. "Here, this is for you." Jahan was startled and worried when he noticed the red blood on her sleeve. "Thanks, but hey, what happened to your arm?" Seeing how worried he was, Sae replied, "It's not my blood. Let me tell you." After hearing the story, Jahan said to her, "Didn't you have any tissues?" Sae answered, "I panicked back then. If your nose had started bleeding, I would have done the same thing." The moment she finished speaking, blood suddenly started flowing from Sae's nose, startling both of them. She raised her blood-stained sleeve to wipe her nose. "What is this? I barely touched it, so why is it bleeding?" Seeing that, Jahan took a tissue and wiped it for her. Their eyes met, and Sae was deeply surprised by Jahan's action. Then he said, "You probably hit your nose when you fell, so it's bleeding late. It got all over your clothes." Sae raised her sleeve and said, "My clothes already had blood on them anyway." At the same time, Sae was about to apologize to Jahan, but before she could speak, he said, "I talked to my father before you came." Hearing that, she was surprised and let out a small sound. Looking at him, she asked, "What did he say?" Jahan replied, "He just asked me what kind of trouble I was having and what I wanted from him, so I told him the truth. He was a little different today. I was really surprised when he apologized to me. I never imagined that would happen." He continued, he said he would try to change. At the same time, while talking on the phone, Jahan's father said, "Yes, honey, I'll apologize to Sae too." Jahan looked at his father and told her, "He and I have always been like this, so I don't really expect much to change, but I still appreciate it." As she looked at him, Sae thought to herself, he really did apologize, didn't he? Then Jahan kept speaking to her. "If it weren't for you, I don't think I would have had the chance to talk comfortably with my father. Thank you." Hearing that, Sae said, "Don't thank me. You've helped me much more than that. Just don't get sick again, okay?" After that, Sae said, "I was really worried about you." Hearing Jahan laugh out loud, Sae felt confused. Before, Sae had once asked Rumi, "How long have you liked Jahan?" Her friend had replied, "I don't know exactly when it started. I'm not really sure." Seeing Sae ask that, Rumi then said, "Are you asking because you secretly like someone?" Hearing that, Sae had frozen. "I don't know." After hearing Sae's answer, her friend said, "Well, how about this? One random moment, you'll realize that you already like them. Everyone's probably different, but for me it wasn't anything huge or dramatic." In the hospital room, Jahan kept laughing. He said to her, "You're telling me not to get sick? You're the one with the nosebleed." In that moment, Sae was still stunned by the cheerful sound of Jahan's laughter in her ears. Then she thought, maybe this is what Rumi meant. She had never imagined that something as small as Jahan laughing could make her heart feel so strangely warm and happy. Jahan looked at her happily and said, "Anyway, thanks." Sae stared at him, completely captivated by that smile of his. At that moment, Sae realized that she really did like Jahan. She laughed and joked with him happily. Jahan said, "Keep holding that tissue there for a little longer." Seeing Jahan's concern and care, Sae felt overjoyed and softly answered, "Okay." At that moment, Sae finally understood what Rumi had meant. Her face flushed bright red. Jahan asked, "Are you feeling hot?" She answered him gently and smoothly, "No, I'm not. Final exams were now just around the corner." That evening at school, everyone was whispering about the upcoming exams. Sae walked and talked with her friend. "What if the final exam math problems are harder than the midterm?" Sae replied, "They'll definitely be easier than the midterm." I forgot to pick up the final review sheet." Ayuan said, "Go get it quickly. I'll wait for you inside." While waiting for Sae, Ayuan accidentally overheard gossip behind her. "Oh, that guy? He acts like he's so amazing even though he's got nothing. Seriously, what a joke. He keeps smiling and pretending to be nice. That's the only reason girls like him." Hearing that, Ayuan thought to herself, are they seriously bad-mouthing someone while everyone can hear them? Seeing that, she stepped outside to wait so she wouldn't have to keep listening to their jealous gossip. Just as she closed the door, Ayuan accidentally came face to face with Jimin. They looked at each other, while inside the room, the mocking voices continued, saying, "That's why I'm I'm saying Jimin Won is such a fake show-off. Lower your voice. He's coming. Ignoring the gossip inside, Jimin smiled brightly and greeted Ayuan. She looked at him for a moment and thought, I think they were talking about him. She ignored his greeting. Seeing that, he said, if someone greets you, you should greet them back. What are you doing? She turned her back and said, this isn't your classroom. Irritated by her tone, Jimin still calmly replied, I know, but school's over, so can you move aside? While they were talking, a voice suddenly rang out. Ayuan, sorry for making you wait. The one speaking was none other than Sei. She ran over and brightened up when she saw Jimin. I didn't expect you to be here too, Jimin. Oh, Jimin, do you need a final review sheet? The teacher gave us a lot, so you can take one. Hearing that, Jimin simply answered, Ayuan looked at him nervously, but he remained extremely calm and even thanked Sei. Ayuan unconsciously glanced toward the classroom beside her. Seeing Ayuan still standing frozen in place, Sei called out, let's go, Ayuan. Jimin noticed the way she looked like she had lost her mind and quietly whispered, what are you staring at? Ayuan turned her head back, and Jimin said, also, I heard everything they said. Jimin ignored all the earlier gossip and kept walking forward, entering that classroom. Ayuan looked at him helplessly. He didn't seem flustered at all. Then she asked, say, do you still like him? She said, Jimin is just my friend. Hearing that, Ayuan could only stare in shock. She had never thought the two of them were only ordinary friends. Seeing Ayuan's surprised expression, Sei added, I realized that I only like him as a friend. Time passed quickly like that. In the blink of an eye, final exam season had arrived. On the night before the exam, both Sei and Ayuan stayed up all night studying. Seeing Sei struggling to study, her mother came into the room and said, Jahan's father sent this over. He said it's a nutritional supplement for high school kids. Hearing that, Sei took the cup from her mother's hand and drank it all. That night, every student in school was busy studying for the exam, including Jahan. In the blink of an eye, the final exams were over. After the tests ended, everyone was so happy they almost cried. The final exams are finally over. They laughed loudly and teased one another. You were so happy you actually cried? Upstairs, Jahan and Sei were talking happily together. Jahan held Sei's hand tightly, warmly, and said, they've all left. What was the important thing you wanted to ask me? Sei looked around blankly. She didn't really know what she was doing or what she was supposed to say to Jahan. After fumbling for a while, she turned to him and said, did you do well on the exam? The important thing is that you did well. Hearing that, he replied, if I get the score I think I'm capable of, then should be fine. Hearing that, Sei brightened. That's a relief. You did great, yeah. As they were talking, they suddenly heard people nearby, saying, wait for me, Sei Ungjin. Once those people passed, Sei said, I bet that couple is dating. They're calling each other by name. She smiled brightly and looked at him. That's kind of nice, isn't it, Jahan? At that moment, he could only stare at her blankly and let out a confused sound. Sei suddenly burst out laughing. Seeing that, he said to her, stop it. Her playful swaying only made him feel helpless. She clearly knew he hated that sort of thing, but she still stubbornly teased him. But then she said, I just wanted to say that. You can go now, old man. While Sei was swaying cheerfully, Jahan suddenly grabbed her. She stared at him like a startled little deer, not knowing what he was about to do. Then he whispered in her ear, why did you ask me how I did on the exam so secretly? Seeing Sei freeze, Jahan called her name. Seigi. His voice sent shivers all over her skin. She had never expected him to say her name like that. She then turned her back and said, okay, I'm sorry, but don't do that. You're giving me goosebumps. After that conversation, Jahan coolly said to her, let's go home together. Hearing that, she replied, yeah, let's go. Let me make a quick call first. She accidentally glanced to the right and looked downstairs. Below was a couple in love. As Sei watched them, she thought, I wonder if the two of us will still be able to go home together from now on. I'm not complaining, but compared to before, it feels like we suddenly got much closer. Sei stopped to talk on the phone with her mother. Yes, Mom, school is over. Seeing that she still wasn't moving, Jahan called out, hurry up. Sei looked up at him and said, Jahan, my mom said it's too hot, so she's coming to pick us up? She said she can give you a ride too. Before Jahan could answer, Sei's mother spoke to him through the phone. Jahan, since you're already coming along, would you like to stop by and have some cake? That afternoon, just as planned, Sei's mother drove Jahan home and invited him in for cake. The three of them laughed and chatted happily together. especially Jahan and Se-yi. She kept asking whether the cake tasted good. That made her mother smile warmly at the two of them. Those two are still so close, aren't they? After saying that, Se-yi's mother turned and called for Se-yeon, Se-yi's younger sister. Se-yeon, come downstairs and eat with your brother and sister. Right then, Se-yi whispered to Jahan, you really don't know how to turn my mom down at all. As she ate, she said, you said you were tired earlier, so why did you still come here? You really should have refused. Hearing that, Jahan turned to look at her and replied, no reason. While the two were whispering to each other, her mother suddenly said, I just remembered something. Today my friend was furious. She found out that her daughter had been faking her report cards for 5 years. My friend thinks her daughter did it because of pressure. She understands that in her head, but she still can't easily accept it. All this time, she had never once scolded her daughter over grades. Her daughter even said she just wanted to be praised and didn't want her mother to see her weaknesses. But how could she do something like that? What do you two think? After speaking, Se-yi's mother asked them both. They could only look at each other and signal silently, because they had deceived their parents for more than a year. After a moment, Se-yi answered her mother with an awkward, indescribable tone. I don't know either, Mom. What do you think? Hearing that, her mother rested her chin on her hand and sat thinking. Actually, everyone has their own hardships. But if the person I love most in this world lied to me, I'd be very angry. Of course, I know you would never do that, right, Se-yi? Her words pierced straight through Se-yi's heart. Her mother continued, my daughter, there are no secrets between us, right? Hearing that, Se-yi stared into her mother's eyes in shock. Then her mother stood up and said, I'll go get more cake. Se-yi had never thought she would have to tell the truth at a moment like this. But she also thought that the time had finally come to talk about the thing the two of them had always been avoiding. After her mother left, Se-yi said to Jahan, we agreed that we'd tell them the truth after singing at her wedding, but looks like they won't let this go so easily now, right? If we lie and tell them the two of us already broke up, then we'd have to keep acting that out too. That would be hard. Se-yi slumped onto the table in frustration and asked Jahan, what do you think? The last time I asked you that, you didn't say anything either. Hearing Se-yi say that, he replied, we should still tell them. We can't keep going on like this. She sat up straight again and looked at him, thinking he really looks determined, like he truly believes this is what has to be done. Then she said, yeah, you're right. As they were sitting there talking, they suddenly heard a clack on the table and looked straight ahead. Across from them stood a little girl named Se-yeon. Mom told me to bring this out to you. Hearing that, Se-yi let out a small sound of surprise. She looked at the cup in her hand and said, is there no other flavor? I don't like this one. Hearing that, Se-yi said to her, don't be so picky, okay? The two bickered for a while. Then Se-yi said, anyway, let's get back to the main issue. My mom's not a problem, but what about your family? Your dad especially is going to be furious. Why don't we think of another way? As the two of them kept talking, Se-yi suddenly remembered something. When she came back to herself, the cup beside her had been changed. She unconsciously glanced at Jahan, and her heart began to pound at the sight of his handsome face. She was too afraid to look at him for long, because if their eyes met, she might end up saying something. After thinking it over again and again, she finally called out to him, Jahan, then how about this time we just date for real? Her words left him startled and shocked. He looked straight into her eyes, listening carefully to what she had just said. Jahan widened his eyes and murmured softly, what did you just say? Se-yi smiled brightly and replied, if we do that, then we won't be lying anymore. I just wanted you to know there's an easier way, that's all. In a low voice, he asked, is that the reason? She looked puzzled. Seeing Jahan's stiff expression, she thought to herself, why does he look upset? Does he not like the idea? Then she spoke hesitantly, sorry. That was a terrible idea, wasn't it? The moment she said it, Se-yi was suddenly filled with regret. He was going to reject her anyway, so why had she even asked? Jahan furrowed his brows and said gravely, don't joke like that again. Se-yi grabbed him, her voice turning urgent. I didn't mean anything by it. I just thought it wouldn't be any different from when we're friends. So that's why I said it. He slowly continued, still right now. Just then, Jin's voice came from outside. She called, you too. Mrs. Jean carried over an enormous plate of cake and said cheerfully, this isn't too much, is it? Se-yi frowned slightly and said softly, sorry, Jahan. What were you saying? I didn't hear it clearly. Jahan lowered his head closer and whispered, I said I'll think about it this weekend. He looked at Se-yi, his voice extremely serious. So you should think about it too. About us dating. Mrs. Jean leaned in, saw the two of them huddled together, and asked curiously, what are you two whispering about so affectionately? Oh, Jahan, are you heading home? He answered politely, "Yes, ma'am. I haven't been sleeping well these past few days, so I'm a little tired." Hearing that, she immediately said worriedly, "Then I'll drive you home." He declined. "It's okay. I don't want to trouble you anymore." "Goodbye, Mom." Meanwhile, Sei remained frozen in place, muttering blankly. Since Mrs. Jean couldn't properly walk Jahan out, she could only call from inside, "All right, goodbye." Then she suddenly saw her daughter slam her head down on the table and asked in surprise, "Sei, are you sick too?" Dejected, Sei replied, "No," inside. She was thinking, "Jahan, what on earth are you thinking?" Her hand clenched tightly as one thought after another appeared in her mind. Why did I even ask him that? The first condition for two people to actually date is... Sei's face turned red. She told herself they both have to like each other. The next day, during break time, Sei's group of friends gathered together. One girl bragged, "Hey, I have a boyfriend now." Another immediately exclaimed, "No way. Congrats." Then that girl asked quietly, "But didn't you say you liked Jahan?" The moment she heard his name, Sei froze for a few seconds. The long-haired girl laughed and replied, "That was ages ago. I like someone who likes me. I'm going to the bathroom." After that, the girl with her hair in a bun turned to Sei and said, "I think Jahan likes you." Startled, Sei blurted out, "What?" The girl continued, "Isn't he really nice to you?" Hearing that, Sei recalled all the countless times Jahan had gotten caught up in romantic trouble and shrugged. "Come on, lots of people think he treats them well." The girl thought for a moment, then nodded slightly. "That's true, but it does feel like he treats you differently." "No, he doesn't. Forget it." In truth, when she heard her friend say that, Sei also felt that it wasn't entirely wrong. The feeling Jahan gave her really was different. "Honestly, lately when I'm with Jahan, I feel like I'm someone special." Suddenly, a boy's voice rang out from the other side. "Hey, I heard there's going to be a dodgeball game during break today." It was Jahan's voice. In that instant, he was all Sei could see. The losing team has to clean up. Seeing him absorbed in conversation with someone else, she thought, "Does he really treat me differently?" When break began, everyone gathered in the gym. The PE teacher with glasses kept rambling on about the rules. Any team that loses all its female members inside the circle loses. If you're out, leave the circle and try to eliminate the other team's members. The moment he finished speaking, Sei grabbed the ball and hurled it straight at the girl with curlers in her hair. The ball struck her shoulder, and the PE teacher shouted, "Nice one, Sei." That team only has one person left now. As the teacher passed by, Sei said awkwardly, "Sorry, I just kind of wanted to win." The other girl replied, "It's fine. Why apologize? It's just a game." Then, in the middle of talking, Jahan came into her view, and the two of them suddenly looked at each other. The moment their eyes met, Jahan quickly turned his head away. Irritated, she thought, what was that? Why did he suddenly look away? The PE teacher, sitting nearby, completely ignored, was practically in tears. "I'm talking here, and not one of you is even answering me." Sei suddenly remembered what the girl with the bun had said earlier and told herself, "First example of Jahan treating me differently." Differently? Right, exactly. He looked at me and didn't even have a single expression on his face. So annoying. Suddenly, one of Jahan's teammates threw the ball at him. "Jahan, catch!" By sheer coincidence, Sei was right there too. His teammates behind him immediately cheered. "Hurry and get Sei out too. Throw it hard." Faced with everyone's encouragement, his expression darkened for a moment. The girl with curlers, the one Sei had hit earlier, was also enthusiastically cheering. I said throw it hard, but before she could finish, the ball slowly rolled to a stop at Sei's feet. The girl cried out in disappointment. "Oh, come on, Jahan." He replied awkwardly, "Sorry, it slipped." Sei picked up the ball, wondering to herself, The game ended, and thanks to Jahan, his team ended up having to clean. Sei said smugly, "Thanks to Sei, we don't have to clean up." Another girl chimed in, "He didn't throw that hard at you anyway." John answered irritably, "It still hurts, okay? I can't believe we have to clean too. This is so annoying." She's ridiculously competitive. Sei overheard the two girls talking behind her back. Looking over, she said softly, "Sorry, I on you. Does it still hurt?" The girl pretended to answer, "Yeah, but you didn't mean to, right?" Just then, Jahan walked over and said tensely, "It's because of me that we lost." Seeing that the girl still looked upset, he took the initiative and said, "Sorry, I on you. I'll clean your part for you." Sei added, "I really didn't do it on purpose." Suddenly receiving this kind of special concern, the girl couldn't help thinking, "So I'm the villain here now? A malicious thought rose in John's mind. He's the same too, always doing something and then smiling afterward. Together with the irritation from getting hit by the ball earlier, she grabbed Jahan by the shoulder and asked pointedly, "Jahan, you did that on purpose too, didn't you?" Flustered, he replied, "I'm sorry for causing trouble." The girl was dissatisfied with his apology and muttered with a frown, "Hichem, tell me honestly, are you so comfortable with, say, E because she comes from a wealthy family? Hearing someone badmouth the person you like is never pleasant." But the girl didn't notice Jahan's expression at all and kept going. "Saeed's really lucky. So many people wish they could be like her." Because she was talking too heatedly, she accidentally spilled water on his shirt. Only then did Jahan frown and say, "Hey, that's enough." The girl beside John whispered, "Hurry and apologize. Washing it isn't enough to fix this." But he paid no attention to that. He only turned his head and called, "Say, E, let's go." She answered absently, "Okay." Watching Jahan's expression, she thought to herself, is Jahan angry? A little later, Sae was holding a pink ice cream bar in her hand when Jahan opened the door and came in. He had already changed out of the stained shirt. Seeing that, she said, "Teacher told us to buy ice cream for the whole class. Aren't you coming?" Calmly, he replied, "It's fine." Suddenly, Sae sighed and said, "Why did you step in back there? You didn't have to do that. It just made things more awkward for you." Jahan was still busy folding up the dirty shirt, casually answering her, but she wasn't saying anything nice either. Hearing that, Sae remembered what the girl with the bun had said. "It does feel like he treats you differently." Her expression shifted slightly, and she wondered, is that really true? Then she touched Jahan's hand and said softly, "Why? You didn't have to do anything either." Her sudden touch startled him, and he let go. The black shirt slipped down. He was about to tell her, "Say, let go of my hand," when she hurriedly leaned out the window to grab the shirt. Without paying any attention to the danger, she insisted, "Wait, I think I can reach it." Jahan immediately pulled her back. After the danger passed, the room fell strangely silent. Saeed's half-eaten ice cream had dropped onto the floor. A streak of pink ice cream stained Jahan's clean white shirt, and he said worriedly, "You almost fell." Clutching the shirt tightly in her hands, she mumbled, "I didn't want to drop your shirt. Are you mad?" Seeing the glaring stain on the white shirt, she lowered her head and said apologetically, "I'm sorry I got ice cream on your shirt." Inside, she thought, he looks really angry. "What do I do?" Jahan let out a helpless sigh at her. "How could I be mad at you?" Then he asked with concern, "Are you hurt anywhere?" Seeing how forgiving he was toward her, Sae wondered, Then she suddenly realized something, and a thought surfaced in her mind. Second example of Jahan treating me differently. Lowering her head, she slowly asked, "Have you thought about what we talked about last week?" Deep down, hope began to grow again. If I'm not the only one fooling myself, then Jahan. He asked in surprise, "About dating?" Sae felt herself grow hot, her heart starting to race. Maybe Jahan has feelings for me too. Just as she was trembling with nervousness, he suddenly said, "I have." Jahan stood up and asked in a low voice, "What about you? Have you thought about it?" Sae está mered. Inside, she thought, I don't even know what Jahan is thinking right now. Seeing the look of expectation in his eyes, she told herself, "I really don't know." Jahan bent down slightly, his voice turning serious. "You haven't thought about it at all, have you?" He paused for a moment before continuing, "I can't date you." Caught off guard by his answer, Sae unconsciously let out, Outside, there was suddenly a burst of noise. Break time was probably ending, and the students were returning to class. Panicked, she thought, what? She looked at Jahan, her eyes full of hesitation. "I still need more time, so..." Suddenly, he cut her off. "You will think about it, right?" Sae froze at his question. The truth was, she didn't know how she should answer, so all she could say was, "I think so." Jahan turned and walked out of the classroom. Seeing the ice cream stain on his shirt, his friend asked with concern, "What happened to your shirt?" Sae was left alone in the room, dazed, with a giant question mark in her mind. She watched his back and suddenly felt doubtful inside. "What do you mean by that, Jahan?" He recalled his meeting with that older sister at the cafe. She had suggested, so Sae said that the best solution would be to make your relationship real. Looking at Jahan, she sincerely advised him, "Then it won't be a lie anymore." He nodded, but his expression darkened slightly. She was probably just joking. When we were younger, she used to joke like this a lot. Resting her chin on her hand, she asked curiously, "Really? Then if you don't like it, just reject her. Why say you'll think about it?" Embarrassed, Jahan scratched his head and replied softly, "Because I like her." You already knew that. In a rare, open-hearted moment, he honestly confessed, "Just being by her side already makes me happy," but Sae keeps. "What is it, sis?" She had been staring at him this whole time, and when he asked, she only smiled and said, "I just remembered you two are still only high school students." "How cute." "Think it through carefully, Jahan. This might be a good opportunity for you." Hearing that, he fell into thought. An opportunity? Say, he had come to wait outside the cafe. When she saw him through the window, she waved. In that moment, Jahan told himself, "I don't want to keep holding on to hope forever." In the faculty office, the teacher handed back the students' exam score sheets. Looking at Sei-Yi's results, she praised her happily. "Sei-Yi, you always do well." Then she turned to Ai-Yuan and said apologetically, "As for you, Ai-Yuan, if you hadn't written the answers in the wrong order, it would have been better." What a shame. Since things hadn't ended well for her best friend, Sei gently hugged her and whispered, "I know you really tried your best." Ai-Yuan patted her shoulder and forced a smile. "Thanks, I am okay." She even worriedly urged Sei-Yi to leave. "Go on, hurry. You'll be late for tutoring." But inside, Sei-Yi felt lazy. "I really don't want to study today." After saying goodbye to her best friend, Sei-Yi entered a convenience store. When a group of boys saw Ai-Yuan, they began whispering among themselves. "Isn't that Jang Ai-Yuan?" Another asked, "Who's that?" One of them snorted, "She's super annoying." "What? Is she crying?" Jimin, who was focused on picking out things, heard his friends talking and asked, "Why are you staring at her like that?" "That's gross." The other boy jerked his chin toward Ai-Yuan and curled his lip. "What, you don't see it?" "Look, Jimin." Feeling that there was nothing admirable about picking on a decent girl, Jimin simply grabbed his two friends by the heads and dragged them outside. "What are you guys even talking about?" She's smiling. Then suddenly, he noticed a long strip of white paper on the ground. At Jahan's house, the tutoring session went smoothly. Before ending the lesson, the tutor suddenly said, "That's enough for today. Good job, both of you. How's the wedding song practice going?" He smiled and answered gently, "It's going fine. We even practiced a little before you came today." Sei glanced at him and thought, "He looks like nothing happened, but what about me?" Remembering Jahan's words, "I can't date you," she felt a surge of irritation. He rejected me the other day and can still act so calm. So annoying. To vent a little, she kept bumping Jahan's leg with her thigh and knee. The tutor's voice interrupted the little secret struggle between them. "I heard your father went on a business trip today, right, Jahan? And your mother went too, so you're home alone. That must feel lonely, doesn't it?" He reached out and held Sei-Yi's knee still, then calmly answered the tutor's question. "It's only for a few days, so it's fine." Feeling the warmth of his hand on her knee, Sei-Yi thought, "Seriously, he's so annoying." A little later, Jahan walked the tutor and Sei-Yi all the way to the door. He didn't forget to hand her an umbrella and gently remind her, "Make sure to take this. It might rain tonight." Embarrassed, she refused right away. "It's okay. It's not even dark yet." But people who say things like that usually end up proven wrong. Just a few minutes later, rain came pouring down. Sei-Yi huddled under the awning of a nearby building and thought regretfully, "Should I go back and borrow an umbrella?" Watching passers-by struggle beneath their umbrellas, she gave up on the idea that had just come to mind. "No, if I go back now, I'll just get soaked too. My house is even farther from here." Nearly in tears, she blamed herself. "I should have just taken it when he offered. Why did I refuse?" Remembering the foolish thing she had said when she suggested that Jahan date her, she felt a little embarrassed. "But I couldn't hold it back because every time I look at his face, I remember what happened before." Honestly, when I said that, I wasn't completely serious, and I didn't think Jahan would actually agree. Then the moment Jahan rejected her came back to mind, and she thought in disappointment. But when he firmly rejected me like that, I unconsciously felt upset. Staring into the endless rain, Sei-Yi's thoughts suddenly became hazy. He's usually not that firm, and the funniest part is that I ended up having different thoughts because of it. Waiting in the endless rain made her unconsciously think of Jahan. The Jahan I know is much kinder than that. So maybe right now he's looking up at the rain and worrying about me. Sei-Yi asked herself, maybe he'll come pick me up because you always help me. In the curtain of rain, the faint figure of a tall, slender boy could be seen braving the downpour just to bring an umbrella to the girl he liked. When he saw her huddled under the eaves, he shouted, "Sei-Yi." The call made her jump. When she turned around, Jahan's worried face was already right in front of her. He said, "I told you to bring an umbrella." The moment she saw him, she let out a quiet sigh of relief. Right, just like this. Sei-Yi noticed that his white socks were splattered with mud, and he had even put his slippers on the wrong feet. He must have rushed over in a hurry. Her heart trembled. He always found one way or another to help me. Sei-Yi asked softly, "You really came?" Jahan nodded and replied quietly, "It's raining. Can't you open the umbrella?" She fumbled with it and murmured, "Yeah." Seeing that, he took the umbrella from her hand. "Let me try." Jahan put some strength into it, but no matter what he did, the umbrella still would not open. Worried, he said, "You should call your mom to come get you. It's raining so hard." She nodded to show she understood. "Okay, you should go home. It still won't open." Jahan answered gently, "Yeah." I just grabbed the one that was within reach. Suddenly, a nasty gust of wind blew in, tilting the umbrella aside and drenching them both, since they were already soaked anyway. He angled the umbrella toward her and seriously suggested, "Let's share it." Then he looked outside and muttered, "The rain's coming down really hard." He suddenly called out, "Jahan." When he did not answer, she tried again, her voice gentler this time. "Jahan." He still did not respond. So in the end, she had no choice but to call out louder, "Jahan." Only then did he snap back and reply, "Huh? The rain's too loud. I couldn't hear you." She held onto his arm and said with a frown, "Just put your arm around my shoulders too." Seeing the surprise on his face, she added, "So you don't get wet." Jahan draped his arm over her shoulders and answered softly, "Okay." And so the two of them leaned against each other as they walked home. Even though they still got wet, their hearts felt incomparably warm. He thought to herself, "Jahan is walking in step with me." Looking at the hand around her shoulders, she told herself, "And he isn't holding me too tightly so it doesn't hurt." Feeling his warmth through his sleeve, Yi's heart suddenly skipped. She wondered to herself, is the place where his hand is always this warm? After arriving at Jahan's house, she immediately called her mother. "Yes, Mom, I'm waiting at Jahan's house." Her mother replied, "Okay, I'll be done in about 10 minutes, so I'll head over soon. See you in a bit." Her mother seemed busy, and the sound of her talking to someone else carried through the phone. "Huh? What did you say?" "Why, Hui?" He thought to herself, "What? Mom hasn't hung up yet." By then, Jahan had already opened the door. He said, "Come in." One of Mrs. Jin's co-workers looked at her in confusion. "You're leaving your daughter alone with a boy at night, and you're not worried?" She smiled and replied, "Oh, come on. Those two aren't like that." Thinking of Jahan's character, her voice was full of reassurance. "Sometimes I even tease them, but I know those two are both grown up and studious, so they won't do anything foolish." Hearing that through the phone, he suddenly realized, come to think of it. She glanced at Jahan. He folded the umbrella and was about to put it away. Seeing that she was soaked to the bone, he said gently, "Wait a second. I'll go get you a towel." Her expression turned thoughtful as she told herself, "There are only the two of us in this house." Her mother's voice still rang through the phone, firm and certain. "Even if the two kids are alone together, nothing will happen." Jahan handed her a towel and quietly asked, "Are 2 towels enough?" He answered absent-mindedly, "Enough." Then she suddenly cried out, "Hey, that's not the issue right now." She ran over to close the glass door, looking worried. "Rain's about to get all over your house. You need to close it." He immediately stepped over and shut the door in her place, speaking gently. "Then you'll get wet." He let out a startled, "Oh." Without looking at her, Jahan hurried off. "I'm going upstairs to close the windows too." She quickly chased after him and said with a frown, "Let me come with you. We still have to wipe the floor too." But inwardly she thought, Jahan has no idea that because of the things he does, my heart keeps fluttering. Oh no, when he says things like that, it makes me feel specially cared for again. Outside, the rain still poured down. Instead of going home, Ayun sat dazed in a nearby park. Jimin stood off to the side, watching her cry into her hands. Holding the grade report in his hand, he felt as though it were burning hot. What am I supposed to do? How much longer is she going to keep crying? He edged a little closer, quietly making a plan. I'll just give her the report card I found and leave right away. Easier said than done. The closer he got, the more his courage shrank. When the rain started coming down harder, he decided to just leave. It's raining too hard. I should go home. At that exact moment, Ayun rummaged through her bag, trying to find her grade report. In the end, Jimin had no choice but to gather all his courage, go back, and hand the report to her. Embarrassed, he said, "You dropped this earlier. I didn't look at it or anything." She grabbed the paper, her voice full of surprise. "Where did you find this?" Jimin smiled and answered honestly, "At the convenience store. I should get going now." She bowed politely and said, "Oh, thank you." Seeing that she still seemed intent on staying there, he asked, "Aren't you going home?" Ayun replied, "I'll go soon. Tears started streaming down her face again, and with a choked voice she said, "I messed up my test. Just let me sit here a little longer." Jimin was not surprised at all. He had already overheard everything in the cram school hallway. Awkwardly, he began, "I." Suddenly, the rain came down even harder, the pounding sound swallowing his voice. Jimin thought to himself, what the heck? Why is it raining even harder now? It would not be right to leave a girl sitting out in the rain like this. So he crouched down in front of Ayun and softly comforted her. "Hey, stop crying, okay? At least go under some shelter before you cry. Don't get soaked." Then he blurted out, "If you hadn't mixed up the answer order, you would have gotten a high score." "Damn," she immediately protested. "No." Hearing that, Jimin looked surprised. Ayun frowned, her words carrying a trace of grievance. "That was all a lie. I didn't mix up the answer order. I just got them wrong." He stayed silent. She continued, "No matter how hard I try, I can't seem to do well. I hate it. It's so embarrassing." Seeing that she had finally vented, Jimin spoke gently at last. "Everyone has days like that. You're not the only one who's embarrassed. Oh, how about I tell you one of my secrets? Then we'll be even, right?" She answered dejectedly, "I'm not interested in hearing it." Ayun looked him straight in the eye and said bluntly, "I already know your secret. You like say." Jimin was struck right in his weak spot and blurted out in shock, "What?" Inwardly, he clicked his tongue. "Wow, seriously." Then she suddenly said, "Let me see your grade report, and we'll call it even." Hearing that, he frowned and let out a sigh. She really is something else. Meanwhile, Sei and Jahan were wiping the water off the floor together. "Tired," she said. "Phew, we're done once we wipe over here too." Hearing that, he said, "I told you I'd wipe it myself." Sei shook her head. "It's fine." Suddenly, everything around them grew quiet, leaving only the sound of the rain resonating outside the window. She thought to herself, now that the windows are shut, it's really quiet. She stared at Jahan, and an unfamiliar feeling suddenly welled up inside her. There were only the two of them in a house so quiet that they could hear the rain. Even so, he remained focused on wiping the floor, paying her no mind at all. He was slightly surprised. He seems pretty calm being alone with me. Thinking of a boy and a girl being together by themselves, her mother's words suddenly came rushing back. Even if the two kids are alone together, nothing will happen. Looking at his serious face again, she let out a faint sigh. If people knew Jahan's personality, no one would ever imagine something like that happening. In both looks and academics, few people could compare to him. He secretly thought, the reason Mom likes Jahan so much is because there's no boy more decent and dependable than him. But is it normal to be this expressionless? Suddenly, she really wanted to tease him. With a bright grin, he said, "Hey, do you know what my mom said earlier?" He asked, puzzled. "What did your mom say?" He mischievously continued, "My mom said that even if you and I were alone together, nothing would happen. I think she must think we're dating or something. I wonder why she said that." The more she spoke, the funnier it seemed, and in the end, she burst out laughing. "My mom really thinks you're super upright." Then she awkwardly asked, "By the way, can I borrow some of your clothes?" He answered quietly, "Sure." Jahan reluctantly handed some clothes to her. He frowned and complained, "I was telling you that so you'd laugh. What's with that face? My mom wasn't wrong, was she?" Then she pouted, looking unhappy. "Besides, you already said you weren't interested in romance with me. You didn't even consider dating me." Jahan draped the towel over her head, and his voice suddenly fell silent. Only then did he say, "You really are something else." He looked up at his attentive manner and muttered, "You're the strange one, idiot." Jahan's brows drew together, his face full of concern. "If you don't dry off soon, you'll catch a cold." She thought to herself, "You're worried about me with a face like that." Remembering the look on his face when he rejected her, he asked herself, "Then why did you reject me back then?" In the end, all she could do was sigh and conclude in exasperation. Being too nice is a fault too. Jahan had no idea what she was thinking and remained completely focused on drying her hair. Dry your hair first. Memories from before suddenly came flooding back. Every time she took the initiative to do something, or every time she made a mess through clumsiness, he always seemed to forgive her. "I really don't understand. He didn't mind when I spilled something on his shirt. He lent me a towel and clothes, and he even said I could hold his hand. So why can't we date?" Everything Jahan did contradicted the cold, detached expression he always wore. Sadie could not help thinking, if I really am special to you, then why? Unable to suppress her curiosity, she finally asked out loud, "Why don't you want to date me?" Startled, Jahan asked, "Where did that question come from?" seeing that the person in front of her kept hesitating instead of answering. She said in frustration, "Anything else is fine, but not this? Is it because I'm not?" Sei's cheeks turned red, her gaze moist, and her voice suddenly became hurried. "Can you kiss me?" The word she had just spoken left Jahan frozen for several seconds. In shock, he said, "What?" After calming down a little, he sighed. "There you go again, taking things all the way." She refused to let him off. In a firm voice, she said, "Why won't you answer me?" She looked straight into Jahan's eyes and asked suspiciously, "Don't tell me you've imagined kissing me before." Startled, he cried out, "Sei, why are you doing this to me?" Her eyes grew more earnest than ever. Sei asked softly, "You can't imagine it?" As soon as she finished speaking, Jahan immediately turned his head away, trying to avoid her gaze. "That's enough." Sei quietly moved closer and softly said, "Okay." Then she gently pressed a kiss to his cheek. It was only a fleeting brush of a kiss, but it was enough to send Jahan's heart into chaos. Meanwhile, the culprit behind it all calmly said, "Oh, I guess. I can imagine it now. It seems like it's okay if I kiss you, right?" Jahan suddenly lowered his eyes. Noticing the change in his expression, she stammered, Just now, that was." In the very next second, he unexpectedly leaned in, his lips meeting hers. Jahan's face was right in front of her, his lips soft. Sei's eyes flew wide open, and she let out a startled, "Ah." She froze under his kiss, thinking to herself, "What is happening?" A moment later, he gently pulled his lips away. The tips of Jahan's ears were bright red, and Sei's cheeks were no better. Both of them felt unbearably shy. The redness on his ears spread gradually down his neck, and even his voice turned halting. "I'm sorry." Sei was so tense, she started hiccuping, unable to say anything at all. At top speed, she pushed Jahan away, gathered her things, and called her mother, all within a few seconds. "I have to go home." "Yes, Mom, where are you now?" Hearing the strangeness in her voice, along with her non-stop hiccuping, Mrs. Jean asked suspiciously, "Why do you have hiccups? Did you sneak something to eat, or what?" Her heart was pounding like a drum, and Sei could even hear it herself, so she covered her mouth and tried to force herself back to normal. "Calm down, please." On the other side, Jahan let her leave, his whole body now red with embarrassment. Both of their faces were red as tomatoes, their hearts pounding wildly. Embarrassed, Sei thought, his whole face turned red. He's so unlike. That night, she could not sleep at all. Every time she closed her eyes, that kiss came rushing back. I tossed and turned all night. The next day, Sei went to school acting visibly suspicious, to the point that Ayun had to ask, "What's wrong with you?" Instead of answering, Sei hid behind her, thinking, "I'm embarrassed, okay?" Then Ayun handed over a stack of notebooks and said casually, "Here's the math outline I borrowed from you the other day." Sei took it and hurriedly stuffed it into her bag. Smiling, she replied, "Thanks. You returned it sooner than I expected." Ayun then said, "Oh, there were a few problems I didn't understand, so someone explained them to me." The moment she suddenly noticed Jahan walking nearby, Sei hurriedly pushed Ayun toward the classroom as she spoke. "Really? That person must be good at math. Come on, let's get inside already." Seeing how flustered she was, Jahan thought to himself, "There she goes again." Right after that, he passed by quickly and helped pull up the zipper on her bag, which had been left open. Ayun smiled and teased, "Jahan, this is the first time I've seen you zip up someone else's bag." Sei watched him and thought irritably, "What is wrong with you? He's acting all blank-faced again." She had some business at the teacher's office, and by coincidence, Jahan did too. He was even already talking with the teacher. "Yes, ma'am." Because she was afraid of running into him, she hid outside and did not dare go in. Meanwhile, Ayun helped scout things out for her, occasionally reporting, "He's gone now. Didn't you say you had to stop by the teacher's office? Why are you lurking around him like this?" Then she suddenly said sharply, "Something happened between you and Jahan, didn't it?" Sei immediately denied it. "No way. Actually, it's just, is it that obvious?" Ayun shrugged and replied indifferently, "He's the same as always, but you're the one acting weird." Sei glanced at her and said quietly, "I know." Thinking of Jahan's shy, flushed face yesterday and his cold expression today, they seemed like complete opposites. She thought in confusion, Yesterday, he seemed like a completely different person. How can he go back to normal overnight? Pushing thoughts of him aside, she stepped in and politely greeted the teacher. Ma'am, here's what you needed. The teacher smiled kindly. Thanks for bringing it. Here, have this. Just then, another teacher brought Jahan back into the office and kindly asked, do you want to take some more study materials? At once, Seiyi's face turned awkward. As if that were not enough, the teacher beside her suddenly said, oh, Jahan, come here. I'll give you some snacks too. He walked over to stand beside her and said softly, thank you, ma'am. The teacher rummaged around for a while, then said apologetically, I'm all out. Sei, give Jahan one of yours. Left with no choice, she handed one over to him and quietly replied, okay. Jahan avoided her gaze and said shyly, thanks. Inside, she cried out, this is so awkward. Then the teacher suddenly smiled and asked curiously, aren't you two really close? The question hit so unexpectedly that Sei froze for several seconds. Before she could answer, however, the other teacher spoke up. I thought so too, but right now they both seem kind of shy. You two have known each other since you were little, right? The first teacher laughed and replied, of course they're close. Last time, Sei almost fell down the stairs while cleaning. Do you know how much Jahan complained to me about that? Ever since then, I stopped asking the kids to clean the high windows. Back then, I even thought Jahan had feelings for Sei. Hearing the teacher talk about things she had never known, about the quiet ways he had cared for her, Seiyi's heart fluttered again. Jahan, honestly, sensing the silence from both of them, the teacher laughed and said, oh dear, saying that now will only make them more embarrassed. Sei secretly glanced at Jahan and saw the tips of his ears gradually turning red. She thought in surprise, he's blushing again. Then she suddenly realized, wait, so it's not just me, right? He feels it too, doesn't he? One teacher waved her hand, speaking cheerfully. Those two are so well-behaved, I was only teasing. Jahan and Sei are both so good and so serious. Hearing that, she thought to herself, well-behaved and serious? Oh, right. The teacher was still full of praise for them. Those kids have never caused any trouble. Sei and Jahan looked at each other, their eyes saying everything. Suddenly, he turned around and hurriedly left. I need to go clean up before time's up. The teacher said regretfully, you're leaving already? All right. Seeing him go, Sei quickly tried to slip away too. I should get going too. The teacher held her back for a moment and asked softly, Sei, I'm only asking because I'm curious. Are you two really dating? She blurted out in surprise, what? Then Sei shook her head, her voice serious. No, ma'am. I have to go clean up now. Watching Jahan disappear from sight, she thought, did he seriously run off just now? She hurried after him. The door had already been shut at some point. Patiently, she knocked and called softly, hey, Jahan. Sei pressed her ear to the door, her voice tinged with a little regret. You're in there, right? Why are you avoiding me? Jahan stood inside, his heart pounding like it might leap out of his chest. Her voice kept drifting in from outside. You're the one who kissed me. Suddenly Sei spoke gently. I'm really okay. The moment he sensed she was about to bring up that embarrassing thing, Jahan immediately rushed out, flustered. Don't talk about that here. The tips of his ears were bright red. Sei smiled smugly. He was pretending to be fine, but now he was obviously flustered. She didn't even bother holding back as she said outright, I know I was the one who started it, but you're the one who touched your lips to mine. Jahan had to cover her mouth with his hand to stop her from making any more noise. Stop talking. Sei suddenly grabbed his hand and whispered softly, no one's come here to clean yet. You know we need to talk. Faced with her words, he hesitated for a moment, then pulled her into the room. Fine. First, the two of them squeezed into the narrow space, their faces close together. Jahan's voice was low and warm, his breath seeming to brush against her face. Get in here first. Sei looked at him and asked suspiciously, why are you so set on coming in here? He spoke slowly. Seiki, she asked what? Jahan seemed like he wanted to say something more, but then he held back. Instead, he said firmly, clean up first. What did you want to talk about? At that, she went speechless, not knowing how to answer. She had only come because she wanted to see Jahan flustered. Seiki saiding worthy. What is this? Then she scratched her head and mumbled awkwardly, I don't really have a topic. Then think of one. He frowned and replied firmly, no. Move aside so I can wipe this. She placed her hand on his shoulder, her eyes shining like a puppy's as she pleaded, take it easy just for today. You're way too meticulous. Jahan sighed inwardly. Looks like she's not getting down. In the end, he could only gently lift her down and say quietly, down. A teacher is coming around to inspect today, so clean up. Jahan looked at her and calmly suggested, let's talk while we work. Say he still hadn't recovered from being lifted by him. Her face turned bashful, and inwardly she grumbled. Seriously, Jahan. He handed her the broom. Here. She took it with a sullen face, random thoughts filling her mind. I'm always the one who gets more flustered. I thought he'd be a little different today, so that's why I came. I thought maybe he'd say something special. Even after they finished cleaning, neither of them had said anything. When it was time to leave, she stared at Jahan and thought, so he's really decided to ignore what happened yesterday. Suddenly, she darted past him and said loudly, bye. Then she even stuck out her tongue at him. Seeing that, Jahan's friend asked curiously, does she always tease you like that? Jahan didn't answer. His friend called softly, Jahan. But Jahan was still staring after Yi's retreating figure. At that moment, she was frowning and muttering, I already said I was fine, but he keeps. A moment later, his face was still dazed as the words slipped out unconsciously. Yeah, He was changing her shoes and getting ready to leave when her friend suddenly called out, are you going home alone today? Great, let's go together. She replied brightly, sure, let's go together. Suddenly, Jahan appeared out of nowhere. With a calm expression, he declined on her behalf. She said she's going home with me today. Startled, she cried out, you scared me to death. When did you get here? As she said that, she lost her balance and nearly fell. Luckily, Jahan caught her in time. Their hands clasped tightly together. He answered softly, just now. He flushed a little and asked shyly, thanks for catching me. But wait, we're going home together. He nodded and replied casually, don't we always go home together on tutoring days? Hearing that, she suddenly remembered. Oh, right. Her friend across from them spoke up in surprise. What? You two already decided to go home together. Then the friend hurried off, not forgetting to say, then next time let's go home together, said he. After her friend left, E thought quietly. So, this is another thing that's different from usual? Then she mumbled, bye. The two of them walked home together, the thick leaves overhead blocking out some of the sweltering summer sun. As she walked, E let her thoughts drift. He didn't mean to hold my hand, but neither of us is letting go. Suddenly, she said lightly, I forgot to get my book. Can we stop by my house? Jahan agreed at once. Okay. Their hands were still clasped tightly like that, and neither of them changed it. E thought to herself, and neither of us seems to have any problem with that. When they got home, she saw a car parked in front and asked in confusion, Today is Mom's day off. Her car shouldn't be here, should it? Suddenly, a voice came from behind them. Is that you, E? It was a little embarrassing being caught by an adult, but she still politely introduced him. Hello, Mom. This is my neighbor. Jahan bowed his head and said, hello, ma'am. She smiled and continued, I'm going to get my book. Wait here a moment. As soon as she finished speaking, she hurried upstairs and stuffed the book into her bag. Then she rushed back down again. When she reached the middle of the yard, the neighbor lady's voice was still going on. It looks like you two are very good friends. Jahan patiently chatted with her. Yes, ma'am. Seeing how calm he looked, the neighbor suddenly grew curious. So not just friends? When Sei reached the door, she heard him answer, yes, she and I are. Sei's eyes widened, and surprise flashed across her face. After satisfying her curiosity, the neighbor lady backed away. I see. I should be going now. Behind the door, Sei's heart pounded loudly. She thought, if we're not friends, then what are we? The door flew open, and she rushed forward, calling out loudly, Jahan. He reached out to steady her, his voice still as gentle as ever. You don't need to rush like that. Before Jahan could even finish speaking, Sei lifted his face with her hands. Startled, Jahan raised a hand to stop her and asked softly, what is it? She frowned, suddenly puzzled. That's weird. Why isn't he blushing? She poked a finger against his forehead, her eyes full of suspicion. Jahan grew tense under her stare. Sei pressed down a little harder and thought, how is he this calm? The leaves rustled softly as a gentle breeze drifted between them. Sei muttered quietly, her voice blending into the wind. Before, I liked how comfortable I could be around you. But now, because of you, I've started acting strange too. She looked straight into his eyes, her voice serious. We've been pretending to date for so long that maybe I forgot how I used to act around you. Or maybe it's because you've been too good to me. She paused in thought for a second, then continued. You even helped me when I thought Uncle Minseek was cheating. At first, I just didn't want to make Mom sad. That was all. The more she spoke, the quieter her voice became. That's all I wanted. Then she thought in surprise. Oh, Jahan's face was still stiff, but the tips of his ears were slowly turning pink. His ears are red again. They were standing so close that he could hear the commotion inside her own heart. Thoughts surfaced one after another. I can smell the faint scent of soap in his hair, mixed with the smell of raindrops lingering on leaves that still hadn't dried completely. That scent brought her back to last night, when his breath had been right beside her and their lips had lightly touched, just like yesterday. That fleeting kiss had been clumsy, nervous, and tense, but it had also been a first kiss for both of them, the first time their breaths had come that close, beyond just holding hands. And when they pulled apart, the soft feeling still lingered on her lips, along with the warmth and flutter of something she couldn't quite name. Thinking that, Seiyi's brows suddenly furrowed. She thought, I know how you feel about me, Jahan. Then she spoke. It's all your fault. Jahan asked softly in confusion. What do you mean? In her mind, she thought you like me. But when she met his eyes, that thought turned into a question instead. Why did you kiss me yesterday? Everything that had just happened was only in Seiyi's imagination. In reality, all she dared do was think, I wish I could ask him that directly. Outwardly, she only stared stubbornly and said, Why did you kiss me yesterday? Jahan frowned. Realizing he hadn't heard what she'd said clearly, she hurriedly changed the subject. Let's go to class. He nodded. Yeah. As they were about to leave, Jahan suddenly whispered softly, I'm sorry. She thought in surprise, HM. A moment later, she finally understood what was hidden in his apology. Her heart started racing again, and her thoughts drifted wildly. He heard what I said earlier? Why does he keep apologizing? She was just about to call out, Jahan, when sudden footsteps rang out. Mrs. Jean appeared in front of them. He cried out in surprise. Huh? Mom? Mrs. Jean looked so shocked, she couldn't even speak. Both hands clamped over her mouth. She recalled what the kids had just said, and the feeling of betrayal seemed to shatter her heart. With difficulty, she spoke. What do you mean you two were pretending to date? What is that supposed to mean? He hurriedly tried to explain. Mom, wait, please listen to me. Jahan didn't do anything wrong. Suddenly, he stepped forward and stood in front of her, his voice serious. I'm sorry, Mom. Actually, I was the one who suggested everything. I want to play games without letting my parents know, so I dragged Sei into this mess. Mrs. Jean stayed silent. Looking guilty, he continued. At first, Sei refused, but I kept insisting. Hearing him take all the blame onto himself, she tried to stop him softly. What? No, that's not true. Jahan still stood in front of her and whispered, We only agreed to sing the wedding song because of me. It's my fault. At last, he said weakly, At first, he only did it because she was worried about you, ma'am, so before he could finish, Mrs. Jean turned away at once. How could this happen to me? For years, the two of you put on this relationship just to fool me. Her eyes were full of disappointment as she looked at him. I never thought you would do something like this. Jahan, and you're not the daughter I thought I knew. I'm not talking about this anymore. Sei frowned, panic spreading across her face. After Mrs. Jean left, she quietly asked Jahan, Why did you say you were the one who started it? My mom will think it was all your fault. He answered calmly, It's fine. Ypsilonius mood suddenly sank. She thought, if I bring up what I was saying earlier now, it'll be too strange. Fragments of childhood memories suddenly came rushing back, along with her aimless thoughts. I wonder when everything started going wrong. I gradually came to hate the person I wanted to be close to, became wary of the person I wanted to trust, and then hurt the person I never wanted to hurt. Nothing is turning out the way I wanted anymore. Her mind grew even more tangled. She blamed herself. Why am I always running away? Why do I always endure everything, even when I'm already miserable? Why do we? She lifted her head and looked at Jahan, asking worriedly, Are you really okay? He answered softly, Yeah. Even though he said that, she couldn't stop worrying. He thought, You always have to lie first, Jahan, even though it isn't true at all. After thinking for a while, Sei decided she had to do something. She pushed Jahan ahead of her, her voice firm. I think I have to go. Then she suddenly ran off, leaving Jahan staring blankly. She didn't forget to tell him, If I don't show up, just tell the teacher I'm sick. And don't follow me. Inwardly, she resolved herself. I don't want Jahan to be misunderstood. He shoved the door open and rushed into the room, shouting, Mom. Mrs. Jean was sitting in a chair, and when she saw he suddenly return, she asked in confusion, Why did you come back? I already said I don't want to talk right now. He immediately cut her off. I was about to leave, but I was too confused to go. I was the one who suggested pretending to date, not Jahan, Mom. Seeing the bewildered expression on her mother's face, She took a deep breath and continued. I know I shouldn't have done that, but I was still afraid of fighting with you. And when I saw how happy it made you, I couldn't bring myself to tell you, so I kept putting it off. Her expression dimmed, and her voice was full of guilt. I'm sorry for lying to you all this time. Mrs. Jean silently looked at her daughter, listening to every sincere word. You should have told me sooner. She sighed, then spoke gently. All right, let's talk. What do you mean you thought Minseek was cheating? Do you realize how unreasonable you were being? As for that matter, the two of them argued back and forth for so long that he found herself thinking, I don't even know how long we've been talking, but once my feelings started pouring out, there was no way to hold them back anymore because I've never been this honest with Mom before. She put all her strength into it, pouring every thought and feeling into her words, hoping only that her mother would understand and sympathize with her. After talking for a long while, Mrs. Jean finally couldn't stay calm anymore. She stood up and said angrily, So what? You did all that for me? Do I really seem that untrustworthy to you? She raised her voice and demanded, Did you think I'd be angry if you told me the truth? Se ye answered softly. No, Mom. I thought if I told the truth, then An old memory suddenly surfaced, and the words that had haunted her mind for years rang out again. You're your mother's burden. At that thought, her eyes filled with tears, and her voice choked up. I thought I would become a burden to you, she thought to herself, but in the end, I still became a burden to Mom. As soon as she finished, Mrs. Jean left heartbreakingly, leaving Sei alone in the living room. Sei's voice grew faint. I am sorry. I have to go to class now. Then she wondered to herself, I wonder if class is already over by now. Without really thinking, Sei made her way to Jahan's house and called inside. Jahan, can you open the door for me? He replied, Okay. The door opened, and he appeared in front of her, saying tensely, class is already over. She mumbled, I know. Her expression was downcast, and even her voice sounded strangely lifeless. I came here before I even realized where I was going. She looked straight into Jahan's eyes and said softly, Because all of a sudden, I missed you. Then a voice came from inside. Who is it? Jahan replied, It's Sei. Then tell Sei what we covered today, and take her home. After that, he reached out to switch on the light, but she stopped him. Jahan, don't turn it on. I'll look awful right now. Hearing that, he sighed. Okay then. Jahan lightly touched her shoulder and asked worriedly, Did something happen with your mom? She sat down on the bed and said gloomily, Looks like I have to pay for all the lies I've told until now. But I'll probably be okay. Seeing that her throat seemed dry, he stood up and said kindly, I'll get you some water. He noticed a cardboard box on top of his trophy cabinet and asked curiously, What's this? I've never seen it in your room before. Jahan flinched and replied awkwardly, that. I'll just keep some precious things in there. Don't open it. She nodded. Okay. But inwardly she wondered, why does he look so flustered? When he came back in with a glass of water, he heard Sei shout, Jahan immediately ran over and asked, What's wrong? She quickly closed the box and covered it up. I almost dropped it while putting it back on top of the cabinet. Then she smiled and asked, So you were worried I got hurt again? Jahan answered honestly, yeah. Looking straight into her eyes, he seriously continued, If I didn't ask, you wouldn't have told me you were hurt. Deep down, he thought, because you always put other people before yourself. He said in surprise, He nodded and said, Yeah. Seeing that he was about to say something and then suddenly stopped, she impatiently pressed him, Why did you stop? Jahan remembered all those times in the past when he had always sacrificed herself and put other people's interests first. He spoke with difficulty. I just want you to put yourself first. His words shocked her so much that she could only blurt out, This was the first time anyone had worried about her like that. Narrowing her eyes, he slowly said, What is this? You're making me blush. I didn't drop the box earlier. As she said that, she fumbled with the box and thought to herself, Am I changing the subject too obviously? Then she muttered under her breath, Why is this lid so hard to close? Good thing I caught it. When she opened the lid and saw what was inside, her once calm heart stirred again. He said, These are things you treasure? She remembered the time she had visited him in the hospital and thought, touched, I gave him this when I went to see him there. Hearing her say that, Jahan grew slightly embarrassed and made an excuse to leave. Say, if you're not drinking this now, I'll leave it here, okay? She immediately rushed forward and hugged him from behind. From the corner of his eye, he could see the back of her neck had turned red. Jahan thought in surprise, her neck is all red. Suddenly, Yi spoke. Thank you. Her hand still clutched tightly at his shirt as she mumbled, thank you for taking care of me. Thank you for thinking of me like that. Thank you for liking me. As soon as she finished, she buried her face in his back and broke into sobs. In a small voice, he said, I saw what was inside the box. It was the gift I gave you. Jahan was not too surprised. He softly replied, Then he thought, she's crying. Gently, he raised his hand, about to pat her head. Suddenly, he lifted her face and spoke quickly. I fought with my mom today, and ever since then my emotions have been all over the place. Honestly, I thought I'd feel relieved after saying everything out loud, but somehow I just feel really sad. Tears streamed down her face. Jahan gently wiped them away for her. Feeling a little calmer, he continued, if I was going to lie, then I should have hidden it better. He bent down and carefully wiped away her tears, comforting her softly. It takes a lot of courage to tell the truth. I don't think I could do what you did. Their faces drew close again. Jahan let out a quiet, oh. The two of them looked at each other like that for a while, then awkwardly pulled apart. Wiping away her own tears, he said firmly, when I get home, I should make up with Mom. Jahan nodded in agreement. Yeah, he told his mother, I'll walk Sei home. From the kitchen, she called out, okay, goodbye, dear. Suddenly, Mrs. Jean poked her head out and smiled at Jahan. Wait, Jahan, what's on your shirt? Startled, he looked in the mirror, then answered awkwardly, I'll be right back. I need to change first. He took off his shirt. On her were 2 long marks of her tears and snot. Jahan stared for a moment, then burst out laughing. On the way back, he could not stop worrying. If my mom throws me out, can I sleep over at your house? He murmured back, I don't think she'll do that. Do you want me to go in with you? She shook her head and refused. No, it's okay. I've just never seen Mom that angry before, so I'm a little scared. Seeing how anxious she was, he sighed and suggested, then just in case, I'll wait outside your house. If things go badly, come out to me. He patted his hand and said worriedly, you'd wait for me? You don't have to do that. I just said it because it slipped out. In Yi's living room, Mrs. Jean was on the phone with the tutor. Hello. Yes, hello. Pacing back and forth, she gently repeated, you will be fine. Hearing that, the teacher let out a relieved sigh. That's such a relief. When I heard she wasn't feeling well, I was really worried. He doesn't share much about herself. Mrs. Jean let out an unconscious sigh and said, right. She hardly ever talks about herself. Sometimes I feel like I don't really understand, anymore. To me, she's still just a child, so that's a little. Hearing that, the teacher sounded slightly surprised. Really? I think is more mature than Jahan. Even when something is wrong, she never shows it. For the first time, hearing about her daughter through someone else's eyes, Mrs. Jin's expression became deeply attentive. The teacher continued, and she always thinks of others before herself, so even if she doesn't show it, it must still be very hard on her. You should be proud of her. Please praise and encourage her more often. Mrs. Jean nodded and replied, yes, I definitely will. But how should I encourage her? He quietly crept into the house, where John was already waiting for her. In a low voice, she teased, well, here comes the troublemaker. He gestured for her younger sister to be quiet. The girl pointed inside and whispered, I just wanted to warn you to be careful. Mom's been waiting for you this whole time. She only just dozed off. Hearing that her mother had fallen asleep, tiptoed inside. Suddenly, her mother sat up and quietly asked, have you eaten? Startled, blurted out, yes. In front of her were 3 or 4 plates of food in green, red, purple, and yellow, all mixed together, and none of it looked edible. Could not help thinking, what is this? Mrs. Jean sighed. Her voice revealed no emotion at all. The housekeeper already went home, so I had to cook tonight. You don't have to force yourself, you know. You know I can only make desserts. How could possibly refuse? She could only laugh and say, no, that's not what I meant. But in her clumsiness, she knocked a plate to the floor. Yi gasped softly. Oh no. She quickly crouched down and fumbled to pick up the broken pieces, apologizing. I'm sorry, Mom. Mrs. Jean immediately stopped her. Don't touch it. You'll cut your hand. He looked up in surprise. Looking at her mother's face, she suddenly froze. Mrs. Jean still tried to keep her voice calm. What are you apologizing to me for? It's fine. The corners of her eyes were red. Sei asked, "Mom, are you crying?" Mrs. Jean immediately denied it. "I'm not. From now on, I won't cry in front of you anymore." Lowering her head, she spoke in a voice full of emotion. "You're always smiling, so I thought you were fine. I set my expectations too high, got disappointed, and even took it out on you. What was there to get angry about in the first place? I'm so foolish." Remembering her failed relationship, she thought to herself, maybe I wanted to lean on you for emotional comfort. That's not how an adult should act at all. Then she said sadly, "When I thought about how you lied because of me, it made me really sad." Mrs. Jean looked straight into her eyes. Her voice choked. Sei thought to herself, Mom's trying to hold back her tears. But even though she tried so hard to restrain herself, tears still poured down. Sobbing, Mrs. Jean said, "How could you not know?" She sank down onto the floor, her heart aching, her words growing tangled. "You're the most precious thing in my life. Someone deceiving me, my feelings, none of that could ever compare to you." Then she looked directly at Sei and said seriously, "So never say that you're a burden to me." Watching the tears fall from her mother's eyes one by one, Sei stood there in a daze and thought, this is the first time I've ever seen Mom this sad. Softly, she asked, "Then what should I do?" Sei hugged her and said warmly, "You're also the most important person in my life, Mom. I'm sorry for lying to you." Suddenly, Mrs. Jean remembered the conversation she had just had with the tutor. She had asked, "But how should I encourage her?" The teacher had replied, "Just tell her she did well and give her a hug. If you do that, I believe, Sei, you will understand how you feel." So she did exactly that. She hugged Sei and gently soothed her. "Don't feel guilty over things like this, okay? Thank you for telling me, my daughter." After that, the two of them stayed in each other's arms in silence for a long time, but that silence was more comforting than any words could have been. Then suddenly Mrs. Jean spoke. "But anyway, what are you going to do about Jahan now?" At the mention of him, Sei suddenly remembered. Jahan." Then she gasped and cried out, "Oh, right." At that moment, Jahan was still honestly waiting outside for Sei, absent-mindedly thinking about what she had said earlier. Seeing that he was still waiting there, she worried he really hasn't gone home yet. She walked over and called out, "Jahan, were you seriously standing here waiting for me?" He calmly replied, "Oh, is your mom still really upset?" She shook her head, grabbed his arm, and pulled him along. "No, Mom and I worked everything out. First, let's go over here so she doesn't see you." Sei led Jahan to the entrance of the alley. Because she had hurried over, she had to catch her breath for a moment before speaking. "Did you really stand there waiting just because of what I said?" He looked at her and answered honestly, "Just in case you ran out again. I'm glad everything turned out okay." She said irritably, "I only said that earlier. I wasn't actually telling you to wait." As soon as she finished, Sei smacked her own leg a few times and said pitifully, "Running all this time made my legs hurt so much. Why are you looking at me like that?" Then she teased in a softer voice, "What, are you planning to carry me on your back?" Jahan asked doubtfully, "Does it hurt that much?" She nodded and replied dramatically, "Yeah, I can't even walk anymore." "If I said that, then would you carry me?" Before Sei could finish, he had already crouched down and turned his back to her, saying gently, "Then I'll carry you." That fluttering feeling surged up inside her again. She thought, in this hot summer night, a cool breeze just passed by. What am I supposed to do with him? Looking at his tall, slender, yet dependable back, she thought, his whole body is saying he likes me. So what am I supposed to do with him? Lowering her gaze, Sei softly called Jahan. Then suddenly, she seriously suggested, "From now on, let's not lie to each other anymore." Blushing, she continued, "Let me tell you the truth first. Actually, my legs don't hurt that much." Jahan faltered for a beat and exclaimed in surprise, "Huh." She immediately continued honestly, "And I lied about why I said we should date each other. I know I said that if we really dated, then I wouldn't have to lie to my mom anymore." He asked, puzzled, "What do you mean?" Sei took a deep breath and answered, "But I realized that you can't hold back your feelings for someone." She looked at him and spoke each word sincerely. "I honestly don't know when I started feeling this way, but before I even realized it, I had already fallen for you." Startled out of his mind, Jahan stood up. He seemed unable to believe what he had just heard. But very quickly, Sei confirmed it again. Her face was red, and her voice was full of seriousness. Jahan, I like you. People are like puzzle pieces. Some pieces simply can't fit together. In the same way, finding a true friend is even harder than finding someone to date. Sometimes, say, you would think to herself, so I feel really lucky that I met Jahan. From childhood until now, the two of them had always been by each other's side. She told herself, actually, he's the friend I feel most comfortable with. When they spent time together, they received plenty of doubtful looks from others. Everyone thought she and Jahan were very different, but she thought otherwise. The two of us are actually pretty similar. There were many times when she would mischievously rest her head on Jahan's lap and loudly say, "They told me to call you downstairs to eat watermelon." Back then, he would reply indifferently, say, "I told you not to use my lap as a pillow anymore." People will think it's weird. And as the two of them grew older, people's perceptions changed, including their own. In middle school, there were so many things the two of them were no longer allowed to do together. From then on, everyone kept asking if they were dating. Whenever she got that question, she would shake her head and answer, "We're not dating." And every time, she would look over at Jahan and think to herself, I've asked myself more than once whether Jahan had feelings for me. He always kept such a blank face in front of me. But sometimes he would let that cold expression slip and smile. And when he did, his smile looked a little awkward. The friends around him would ask, "Why are you suddenly smiling like that?" Say, he still remembered one time Jahan kindly gave her a snack and asked gently, "You like this, don't you?" A friend beside them saw it and begged too. "Give me one too." But he replied, "I only have one." That person said enviously, "Then why are you giving it to Say E?" Those actions were small, but they carried great weight in her heart, and sometimes they made her feel like she was someone important. But then she quickly realized she had misunderstood, because one day she smiled and asked Jahan. The other day Sujin asked if we were dating. He answered in an indifferent voice, "Just ignore her. It's not true anyway." At the time, Say, he wondered, what was that expression? And she thought, I know I'm childish, but somehow that hurt me. Then countless memories came flooding back, and most of them were not very happy. Later, there was a time when both of them were going through something stressful. She was suffering because her mother's ex-boyfriend had deceived her, and meanwhile Jahan was under pressure because his father was giving him a hard time about his grades. And so the two of them fought. It was hard to imagine that two best friends that close could ever drift apart. But at that time, that was exactly what happened to Jahan and Say E. They snapped at each other over ordinary things that were not even worth caring about. That fight blew up because both of them were already stressed, and now she could hardly remember the details anymore. The puzzle pieces that had once fit tightly together were now separated. After that, the two of them drifted apart because neither had the time or energy to think about the other. There were moments when Say E bitterly thought we were never really compatible in the first place. And yet she remembered everything related to Jahan so clearly, especially that afternoon when he'd said, "Just ignore her." Even after their fight and separation, his expression that day had looked as if he did not care much about being misunderstood. But Say he had kept thinking about it. No, actually he looked genuinely bothered by it, and for some reason, I could never forget that. I believe I was also responsible for our drifting apart, because of my childishness and because I never dared to bravely apologize to you. But no rain lasts forever, and no dawn comes without the sunrise. All that distance between them ended when Jahan was the one who took the initiative and said, "Let's go home together." After that, they entered high school. When she grew close to him again, she felt that he had gradually become different from before. Does everyone get kinder when they grow taller? As time passed, Say, you suddenly realized something. But the more I got to know you, the more I realized a few things. I'm the one who changed. In her memory, from the moment she was born until now, every stretch of her journey had him beside her. Say, he told herself, "You've always stayed beside me, just like you always did." Jahan had always walked beside her, and sometimes he would secretly look at that adorable face and feel his heart tremble with love. Late at night, as the air turned cold, Sei's voice seemed to blend into the wind and echo through the night. I honestly don't know when I started feeling this way, but I realized I can't hold back my feelings for someone. Before I understood it, I had already fallen for you. Every word she said reached Jahan's heart and warmed his soul. Sei's face was burning red, and her eyes were shy, but her voice was resolute as she said, "I like you." Then she urgently cried out, "You like me too, right? Hurry up and tell me." She opened her arms and said gently, "It's your turn now." Jahan could not speak, because this moment was far too happy. It felt as if it all had to be a dream, and tears suddenly welled up in his eyes. But the cold wind and Sei-Yi's outstretched arms told him this was not a dream. So he let himself fall into her embrace. Facing her, Jahan's heart beat wildly beyond his control. He nodded with all his strength and said, "Yeah." Then he threw his arms around her, resting his head on her slender shoulder, his voice choked with emotion. "I like you." The warmth of the person in front of her was so intense that he felt her whole body heating up too. But she simply let Jahan hold her. "How wonderful it is when the person you like likes you back too," he said happily. "Oh," she thought to herself, "he's holding me so tightly I can barely breathe." She reflected for a moment, then told herself, "But I don't hate it. Actually, I really like it." Then she smiled and teased him. "Haha, you're just like a puppy." He placed her hand against his cheek and asked softly, "Since when did you have feelings for me?" Jahan buried his face in the hollow of her shoulder and answered gloomily, "I don't know." His tears rolled down the bridge of his nose and soaked into her clothes. Yet his voice was strangely warm. For a very long time, she stroked his head and patted his back gently to comfort him. There, stay like this a little longer." He looked around at the scenery. It was familiar, yet somehow completely new. The neighborhood where they had both grown up, the road they had always walked to school together. Strange new feelings had appeared in this place that had once been so ordinary. And the one who had made everything special was none other than Jahan. He thought happily, a boyfriend. That's right, my friend Jahan, who has always been by my side, became my boyfriend today. Suddenly her phone rang, and she startled. Oh no, she remembered that just before leaving the house, her mother had asked worriedly, "Where are you going?" And she had answered, "I'll be right back." But now it was already late, and she still wasn't home. Feeling a little nervous, she stammered into the phone, "Mom, I was talking to a friend and lost track of time." She gently tried to persuade her. "Can I talk a little longer and then come home? It's really important." When her mother said nothing, he thought she's probably going to scold me for being difficult about coming home early. And now that she knows the truth about the fake dating, she definitely will. Then suddenly, her mother spoke. "All right." Then she didn't forget to add, "It's dangerous to be out this late, so be careful, okay?" The call ended. Jahan asked in surprise, "What is it?" She answered quietly, "My mom has changed. So many things around me have changed today." "No, that's not it." She turned to look at Jahan and gave him a meaningful smile, thinking to herself, "It really is hard to get used to this." Then she spoke. "Hey, Jahan." Their hands were tightly intertwined. Amused, she said, "Looks like it's easier for you to hold my hand now, huh? You were only pretending not to care before, weren't you?" He turned his head away and answered coolly, "I wasn't." She poked his shoulder, her voice playful. "Oh, really?" The urge to tease Jahan rose in her, and with a broad grin she said, "Then do you know what people do when they're dating?" As soon as she finished speaking, she imagined him blushing, turning away, and pouting, "Cut it out." But what came back was silence. He asked curiously, "Why aren't you saying anything?" Suddenly Jahan moved closer to her. Tightening his grip on her hand, he asked in a low voice, "What do people do when they're dating?" While they were walking along the park path, he had unexpectedly asked a question that caught Jahan off guard. What do people do when they're dating? Along with that tightening of his hand. Seeing that reaction, her face flushed red, her eyes widened and grew misty, and her mind went blank. That didn't look flustered at all. When he looked at Jahan's face, it still held the same calm expression he always wore. Seeing that, she felt a little disappointed, and the faint sense of letdown showed clearly in her eyes. But she couldn't lose heart over just that. He immediately asked another question. "Then think about it now." As she spoke, she poked his cheek, but that little poke was enough. The light touch to his face hit him like bait, and Jahan froze for a moment in shock. He quickly backed away and made her escape, waving as she ran. "I can get home by myself from here. It wouldn't be good if my mom saw us together." Faced with his girlfriend's teasing, he touched the spot she had poked. Outwardly, he clicked his tongue, but inside he was overflowing with happiness. The next morning, dawn had only just broken, with streaks of orange still lingering in the sky. He had barely stepped onto campus when a whole group of girls crowded around her, exclaiming, "You have a boyfriend now, right?" "Really?" One of them immediately declared with confidence, "Yeah, I live in the same neighborhood as As they walked, that girl recounted the whole thing. "On the way home, I even saw her holding hands with some guy. He was about this tall. And as if it were more coincidental than a drama, that friend's gaze landed directly on the exact person she meant. It instantly sent the others into a frenzy of whispers and speculation. That's right, about Jahan's height. Hearing his name, Jahan immediately cast over a sharp, cold glance. Since that was the only obvious guess, another friend was still too unsure to say it outright. Was it him? No matter how much they whispered among themselves, Seiyi's eyes shone as she looked straight at him. Just then, someone insisted, no way. How could Sei be dating him? Jahan only cares about studying, and it was true that the two of them had never acted especially close, so it made sense. To avoid fueling rumors, they only let their eyes pass lightly over each other before going their separate ways. Yet, as if connected by some telepathy of love, Sei could only smile awkwardly when her friend said, right? And then she announced, I already have plans with someone. See you later. One of the girls stared after her in amazement and muttered, wow. The other asked, what is it? Because last time they said they were going home together. And indeed, after saying goodbye to the two girls, Sei hurried out as fast as she could, breathing hard and thinking determinedly, I can't stop myself from walking faster. But as soon as she got outside, her eyes darted around in confusion as she searched for him. He's not out yet. Just as she was about to leave, a pair of hands suddenly appeared from behind and gently clasped her. The moment Sei turned around, the wind swept through her hair. And what made the moment even more romantic was that Jahan's face was very close to his girlfriend's as he softly said, hi. Beneath the trees, with the fresh green leaves rustling in the breeze, all those tiny details made Seiyi's heart tremble. She couldn't help asking herself what exactly this feeling was. The distance between them was so close that she could feel each breath they took, making Sei so shy that her face turned red and she could only manage 2 words. Her mind was in complete chaos. Even when their eyes met in the hallway, her heart was already pounding wildly. Since they were at school, doing something intimate like holding hands would get them punished. Hearing movement nearby, the two of them quickly hid behind a door. Jahan whispered in her ear, let that person pass first, then we'll go. Sei immediately nodded and followed his lead. Okay, the scene shifted to another place, inside the classroom, wing lined with glass windows. After carelessly saying the wrong thing, a familiar girl came out of the disciplinary office as a reminder, follow behind her. All right, Ayun, study properly. The teacher handed her the worksheet, and Ayun, intimidated, answered hesitantly, yes. But in her head, she was still in shock. Wow, I can't believe I only said one sentence and got lectured for a full 20 minutes. Even though it had wasted so much time, it had done no good at all. Feeling a little down, Ayun looked at the papers in disappointment. In the end, the teacher still hadn't shown her how to solve the problem. Just then, someone walked past, and her gaze followed him. It was only after he had gone by that Ayun recognized him and blurted out, Jimin. But the boys with him answered with cold indifference. Oh, that made her silently judge them harshly. They looked just like a bunch of thugs. But Jimin was looking at something when he suddenly said, hey, wait. Then he quickly realized who she was after and said, you came to ask about homework again? Jimin crossed his arms. This isn't good. He emphasized it so Ayun would understand. I already explained all the problems you texted me about over the weekend. I've already been more than nice enough. Clearly, he had no intention of agreeing this time. He started waving her off in every direction. If you don't want to ask the teacher, then go ask someone else who's good at math. Hearing that suggestion, the person who immediately came to Ayun's mind was the top student, Jahan Kim. But then she widened her eyes and thought, but I'd rather ask you. Just imagining it made her feel embarrassed. Since Jimin felt that Ayun was taking up too much of his time, he was getting a little irritated. Even though he didn't want to, he still restrained himself and said, or just ask everything at once. But Ayun knew how to think ahead too. She told herself, what if I set aside time to meet him and someone else sees us? I don't like that. Since she absolutely didn't want anyone thinking the two of them were close, she could only go along with what he said. Reluctantly, Ayun said, then I'll ask everything at once. When do you want to come to my house? Jimin looked a little taken aback. The idea of suddenly going to a near stranger's house made him narrow his eyes and ask suspiciously, are we really that close? That left her completely stiff and speechless, her face full of helpless awkwardness. So without waiting another second, Jimin brushed past her in annoyance and answered bluntly, I don't want to. She nearly burst into tears and had to bring up the past to save herself. Was I being too eager? Back at the playground, you said you'd help me. The boy immediately cut straight to the reason. That was only because you were crying so hard and saying you were really stupid. Then the scene shifted again, this time to another place with a black and pink sign. Jahan was wearing a rabbit ear headband and looking at himself in the mirror as he marveled and asked, say, you wanted to do this? There was no backing out now. Seeing him like that made her delighted, and she eagerly picked out another headband for him as she said, yeah, I really want to take pictures with you. You look so cute. With the most innocent expression, Sei confessed another of her personal preferences to Jahan. Normally, I don't really like wearing things like this, but for some reason, I want to try every single one on you. Then she immediately put the idea into practice and suggested, want to try another one? But before Sei could even hear his answer, the boy had already taken out a drumstick hat from behind his back. But apparently the girl was not very pleased. After he put on her, Sei's face fell, and with wide, doubtful eyes she asked, hey, you want me to wear this? Jahan finally got his chance for revenge and replied, you made me wear something weird too. Not wanting to waste time, she decided to leave it as it was and concluded, all right, let's hurry and take the pictures. But because she seemed so rushed, Jahan warned her worriedly, don't run. You'll fall. Even though it was the first time the two of them had ever used a photo booth together, with looks like theirs, it was impossible for any camera angle to ruin the shot. After trying out all kinds of couple poses, they ended up with perfect pictures. But one set of photos was nowhere near enough for Sei. She had only finished the first round and was still full of energy as she dashed off to grab more props, shouting, that was amazing. Let's try something else and keep going. Jahan could only stand there silently, eyes wide. Seeing that he hadn't responded to what she said, Sei asked a little anxiously, you're okay with this, right? There was no problem at all. He answered, yeah, whatever you want. Hearing that, she rushed toward the curtain, poked her head inside in an adorably earnest way, and said, thank you for humoring me. Then she happily ran off, half singing as she searched for more props, thinking to herself, he didn't seem to like the rabbit ears much. Maybe cat ears would be better? But just when Sei was at her happiest, bad luck struck. The two classmates from earlier suddenly appeared, also planning to take pictures. That frame is so pretty. Let's use that one today. Oh, and just like that, she froze on the spot. This is bad. She could already imagine what would happen if those two found out. Their eyes would go wide as they stared and asked, Sei, who are you here with? Is it Jahan? The thought terrified her. The two of them had already decided to keep their relationship secret, and if it got out, it would become a huge problem. So she immediately bolted. There was only one thought in her head. I can't let anyone find out. At that exact moment, Jahan happened to pull back the curtain and look outside. Just as he was about to step out and ask worriedly, Sei, what's wrong? She suddenly rushed straight back inside, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Outside there's. Then a voice called out, huh, Jahan. They hadn't expected to see him there either. Who did you come with? The barrage of questions made Sei freeze completely, eyes wide. As Jahan was about to pull her hand and bring her out openly, Sei's worry showed plainly across her face. In a low, pleading voice, she whispered, wait, Jahan, don't. Just say your friend is too shy to come out. Hurry. Seeing that his girlfriend clearly didn't agree, he became a little flustered too. Not knowing how to deal with the situation, he simply narrowed his eyes and said one word, hi. But those girls had no intention of leaving. Their sparkling eyes were full of intense curiosity, determined to discover the mysterious person's identity. Meanwhile, inside, Sei was scared to death, clutching his hand tightly and trembling with nerves, leaving Jahan to handle the situation. He forced a small, awkward smile and said, sorry, my friend is kind of shy, so they don't want to come out. However, the girls had no intention of letting it go. Since they already knew someone special was back there, they kept questioning him to the very end. Who's behind you? At that point, Jahan gently turned back and whispered to her, you said I could reveal the other things, right? Even though she knew that was true, Sei still felt uneasy, and with wide eyes, she could only make a small sound. Because at that moment, thousands of worries ran through Sei's mind. Reputation. If the whole school found out they were a couple, people would gossip. Jahan and Sei, Everyone already knows you two are dating, right? Someone saw you together and posted pictures. And the price of that kind of attention was never small. Sometimes people even took advantage of it. There would be all kinds of comments about parents and family. Whenever people mentioned her, they always ended up talking about her parents. The price Jahan and I would have to pay for notoriety wasn't any different. Just imagining that was enough. She thought of how Jahan might simply say, just leave it alone. It's not true anyway. If people start gossiping about us, it won't end well. I hope we can keep staying out of their sight. Those were all memories, say, he could still remember. Back in middle school, he had said that too. But to be safe in every way, say, he decided, I think it would be better if we keep our relationship a secret. Then she lifted her shining, wide eyes and looked straight at him as she said, you know it too. Nothing good will come from making our relationship public. Okay, Jahan immediately agreed. Yeah. In the end, she leaned lightly against his shoulder and acted a little spoiled. But it's okay if you tell people you came here with someone. That took him by surprise, and his heart started pounding wildly. Thump, thump. Then Sei quickly added, whatever. Please help us out. After worrying about so many things, she had finally found a way to deal with it. As they walked down the road, she felt that even though the two of them were dating now, not much had changed from before. Seeing Sei suddenly rush ahead, Jahan asked in confusion, where are you going? And she called back, follow me. But before he could quite process it, the question still lingered, who's behind you? And Jahan quickly intertwined his fingers with Sei's. Everything had already begun to change, and at last she heard it, the sincere answer about her place in his heart. Just my girlfriend. That shocked her so much that she instantly blushed and had to cover her face with her hand. Jahan thought, they'll probably respect our privacy and leave now, right? But no, the girls only grew more curious and asked with unabashed interest, you have a girlfriend? Say, he thought, girlfriend. Hearing Jahan say the word makes me feel. One of the girls asked, who is it? Tell us. Is she from our school? Their hands brushed lightly against each other, while Sei remained lost in thought. It felt so. That's strange. Sei's heart was restless and unsettled. At that moment, she whispered, let's go. Jahan pulled his jacket over her head and said, I have to go now. My girlfriend's already feeling too shy. With that, he lifted Sei into his arms and ran off in one breath. The two girls could only stare with their mouths hanging open, unable to believe Jahan actually had a girlfriend. Once they got outside, Sei burst out laughing and said, you scare me to death. You got some nerve. He thought that while taking her bag out of his own, but she hadn't looked scared at all. Sei kept joking, just thinking about it makes me want to faint. I'm your girlfriend, right? Say it again. Jahan asked, puzzled, what? That's right. She leaned in close enough to make him swallow hard. Then Sei quickly pressed a light kiss to his lips. While Jahan was still standing there stunned, she casually said, come on, let's go home and study with the tutor. Then she added, why are you looking at me like that? We're allowed to kiss. Sei took Jahan's hand and led him away, not noticing that even the tips of his ears and the back of his neck had turned red. Jahan only gave a quiet, yeah. She kept chattering on. Vacation starts tomorrow. I signed up to volunteer with you too. He asked again, really? Just then Sei's phone rang, cutting off the conversation. Oh, wait a second. I've got a call. Huh? So you're not coming this weekend? On the other end, Ayun replied, next time, Sei. She thought, her voice sounds happier than usual. Don't tell me. The thought slipped right out of her mouth. Does she have a boyfriend now? Who is it? Ayun suddenly noticed Jimin. He quickly forced a smile and denied it. It's not me. She answered blandly. I know that already. Jimin called out helplessly, hey. Then he suddenly asked, how come Sei? He hasn't been showing up to class lately. Ayun turned and replied, her schedule changed this week. She said starting next week, she'll come around this time to make up classes. Jimin took a sip of Coke and said, I see. She asked, confused, why don't you just ask her yourself? Isn't it because you like? Jimin cut her off irritably. Don't bring that up again. Just then someone passing by called out, hey Jimin, is that your girlfriend? The two of them answered in unison, no. A little later, the teacher said to the class, all right, everyone, back to your seats. She noticed Sei walking in and asked, you came back sooner than I expected, Sei. Go on in. Sei answered, yes, Mom. The teacher continued, I know vacation is starting and everyone wants to relax, but don't forget you're in high school now. The student in front turned around and asked Sei, why did you go to the teacher's office? She turned and answered, "Oh, it was nothing." The teacher instructed them, "Anyone who signed up to volunteer at the library, please carry a stack of books down there." One of her classmates encouraged her, "Good luck. See you after vacation." She thought, after a stressful first semester, our vacation had finally begun. Today was the first day of break. Sei swaggered along, carrying a heavy stack of books to the library. Jahan suddenly appeared and snatched them from her hands. Sei let out a soft, "Huh," and thought to herself. Sei hurried after him and asked, "Isn't it heavy?" He replied, "Not at all." She said, "You don't have to carry them for her." Then Sei spotted someone in the hallway. She cut herself off, and Jahan suddenly put the books back in her hands. A friend came up and asked, "Jahan, are you volunteering at the library too?" Sei looked at him and thought, in front of other people, Jahan and I still pretend we don't know each other. In the library, a short-haired girl suddenly spoke up. "Do you guys know who Jahan's girlfriend is?" Sei, who had been sweeping the floor, suddenly froze. The girl with glasses asked, "Kim Jahan has a girlfriend?" The short-haired girl excitedly explained, "Yesterday, when I went to get ID photos taken, I saw him with his girlfriend. I didn't see her face, but her uniform looked a lot like our school's." Say, "You're the closest to Jahan, so ask him for us, okay? Even if you're not that close, you still kind of are, right?" Say, he thought guiltily, "Sorry, it's me." Just then someone walked in, and one of the girls called out, "Jahan." She thought, "It's me, so please don't say anything." A friend suddenly said, "Say, he has something she wants to ask you." Jahan asked, "Huh?" She thought, "Oh, come on. Asking something like that is embarrassing. There's no way I can tell them it's me." Say, he shyly turned her head and said, "It's nothing. They were just joking." He gave an "oh." Then he said, "In that case, say, could you move a little so I can get past?" Jahan placed a hand on her shoulder. He said, "Hey, later the teacher's buying us ice cream. Does anyone want to come with me to get it?" Say, he thought, out of nowhere, "You scare me." The girl said, "Let's play a game to decide who goes." She corrected herself. What was that for? Why did I get startled? A trash bag swayed in the air. Jahan took Sei-Yi's trash bag from her hand and said, "I lost on purpose. Aren't you happy?" "I'll carry it," she replied. "I can carry it," then changed the subject. "All right, didn't you say you were going to that boarding study program over break?" He answered, "I'm leaving tomorrow." "Aren't you upset?" Sei smiled and said, "Not at all. It's only 4 days. Besides, you told me ahead of time. Have fun studying. Even if you can't be with me, do your best. When you come back, we could do all kinds of things together." Then she leaned her head on his shoulder, making Jahan go still. Sei, he went on, "There are lots of things I want to do with you." He gave a quiet Sei, he suddenly said, "By the way, you've been pretty comfortable calling me by my name in front of other people." Jahan answered, "You call me by my full name too." Tilting her head, she denied it. "No, I don't. From now on, I'll call you by your name too. Do you want me to?" And without waiting, she did it. "Jahan." She suddenly burst out laughing, spinning around him like a child. She said, "Jahan, should we start calling each other by name from now on? I called your name, so you should do it too, Jahan." Jahan said helplessly, "Stop spinning." Sei, he pouted and answered, "Come on, I really want to hear you call me by my name. Hurry up and say it. I'm begging you." Inside, she was delighted. That expression on his face is priceless. Jahan stayed silent for a moment. He swallowed. Sei guati expectantly. Then, with his ears burning red, he softly called, "Sei." She suddenly turned as if to walk away and said, "See, it wasn't that hard. But this feels too weird, so let's not call each other that anymore, okay? I didn't really hear it anyway, so it doesn't count." Jahan quickly grabbed her wrist and said, "But I did say it." Sei, he suddenly called out, "Hey." By then, her ice cream had almost completely melted. With her face flushed red, she turned and said, "Don't pull me. Je henstert intensely esi." He called you. Sei, he froze and darted her eyes around. What? What is it?" By then, Jahan's face was much closer. Blushing, Sei, he thought, "Oh, he's." Jahan suddenly lowered his head, leaving her confused. Then he burst out laughing. Brushing a hand across Sei-Yi's cheek, he said, "Come on, let's go." Bewildered, she pulled out her phone to check her reflection and asked, "What are you laughing at? Is there something on my face?" Jahan smiled and replied, "No, nothing. You don't need to check." In his mind, he was comparing her to a tomato. Pouting, Sei, he threw away the ice cream stick and thought, "But I think he changed the subject just now. Maybe I overreacted." She turned and asked, "What? Why are you staring at me like that?" Jahan's hand suddenly brushed hers, catching her off guard. Taking Sei-Yi's hand, he asked, "You finish your ice cream?" Cheerfully teasing him, she said, "You really like holding hands, huh? All right, while you're gone, I'm going to do a few things." He asked, "Like what?" Sei, he answered, "I'm going to the library tomorrow too. I need to finish my volunteer hours, so I signed up to volunteer at the library on all my free days." Jahan asked worriedly. Sounds like you're going to be busy too, huh? She replied. My friend are volunteering tomorrow too, so don't worry. He thought, even though it's vacation, we're still high school students, so there's a lot we have to do. No matter how we chose to spend the break, everyone was doing their best. Jahan was spending 4 days at the boarding study program to improve his study habits. And as for me, I was going to finish my volunteer hours over those same 4 days. One of the students volunteering with E complained, I've been doing this for 4 days already. When do we finally get a break? Massaging her arm, E replied, I still have 5 tables left to wipe down. Just then a message came from Jahan. I was in class earlier, so I only just saw your missed call. Saw the E brightened at once. It's Jahan. She quickly replied, I figured. Are you allowed to come home today? When are you leaving? He answered, I'll probably head out pretty late. He texted back sadly, late? Then I guess I won't get to see you today. She added a crying puppy emoji. Jahan replied, I'll call you. He thought this won't do at all. Suddenly someone called out, the teacher's looking for you. Under the blazing sun, the friend walking beside Jahan asked, Jahan, what are you going to do after you get home? He answered, rest. The boy asked again, you don't go out and have fun? What kind of life is that? If you had a dog, at least it would run to the door to greet you and cheer you up. Jahan replied helplessly, I don't have any pets. Elsewhere, the teacher praised you're the one who won the career essay contest, right? I read your essay. It was very good. I had the others call you over because I wanted to congratulate you. Thank you, Mom. A friend behind her leaned in and said, you won? Congratulations. She replied, thanks. The friend added, when something like this happens, you should be telling everyone. The teacher suddenly called out, Suyin, I know you worked very hard too. The key to this contest was how deeply you could go into the details of your career choice, right? I heard you came to ask about it before. Suyin froze, then answered, yes. The friend from earlier tugged, forward and asked, want to go see a movie? It's been forever. Quickly agreed. Sure, I've been so bored lately anyway. Suyin cut in. I'm Fina. Thanks. The girl asked worriedly, what's wrong? You said earlier you wanted to go see a movie. Scratching her head, Suyin turned as if to leave and said, it's nothing. I'm just not really in the mood right now. The girl asked again, still worried, Suyin, are you okay? Where are you going? Are you sure you're all right? Suyin hurriedly turned away and said, why do you keep asking? I said. She suddenly stepped in a puddle and slipped. She finished, I'm fine. Luckily, Sei caught her in time. She said, the floor's slippery. Be careful. Sei thought, I know better than anyone how badly Suyin wanted to win that prize. She remembered the time during the contest when the teacher had asked, have you finished writing already, Sei? She had seen Suyin diligently working on her essay and thought, I wish I didn't understand why she suddenly felt so upset. Just then Suyin spoke, cutting through her thoughts. Thank you. Looking at Suyin's exhausted face, Sei fell silent. Just from her expression and those words, the answer was already clear. Suyin said, congratulations, Sei. She thought, and that made me feel a little bad too. That's why I didn't want to tell anyone. As that thought ended, Sei was already sitting in the car. Mrs. G noticed her daughter look down and asked, Sei, what's wrong? Still lowering her head, she replied, Mom, you were filming overseas, so I didn't get a chance to tell you. But I won the career essay contest. Her mother asked excitedly, really? Congratulations, my daughter. Then why does your face look so long? Sei said, I know I'm being a little childish, but it made me sad that hardly any of my friends seemed sincerely happy for me. Mrs. Jean replied, Sei, I told you not to expect too much from other people. If it helps, I'm very happy for you. She smiled and said, thanks, Mom. But inside she thought still, we're friends. I want to share happy things with them too. I want us to put equal effort into this friendship. I wonder how Jahan would react. He probably wanted to win too, so I haven't told him yet. But he'd probably still congratulate me. I miss him so much. At that moment, her mother suddenly asked, Sei, do you want to go see the fireworks festival? Then let's stop by Jahan's house and pick up his mother too. The moment she heard Jahan's name, Sei quickly sat upright, eyes sparkling. Jahan's house? Then let's wait for Jahan to get back and take him with us too, Mom. Her mother replied, Jahan's mother said he'll be home pretty late today, so we'll have to go without him. Mrs. Jean smiled, happily thinking someone's really missing him. Then she quickly suggested, or do you want to stay and wait for him? Sei replied, okay, I'll stay and wait. Cicadas buzzed outside the house. Slumped over on the sofa, she thought, this is taking forever. Jahan, when are you getting back? Maybe I should call him. Suddenly her phone rang, the screen showing that Jahan was calling. Sei lit up with delight. She quickly answered and softly called, Jahan, On the other end, he asked in surprise, "Wow, you picked up fast. Are you done volunteering?" Kneeling on the floor, Sei replied, "I'm done. I'm so tired I could faint." He praised her. "You did great." Unable to hold back, she urged, "Come home quickly. I'm starting to forget what you even look like. There are so many things I want to tell you." Jahan asked, "Like what?" Sei hesitative. "Well," he gave a soft waiting. Then she continued, "I won a prize, but I didn't know who to tell. Ayun isn't here. I didn't want to call you just for that, but you're—" Her voice suddenly grew shy, a little different. "So, it wasn't even a big contest. It was just a career essay contest." Jahan smiled and said, "Congratulations." Sei froze at that. He went on, "From now on, whenever something good happens, tell me. Congratulations. I really mean it." She thought, hearing that cheerful sincerity in his voice, "Just for me. That made me feel so much better." Smiling happily, Sei replied, "Thank you." Then she asked, "By the way, where are you now? It doesn't sound like you're on the bus." Jahan answered, "Oh, I got out earlier than I expected, so I'm already in front of the house." Startled, Sei shouted, "You're standing in front of the house?" As he pulled his suitcase inside, he asked why. The sound of the keypad being entered made her turn her head. Heart pounding, Sei ran to the door, thinking Jahan is right behind that door. Now I have Jahan here with me. Outside the door, Jahan wondered, what is it? Did she hang up? Then he suddenly remembered what his friend had said earlier. What kind of life is that? If you had a dog, at least it would run to the door to greet you and cheer you up. Jahan opened the front door. He thought a dog. Then a loud voice cut through his thoughts. "Jahan." Sei suddenly launched herself into his arms. She wrapped her arms around his neck, trying to climb onto him. He asked, "Sei, why are you here?" Then he quickly caught her legs and said, "Careful, you'll fall." Sei looped her arms around Jahan's neck and locked her legs around his waist. Smiling as she looked into his eyes, she asked, "Did you miss me? I missed you so much." Emotional, Sei hugged Jahan tightly and said, "So, today you have to spend time with me." Their faces were close now. With bright, shining eyes, Sei looked at Jahan, and he gazed intently back at her. With an awkward expression, Jahan asked, "Sei, when did you come here?" She answered at once, "Oh, my mom said she had business at your house, and I wanted to see you, so I came along." Sei hugged him even tighter. "But they all went to the fireworks festival, so it's just the two of us here. Do you want to go see it?" Jahan stammered, "And no, I don't." Inside, he thought, "Too close." Sei said, "Really? Then we should." Before she could finish, Jahan cut her off. "We." The moment the word left his mouth, both of them realized just how close they were. Embarrassed, Jahan quickly turned his face away. "Well, first," he continued, "you need to get off me first. I have to put my stuff away." Sei clung to him and refused to get down. "I don't want to. It's been 4 days since we last saw each other. Let me stay like this a little longer." "Oh, do you want to go see a movie?" Jahan reluctantly answered, "Sure." Sei became instantly excited. She urged him, "Then hurry and put your stuff away, and then come play with me." Helpless, Jahan carried her all the way to his room because she refused to let go. Somewhere else, someone said, "I almost nodded off in class today. Is that teacher trying to lecture us to sleep or what?" In the middle of the crowded streets, Jimin once again glanced at Ayun from afar. At first, he had thought she was the kind of person who was always by Sei-yi's side. They sat at the same bus stop, but there was still a gap between them. Only now did it occur to him that they really did run into each other a lot. If they studied at the same place, maybe that was only natural. A boy came up and started talking to her. "Ayun, which bus do you take?" She replied at once, "Bus number 23. The boy said happily, "That's the same bus as me. From now on, can we go home together?" Ayun answered with a blank expression, No. Sometimes I take a different bus." The boy grew awkward. "Oh, really? Then what about on the way to school?" Before he could finish, Ayun replied immediately, "I walk." The boy looked flustered. "Oh, you walk?" Then, suddenly, a burst of laughter rang out. It was Jimin beside them. Saw thee. I didn't mean to eavesdrop." The boy got so embarrassed he bolted right away. Jimin was shaking from holding back his laughter. Ha. You've never dated before, have you?" Ayun frowned. "What was I supposed to do then? Scold him?" Jimin said, "It was obvious he really wanted to go with you." Ayun replied seriously, "So what? Stop laughing already." Jimin smiled brightly. "I'm guessing he likes you." She looked annoyed. "Idiot. What am I even supposed to say to that? I don't like him." Jimin asked, "Why not?" He seemed okay to me." Ayun said, "He looks like some kind of player." Jimin looked confused. "A player?" Ayun replied, "He has an earring." Jimin immediately felt targeted. "What about me then? Are you talking about me too?" The bus slowly approached them. Ayun answered Jimin's question, "No, not exactly," but just then the bus arrived and everyone started shoving to get on. bumping into her. Ayun thought to herself, why are they pushing so hard? But an arm grabbed her backpack. Oh, is that so? Then you really didn't know. It was Jimin. You and I take the same bus too. Ayun said, I need to hurry and get on this bus. Let's go. But Jimin sounded a little irritated. I just held you back so you wouldn't fall. Back to Sei and Jahan. The two of them were watching a movie together. Sei crunched on chips as she said, I heard this romance movie is the hottest thing on Netflix right now. Jahan glanced at her and thought, does she really think it's that good? Seeing how intently Sei was watching, he turned his face back and kept watching too. Sei said, it's so cold. She pulled the blanket over herself. But Jahan said, then I'll turn off the air conditioner. Sei immediately stopped him. Oh no, don't turn it off, Jahan. She explained, when it's cold, wrapping yourself in a blanket is the best. I get to enjoy the cold and the warmth at the same time. Sei rested her head on Jahan's shoulder. You probably don't get it. Then she suddenly noticed something. Why are you trembling? Are you cold? Sei moved closer to him. Then let's stay even closer. Jahan thought to himself, it's just that I'm not used to this. Sei called to him, Jahan, look. She pointed at the screen. They're kissing again. Every time they kiss, both of them get so shy. Then she turned and teased him. Even if it's a first kiss, someone here is really shy. Jahan snapped, hey. But Sei just kept laughing at him. Jahan moved closer to her. Sei asked, what is it? I didn't say anything wrong. Ha. I wasn't trying to tease you. He kept coming closer and closer until it almost looked as if Jahan had pressed Sei down. The two of them were in a position that anyone seeing it would misunderstand. Realizing it, Jahan abruptly turned away. You're still teasing me right now. Sei was still grinning. She thought just now. Sei suddenly spoke seriously. Hey, I've been wondering about this for a long time. Why do you always avoid me at moments like this? Jahan was completely flustered. Huh? What? Sei said, you obviously avoid me, so now I want to know even more. She sounded almost as if she were reproaching him. It's not like I was even thinking about kissing you. Jahan avoided her gaze and thought to himself, it's because you look at me with those strange eyes. Sei kept clinging to Jahan and asking, I'm just asking. That's right, isn't it? Tell me. You don't want to. Jahan remained flustered. Wait, careful. He still avoided her eyes. No, it's not that. Sei kept leaning closer. Then what is it? Jahan explained, I can't control myself in moments like that. Remembering what had happened between them before, Jahan's ears and face turned red. At that, Sei burst into laughter. Jahan, you really are. He still looked embarrassed. Yeah, I know I'm weird, but she immediately replied, No, you really. Suddenly, Sei placed her hands on both of his cheeks. You're so cute, she continued. And now we don't need to ask the other person for permission before doing that anymore. She lifted her face and looked straight into his eyes. Just kiss me, even right now. Jahan hesitated. Then, he said, close your eyes. Sei obediently closed them. Like this. Jahan immediately claimed her lips. That's right. Her heart pounded wildly, and after closing her eyes, Sei pictured the two of them softly kissing. When she felt Jahan place a hand on her neck, she thought, Ichem? Oh, as their lips were about to meet, Sei thought, isn't this more than what he meant? Don't tell me he's. Suddenly Jahan opened his eyes again and reminded her, keep your eyes closed. Sei obediently replied, As she shut them again, she thought, is he really going to kiss me? Then a popping sound rang out. Sei stopped him at once. Wait, did you just hear something explode? She glanced outside, from the window, but then Jahan smiled helplessly and was about to cup Sei's face to kiss her. Fireworks outside the window burst loudly across the sky. Before they could kiss, Sei covered Jahan's mouth. See, I told you there was a bang. Sei stood up and walked to the window. She thought to herself, I can't believe I stopped him without even thinking. Trying to avoid her embarrassment, she changed the subject. There are fireworks already? That's early. Jahan asked, what fireworks? Sei said, they're from the festival our moms are at. She stepped closer to the window. Actually, I really wanted to see the fireworks, so I've been looking forward to it. They're supposed to start at 9. Jahan only said, oh. Sei slowly sat back down. They're probably just doing a test launch. Anyways, Sei looked at the boy in front of her and thought again. Suddenly, a hand gently touched her face, making her freeze. Beside her, Jahan asked, why are you sweating so much? Sei shyly answered. Ah. Jahan wiped some of the sweat from her face. Your hair's sticking all over your face. Sei avoided his gaze and thought to herself, I can't look him in the eyes. Sei thought, he hasn't even kissed me yet, but when she turned back to the movie, she realized it was already over. Should we go practice the wedding song? Jahan replied, sure. Seeing him cleaning up, Sei asked, why are you suddenly doing it all by yourself? Let me help too. But Jahan refused immediately. It's nothing. Just sit and relax. Sei innocently asked him, hey, don't be too nice to me. What if I end up liking you more than you like me? I just make things hard for you. With a blank expression, Jahan said, that won't happen. Sei was thrown off. Oh, she thought, how can he be so sure? Sei said, sounding displeased, take that back. You're not nice at all. Later, when the two of them were practicing singing, Sei frowned and said, why is this part so important? We just have to hand them the flowers and sing sweetly, and that's it. Jahan immediately refused. No, we keep going off beat. Sei said helplessly, stop trying to make everything perfect. Suddenly he pointed toward the window, and she asked what? Jahan reminded her, the fireworks. They've started. You said you wanted to see them earlier. Not only was Sei not pleased, she glared at him instead. Thanks a lot, you slippery liar. Jahan looked out the window. Did you just see that? Sei also stared outside intently. I did. There are already so many things around me that have changed. Actually, I don't know whether I can adapt to this change or not. After returning home, Sei entered her room and thought, they're not even married yet, and the wedding photos are already all done. I'm suddenly so hungry. She noticed a blue shirt neatly folded on the bed. Startled, Sei picked up the shirt. It was the one she had borrowed from Jahan. Sei thought, I forgot to give his shirt back. Why didn't he ask for it? She stared at the shirt. I wonder if he realized it. Every time he's beside me, he smells really nice. She recalled the moment when their lips had almost touched. If they hadn't heard the fireworks then, next time the two of us definitely will. At that thought, Sei's whole face turned bright red. She told herself, don't think about that anymore. Last time, we only kissed without even having time to think. Now that we're dating, it should be different. Sei sat there hugging the shirt, deep in thought. Because now, both of us know we like each other. I couldn't focus on the movie or on practicing the wedding song because I kept staring at him. But then what did he say? Sei remembered again when she had asked, what if I like you more than you like me? And he had replied, that won't happen. Sei wondered that won't happen. She just kept sitting there thinking and muttering. How would he know that? Sometimes I think I understand him so well. But other times, I have no idea what he's thinking. Why did he say that then? Meanwhile, Jahan couldn't sleep either. Are you hoping for something from me? He kept tossing and turning. Jahan imagined Sei lying beside him. We've known each other for 10 years already, but now I want to understand you even more. When the two of them were just about to kiss in his imagination, Jahan jolted upright. Outside, his mother was watching TV. When she saw him come out, she asked, Jahan, you're not asleep yet? Jahan answered, I can't sleep. Why are you still up, Mom? She replied, I've been completely hooked on that show Romantic Farewell lately. His mother continued, even hearing the reasons those couples want to break up is fun, you know? It sounds simple, right? Want to watch? Jahan played along. Really? Then why do they want to break up, Mom? She said, they haven't revealed it yet, so I don't know all the details. But it definitely isn't some ordinary reason. Whatever the reason is, the two of them just don't feel the same for each other anymore like they did at first. By the way, Jahan's mother said, you seem to be in a really good mood these days, Jahan. He could only smile awkwardly and answer, oh, you could tell just from looking at my face? She replied, of course. You're my son. I can tell with just one glance. Trying to keep secrets from me. Jahan answered, it's just like always. I'm really lucky, Mom. He thought, I really am. The next morning, Sei came running over and waved at Jahan. When Jahan saw her, he thought, I never dared imagine she would like me. He turned to look at her. Sei. Before he could even finish, Sei threw herself into Jahan's arms. Thanks for bringing me my workbook. When I asked you yesterday, I was only half serious. He remembered her calling him the day before and saying, tomorrow I'm studying with a friend, but I left my workbook at your house. Could you bring it to the study cafe for me tomorrow? Is it too far? Jahan had asked, only half serious? Sei just laughed. Ha. She placed her hands on both his cheeks. Let me buy you something to make it up to you. Do you want anything to eat or drink? Jahan replied, lemonade. Sei said, okay, let's go into the cafe. Clinging to Jahan, she added, we're going to study at Ayun's house. So Ayun will be there, and before she could finish, someone yanked her away. Jahan turned to look. Sei looked startled. Hey, you too. When did you get here? The two people were Ayun and Jimin. She lifted her face and looked straight into his eyes. Just kiss me, even right now. Jahan hesitated. Then he said, close your eyes. Say he obediently closed them at his words. Like this. Jahan immediately claimed her lips. That's right. Her heart pounded wildly, and after closing her eyes, Say he pictured the two of them softly kissing. When she felt Jahan place a hand on her neck, she thought, Ichem? Oh, as their lips were about to meet, Say he thought, isn't this more than what he meant? Don't tell me he's. Suddenly Jahan opened his eyes again and reminded her, keep your eyes closed. Say he obediently replied, As she shut them again, she thought, is he really going to kiss me? Then a popping sound rang out. Say stopped him at once. Wait, did you just hear something explode? She glanced outside through the window. But then Jahan smiled helplessly and moved to cup Sei's face and kiss her. Fireworks outside the window burst loudly across the sky. Before they could kiss, Sei covered Jahan's mouth. See, I told you there was a bang. Sei stood up and walked to the window. She thought to herself, I can't believe I stopped him without even thinking. Trying to avoid her embarrassment, she changed the subject. There are fireworks already? That's early. Jahan asked, what fireworks? Sei said, they're from the festival our moms are at. She stepped closer to the window. Actually, I really wanted to see the fireworks, so I've been waiting for them. They're supposed to start at 9. Jahan only replied, oh. Sei slowly sat back down. They're probably just doing a test launch. Anyways, Sei looked at the boy in front of her and thought again. Suddenly, a hand gently touched her face, making her freeze. Beside her, Jahan asked, why are you sweating so much? Sei shyly answered, Jahan wiped some of the sweat from her face. Your hair's sticking all over your face. Sei avoided his gaze and thought to herself, I can't look him in the eyes. Sei thought, he hasn't even kissed me yet, but when she turned back to the movie, she realized it was already over. Should we go practice the wedding song? Jahan replied, sure. Seeing him cleaning up, Sei asked, why are you suddenly doing it all by yourself? Let me help too. But Jahan refused right away. It's nothing. Just sit and relax. Sei innocently asked him, hey, don't be too nice to me. What if I end up liking you more than you like me? I'd really make things hard for you. With a blank expression, Jahan said, that won't happen. Sei was extremely flustered. Oh, she thought, how can he be so sure? Sounding displeased, Sei said, take that back. You're not nice at all. Later, while the two of them were practicing singing, Sei frowned and said, why is this part so important? We just have to hand them the flowers and sing sweetly, and that's it. Jahan immediately refused. No, we keep going offbeat. Sei said helplessly, stop trying to make everything perfect. Suddenly he pointed toward the window, and she asked, what? Jahan reminded her, the fireworks. They've started. You said you wanted to see them earlier. Not only was Sei not happy, she glared at him instead. Thanks a lot, you slippery liar. Jahan looked out the window. Did you just see that? Sei also stared outside intently. I did. There are already so many things around me that have changed. Actually, I don't know whether I can adapt to this change or not. After returning home, Sei entered her room and thought, they're not even married yet, and the wedding photos are already all done. I'm suddenly so hungry. She noticed a blue shirt neatly folded on the bed. Startled, Sei picked up the shirt. It was the one she had borrowed from Jahan. Sei thought, I forgot to give his shirt back. Why didn't he ask for it? She kept staring at the shirt. I wonder if he realized it. Every time he's beside me, he smells really nice. She recalled the moment when their lips had almost touched. If they hadn't heard the fireworks then, next time the two of us definitely will. At that thought, Sei's whole face turned bright red. She told herself, don't think about that anymore. Last time, we only kissed without even having time to think. Now that we're dating, it should be different. Sei sat there hugging the shirt, deep in thought, because now both of them knew they liked each other. I couldn't focus on the movie or on practicing the wedding song because I kept staring at him. But then what did he say? Sei remembered again when she had asked, what if I like you more than you like me? And he had replied, that won't happen. Sei wondered that won't happen. She just sat there thinking and muttering endlessly. How would he know that? Sometimes I think I understand him so well. But other times, I have no idea what he's thinking. Why did he say that then? Meanwhile, Jahan couldn't sleep either. Are you hoping for something from me? Jahan kept tossing and turning. Jahan imagined Sei beside him. We've known each other for 10 years already, but now I want to understand you even more. When the two of them were just about to kiss, Jahan snapped out of that fantasy. Outside, his mother was watching TV, and when she saw him come out, she asked, Jahan, you're not asleep yet? Jahan replied, I can't sleep. Why are you still up, Mom? His mother answered, I've been completely hooked on that breakup reality show lately. She continued, it's actually really fun trying to guess why each couple wants to break up. Simple, right? Want to watch? Jahan played along. Sure. So why do they want to break up, Mom? She said, they haven't revealed it yet, so I don't know many details, but it's definitely not an ordinary reason. No matter what the reason is, they don't have the same feelings for each other anymore. Then Jahan's mother added, by the way, your mood seems really good these days, Jahan. He could only laugh awkwardly and replied, oh, you could tell just by looking at my face? She answered, of course. You're my son. I can tell with just one glance. You think you can keep secrets from me? Jahan replied, it's just like usual. I'm really lucky, Mom. He thought I really am. The next morning, Sei came running over and waved at Jahan. When Jahan saw her, he thought, I never would have dared imagine she'd like me. Jahan turned to look at her. Sei immediately threw herself into his arms. Hi, thanks for bringing my workbook. When I told you, I was only half joking. He recalled Sei calling him yesterday and saying, tomorrow I'm going to study with my friends, but I left my workbook at your house. Can you bring it to the study cafe tomorrow? Is it too far? Jahan had asked, half joking, half serious. Sei had just laughed. Now, she cupped his cheeks with both hands. Let me buy you something to make it up to you. Is there anything you want to eat or drink? Jahan replied, lemonade. Sei said, okay, let's go to the cafe. Clinging to Jahan, she said, we're studying at Ayun's house, so Ayun will be there too, and before she could finish, someone suddenly pulled her away. Jahan turned around. Sei looked flüsterte, hey, you two, when did you get here? The two people were Ayun and Jimin. Ayun frowned suspiciously at the pair in front of her. Seeing that, Sei quickly pushed Jahan away. Ayun rubbed her eyes. When she saw Sei and Jahan standing apart, she turned to Jimin and asked, you saw them hugging just now too, right? Jimin smiled awkwardly and answered, yeah. Sei immediately became flustered. Sorry, we didn't mean to hide it from you, but we only just started dating, so. Ayun glanced at Jimin and said, I was just a little surprised. It's nothing. In her head, she thought, I shouldn't say anything more. But unexpectedly, Jimin calmly asked, since when have you two been dating? Ayun thought in confusion, what's wrong with him? Sei answered, since last week. It's been 9 days now. Jahan added, no, we've liked each other for a really long time. Sei thought, huh? Jimin continued, really long time? Really? Sei was completely flustered. She muttered to herself, how can you say that so casually? You're acting like it's nothing. Jahan seemed to understand what she was thinking and replied, but it's true. Sei lowered her head and admitted, he's right. Jahan said coolly, I put the book in your bag. I should go now. Have fun studying, everyone. Ayun said to her, there you go again. The calmer he is, the more flustered you get. Sei replied shyly, Jahan is seriously thick-skinned. I'm the only one getting all worked up. Just me. Jimin silently watched her from behind. Sei turned around and asked, you must be really surprised too, right, Jimin? He answered, not really. Ayun reminded her, we'll talk more later. Sei immediately agreed. Yeah, keep it a secret at school. Okay. She suddenly realized something. Ayun asked, what is it? Sei remembered, I forgot to buy Jahan his lemonade. At Ayun's house, she said, come in. My mom isn't home yet. While Sei happily looked around the house, Jimin walked over and whispered to Ayun, why am I here? She whispered back, when I said I was studying with Sei, you said you wanted to join, even though you turned me down when I invited you last time. Jimin had no comeback and could only sulk. Ayun added, so help us with our homework today. From a distance, Sei saw all of it, but she thought, looks like the two of them have gotten closer. Outside, the leaves swayed in the wind. In the room, the three of them sat diligently doing homework, but Sei sat quietly by herself while the other two were noisy. No, every time you check it, I get it wrong. Hey, you got this one right. Suddenly, Sei noticed she was breaking out in a cold sweat and wondered, why am I sweating like this? She picked up her bag and told them, I think I should go home first. I'm not feeling well today. Jimin asked with concern, are you okay? She answered, yeah, I'm fine. Ayun was just as worried. We've studied a lot today anyway. Go get some rest, Sei. Jimin said, I should head home too. Suddenly, Ayun grabbed him. Stay until my mom gets home. Jimin looked confused. What? Ayun explained, you live far away, so my mom said she'd drive you home. Jimin refused. No need to trouble your mom like that. She'll already be tired from work. Inwardly, he thought, if I stay, that means I'll be alone with you. Seeing him refuse, Ayun persuaded him again. Just let my mom drive you. It'll be faster getting home if someone takes you. Jimin finally agreed. All right, I'll wait, but he sat down. We need to talk. On a street somewhere, Sei texted Jahan, Jahan, are you still studying? She thought he must still be studying. Sei stopped in front of a drink shop. Remembering that she had promised to buy Jahan a lemonade, she went in right away. "One lemonade, please," the employee asked. "Okay, would you like anything else?" He thought to herself, "My stomach hurts a little, but one drink should be okay, right?" She added, one chocolate latte too. While the employee said, "So that's one lemonade and one chocolate latte, right?" She was distracted by an advertisement sign nearby. "This summer, I'll enjoy it with a summer drink." There's also a picture of a very pretty girl on it. Snapping back to attention, E answered, "Yes," but her face grew more downcast. Just then, a notification sound rang out from somewhere else. Jahan immediately checked his phone. Suddenly, a hand touched his. By reflex, he turned around. It was Sei holding his hand. "It's me." She lifted the drink she had bought to Jahan's mouth. "I wanted to go home with you, so I came here. Are you happy to see me? Here, this is what you wanted to drink." Jahan asked her, "How long have you been waiting here?" But Sei didn't answer and instead asked again, "Are you happy or not? Answer me." Jahan replied, "I'm really happy." Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through Sei's stomach. "Good, honesty is best, but I haven't been waiting that long." Seeing her like that, Jahan asked, "What's wrong?" Sei está mered, nothing. She continued, "I was thinking while I was waiting for you. Next time, should we go to an amusement park?" Jahan agreed without hesitation. "Sure. When?" Sei. Suddenly she collapsed into a crouch, clutching her stomach. Jahan asked anxiously, "You're not feeling well, are you?" Sei looked like she was in pain as she said, "It hurts here. Ow, I can't walk anymore." "Wait a second." Jahan crouched down to check on her. "Your stomach? Your stomach hurts, right?" Sei replied hesitantly, "Just a little. It's been like this for a while." Jahan started questioning her. "What did you eat today?" Sei answered, earlier I drank a few sips of chocolate latte, and, last night I ate buldak noodles too." She went on about yesterday. "I missed you so much that I tossed and turned and couldn't sleep." Jahan worriedly touched her forehead. "Don't joke around. You're soaked in cold sweat." He said tiredly, "Really, I'm sorry for holding you back, even though I told you that you could do it." Embarrassed, she added, "I was really surprised that I unconsciously stopped you. I was worried you might misunderstand what I meant." Jahan replied, a little awkwardly, "It's nothing. Don't worry about it." He looked even more guilty. She said, "No, it's not that I push you away because I didn't like it. So next time, let's do it properly." Jahan's ears turned red. Okay. If you're really not feeling well, should I call 911? He immediately refused. "It's not that serious. Can you call a taxi and take me home?" Jahan answered, "Okay, let me call your mom first." He disagreed with that too. "My mom's not home. She and my little sister flew abroad for filming." Jahan asked, "Then in situations like this, who did your mom tell you to call? Uncle Minsuk?" Sei recalled what her mother had told her before leaving. "I'm so sorry for leaving you behind like this, but high school students still have schoolwork, so I don't have any other choice." Sei had obediently replied, "It's okay, Mom." Her mother had instructed her, "If anything happens, call Uncle Minsuk, okay? Sei grakis face sudenli darkenet." "I know. I'm always surrounded by things I can never get used to." Her mother had also reminded her, "From now on, we're going to live together, so start getting used to having him around. He'll become your stepfather." Back in the present, Jahan asked, "Then in times like this, who did your mom tell you to call?" Sweat covered Sei's forehead as she thought to herself, "It's easy for you to say, Mom. There are some things that no matter how much time passes, I can never get used to." Jahan asked again, "Uncle Minsuk?" Sei forced a smile and said, "Yeah. Could you just take me home first? I'm used to being alone, and I'm more comfortable that way. You know that." He looked straight into his eyes. "I've always been alone. Always." At that moment, Jahan looked both worried and troubled. He brushed her hair back. "I'm sorry. I didn't think it through." Jahan helped Sei to her feet. "Next time, if you're not feeling well, don't wait for me. Just go home or go to the hospital, okay? The taxi will be here in 3 minutes." Sei leaned weakly against him. "Today, I didn't have any other choice." Her body began trembling even more. "I kept remembering when you said you wanted to drink this." Those words shocked Jahan. He stared at her wide-eyed. Why would? Sei's body started to tilt as if she were fainting. "I'm sorry for bothering you." Immediately, she was pulled into his arms. Jahan looked down at her, unable to hide his worry. "You're not bothering me at all. Why would you put yourself through this because of me?" A little later, the doorbell rang. Jahan's mother came out to open the door. "Why didn't you just type in the code and come in? Why ring the bell?" Jahan hesitated. "Mom." Carrying Sei on his back, he said between breaths, can say, you sleep at our house tonight? Still carrying her, Jahan asked his mother again, Mom, can say you stay here tonight? From inside the room, his mother asked worriedly, what did Say Yi's mother say? He answered right away, I texted her, but Say Yi's mom is overseas, so I don't think she's ready yet. His father, Hun Min, frowned as he looked at Say Yi and quietly asked, did she take any medicine? His mother nodded. I gave her some, but she keeps saying she's fine and that she'll just go see a doctor in the morning. Hun Min sat down near her and asked with concern, Say Yi, how do you feel now? Wrapped up tightly in the blanket, she replied with a little pressure in her voice, I feel better after taking the medicine. I was thinking I'd close my eyes for a bit. He sighed worriedly and said, but if anything feels wrong, call us right away, okay? Holding her pillow, she nodded obediently. Yes, thank you. After that, Jahan's parents left the room. His father couldn't help nodding as he said to his wife, good thing he brought her here. It's better for her to stay with us than be alone. She agreed with him, then turned to Say Yi and said, don't worry anymore. Go to sleep, dear. Say Yi. Jahan's gaze on her was full of concern. Meanwhile, Jimin was directly facing Ayun. Squinting at him, she said, so, what did you want to talk about? Her tone was irritated. Jimin suddenly grabbed her arm, looking dangerous. You, stop making it obvious that I like Say Yi. He sounded like he was threatening her. She immediately shot back. What? Since when did I make that obvious? Jimin exposed her through gritted teeth. Whenever something happens to Say, you always glance over to see how I react. He remembered Ayun once saying, she has a boyfriend? Who? And then giving him a meaningful look. The memory made Jimin smile in annoyance. You're really obvious. Stop using me like that. She seemed to realize something and hesitated. Knowing she was about to explain, he cut her off. You're doing that because of me? No, you're only doing it because it bothers you. After a while, Ayun said guiltily, I'm sorry. Jimin raised an eyebrow and looked at her closely. Ayun sincerely apologized. I really didn't know I was doing that. Sorry for bothering you. I'll try not to be so obvious anymore. I didn't mean to mock you or anything. Hearing that, he was a little moved. Now I feel guilty again. Tilting his head casually, he said, I gave up on her before all this happened today, so you don't need to apologize to me. Ayun shot him a suspicious look. Huh? If you've already given up, why did you go all the way over to my place? He stammered and laughed it off. I got dragged there. Hey! Jimin let out a big yawn, then said tiredly, it's all in the past, so forget it. If Say he doesn't like me, what's the point of talking about it anymore? Anyway, I'm not good enough for her. Ayun glanced at him. What a depressing thing to say. Then she advised him, why would you say that? There wasn't anything else you could have done. And Say he never thought badly of you. Jimin shook his head and said, Ayun, I don't forget that easily. Have you ever seen Say he hate anyone? Dejected, he spoke the painful truth. Just because she doesn't hate me doesn't mean she likes me. Then, awkwardly, he complimented Ayun. You're really kind. You're still trying to comfort me, even though you don't have to. He thought to himself, I honestly didn't expect that. Hearing him praise her made Ayun break out in goosebumps. She tried to explain, what I mean is, he deliberately cut her off. Now I get why you're Say Yi's friend. Ayun let out a sigh, her voice turning serious. I'm not saying this just to comfort you, okay? You're the best-looking guy in Say Yi's friend group. She gave him advice. If you change yourself a little, there would have been a pretty good chance you two could have ended up together. Of course, now you've already lost your chance. He quietly listened while spinning his pen. Best-looking, huh? After saying way too much, he tilted his head and joked. Oh, so you're saying I'm handsome? She immediately objected. What? What did I say that? He shrugged. Whatever. Irritated, she said, fine then. I admit you don't look bad. Hearing Ayun praise him, he became interested. I didn't know you were capable of saying something like that. I only said it because he looked so serious. Thinking that, he suddenly grabbed her arm again. All right then, he pulled her closer. With that handsome face of his curling into a smug smile, he asked wickedly, so how should I change? What do you think I should change to make myself better? Ayun realized that getting praised had suddenly put him in a very good mood. She froze. Hey you, he laughed. Huh? Ayun suddenly pressed a finger to the center of his forehead. His eyes widened. Then her gentle voice rang out. First, those piercings. Jimin let go of her and said sulkily, all right, thanks. You're seriously so kind. He then reminded her, but you should watch how you talk and try to be a little more witty too. Also, maybe try growing your hair out. Ayun frowned. He was teasing her again. He kept rambling about her middle school photo. Seriously, in that picture where you had long hair, You looked really pretty. Her indifferent face showed a flicker of surprise. So you like long hair? Oh, no wonder you were in a say. Jimin was in the middle of speaking when he suddenly went speechless and couldn't respond. Annoyed, he pushed her away and said irritably, "Why am I even talking to you about this? When is your mom coming home?" She shrugged. "How would I know? I hope she comes back soon, too." Elsewhere, in the warm bedroom, Sei tightly gripped the bedsheet. She thought to herself, I didn't want them to worry, so I kept saying I was fine. Hugging her pillow, she tried to endure it, but she hadn't expected the stomach pain to get this bad. What should I do? I feel so nauseous. There was a knock at the door, followed by a familiar voice. Sei, I made some stomach medicine for you. She looked at him carrying the medicine in, but her body wouldn't move. Helplessly, she thought, I can't move. As he walked over, he said gently, it's liquid medicine, so the smell is a little strong, but it works really well. How are you feeling now? The moment he asked, she immediately snatched the cup of medicine from his hand and replied, just let me drink it all in one go. She said that, but her hand were trembling badly. Afraid she would spill the medicine, he said with concern, let me hold the cup for you. But the moment he finished speaking, the cup slipped from her hand. She fumbled to catch it, but she was too late. The cup rolled away, spilling the medicine all over the floor. She screamed internally, oh no. Panting from exhaustion, she worried his parents are definitely going to come in now. Her eyes grew unfocused. I kept meaning not to bother them, and now I've caused trouble again. Why am I always like this? What must Jahan be thinking of me? Jahan said nothing. He simply lowered his head and comforted her quietly. It's fine, really. He handed her another glass of water and said, drink this first. I'll make the medicine again. Sei drank the water he helped her with, then sighed and said, I spilled it all over the blanket and the floor. He soothed her. I can clean it up, so don't worry. After that, he even gently wiped her mouth. Feeling guilty, she said, I'm sorry. Then she was startled when he pressed his forehead against hers and murmured softly, your fever's gone down a bit. She instinctively covered her face in embarrassment. Why would you do that? I smell terrible, and my face is all sticky too. I did wipe it, but the medicine got all over my face just now. Calm as ever, he explained. You said before that this was how you check someone's temperature, and you don't smell at all. She looked at him, unable to hide her thoughts. How could someone be like this? Then she saw him wiping the floor and felt even more ashamed. Jahan kept saying it was fine, making it feel like none of this was a big deal. That's really not good. Suddenly, a worried voice came from outside the door. Sei, are you okay? Is everything all right? She froze in surprise and forgot to answer, so Jahan quickly replied for her. Yes, everything's fine. You don't need to come in. Then he suddenly took her hand. She stared at him, puzzled. What is he thinking of me? Why does he keep putting up with me and always saying everything's fine? She was incredibly curious, but only thought it instead of saying it. Then he gently rubbed her hand, and she asked softly, what is it? Acting casual, he said, I got some clothes for you, but it might be hard for you to move around, so you don't have to change by yourself. You're probably uncomfortable in what you're wearing. Sei immediately sat up and shook her head. I'll change myself. He nodded. All right, if you need help with anything, just call me. Afraid he was worrying too much about her, she reassured him, it's okay. After taking the medicine, I think I can move a little again. She looked at him suspiciously, then teased. Then why do you keep saying you'll help? What are you planning to help me change to? Tilting his head, he replied in a suggestive tone. Do you want me to? Seeing how serious he looked, she avoided the question. No way. He stood up and said, if you want to shower before changing, I can help you to the bathroom. She pouted and cursed him inwardly. He really is shameless. He doesn't look flustered at all. After that, Jahan really did help her back to bed once she finished showering. He even changed the sheets. Carefully, he repeated his instructions over and over. Now get some sleep. If you need anything, make sure you call me. He continued, if you get too weak, even if you don't want to go, I'm calling 911 right away. She nodded, then looked at the cup on the table and said softly, hey, Jahan, the ice in the drink has completely melted. He turned to look. Then she said, it won't taste good anymore, so just throw it away. I'll buy you a new one next time. He was silent for a moment before replying, I am sorry. Sleep well. Hearing that, she was deeply surprised. I don't even know why he's apologizing to me. Why is he sorry? Her thoughts swirled. She kept wondering whether she should ask him, but the truth was she was too weak. She didn't even have the strength to ask about something so small. After that, she called him into the room several times, took more medicine, and each time he gently asked, does it hurt that much? She found herself wondering how many times he had already told her that everything would be okay. As she closed her eyes and drifted to sleep, she thought, Jahan, I'm the one who should apologize. Every time you tell me everything will be okay, I really do feel a little better. She half opened her eyes and saw his face. Maybe I should just ask him. His gaze was fixed on the family photo hanging in front of the bed. Quietly, she wondered, what are you thinking about? Why are you making that kind of expression? The next morning, the loud sound of birds chirping filled the air. When Jahan's mother saw her tiptoeing out of the room, she happily said, "You're awake, Sei. How are you feeling?" "Feeling shy," Sei replied. "Thanks to your family, I'm feeling much better now. Thank you for taking care of me." She waved it off. "What are you thanking me for? I didn't do anything." Then, noticing that Sei was looking for him, she added, "Jahan hardly ever sleeps this late." Sei stared at the glass door for a long moment. Meanwhile, Jahan was sleeping soundly, completely unaware of the world. Then a strange rustling sound suddenly woke him up. His eyes flew open when he saw Sei climbing right on top of him. Blushing, she smiled and said hi. Jahan had only just woken up, but he immediately froze in shock. "What? Why are you here? Why are you climbing on top of me?" Sei smiled sweetly at him. "You've been sleeping forever." A few hours earlier, that same morning, the sound of birds chirping had filled the air. When Jahan's mother saw her tiptoeing out of the room, she happily said, "You're awake, Sei. How are you feeling?" "Feeling shy," Sei replied. "Thanks to your family, I'm feeling much better now. Thank you for taking care of me." She waved it off. "What are you thanking me for? I didn't do anything." Realizing Sei was looking for him, she said, "Jahan hardly ever sleeps this late." Sei nodded and murmured, "Ah, that's because." She remembered how he had tirelessly taken care of her all night. So she said apologetically to his mother, "He stayed up all night looking after me. That's probably why he slept in. Your son is seriously amazing." Understanding the situation, his mother smiled. "I see." Then Sei tried to leave. "I should go back to the room now." But the moment she took a step, his mother suddenly lifted her up, making her let out a startled sound. Then she called to Jahan's father. "Honey, Sei's awake." He immediately replied, "Let's go." In an instant, the three of them were in the car. Jahan's mother turned to her husband and said, "They should be open by now, right?" He nodded. After that, she was taken to the hospital for a checkup. The doctor told the three of them, "This is acute gastritis." His parents insisted, "Before going home, you need another 4 drip." Then, once they got back to the house, the two of them fussed over her constantly. Jahan's father handed her medicine with concern. "After you finish the porridge, you have to take this." His mother fed her spoonfuls of porridge. "Open your mouth." Next, the two of them told her, "We're going out for a little walk to relax. If you don't feel well, call us right away." Jahan's mother grumbled, "Jahan still isn't even awake yet." Then she left with her husband, leaving Sei completely dazed. After that, she sneaked into his room and watched him sleep. She deliberately tugged at his blanket, still sleeping. Then she pulled her phone out of her pocket and snapped several pictures of him sleeping peacefully. She even touched his hair and happily brushed his cheek. Tiptoeing closer, Sei touched his hair and held back a laugh. "His hair is so soft. He really looks like a puppy. Ugh, when is he going to wake up?" She lightly wrapped her arms around his neck and whispered, "Thanks for taking care of me yesterday." As soon as she finished saying that, she cheerfully added, "And then I climbed on top of you." Jahan sat up and frowned at her in confusion. "You've been like this the whole time?" She nodded at once. Shaking his head, he said, "Seiki." Then he ordered her, "First of all, get off me." She refused and sprawled across him on purpose. "Why do I have to get off? I'm not that heavy." He said firmly, "Get off. Now." Suddenly, she leaned in close. "I've been on top of you this whole time, and you didn't even move. You don't like it." He gently pushed her away. "Come on." Then Sei suddenly called out in a voice sweet as candy, "Honey." Jahan instantly frowned. "You, don't say things like that." Looking utterly disgusted, he said, "Please stop using words like that." She burst into laughter. "That expression on your face is so rare." Then she explained, "Your mom and dad were calling each other that earlier." She recalled his mother saying to her husband, "Did you sleep well, honey?" Hearing that, he sighed. "Ah, they do that all the time." She said admiringly, "I'm not even surprised. Your parents are so affectionate." Then she asked, "By the way, what do you usually do on weekends?" Yawning as he got out of bed, he answered while walking, "These days I usually go to the gym, but I woke up too late today." She tugged on his arm and whined, "Skipping 1 week is fine. Play with me. There are a few things I want to do with you." He blinked. "What do you want to do?" Excitedly, she said, "I want to look through all your photo albums. I want to see your baby pictures too. I'm really curious what little Jahan looked like." He thought for a moment, then said, I don't have any baby pictures." She was surprised. "He doesn't have any pictures from when he was little?" Then she asked quietly, "Really? Then I want to see your kindergarten pictures." He nodded. "Sure. Let's eat lunch first, and then we can look at them together. Come here. I'll make porridge for you." Meanwhile, in Ayun's room, her mother called out, Ayun, come downstairs for lunch. You said you were going to the hair salon today, too. Ayun, who had been reading, quickly answered, Okay, I'm coming down now. As she passed by the large mirror, she suddenly stopped. She stared at it for a while, then walked away and called out to her mother, Mom, would I look prettier with long hair? Her mother sounded puzzled. Did someone say something to you? Elsewhere, Jimin stood in front of a mirror, examining his hairstyle, his face sour with irritation. He muttered, What's wrong with this? The sky gradually grew darker, and Jahan brightened when his parents came home. Jahan's father carried a bag of pastries and said, We heard you kids like these, so we bought some. His mother looked delighted as she said to the two of them, How are you two doing? The moment Sei saw the pastries, she exclaimed happily, I love these. Thank you. She took one of the huge pastries and chirped, Can I eat it now? But his father stopped her. Wait until you're fully better. Regretfully, she answered, Okay. Then his mother suddenly whispered into his ear, You're really lucky, Jahan. He raised a brow, not understanding at all. What? He looked at him intently, and then he said, What is it, Mom? Then a knock sounded at the door. As soon as Jahan looked over, he saw her walking in. He asked Sei, What is it? She answered softly, I have to go home now. Then she spread her arms wide and raised her brows at him. So I came to say bye-bye. With her arms still open, she acted cute and said, If you're sad that I have to go, then give me a really tight hug. He looked at her shyly, blinking, and she urged him, Come on. In the end, he couldn't resist and pulled her into his arms. She giggled happily, then said in satisfaction, You must be really sad that I'm leaving, right? He nodded gently. She was taken aback. Huh? Why is he suddenly being so honest today? She looked up at him and suddenly said, If you beg me to stay a little longer, I might consider it. He held her for a moment before replying, All I have to do is ask you to stay longer? She nodded and added her condition. Yep, but you have to beg sincerely. Or maybe say it while you're walking me to the door. Say, he called softly. She answered right away, In her mind, she imagined him taking the bait. And then she would confess, Actually, while I went to the doctor with your parents, I already ran home and grabbed more of my things. You fell for it, didn't you? Your mom told me my mom still won't be back this weekend, so I should just stay here. She was grinning from ear to ear when she heard him call softly again, Sei. She hurriedly said, Actually, His calm voice sounded beside her ear. I'm not going to beg you. She froze. She stared at him in shock. What? Why is he acting so unfazed when I'm leaving? Pouting, she said, Aren't you sad that I'm going home? He coolly refused. What else can I do? Go on home. As soon as he said that, he effortlessly lifted her and carried her outside, saying as he walked, Bye. Since you wanted it, I'll carry you to the door. She struggled in confusion. How are you being this calm? When she saw he wasn't going to put her down, she cried out, Hey, are you really sending me off like this? She kept calling his name, Jahan. Then suddenly, looking straight into his eyes, she asked anxiously, Jahan, do you not like me anymore? Before she even finished, he started chuckling. Then all of a sudden he burst out laughing, and she frowned as she realized. Your mom told you, didn't she? Poking his cheek, she said, I can tell you're trying to hold back your laughter. He kept laughing loudly, while she squirmed and shouted, Hey, you're teasing me. Put me down. I'm going back to my room. In the end, her face turned red with embarrassment, and she lowered her head. A moment later, she mumbled, Why would you tease me like that? He laughed 2 more times and then apologized. He leaned closer and coaxed her softly. You're just too cute. I couldn't help myself. The moment he said that, both of them immediately stared at each other because he had unconsciously blurted out what was really on his mind. His eyes widened, stunned at himself. Covering her mouth, she gasped in surprise. You just said I'm cute? She said, shocked, but he was faster. He stood up, pushed her away, and tried to flee. Good night. Hurry up and go back to your room. She stared blankly, thinking, I'm cute? He thinks I'm cute? Suddenly, she blocked his way so he couldn't step into the room. She clung tightly to his arm and said in a sulky voice, Because of you, I've changed my mind. She looked up at his reddening face and said in a low voice, I'll go back to my room later. Embarrassed, Jahan said, Let go of my arm, Sei. Still clinging to him, she suddenly said, Your dad's there. Startled, he looked up. Sei broke into gleeful laughter. Got you. Jahan looked at her, face red. You've been like this all morning. She answered, That's because all of a sudden I want to spend more time with you. So what? Seeing him stay shyly silent, she went on, You said I'm cute, so that means you have to play with me. I'm really bored. Jahan asked, What do you want to do? At the study cafe, the teacher smiled and praised them. You two did your homework really well. Most people don't do much during vacation, but you two are still so diligent. Both of them remembered what had actually happened. Say, he had held up a box and pleaded, I want to play board games. Oh, Jahan, now that you've realized I'm cute. At a loss for words, he had replied, all right, just stop teasing me. The truth behind their homework was that Say, he had spent all of yesterday absorbed in board games, then copied Jahan's work, and he was the one who let her copy it. The teacher announced, good job. All right, let's begin class. A long while later, the teacher said, that's all for today. Good work, both of you. Say, he asked, since we're already here, should we finish all the homework before going home? Jahan agreed. She said, then let me go to the restroom first, and after that we'll work on it together. Say, he went into the restroom to wash her hands. Then she heard people talking outside. I can't believe they even put this in the news. What happened? The two of them postponed the wedding because the filming schedule ran longer than expected. Is that enough to make the front page? Someone else asked. Who? The other person replied, CO Lajin. Say, he froze at the name. She texted Jahan. Jahan, I need to make a phone call. I'll be right back. It's something important, so it might take a little while. She turned on her phone and saw the article. CO Lodging postpones wedding due to extended overseas filming schedule. Say, he called and reproached her. You should have told me yourself that you'd be coming home late. I've just been so busy. I was going to call you as soon as I finished this scene, but the news came out first. She continued, Min-suk is in Korea, so I'm not too worried. He said he can take you if you need to go to the hospital or to your tutoring academy, so feel free to call him, okay? Yi froze. When the woman didn't hear her voice, she asked worriedly, why aren't you saying anything? Did I upset you, sweetheart? Yi hesitative. No, I can manage on my own. I hope your filming goes well. She told herself, why should I be upset? It's fine. As she walked back to the table, she thought, I'm already used to this. Jahan asked her, are you done talking? Sei explained, Mumwasa. My mom just said she'll be coming home a month later than planned. She told me to go to the hospital and to tutoring with Uncle Min-suk for a while. What? He said in surprise. That suddenly? A whole month? She replied, it's okay. She does this a lot. Besides, then she said brightly, I've still got you. As long as I have you, I won't be bored. Do you want to play board games again today? Let's finish all this homework and go home. Jahan looked at her in silence. He lowered his head and nodded. Yeah. That evening, Jahan's mother said, Jahan, take this to Say for me, okay? He replied, okay. He knocked on her door, then stepped inside and immediately noticed the unusually quiet atmosphere. He looked over at her and called, Say, what's wrong? She suddenly spun around and shouted, boo! Looking at Jahan's expression, she asked, huh? You weren't startled at all? He stayed silent for a moment, then said, my mom told me to bring this to you. Chewing on a pastry, she praised it. It's so good. Eat with me. He declined. My mom asked me to help with a few things, so I have to go downstairs. Jahan turned to leave, then suddenly stopped and asked, oh, it seems like my mom really wants you to stay. So, how about staying at my house until your mom comes back? He continued, you're still recovering, and staying here for a while will be better, right? Of course, it's up to you. He asked, did your mom say that? Jahan answered, yeah. She's a lot happier when you're here. So if she wants you to stay longer, I'm fine with it too. You know my mom likes you. He was secretly surprised. Then she took his hand and asked, you do too, right? You were the one who asked my parents first if I could stay here with you for a while, because you knew I didn't feel very comfortable around Uncle Min-suk. He hesitated. Jahan nodded. Yeah, I guess so. She said, it would feel weird to keep freeloading here forever, so I'll just stay until I don't have to go to the doctor anymore. She rested her head on his hand. Thanks for taking care of me. You're always so good to me. Then he looked up and said, in return, I'll grant you one wish. Jahan was surprised. What's with that all of a sudden? She said, do you need time to think? Then tell me your wish later. Yeah, anything you want. I'll listen to all of it. I won't get mad at you either. She looked at him expectantly, as if waiting for him to say something. Jahan was speechless and stayed quiet. Then he hesitated and said, I know you waited for me even while you weren't feeling well, and he was secretly surprised. Is he thanking me right now? Why is he being so nice? He said, I'm sorry for making you sicker. She objected. What are you saying? You just don't know what to say. Do you really feel that guilty? Then she scolded him. Hey, in situations like this, you're supposed to say thank you, you little old man. He thought to herself, come to think of it, when I was sick 2 days ago, he said things like this too, but I didn't understand. She wondered, does he really feel that way? Then she hesitated and said, there's something I don't really understand. Jahan asked, what is it? She replied, why do you think you're the only one who gets to worry about me and wait for me? You act like that's only natural. I've been wondering about that for a while. Jahan was surprised. She repeated, I want to be good to you too, the way you are to me. He suddenly faltered, remembering when Jahan had asked her, why would you let yourself get this bad because of me? She said, from now on, stop asking why I do so much for you. And stop saying things like we're strangers. You were the one who said we didn't need to ask each other about things like that anymore. Jahan froze. He started to speak. But he suddenly shouted, cutting him off. All right, she said, weren't you supposed to go downstairs and help your mom? I've kept you up here too long. Sorry for interrupting you. Finish what you were going to say before you go. Then she smiled at him, leaving him with no idea what to say. Jahan said, it's nothing. Don't worry about it. Seyi Nadif. Yeah, I should let you go. Turn off the light on your way out for me, okay? She urged him. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and go. Your mom is waiting. He hesitated. Called Jahan, clutching the blanket tightly. She wished him sleep well. After leaving her room, Jahan stood there silently. He recalled Seyi's words. Why do you think you're the only one who gets to worry about me and wait for me? You act like that's only natural. Then he asked himself, why do I do that? Jahan said to himself, because I really don't want you to dislike me. He thought, maybe having a crush on you for so long has affected me more than I realized. Lying in bed, he felt embarrassed by what she had said, while Jahan kept thinking, that's why I can't get used to the things you say to me. Pretending I'm not shaken anymore isn't easy. He remembered saying, I want to be good to you too, the way you are to me. Jahan thought, especially after what you said today. He continued recalling her words. From now on, stop asking why I do so much for you. Jahan thought, no one has ever said anything like that to me before. He remembered her saying again, you were the one who said we didn't need to ask each other about things like that anymore. He answered inwardly, I never thought you'd say something like that to me. Jahan's heart pounded as he walked, lost in thought. But I'm afraid that if I do what I really want, you'll hate me. Thinking of her face, he murmured to himself, every day is a mix of happiness and fear, so tell me. Blushing, he asked himself, what am I supposed to do whenever you're like this? He opened her door, thinking, please. Jahan ran to Seyi's bedside, sat down next to her, and called softly, Seyi. He lifted her face and asked, Seyi, are you asleep? His eyes were wet. Jahan gazed at her face and whispered, are you really asleep? Then he boldly pressed a light kiss to Seyi's cheek and wished her, sleep well. He stood up from the bed, and Seyi opened her eyes, blushing. Seeing his face flushed red, she called Jahan. He opened his eyes wide in surprise, and she grabbed one of his fingers. She said, I'm not asleep. Wind blew into the room, making the curtains flutter. Seyi thought, it's so cold. Should I go close the window? No, I'm too sleepy. Then she heard the door open and decided, Jahan probably forgot something. I'll pretend to be asleep and scare him. Jahan called Seyi. She was surprised. Seyi, wait, he lifted her face and asked, Seyi, are you asleep? She was stunned inside. Then Jahan kissed her on the cheek. Seyi thought, what is this? She opened her eyes and heard him say, sleep well. Seyi sat up, asking herself, what am I supposed to do about this? She called Jahan. I'm not asleep. Jahan suddenly leaned close to her, making Seyi freeze. She thought, have I ever? Jahan hesitated. Seyi thought, have I ever felt someone else's breathing or gazed this clearly before? The two of them silently looked at each other. Just then, Jahan's mother called, Jahan, where are you? She called again, Jahan. Seyi hesitated, then said, she's calling you. He answered, I hear you. Jahan's mother continued, you said you'd come help me. Then she called, come downstairs already. Jahan sighed. Seyi said hesitantly, you should go downstairs. Next time. But Jahan suddenly silenced her by pressing a kiss to her lips, leaving Seyi shocked. Blushing, she heard him say, yeah, next time. Then Jahan stepped out of the room. He closed the door and sank down onto the floor, his heart pounding wildly in his chest. Seyi lay frozen on the bed, dazed, mumbling, what was that? What just happened? Jahan went downstairs and said, I'm sorry. I had a call just now, so I'm a little late. He asked, what do you need help with, Mom? Jahan's mother said, I hurt my finger, so my handwriting looks awful. Can you write over these for me? She continued, once I finish wrapping these pastries, write on here for me, okay? Sorry for bothering you, sweetheart. Jahan replied, it's okay. I could do this quickly. Hunmin poured coffee from a pot into a cup. Jahan's mother asked, "Honey, are you busy today too?" He answered, "Yeah. You two should go to bed first." She said, "I want to stay up and wait for you. I have a lot to do too." Hunmin cleared his throat a few times, then asked while drinking his coffee, "So, did say, you take her medicine?" Jahan replied, "Yes, I gave it to her." He praised him good. Hunmin asked Jahan's mother, "What are you smiling about?" Covering her mouth, she answered, "Nothing. Go do your work." Smiling, she said, "You father and son are exactly alike when you're embarrassed. You really take after your dad. Even when you're happy, your face still goes stiff like usual." Jahan asked, "I look like dad when I'm embarrassed?" She said, "Yeah. You and your dad are very alike, even when you're shy. Maybe it was fate that made you our son." Jahan smiled and replied, "I'm the lucky one." She said, "I told you not to say things like that." Then she suddenly asked, "By the way, you said she was going to sleep, right?" He answered, "I think so, but I'm not really sure." Just then, a door quietly opened a crack. Wrapped in a blanket, he stood at the doorway as Jahan's mother asked, "Weren't you with her just now?" He replied, "I only brought her the pastries and then came downstairs." Jahan's mother suddenly said, "He told me you've been picking on her these past few days." She said, "You're really childish. It seems like you're truly comfortable when you're with huh?" At that moment, Jahan spotted He saw her going up the stairs while Jahan's mother was still asking, "What do you two usually do when you're together?" He was quiet for a moment, then said, "Mom." She looked surprised. He said, "I can't see the print very clearly. I'm going to get my glasses." Jahan picked up his glasses. He remembered getting caught by and asked himself, "Am I comfortable around her?" Jahan put on his glasses and denied it inwardly. "I don't think that's it." He saw standing alone in the hallway. He slowly walked past her. He opened the door and asked, "Why are you ignoring me now?" Jahan said, "You said you were going to sleep." Sulking, she replied, "I couldn't fall asleep." He advised, "It's really cold tonight. Don't stay out here too long." She suddenly stepped on his foot. Jahan asked, "What are you doing?" Pouting, she replied, "I told you I couldn't sleep." He asked, "Why couldn't you sleep?" He rambled, "Because you came into my room earlier, then asked if I was asleep, then woke me up, then kissed me." Embarrassed, Jahan turned and started to walk away. "I have to go." Fingering the blanket, he said, "That's why I was waiting for you, because I thought you'd come back." She grabbed his shirt tightly and demanded, "Why did you suddenly kiss me and then run away?" Jahan answered awkwardly, "You were going to do that just to tease me again, weren't you?" "I really have to go." She objected. "No way." She asked, "Do the things I say sound that much like a joke to you?" He shook his head and asked, "Then what is it?" Downstairs, Hunmin asked Jahan's mother, "Did Jahan finish and go back to his room?" She answered no. He said he couldn't read clearly, so he went to get his glasses. As he stood in the hallway, he heard her continue. He just went. "He'll be back down in a minute." He took his hand and shyly said, "It's because there are a few things I want to ask you. Come behind the curtain first so no one will see us." She asked, "Do you have to go now?" Jahan's silence was answer enough. Standing on top of his foot, he said, "I told you I was hurt, didn't I?" She reached up for Jahan's glasses. Blushing, she slowly took them off his face. Jahan froze, eyes wide. He shyly said, "I want to kiss you." She asked, "Didn't you think about coming back to my room?" Jahan stood there in silence, stunned. Then he pressed his lips to hers and answered, "I did." Jahan quickly shut the door tightly. Then he lifted her chin and kissed on the lips. Downstairs, Jahan's mother asked, "Have you seen Jahan?" "I thought he went upstairs and would come right back down, but I haven't seen him." Hunmin said, "Why don't you just go check his room?" She agreed. "You're right, I should." Then she continued, "But don't you think maybe he didn't want to do it and went off to hide somewhere?" He objected. "Jahan isn't that kind of person." She hesitated. "That's true. He isn't." Upstairs, Jahan and were kissing. He heard his mother declare, "Our son is the best behaved child there is." And Jahan kept kissing. He was inwardly alarmed. "Oh no, I think his mom is coming this way." She decided, "We have to stop." The two of them parted their lips. Jahan pulled her head back toward him and kissed her again. He was shocked. "We should stop," but just then Jahan's mother called, "Are you here, Jahan?" Both of them froze, blushing at the same time. He kept kissing as his mother called again, "Jahan." Only then did the two of them stop. In a small voice, he whispered goodnight. Then she turned away, thinking, "We need to separate quickly before his mother's voice gets any closer." The back of her neck was bright red. She wondered, "I can feel him looking at me. I wonder what kind of expression he has while watching me go." At that moment, Jahan's mother came over and asked, "Jahan, why are you standing out here alone on the porch?" He was still holding his glasses. her heart pounding. Blushing, she peeked at him and was inwardly startled. Oh, she heard him answer, I was just standing here. Say, he scolded herself inwardly. I shouldn't have had so much coffee today. A little while later, both Jahan and Say returned to bed. Say was still lost in thought. Otherwise, I would have fallen asleep earlier. Just go to sleep already. Even though they had both gone back to their own rooms and were lying in bed, neither of them could sleep. Without planning it, they both thought the same thing. Who knows when I'll calm down enough to sleep? The next morning, the breakfast table was filled with hot food. Pulling out a chair, Say cheerfully said, Good morning. Wow, it looks so delicious. Jahan's mother replied, Good morning. Come eat breakfast. Say. Hunmin suddenly set a pot on the table and said, Have some porridge. Once you're completely better, you can eat something else. She obediently replied, Yes, sir. Then she asked, Where's Jahan? The moment she finished speaking, he pulled out the chair beside her and asked, What? Say, he turned her head awkwardly and said, I was just checking if you were awake yet. At that moment, Jahan's mother said, After breakfast, you two are going to your cram class, right? Go together, Say, I'll drive both of you. Say, replied, Thank you. Then Jahan's mother looked at the dark circles under her eyes and asked, Didn't you sleep early last night? Say, You look a little worn out today. Are you feeling unwell anywhere? She answered, I'm fine. I probably just didn't sleep very well last night. Under the table, Say quietly passed Jahan his glasses. She remembered last night, and when Jahan took them, his hand accidentally brushed hers. She looked up at him as he chewed his food and thought, Jahan and I shared a secret kiss. Say reassured Jahan's mother, I'm really okay. After finishing quickly, she hurried off. Thank you for the meal, everyone. Then she thought, Kim Jahan, let me see you keep pretending nothing happened. Not realizing Jahan was right in front of her, she bumped into him. He called, Say. She was startled. She quietly observed him. I knew it. You're doing it again. Only your ears are red. Jahan asked her, You're not going to the study cafe tomorrow, right? Say hesitative. Yeah, what? He asked. Then do you want to go to the amusement park? You said you wanted to. She stared at him in surprise, mouth falling open. Then she threw her arms around Jahan and shouted, I really want to. Right after that, she quickly pushed him away under the startled gaze of Jahan's parents. Flustered, he said, Let's go tomorrow. Jahan nodded and said softly, Yeah. He turned away and said, Okay then, let's talk more after we get back from class. Worried, she thought, I hope it's not too obvious that I'm avoiding his eyes. The next day, at the amusement park. The amusement park was crowded with people coming and going. He stood off to one side, talking on the phone. Jahan asked, I just bought the drinks. Are you still waiting in line? She replied, I can wait, so take your time. The vendor said, Come take a look. If you and your boyfriend wear these together, they'll look really cute. Ask what? The vendor immediately said, Oh, I thought you came with your boyfriend. Wearing them with a friend works too. Embarrassed, she said to the vendor, I didn't mean it like that. I really did come with my boyfriend. Then she wondered to herself, boyfriend? Just then, someone passing by asked, Is that her? Another person said, Try asking her again. A girl asked, Excuse me, are you from the show I Am Supergirl? Another person exclaimed, That's C.O. La Jean's daughter. Replied, Yes, that's me. The black-haired girl excitedly asked, Clips from the show have been uploaded to YouTube lately. We're huge fans. Could we take a picture with you? Smiled and answered, Of course. Let's take one together. The three of them took a photo together. One of the girls asked, Thank you. Are you still in touch with the other kids? There are a few I still keep in contact with. Then the black-haired girl asked curiously, I saw a post saying some of you are dating each other now. Is that true? I'm not really sure. One of the girls said, No way, you're all grown up now. I overheard a little earlier. It sounded like you have a boyfriend, right? The two of them pressed with more questions. Are you still in touch with Jahan? We're fans of both of you, so we're really curious. Are you still in contact with Jahan? At that moment, Jahan arrived and awkwardly took in Yi's situation. She reacted quickly, turning her head and exclaiming, Oh my gosh. The two girls immediately looked in that direction. When they turned back, he was already gone. They stared in surprise. Where'd she go? What the heck? Where did she disappear to all of a sudden? He hurried away, thinking, Sorry, I'm just someone who wants to live peacefully. Then she whispered, Jahan, come this way. Standing hidden behind Jahan, she thought, It's kind of stressful when people recognize us from the show. He peeked at the two girls and worried. Why haven't they left yet? She thought because... She looked up at Jahan and happily thought, The Jahan they were talking about is my boyfriend now. Then she said to him, people recognized me, so I had to hide for a bit. It'd be such a hassle if people started gossiping about us dating. Jahan replied, I know. I could hear what they were saying from far away. He suddenly realized we're too close. She turned and said to him, but this is still better than getting caught outright. Then she noticed how close her face was to his and quickly turned away again. Jahan answered calmly, he thought again, and I think I know how he's looking at me now. Sure enough, last night Jahan had looked at her with flushed cheeks and eyes full of love. Blushing, he thought, it's all because of that night. I keep thinking about it, and when I'm next to him now, I can't even look him in the eye. Taking the ice cream from Jahan's hand, she said with a smile, don't get the wrong idea, okay? We only came over here because there was nowhere else to hide. There's even a tree beside us, so it's hard to move around. Jahan replied, I'm not. Seyi grinned. Really? I thought you might sneak in another kiss like at Elkis when you thought I was asleep. He lifted his head and answered with weary annoyance. There you go, bringing that up again. Then he leaned his face closer to Seiyi's and asked, are you sure you're not the one getting the wrong idea? He realized just how close their faces were, and he was looking at him with a flushed face. Jahan's ears turned red. Seriously? He shyly blushed as well. She blurted out, of course I am. Then she threw herself into Jahan's arms. But right after that, she pulled away and said, there's no reason I shouldn't think that way. They already left. Aren't you going? If you want to ride the roller coaster, we need to line up now. Jahan, still red-faced, stammered, I'm coming. As they walked, he said, hey Jahan, I want to put my bag in a locker before we go. After that, he and Jahan went around enjoying the rides. A little later, he burst out laughing. Ha, it looks like someone just copied and pasted your face on all those pictures. Ha, are you sure you're actually having fun? Keeping his expression completely blank, Jahan answered, I am. We both like horror movies and thrilling rides. While walking, he noticed a little boy sitting on a bench and said, that kid sitting over there looks so stiff. He must really like snacks. She looked up at Jahan. Let's keep going. Over there, they're staring. When opened her phone, she saw a picture. Oh, let me see. Looks like Ayun cut her hair. On the screen was a photo of Ayun with shorter hair, but still as pretty as ever. Meanwhile, Jimin was also looking at Ayun's new picture until someone called out, hey Jimin. His friend said, if you're not going to sing, we're switching to the next song. Only then did Jimin hurriedly say, hey wait. Back at the amusement park, when they came out of the haunted house, he said, it wasn't as scary as I thought. Everyone said this was the scariest haunted house here. Jahan agreed. Yeah, he suggested. This time let's switch to something more relaxing. How about the carousel? Jahan indulged her. Sure. Around them, people who had just come out of the haunted house still looked shaken. Suddenly, he noticed the child from earlier and asked, hey Jahan, am I the only one worried about that kid? Jahan looked at the boy too and said, I noticed him too. He's been alone ever since we were standing in line. The two of them immediately went over to talk to him. Hi there, what's your name? The boy answered, I'm Eugen Park. He asked, Eugen, why are you here all by yourself? The boy said, Mom told me if I waited in front of the carousel horses, she'd come back right away. And Jahan looked at each other and said at the same time, but this isn't the carousel. Eugen's eyes started to fill with tears. Then, what should I do? Guru flustereth. Wait, don't cry. Just then, the parade began. She said, wow, the parade is starting. And Eugen watched it with sparkling eyes. Said, actually, we were on our way to the Ferris wheel, so why don't we take you with us? Come on, let's go. But Eugen was more fascinated by the parade, and he dodged the idea. All of a sudden, I don't want to go anymore. The parade even had giant ducks marching through it, which completely captivated and Eugen. Jahan said, Eugen's mom is probably waiting for him. Let's just watch for 2 minutes and then go. Without thinking much, immediately agreed. Seeing Eugen hopping up and down, Jahan asked, can you see okay, Eugen? Then he lifted the boy onto his shoulders. Eugen lit up. I can see now. Beside them, he said, that duck bear is so cute. Jahan thought, cute? A duck plus a bear makes a duck bear? Is that some kind of hybrid? Excitedly pointed upward. Look, Eugen, it's the duck bear fairy. Wow, it's blowing giant bubbles. Seeing her so excited made Jahan happy too. The duck bear fairy put on a bubble-blowing performance. Eugen exclaimed, they're flying so high. Today is so fun. He reminded them, the 2 minutes are up. Let's go, Jahan. The longer I'm with him, the more fun I have. Cheerfully, Sei said, thanks for watching this with me. I know it must be boring for you. She thought, he always goes along with what I want, so I feel a little sorry too. Jahan replied, not at all. It's fun. Hearing that, Sei immediately teased him. Haha, fun because you're here with me? Ha. Yujin spoke up, that bubble is huge, but it popped right away. Suddenly, Jahan smiled brightly. That smile, like the morning sun, left Sei completely spellbound. Just then, someone asked Jahan, could you take a picture for us? Jahan told her, wait here, okay? I'll be right back after I take it. Oh, a loud voice rang out. Sei, they said they'll take one for us too. She thought, at this rate, I'm going to be happy all the time. When it was their turn to take a picture, Sei stood a little apart from Jahan, so the photographer told them, why are you standing so far apart? Get a little closer to your boyfriend. Sei became extremely shy. Boyfriend, she thought. The photographer said again, closer. Hold hands too, you two. Jahan took the initiative and moved nearer. Then he asked, why are you avoiding my eyes? Sei didn't dare look back at him and said, when you take a picture, you're supposed to look straight ahead. The photographer said, all right, here we go. Suddenly, Jahan took Sei's hand, startling her. Click. The second click came just as the two of them broke into bright smiles for the camera. The woman who had taken their picture came over and started chatting. That little boy is so well behaved, staying with strangers like that. You two look so young. You're not married yet, right? Sei yumped. What? No, we're not. The woman said, oh, I knew it. You're just dating. People say that if you can kiss in front of that fountain over there, you'll stay together forever. Ha! After that, the woman left with her husband. Her husband even said, they're still kids, what are you saying? It's way too early for them to be thinking about that while they're dating. The couple who had already kissed twice both flushed red with embarrassment. At the carousel area, Sei said, we've been waiting here for a while, but she still hasn't come. She looked down at Yujin and said, you must be hungry, right, Yujin? I'll go buy you something to eat. Jahan volunteered too. I'll go. But Sei refused. No, Fan, don't you think it'd be better if I went? Seeing Yujin clinging tightly to him, Jahan answered awkwardly. Oh, then I'll wait here with Yujin. Innocently, the little boy thought to himself. He carried me on his shoulders and let me see the duck bear too. He's a super nice big brother. As Sei started to leave, Yujin began chattering away. You know what? Today Mom bought me candy and ice cream. She never buys me that stuff normally, but today she bought me everything. She even brought me to the amusement park, so I was super happy. Remembering Sei's words, even if you stay quiet, kids will keep talking. They have lots of things they want to say. Jahan gently patted Yujin's head. The boy asked, why are you smiling? Jahan smiled faintly. It's nothing, haha. Yujin, did your mom say when she'd be back? I think you'd already been waiting a pretty long time before we came. Yujin answered quickly, yes. Mom said she'd be back right away. Jahan grew suspicious. Strange. We haven't heard any lost child announcements. He asked, really? Didn't your mom say anything else? Yujin only replied, The boy continued, actually, Mom told me not to tell anyone. Jahan could only nod and listen as Yujin went on. But you're a good person, so I'll tell you. Mom just said she was sorry and that she hoped I'd be happy. That's all she kept saying. Then she bought me everything I wanted to eat, and told me to keep what she said a secret. Confused, Jahan asked the boy, why would your mom suddenly apologize to you? Yujin answered, because it's a secret, so you can't tell anyone either. Then the boy brightened and asked, by the way, mister, do you have any secrets? Jahan only stared at the boy in silence. He remembered his mother telling him, when he was little, this is a secret between the two of us, okay? When filming starts, you mustn't say a word about this. You know why, don't you? Just then, Sei returned carrying 2 boxes of pastries. Jahan looked blankly ahead. If it gets found out, it'll be used against you. Sei woke Toa. There's something I want to do, so I bought these 2. Let's do it. Jahan asked, do what? Sei said, it's nothing much. She came over and leaned her head on his shoulder. You promised, okay? Jahan asked in confusion. But what are we doing? Sei said, great, then I get to sleep in your room tonight. Sei explained, it's just that I realized we've been together for quite a while now, but I still don't know that much about you. I only found out today that you like roller coasters. She looked at Jahan and said, so at the very least, while I'm still staying at your house, I want to try talking with you all night, just once. Is something wrong with that? Maybe the way I asked sounded weird. Jahan seemed a little hesitant. He replied, I get what you mean. But tonight is a bit too sudden, and in my room too. Jahan gently squeezed his soft cheek. Let's do it next time, okay? Sometime later. Sei immediately brightened and agreed. Deal. You promised. Next time, okay? If you change your mind before we get home, tell me. I want to talk tonight. Helpless, Jahan picked up Yujin and turned away. Let's go, Yujin. Later, at the Lost Children's Center, Yujin's mother still hadn't contacted the staff, even though an announcement had been made. The attendant answered, "That's right. We've done everything we can, you too. You've waited a long time too, haven't you? Leave the boy with us now. We're very sorry you ended up dealing with this when you only came here to have fun." He said to Yujin, "Yujin, we have to go now. Stay here and be good, okay? Your mom will come back soon. Let's go, Jahan." Though he answered, he still glanced over at Yujin. Suddenly, a woman came running past. She called out, "Yujin." Yujin called back, "Mom." The attendant said, "How could you leave a child alone for hours just because something urgent came up?" Yujin's mother took his hand and said, "Yujin, let's go." Then she apologized. "I'm so sorry. I'll never do that again." Yujin happily grabbed Jahan's hand. "Mom, can I take one picture with this big brother in front of the bear before we go? I took one with that big sister, but not with him yet." He said, "Go on, Jahan. I'll wait here." Yujin's mother looked at Jahan sincerely and said, "Thank you for staying with my son all this time. Something urgent came up so suddenly that I had no other choice." Jahan only replied shortly, "I see." Yujin said, "Mom, don't go anywhere else, okay?" She answered, "I won't go anywhere anymore." Then the lively little boy urged Jahan, "Hurry up, big brother." Jahan answered, I'm coming." Jahan quietly murmured to Yujin's mother, "Maybe you have your own hardships." She didn't seem to hear him clearly and asked, "What?" Jahan continued in a low voice, "Don't abandon your child." Hearing that, she froze. Jahan didn't stop. He kept speaking quietly to her. "You said you lost your phone, so you didn't see the calls. But your phone is still right there in your pocket. And even if you had lost it, you still could have called. Why did you buy him things you never usually buy for him? And then leave him behind after saying you were sorry?" He concluded with one sentence. It was too obvious. At that, Yujin's mother began trembling. She stammered, I have nothing left, and whatever. Other people wouldn't understand anyway." She lowered her head. "But I really had no other choice." Then she looked straight at Jahan and said, "But I came back, didn't I? Isn't that enough?" Jahan walked closer to Yujin, then turned his head and whispered to Yujin's mother, I won't tell anyone." She immediately looked grateful. "Thank you for keeping it secret for me." Jahan warned her, "Then don't ever do it again." His face suddenly grew somber. "If you leave like that, the boy will remember it and wait for you his whole life." At that moment, Yujin's mother looked deeply ashamed, while Jahan and Yujin were taking a picture beside the giant bear. Yujin's mother and He sat and talked together. "He asked for his mother a lot, didn't he?" He said, "At first, yes, but he was really brave and waited patiently for you." With a worn expression, Yujin's mother replied, "Oh, really?" He immediately comforted her. "You came back as quickly as you could, so don't blame yourself too much. You apologized too. You're a good mother." Yujin's mother looked up and smiled at her. "You think I'm a good mother?" He gave a small yes, then froze. The woman smiled at her gently. "You really are too kind and innocent. You can't judge what someone is like just from the outside. You'll never know unless they tell you." A boom sounded. It was fireworks exploding in the dark sky. Seeing Yujin and his mother, He said, "Look, Jahan, it seems like Yujin and his mom came to watch the parade too. I'm glad they were reunited." When she didn't hear him answer, he turned to look at him, but then turned back again. "If I believe I know someone well, is that really just my own assumption?" Suddenly, Jahan lowered his head close to hers and asked, "You can't see the parade very well, can you?" A little flustered, He answered, "How did you know?" Jahan offered, "Do you want me to carry you?" He immediately objected fiercely. "What? I'm not a little kid anymore. How could you carry me on your shoulders like you did with Yujin?" Jahan thought, "That's not what I meant. Do you want me to carry you?" A little later, he was sitting on Jahan's shoulders. He asked her, "How is it now?" He marveled, "I can see really clearly now, but..." She bent down toward Jahan. "It'll be hard for you to see me like this." Jahan said, "It's fine." He replied, "Well, it's not fine for me." She pointed at a nearby tower. "Jahan, how about we go up there? I saw some seats there earlier. We can sit and watch the parade from there too." But when they got there, every seat was covered in dust. He complained, "Oh no, what is this? I think only one person can sit here. The other side is all dirty." A few minutes later, "Hey, do you really want to watch the parade like this?" He was currently sitting on Jahan's lap. Jahan said, He asked worriedly, "Aren't your legs hurting?" Yan replied, "I'm fine." Sei thought. He keeps saying he's fine no matter what. He didn't look very happy earlier, either. Sitting on Jahan's lap, she mulled it over. We were supposed to go on the Ferris wheel and then to the VR game zone Jahan likes. He seemed upset. What could I do to cheer him up? Suddenly, Jahan spoke. I'm really happy today. Sei immediately. Really? Jahan turned his face away as he answered. Sei said, good thing we already rode the roller coaster a lot this morning, and it's nice that I got to watch the parade with you twice too. Jahan seemed to lean a little closer to her. He said, I'm really happy to be here with you too. The moment he finished, Sei froze. She thought, why has he been so honest lately? Her heart kept pounding. Inwardly, Sei scolded herself, shamless. Leaning back, she asked Jahan, why are you wearing perfume today? Jahan hesitated. He seemed to find it hard to say. It's because I had a date with you today. By then, Sei's cheeks had long since turned pink. Encouraged, Jahan brought his face closer to Sei's and asked, does it smell weird? Flustered, Sei hurried to explain, no, that's not what I meant. It doesn't smell weird at all. Then she began confessing her own side. I've worn perfume on dates with you too. Inwardly, Sei thought, Jahan was the first person who made me realize that someone could treat me this well. So no matter how hard I try, I still can't get used to it. I feel shy every single time. But you don't seem to feel that way. Fireworks were still bursting in the sky, full of thousands of stars. I've worn perfume on dates with you too. Sei thought to herself, or maybe that was only how I felt. Maybe every day he feels. The popping sounds continued one after another. Jahan blushed as he looked at Sei. She did too, flushing shyly as she looked at him. Just like me. Suddenly Sei, flustered, stood up. I do too. But then Jahan's big arms wrapped tightly around her again. He buried his face against Sei's shoulder, making her ears and face burn red. In a timid voice like a little rabbit, Jahan asked, why do you keep avoiding my eyes? Jahan shyly tightened his arms. Sei startled when pain shot through her waist. Seeing her struggle in discomfort, he immediately let go and said apologetically, I'm sorry. Did it hurt a lot? Inwardly he thought, I didn't realize I was hugging her that tightly. Sei got off Jahan's lap and answered softly, it only hurt a little. I'm fine. Then she sprang to her feet and thought, wait a second. Curious, she spoke up. Jahan, do you remember that time we went to the movies together before we started dating? Jimin and Ayun came too. You wore perfume that day too, didn't you? You looked really different that day. As soon as she finished speaking, Sei blushed in embarrassment. Jahan answered honestly. Realization dawned on her. So ever since then, Sei immediately turned and asked, you wanted to look nicer for me? He reached out to steady her and quietly reminded her, be careful. Suddenly, she pressed a hand to his cheek. Without hesitation, Sei squished Jahan's face, making his ears burn bright red, then said sweetly, you're really funny. Inwardly, she added in cute too. Delighted, she threw her arms around him, her voice turning cheerful. You know I wasn't avoiding your eyes on purpose, right? Right, Jahan. He let her hug him and answered helplessly, I know. Sei boldly said, hey, hug me. The tips of Jahan's ears turned a little red. He stammered, but you said it hurt earlier. Hearing that, Sei pouted to herself, but you wouldn't be hugging me that tightly now. Suddenly, she let go of Jahan and shouted, wait, what time is it now? He answered honestly, 10 at night. The two of them looked at the fireworks blazing across the sky. Regretfully, Sei said, I wanted to play the shooting game before the park closes. Jahan knew it was already a little late for that, so he could only comfort her. Let's come back and play next time. There's one near our neighborhood too. Want to go there next time? Sei agreed immediately. Sound good, but there's not much time left today, so how about we go to your room? Jahan let out a sigh and refused. I did think about it, but today isn't a good day for that. At Ayun's cram school, the test results had just been handed out. One of the girls looked at the score sheet and exclaimed, that's amazing. Today's quiz was really hard too. Congratulations. Ayun replied flatly, thanks. Speaking of her improving grades, the girl asked sadly, your scores are finally going up, so do you really have to quit the cram school? Ayun gave an embarrassed smile, but eventually said, it's okay. I feel bad too. You were the one who introduced me to this place, and now I'm quitting in the middle of it. The girl answered generously, it's no big deal. Then the two of them cheerfully said goodbye. Bye. Just then, Ayun caught sight of Jimin passing by. She called out, Jimin. This is my last week studying here. Not knowing why she was talking to him, he replied blandly, "Oh, really? By then, why are you telling me that?" She picked up on his indifference, then said something meaningful. "But on my very last day, I got every question on the quiz right for the first time." Jimin sighed when he heard that. "Are you bragging? Is that it? Well then, congratulations." She looked at him and said with complete sincerity, "Thank you for helping me." It was the first time he had ever heard something that nice from Ayun, so Jimin was genuinely surprised. Jimin smiled, lightly patting her school bag as he teased in a low voice. "At least you know it was all thanks to me. If you want to thank me, then buy me something." But Ayun asked very seriously, "What do you want?" Jimin frowned and explained, "Hey, I was just joking. I was teasing you. Don't you get jokes at all?" The next day, at the amusement park, Sei finally got her wish. Jahan took her to play the shooting game. The toy gun kept firing, mixed with her excited cheers. "Oh, that was so close." After using up the last bullet, Sei said regretfully, "Let me play just a little more, and then I really will go to the study cafe. I was so sad when I couldn't play at the amusement park." Jahan shrugged, his voice indulgent. Play as much as you want." With his permission, she let loose completely. "Just wait. I'll show you what I can do." Jahan lowered his eyes and thought, cute. A little while later, Sei really did win a huge stuffed animal. She handed it to him happily. "Here, this is for you." Looking at her proud expression, Jahan asked, "You want it for me?" But before she could hand over the teddy bear, she pulled it back and fiddled with it. "Wait." Sei smiled mischievously, then held the bear out again. "Here, now you can take it." Jahan watched what she had been doing and asked suspiciously, "Thanks, but why did you add that to its ears?" She beamed and answered, "Oh, that? Doesn't it look more like you this way?" It turned out Sei had dabbed pink blush onto the stuffed animal's ears, so they would look like the tips of his ears, which always turned red whenever he got shy. Suddenly, she suggested softly, "Do you want to try?" Jahan couldn't say no to her, so he took the toy gun. Bang! He said regretfully, "That shot was so close." He kept focusing on his aim as he answered her. "This game is harder than I thought." Hugging the red-eared stuffed animal, she cheered enthusiastically, "I'm rooting for you. You can do it." Suddenly, he came up with an idea. She cupped her hands around her mouth and shouted, "Go, big brother Jahan." The moment she said it, he got startled and fired by accident. She had thought cheering like that would encourage Jahan more, but it backfired. "Oh, did I scare you?" He turned to look at her with obvious disapproval. "Don't call me that." A little later, when he fired his next shot, she cried out again, "Oh, that hit the target." The shop owner handed them their prize and praised them nonstop. "You two are really good at this. Which one of you is older?" They called each other by so many names that even she had gotten curious. Teased playfully, "He is. Let's go, Appa." Jahan quietly tried to stop her. "Come on." The prize he won was a dog-shaped keychain with a bow on its head. She held it up and swung it around for a while before saying, "Jahan, you seem a little disappointed." Speaking of the prize, she asked curiously, "You were aiming for the big rabbit next to it, right?" He answered honestly, "Didn't you like the bigger one?" She shook her head and said brightly, "This is perfect." Carefully holding the keychain in her hand, he said gently, "Besides, they're both dogs, so they look like a matching set. You're taller, so you get the bigger one, and I'm shorter, so I get this little one." Jahan silently watched her ramble on. "If you think about it that way, doesn't that mean getting these two is absolutely perfect for us?" Hearing her say that, warmth rose in his chest. He leaned closer and softly said, He then suggested quietly, "Let's hold hands all the way to the study cafe." Jahan rarely refused her. He nodded and answered, "Okay." Suddenly, Sei spotted something and ran off. She crouched behind a tree and muttered, "Who is Ayun standing with?" This is the first time I've ever seen her alone with a guy. Could that be your boyfriend? Jahan, curious too, stepped closer and whispered, "I'm not sure either." She frowned in puzzlement. No way, right? But he was the kind of person who absolutely could not let go of gossip about her friend's love life. Even with her heart pounding, she kept muttering, "She's still studying. She can't be dating yet. Look how affectionate they are." He quietly narrated everything happening ahead of them, occasionally wondering aloud. He turned around. "Is that Jimin?" The more she spied, the more excited she became. "Meeting in private too? Is Jimin that close with Ayun?" Jahan spoke in exasperation. "Aren't you going to the study cafe to study?" She mumbled pleadingly, Sorry, just a little longer. "Please, my dear Appa." He sighed and corrected her. "I told you not to call me Appa." But he was so wrapped up in spying that she had forgotten the world around her. Jimin is smiling. But then again, isn't he always smiling? She was so focused on the scene ahead that she didn't notice the person behind her moving closer. Jimin is holding her hand. Oh, they're leaving. Jahan rested his head against her back. His voice carried a faint hint of grievance. Nuna, do we really have to keep spying on them? Sei instantly broke out in goosebumps and stammered. What did you just say, Kim Jahan? He answered calmly. You were calling yourself Nuna earlier, weren't you? So let's go, Nuna. She protested in a low voice. Don't drag me. Are you getting back at me because I called you Appa? The two of them tussled, the leaves rustling around them, mixed with Sei Yi's hushed voice. If you keep doing this to me, I'm really going to do that to you right here. Jahan asked innocently, do what? In the end, she quickly grabbed his hand and said seriously, stay still. Then she puffed out her cheeks and said in a sulky voice, wait for me, okay? He nodded. Seeing how obedient he was, he let his head rest against her chest and gently soothed him. Good boy, Jahan. She absent-mindedly patted his head and softly added, you'll stay still, right? But what she didn't know was that this made Jahan's heart race. Summer came, and the cicadas buzzed outside the cram school. A girl came up and spoke to Ayun. Ayun, aren't you going home? Standing on the stairs as she waited for someone, Ayun answered calmly, I'm waiting for a friend. Hearing that, the girl asked curiously, who? Just then Jimin came down the stairs and saw Ayun pointing right at him, saying coolly, him. Startled, he cried out, me? A little later, the two of them were each holding an ice cream bar. Ayun turned and asked, hey, are you sure just this is enough? Jimin bit into the one in his hand, the cold sweetness sliding down his throat, and nodded. Yeah, right now, this is the only thing I want to eat. You told me to pick what I wanted. Ayun glanced at him, then quickened her pace. Jimin followed after her and asked softly, did you really wait around just to treat me? She shrugged and said seriously, you said I owed you. Hearing that, he let out a gloomy sigh. I told you I was teasing you. After going through the trouble of buying him food, she still got teased. Annoyed, Ayun turned as if to leave, and Jimin quickly grabbed her hand, smiling as he said, okay, don't go. I'm just grateful, that's all. You're such a good kid, Ayun. You know how to thank people. She brushed his hand away, her voice irritated. Hey, don't talk to me like that. Suddenly, Jimin reached out and touched the ends of her hair, nodding as he remarked, short hair suits you. Then he held out his hand as if to shake hers, a friendly smile on his face. By then, I guess we won't be seeing each other anymore, since you quit the cram school. Ayun slowly reached out her hand and gave a small nod. But Jimin closed his hand instead and said, not like that. Lowering her eyes, she copied him and asked flatly, like this? He answered, yeah, that's how people say goodbye. As soon as he said that, the two of them bumped fists. Ayun asked suspiciously, who says that? Jimin answered mischievously, the person you like. She frowned in confusion. The person I like? Suddenly he stepped closer and asked seriously, wait, are you interested in someone? She immediately denied it. No, I have no idea what you're talking about. Hearing that, Jimin let out a breath. I thought so. Immensely. Suddenly a noise came from the tree across from them. The two people eavesdropping had been discovered. Jahan caught Sei Yi's head and asked worriedly, are you okay? Does it hurt? She snapped angrily. You kept calling me Nuna and scared me, and I fell. Jahan's whole body had toppled on top of her, and Sei Yi raised her voice. What's wrong with you today, Kim Jahan? Why aren't you saying anything? Looking at the two people in front of him, he awkwardly replied, no, Sei Yi, that's not it. Jimin suddenly spoke up and broke the awkward tension. It really is Sei Yi. After they explained the misunderstanding, she laughed it off. Oh, so you two were just going to shake hands. I thought you two had something going on that I didn't know about. At her words, the two of them answered in unison, of course not. Sei still had no idea that the two people in front of her were in a state of mutual dislike. She casually said, sorry, but anyway, now we get to study together again. Jimin, dispirited, leaned back and thought, but I wasn't even planning to study today. Ayn, on the other hand, joined right in enthusiastically. She asked, does anyone know why this sentence is like this? Sei glanced at the question and laughed. Jahan, this is the one you explained to me last time, right? Explain it to her. He nodded. Jahan held out his hand, signaling for Ayun to pass her notebook over. Ayun, let me see. She immediately answered, thanks. Jimin lifted his drink and took a sip through the straw, quietly watching the two of them. He felt a little jealous inside. I kept helping her forever and only got a thank you today. Then he turned and stared at Sei, thinking irritably. Sei, he really does seem to attract people like that easily. Sensing his gaze, she turned and asked, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Jimin suddenly realized that at this table, Ayun was the one who knew he used to like Sei, while Sei was sitting next to her boyfriend. The tangled relationship made him blurt out, "Oh man." With no other choice, Jimin forced a smile and changed the subject. "You two are on a date and still studying all the time, huh? It's vacation now too. Aren't you going anywhere?" Hearing that, he cried out excitedly, "I want to go somewhere with water. Why don't all four of us go together? How about the beach?" Jimin hadn't expected her to take his casual remarks seriously, so he could only backpedal. "Wait, when did I say I was going to?" Ayun nodded in agreement too. "Yeah, you two go by yourselves." He pouted and shot the two of them a puppy-eyed look, pleading, "But vacation's almost over, so there's not much time left. More importantly, we were all friends before Jahan and I started dating, so I really want all of us to go together. Aren't you two coming?" Jahan had a bad feeling about this and asked suspiciously, "You want to go to the beach?" She nodded and promised seriously, "We won't be all lovey-dovey like last time in front of you two." She eagerly continued, practically raising a hand to swear it. "We won't hold hands, hug, or kiss." Embarrassed, Jahan covered her mouth and reminded her softly, "Stop talking, Ayun had no interest in this puppy love couple and said indifferently, "If Jimin goes, then I'll go." Offended by how she was dragging him into this, he protested, "Why would you say that?" With a look that clearly said, "I know exactly what you're thinking," Ayun curled her lips in provocation. "I don't want to be a third wheel. If you go, I'll go. But if you don't, then fine." Jimin was furious, but he still forced himself to stay calm. "What are you talking about? Of course I'm going. I'm close with Ayun, so I should go with her." Hearing that, he asked in confusion what. The reluctant group study session came to an end, and they all headed home together. Jahan and he walked in front, hand in hand. In a low voice, she said, "Want to make a bet?" Meanwhile, Jimin, walking behind them, irritably asked Ayun, "Why are you so determined to make us go?" She shrugged and said casually, "Let's just go. We can't back out after saying we would." As soon as she finished speaking, Jimin suddenly took her hand and said softly, "Yeah, let's get going too." After a few steps, he realized he had grabbed her hand unconsciously. Jimin turned his head, looking a little awkward. "Oh, sorry." Then, try to ease the embarrassment, he started rambling, "I didn't mean to grab your hand. If it made you uncomfortable, I'm sorry." Ayun sighed and replied, "Hey, stop apologizing to me." Even though she felt strangely restless inside, she still acted natural on the outside. "When you held my hand, I didn't feel anything, so don't worry. Why are you getting so worked up over this?" With that, she turned and walked off. "Come on, I'm catching the bus." Jimin looked at her thoughtfully, but there was no escaping it, because a little later the two of them ran into each other on the bus again. Folding his arms, he said calmly, "I told you, we're taking the same bus." That night, he went back to Jahan's house with him. Jahan dug out a photo from an album, and it were two children and a plump gray cat. He exclaimed, "Found it. Jahan, you were right. It's gray." As soon as she said that, she flopped down in disappointment and let out a soft sigh. "I lost. Ugh." Suddenly, she picked up another picture and snickered. "Uffed." Jahan asked in surprise, "What?" Pointing at his father's reddened ears in the wedding photo, she laughed and said, "Your dad looks just like you in this wedding picture." He asked, startled, "My dad?" She immediately replied, "Yeah, haha. Who's standing next to him?" Jahan looked at the photo and answered honestly, "My aunt." Seiji nodded softly. "You look a lot like your aunt too." Then she flipped to another picture and said in surprise, "Oh, you look like your grandma too." "Huh, and your uncle too." Jahan said helplessly, "Come on." Seiji replied carelessly, Okay. I'm done looking at the picture." So she brushed her bangs up and boldly said, "Here, flick me. You guessed the cats for color right. You won the bet." Seeing that Jahan still wouldn't do it, she leaned closer and urged impatiently, "Come on, flick my forehead already." He sighed and said, "Forget it. This whole bet was just something you made up on your own anyway." But you refused to let it go and bargained softly. "But we made a bet, so let's finish it properly. I already told you it's fine." Then she was about to say more, but suddenly Jahan raised his hand and flicked her forehead. A dramatic smack rang out, and he instantly squeezed her eyes shut. But after a moment, her forehead didn't hurt the way she expected. When she opened her eyes, she realized Jahan hadn't touched her at all. The photo album had taken a hit for her. He said quietly, "You knew I couldn't flick you, Say, he immediately burst out laughing. Right. Jahan ruffled her hair and pretended to pout. Was teasing me that fun? She replied at once. But just now, I thought you flicked me really hard, so I froze up. Hearing that, he sighed. What are you even saying? Seeing that it was getting late, Jahan gently reminded her. Let's go to sleep. Say, he threw her arms around him and swayed, acting cute. Let's play a little more. I have to go home tomorrow, so I want to stay up a little longer. The reason was that Seiyi's mother had told her, worried that she might feel lonely, that she'd arranged for her to fly home early. Caught off guard by the sudden hug, Jahan's ears turned red. Even though he wanted to indulge her, he still had to say, I know you've been sleeping late these past few days, and it's not good for you. She mumbled in protest, Come on, you know I had a good reason that time. Sei looked at him and said seriously, That time I stayed up late was because you kissed me. The moment she finished speaking, Jahan ushered her out of the room and hurriedly slammed the door shut behind her, saying shyly, Good night. The sound of hurried footsteps thumped away, and Sei poked her head back in, thinking to herself, How did I never realize it before? I didn't notice that he isn't used to this any more than I am. After washing up, Jahan dried his hair and quietly pressed his ear to the door to listen for any movement outside. Even after Jahan finished blow-drying his hair and got ready for bed, nothing happened. Reassured, he thought, There's nothing. Suddenly, the blanket bulged upward. He shot up and quickly yanked it back. She popped out from underneath, startling him badly. Say, she smiled and said softly, Hi. Jahan blushed and whispered, What are you doing here? Go back to your room. Sadie puffed out her cheeks and answered unhappily, What? I want to stay with you. Let's talk a little longer. He quickly argued back, My parents are in the living room. Go back to your room. Mischievously, she pinned one of Jahan's arms down and naturally rested her head on it like a pillow. Confidently, she said, Then I definitely shouldn't go. What if they catch me on the way? Say, he took his other arm and placed it around her waist, her eyes sparkling. I should just sleep here. The summer wind stirred the leaves softly. Jahan gently called, Their faces were very close together. His cheeks flushed red. Open your mouth a little more. Hearing that, Sei, he was a little shocked. She hadn't expected, what? She couldn't believe Jahan had just said that. The silence was so deep, she could hear the chaotic pounding of her own heart. Then she realized, wait, is he waiting for me to answer? Sei replied softly, Okay. As soon as she spoke, Jahan pulled her closer and gave her a passionate kiss. His hand gently supported the back of Seiyi's head while her hand clenched tightly. When he noticed that, he silently took that small wrist and guided her hand up to his face. The two of them sank into the sweetness of each other's lips, and everything around them seemed to stop in the face of that fierce kiss. Both of them had their eyes tightly shut. Sei, he thought to herself, I don't know anything anymore, but maybe I'm used to this now. Or maybe I'm wrong. They finally pulled apart after losing themselves in each other, their eyes locked in a drunken haze. Sei, he hesitated anxiously and said, Wait, hold on before we go back and practice for the wedding. Ugh, our lips are really swollen now, right? What if your parents notice and think something strange? Hearing that, Jahan raised a hand to touch his lips. His eyes seemed to avoid the embarrassment, and after a moment of silence, he said, I'm sorry. A little later, they bought cold drinks and pressed them against their swollen red lips. Jahan asked blankly, How long until the swelling goes down? Sei, who was leaning against the slide, replied, How would I know? Just wait it out. No one comes to this park anyway. Next time I'll do better. Do what better? When they got back to Jahan's house, Sei said she should head home. His family said goodbye to her. Sei, shall we drive you home? She bowed politely. No, it's okay. I could just walk home today. The family of three waved goodbye. All right then, get home safely. As they turned away, Jahan's mother patted him on the shoulder and asked with concern, You said you're going to the beach tomorrow morning, right? Our family is planning a trip together soon too. Seeing that gesture, Sei seemed to feel a sudden pang in her chest. She silently ran off as fast as she could. She told herself, I shouldn't make it too obvious. People change so easily. Even though I have a life people would envy, and I have Jahan by my side, when I see his happy family, I still feel a little sorry for myself. But whenever I see that other people have something I don't, I'm surprised by how envious I become. When she got home, Her mother opened the door and asked, "Why are you back so late? I am picking wedding dresses." Say, take a look at this one. This really is the nightmare part of getting married. Your future stepfather says this one looks better. What do you think? Sei's tone was a little detached. It is pretty, then she added, but doesn't it feel a little weird to call him that? Her mother continued, we're about to become a family, so shouldn't you call him that? Sei stayed silent for a moment, then muttered, I know. That's why I said it feels weird. I only have one father. Realizing she had said something she maybe shouldn't have, Sei quickly covered her mouth. Oh, I'm sorry. I was distracted. Her mother's voice followed after her. You're right. That might feel a little strange for you. I'll be more careful from now on. Sei's mood only worsened, and her thoughts grew more tangled. It's not that I hate anyone, but I just can't. Why do I even have to explain myself? What if even though I like him, I still can't accept him into my life? She dragged her heavy steps toward her room when she saw a figure there. She had thought he'd already gone home. He greeted her. Oh, Sei, I'm heading out. Have fun tomorrow. Her heart started beating faster, and she hurried into her room. He definitely heard everything. It's not that I hate Uncle Minsuk, but I miss Dad so much. I need someone who will never change. I need a love that won't change. The next morning, seagulls glided over the beach. Jahan stared blankly out at the sea. His two friends asked in unison, Hey, Sei isn't here, so you're not going into the water either? He stammered a little. Oh no, that's not it. Where did Sei go? Then, from behind him, a finger lightly poked the back of his neck. Jahan turned around in surprise. It was Sei. Bending forward with a smile, she said, Jahan. Before he could even react, she cheerfully shoved him into the water. The waves swallowed Jahan, leaving him completely soaked and speechless. Sei hurried over anxiously. You're not mad, are you? You wouldn't come into the water, so the others and I teamed up to prank you. However, Jahan wasn't angry at all. He spoke gently. It's not that. I was just surprised. Just then, Jimin and Ayun pulled Sei down into the water too. You should come in too. Seeing that, Jahan said worriedly, Don't drag her too hard. They played happily together, taking photos filled with the energy of youth. At lunchtime, while they were eating, the group looked back through the photos and couldn't stop praising them. Every shot looks amazing. Ayun whispered to Jimin, You look pretty happy. Then she added, even though somebody was acting like he really didn't want to come. Jimin was so thoroughly called out that he had no way to deny it. He leaned close and whispered by her ear, Yeah, I'm having fun. Thanks for dragging me here, Ayun. She replied indifferently, What's there to thank me for? Unlike you, I'm actually very good at thanking other people. Ayun felt a little annoyed and thought to herself, What is wrong with this guy? Now he even knows how to tease people. Just then he spoke up, Jimin, send me the pictures from your phone. Holding his phone, he replied, I'll send them to you. After the lovely weather they'd been enjoying, a sudden downpour began. Heavy raindrops drummed against the umbrella. I knew yesterday that it was going to rain, but I didn't expect it to start this much earlier than I thought. They stood up, packed their things, and got ready to leave. As Jimin cleaned up, he said, Come on, let's go. Yeah, that was so much fun. As they hurried off, Sei got pushed by the crowd and was left behind. Sei, hey, if you don't move faster, you'll be soaked. But before she could finish answering, someone accidentally stepped on her sandal. Seeing that, Jahan turned back and asked, What's wrong? Anxiously, she thought, Oh no, my sandal strap snapped. It's nothing. Hurry and go. Jahan held out his hand and said, Take my hand. The rain was still pouring down. Jimin and Ayun rushed ahead. We'll go return the float first. Jahan, hurry and run under the roof over there. You're about to get drenched. When he saw Sei walking barefoot on the ground, he noticed her broken sandal and gently said to her, I have another pair of sandals in my bag. Before she could even react, Sei was startled as Jahan lifted her up and placed her feet on top of his. I'll give them to you before those two come back, so stand on my feet for a minute. He slipped an arm around her and rummaged through his bag with the other. Here, he put on the sandals, stepped down from his feet, and said awkwardly, Ah, thank you. She couldn't believe he had handled everything in an instant. After returning the float, Jimin and Ayun came back. Jimin said worriedly, What are we supposed to do? We can't get a taxi. Sei replied, We couldn't get one either, so we were just about to ask you to. While they were discussing how to get home, someone suddenly shouted, "Bad news, everyone. The rain's too heavy, so no buses can get here right now." I heard nearby roads are flooding too. The four of them froze when they heard that. At Jahan's house, his mother listened worriedly to the news report about the storm. The rain had been forecast to hit during the night, but it spread through the whole city much faster than expected. This was the heaviest rainfall in 10 years. With no other choice, he could only remind everyone, "Hey, let's move in a little farther first and get out of the rain." The conversations around them grew tense. "Then how are we supposed to get home?" "I'm not sure either. They're saying if this keeps up, we won't be able to leave today." And Jahan's hands brushed lightly against each other. It seemed the situation had become so difficult that none of them knew what to do. Everywhere, every news outlet was talking about the rain. Through the roar of the downpour, drowning out people's voices, the forecast said the heavy rain would likely continue until tomorrow morning. Amid the hurrying crowd, he asked worriedly, "Did you all call your families?" Ayun answered, "Yeah. All the nearby motels are already full. What do we do now?" Jimin agreed, "Exactly. Everyone got there before us." Beside them, Jahan was calling his family. "Yes, they said that's why taxis aren't running." Suddenly, he grew more anxious and hurried off. Ayun grabbed her by the wrist and asked, "Where are you going?" He replied, "I think I dropped my keychain earlier when we were rushing. I'll be right back." "Is it that important?" "Yes, it's really important to me, so I have to go find it." Just as she was hurrying off to look for it, Jahan appeared in front of her and stopped her. "But you'll get soaked." After stopping he went back to his phone call. "Yes, I'll call again later." Ye's eyes darkened with sadness. Jimin and Ayun tried to comfort her. "We'll help you look once the rain lets up." "Right, you really shouldn't go out right now. The forecast says it should be better by tomorrow morning, so we can wait until then." And before the two of them could finish, their sincerity moved She suddenly threw her arms around both of them. "Thank you." That brought Jimin and Ayun into close contact too. Their eyes met, then they quickly pulled apart. He continued, "I'm really lucky to have you two as friends." Then she turned and whispered to Jahan, who was standing beside her, "I can't hug you." She was remembering the promise she had made earlier that they wouldn't act all lovey-dovey there. Even though Jahan had tried to stop her, it hadn't worked. He only looked at her and said softly, "I wasn't looking at you because of that." Then Jahan said to everyone, "Hey, how about we go sleep at my grandma's house? We'd have to walk a little, but it's nearby." Jimin asked doubtfully, "Can we even get there?" Jahan continued, "My mom just called and said my grandma's coming to pick us up soon." "Oh, are you close with your grandma?" A loud voice interrupted their conversation. "Jahan!" He turned toward the sound, and sure enough, his grandmother had arrived. They all greeted her at once. "Hello, Grandma." After arriving at her house, she said coolly, "Just throw your raincoats in the trash. Can out front, kids." Jimin whispered softly to "She really looks exactly like Jahan." He replied, "I've seen pictures of his relatives before. They all look like that." Walking ahead of them, Ayun quietly reminded them, "Hey, you two be quiet." They followed behind the old woman as she walked and said, "There's a bit too much stuff in the rooms, so stay in the living room for now. I'll quickly tidy up a few other rooms for you. Then you kids can sleep there." After receiving her help, the group bowed politely. "Thank you, ma'am." Even so, Jimin felt that something was off and wondered to himself, why does she smell like alcohol? Just then Jahan spoke up as well. "Thank you, Grandma." Hearing that, her eyes clouded with a trace of sadness. That night, the group was watching a horror movie together. As it neared a tense scene, Jimin screamed along with the character on screen, his eyes looking so frightened they were almost tearful. "Can we please stop watching this?" He ran over and held both hands up in front of the screen. "Do we really have to watch this one tonight?" Seeing that, he asked, "Are you scared, Jimin?" As if she had hit the mark, Jimin hesitated a little and said, "Well." He ran over, pulled Ayun closer, and continued, "It's not just me." He said that Ayun was scared too. She looked baffled. "Why are you dragging me into this all of a sudden?" Jahan's expression turned a little odd. Behind you too." Then he added, never mind. "It's nothing." That one sentence alone was enough to terrify Jimin. He shrieked, "Oh my God," and clung tightly to Ayun in fear. "Did you two start rubbing off on each other after getting close or something? You scared us to death." Having achieved her goal, he covered her mouth and laughed happily, since she had been the one who put Jahan up to the prank. Laughing, she said, "Haha, then let's stop watching. Let's go to sleep." I'll go get blankets for us. It seemed that Ayun had already figured it out and thought to herself. It was obviously her idea. While I'm going to get the blankets, he wandered around the house, looking at the paintings on the walls. Stopping at one painting of a girl, she looked closely and thought, the more I look, the more that girl really does resemble Jahan's youngest aunt. Just then, Jahan came over holding some blankets. Where are you going? Seeing him, she walked over and leaned against him. We don't have enough pillows, so I'm looking for your grandmother to ask for more. But hey, you must be disappointed, right? Jahan looked at her blankly and asked, why? She continued, because you always like kissing me before bed. You like it so much you even steal kisses. Seiyi's face looked like that of a playful, pampered little kitten, but she added teasingly, but here you can't just do it on your own or ask me to, okay? Hearing that, he thought, Henry kept saying it was strange that she hadn't teased me all this time. Then he said, you're the same. She replied carelessly, wrong. I'm already happy just looking at you. Faced with that cuteness, Jahan stayed silent for a long moment before asking, if I asked, would you kiss me? That question seemed to fluster her. What, you really want to kiss me? Jahan glanced around and reassured her, there's no one around right now anyway. Seiyi froze. Right now? Jahan brushed her hair aside, exposing the back of her neck. This spot of yours has turned all red again. Embarrassed, she quickly covered it with her hand. You're red too. Then a phone rang. He turned away and said, we both know that. Good night. Jahan answered the call. Yes, Mom. Seeing that even his ears had turned bright red. He thought to herself, what a shameless guy. The rain still refused to stop. Jahan's mother said worriedly to her son, I'm a little uneasy about you kids staying there overnight, so I called to check on you. Since your grandmother still won't stop drinking, it must be hard for you, right? As soon as the rain lets up, I'll come pick you all up right away. Jahan answered, it's okay, Mom. Grandma is taking good care of us. If you're worried, I'll go check on everything once more before bed. All right, if you need anything, just call me. After the call ended, Jahan's father went over and said to his mother, I was just about to call her too. She doesn't get violent when she's drunk, so it's fine. His wife replied, do you think that's what I'm worried about? If it weren't pouring this hard, I would never have let Jahan stay there. Your mother really hates Jahan. Over there, Jahan's grandmother was drinking, her voice heavy with intoxication as she murmured, what more can I do? I already let the children stay here, just like you asked. What more do you want from me? Do you want me to meet that boy and stop drinking? Or do you want me to be kind to him? On the other end, Jahan's father was trying to explain. Mom, that's not what I meant. But before he could finish, she cut him off and shouted, enough. Just stop. Looking at the face in that photograph. Hyumin, I really did try my best. But every time I see Jahan, I can't stop thinking of your poor younger sister. That boy looks exactly like his late mother. The tear-filled eyes that lifted at that moment belonged to Sei. Grandmother braced a hand on the table. I'll call back later. At that moment, Ayun asked in confusion, why aren't you asleep? What are you doing over here? Leaning against the door with his arms folded, Jimin said, because I heard a strange noise from downstairs. She replied indifferently, you got scared after watching that horror movie earlier, didn't you? I didn't hear anything. As if she had hit the truth, he only gave a dry laugh and made an excuse. I'm just worried something might have happened. Ayun still sounded unconcerned. Do you want me to go check with you? Jimin said anxiously. The other two have been gone a long time, just getting blankets. I didn't say anything because I didn't want you guys to worry, but there's a whole pile of empty liquor bottles stacked behind the kitchen. That's making me even more uneasy. Hearing that, Ayun also began to think. Jahan's been acting strange too. They started down the stairs. Hey, let's hurry. Jimin was a little nervous. He hesitated, but we should be careful, just in case. Seeing the frightened look on his face, Ayun said, if you're going to be like this, then I'll go first. You might as well just admit you got scared by that movie. With a hint of irritation in his voice, Jimin said, so cold. At least you could hold my hand, right? That movie scared you too, Ayun. Isn't that right? Hearing that, she held out her hand. Are you picking a fight with me? Just grab it and let's go downstairs. He could only laugh and say, it's not like we really need to hold hands. You're taking this way too seriously. But just like I thought, even if we do hold hands, you won't feel anything, so you offered yours way too easily. She sighed. What are you even talking about? Do you have something against me? Jimin turned his head back. By the way, why don't you say something about that? She brushed back her hair and asked, about what? He moved his face close to hers. I took out my earrings a long time ago. Here, don't I look more handsome now? You talked like I look better without them, but after I took them out, you didn't even spare me a glance, so I was a little hurt. That made Ayun pause and unconsciously take a small step back. I just thought you'd look better without earrings. As she said that, she walked past him, making him laugh. Ayun looked confused and asked, "What's wrong with you? Why are you suddenly laughing?" Jimin said, "It's rare for you to compliment me, you know." He laughed and leaned on her shoulder. "Maybe you're still scared, huh?" She continued, "What are you talking about?" In a slightly teasing tone, Jimin joked, "So you're just as timid as I am." She stiffened. "I told you, what are you talking about?" Jimin held her hands tightly. "If that's not it, then why are your hands still shaking?" Ayun went rigid and pulled her hands out of his grasp. Worried, he asked, "Did I hold them too tightly again?" She seemed flustered. "No, that's not it." Hearing voices, Jahan peeked out and asked, "Why are you two down here?" Ayun answered casually, "You two were taking so long that we got worried something happened." Jahan replied blankly, "Huh? Everything's fine. Let's go upstairs." Then he paused, as if remembering something. You two go on ahead. Good night. I'm going to ask for more blankets." Seeing him hurry off, Jimin and Ayun both looked uneasy. She whispered softly, "What's going on? Why does he suddenly look so anxious? Should we go with him?" Jimin draped an arm over her shoulder, resting his head against her as he said, "It'll be fine. Come on." And no matter what happens, there are some things we shouldn't interfere in. It seemed Sei had heard everything. She turned to leave, but Jahan's grandmother called after her, "I'm sorry, dear. I didn't mean to drink, but it's become a habit." Sei, wanting to avoid it all and leave as quickly as possible, answered, "It's okay, ma'am. Good night." After a moment of silence, the old woman said, "From the look on your face, I know you heard everything." With tears choking her voice, she said, "I'm sorry. I know who you are. I heard you and Jahan often appear on TV shows together, so you must be close. I don't watch them, so I don't know exactly what they're called. But why do you look so stunned? I'm sure you've heard the rumors that he was adopted." Sei's thoughts turned chaotic. All kinds of thoughts surged through her mind. "That's right. The only reason I stopped appearing on TV at such a young age was because I couldn't tell whether someone's words were aimed at me with hostility or not." With a sorrowful face, she answered, "I have heard them. Please excuse me, I'm going to bed." Immersed in alcohol and not thinking clearly, the old woman asked, "Do you think I'm strange too?" As soon as she said that, she hurled the liquor bottle in her hand to the floor. "Why?" The bottle shattered with a loud crash. Sei turned back in fright. "Are you okay?" Jahan's grandmother cried out bitterly. "Why does everyone think I'm so strange? Do you think that if you try hard enough, you can make yourself like someone?" Those words sounded so familiar to Sei. She froze. "What?" The old woman continued. "What am I supposed to do? Yes, maybe I really am strange. Unlike you, no matter how hard I try, I still can't bring myself to love my own grandson." Sei stepped forward to support her. "Why would you say that? I think you're really drunk." Her face was flushed red from alcohol. "Why? I understand what you mean, but why are you asking me that?" Faced with those eyes, Sei hesitated and said, "No." At that moment, the old woman asked again, "Do you want to know?" A thought surged up from deep within her. At that moment, I thought I should stop this conversation. But when I looked in her eyes, I remembered him, the person I couldn't make myself like no matter how hard I tried. She remembered her mother's upcoming wedding to that man and couldn't stop herself from asking, "Why do you hate Jahan?" The old woman looked toward the shore, though the heavy rain obscured her view. After a long silence, she said, "That boy was an unwanted child. Yes. If it weren't for Jahan, my daughter would never have thrown herself into the deep sea and taken her own life." So, every word struck straight into Sei's chest. She was horrified. Just then Jahan came over. "Grandma, you're drunk. Dad said he wants to talk to you." In a choked voice, the old woman asked, "You're not asleep yet?" Jahan continued, "Let's go back to your room, Grandma." Sei hurriedly stopped him. "Jahan, wait. I want to ask you something." Jahan's hesitant face turned calm as he looked at her and said, "It's true. He left, leaving her in utter shock." She quietly returned to the room, and Ayun asked worriedly, "Where were you? Why did you take so long?" She answered softly, "It took me a little longer to wash up." Her thoughts now were like the endless rain outside. When someone becomes famous, strange rumors always begin to surround them. And just like that, many people came to think I had 10 different fathers. Rumors about her father spread everywhere. Is the real-life Supergirl C really Chi's daughter? I heard SG kept meeting that man even before the wedding. Obviously, she's marrying him for money. It's as clear as day. Some people even thought I was the daughter of Trong Heli, so I had to deny that rumor, just like all the other ridiculous rumors those people came up with. Her heart beat faster, and she thought uneasily, should I bring that up? Or should I tell him that I'm okay? I need to calm down first and figure out what to do. Tomorrow morning, I'll talk to Jahan. At that moment, Jahan sat on the veranda while the rain continued to pour and called his mother. The person on the other end picked up. Mom, I'm sorry. She asked, you didn't do anything, so why are you apologizing? I should be asking if you're okay. The sound of the pounding rain was as heavy as his emotions. Mom, you've always worried that what I went through as a child would become my weakness. But actually, I've never been ashamed of it. I only felt lucky. Jahan's eyes grew sorrowful. But now, when I think about, say, knowing this side of me, I feel so pathetic. Only now do I realize that it really is my weakness. At last, the endless downpour stopped. Birds chirped in the trees under the glittering sunlight. Say, he woke up early. She made up her mind. I'll go ask him to take a walk with me so we can talk. I was wrong yesterday. It doesn't matter what I say. She went to Jahan's room, but he wasn't there. His shoes are gone too. He's not answering his phone either. I should have checked whether he was okay first. Seithi called out anxiously. Grandma, I can't find Jahan anywhere. Just then his parents arrived, and she hurried outside. What should we do? Jahan is missing. I am sorry. I should have checked whether he was okay first. His mother reassured her. Seithi, calm down. This isn't your fault. Jahan already told us a little about what happened. But can you tell us exactly what happened? If there's something that made you misunderstand, then as his father, I'll explain it to you. The gentle sunlight from before had now become glaringly bright as Seithi anxiously searched for him. He explained that one summer, Jahan came to live with their family, and before he arrived that summer, his younger sister, Jahan's biological mother, had disappeared. It was only several years later that they learned what had happened to her through a newspaper article. The headline said she was a single mother who had run into financial trouble and taken her own life. No one knew exactly why she chose suicide, and not far from where Jahan's mother had thrown herself into the sea, they found Jahan waiting for a figure who would never return. Jahan's parents told her that from the very beginning, fate had already meant for him to become their son. They told him that what happened was never his fault. He ran along the beach, remembering moments with their family. Mom, Uncle is really worried about you. Jahan, are you happy? Why is it that the people who make us open our hearts to them are the same ones who leave us behind? A memory surfaced from the day before they went to the beach. She had said to Jahan, I feel like everyone changes their heart in an instant. The more I look at my mom, the more certain I am. My mother's love blooms fast and withers fast. Sorry if I'm boring you. Back in the present, regret washed over her. I shouldn't have said that, and I shouldn't have teased him by pushing Jahan into the sea either. Scenes from childhood came to mind. He had said to her sadly, they must be really disappointed in me because of this. I try my hardest in every single take. Surely he had to learn how to understand other people before he ever learned how to beg or complain. All the things she had said to him over that time came back to her. From now on, don't ask why I go this far for you anymore. Tears welled up at the corners of her eyes. I shouldn't have advised him so carelessly. She kept running until one of Jahan's sandals slipped off her foot. Oh, these sandals are too big. They keep tripping me up. They're Jahan's, after all. He picked up the sandal, hugged the pair to her chest, and kept searching for him. I still don't know what I'll say when I find you. All this time, you were always the one who understood me and comforted me whenever I was having a hard time, but I knew nothing about what you had been through. I hate myself for thinking I understood you so well. I'm such an idiot. Her tears were carried away by the wind. The sight of that familiar figure made her stop short. But I know that no matter what happens, it was Jahan. He picked something up from the water and called out to her. I found your keys. He hugged his sandals tightly, standing there and panting as tears streamed down her flushed cheeks. No matter what, you will always think of me as more important than anything else. Could not hold it in any longer and burst into tears. Jahan grew worried and asked, why are you crying? He walked over to the girl who had her head lowered as she wiped her tears away and stammered, I thought something had happened to you. Jahan paused, then explained, it was still early, so I just went to look for it myself. I should have at least texted you or left you a note. I'm sorry, Seithi cried out in a choked voice. Stop apologizing. I'm the one who should apologize. Your dad told me everything because he didn't want me to misunderstand. I'm always saying nonsense, even when I don't know anything, sob. And I must have done a lot of things that hurt you too, right? She raised a hand to wipe away her tears, and seeing that, Jahan gently said, look at me. I'm really okay. I know you never meant to hurt me, so it's okay. At that point, her tears could no longer be held back. She rushed forward and threw her arms around Jahan. Thoughts welled up inside her. She had not realized it at all, while everyone was fooling around together. The salty breeze had stung against his skin, and the sunlight had been harsher than she thought. But even so, he had walked around here for such a long time just to find her keychain. She hugged him tightly and whispered, "If I hurt you, then I'm sorry." Jahan gently wrapped his arms around her and comforted her. He lifted a hand to wipe the tears from her cheek. "I told you, I'm okay." She broke down crying. "After what happened yesterday, I didn't even ask if you were okay. Don't keep saying you're fine just because you don't want me to worry." He pulled down the cap he was wearing. The sun had turned his skin completely red. Jahan spoke up. "Honestly, I was a little confused at first. I felt kind of awkward when you found out about my family. I didn't know where to begin explaining it, but after thinking about it for a long time, I realized there was nothing to worry about. Let me bend down a little, because you're not the kind of person who would think differently of me because of something like that." Those sincere words moved beyond measure. The cap she had just tried to put on him was blown away by the wind. She threw her arms around him and shouted, "Jahan!" The cap flew off, and Jahan looked a little bewildered. The hat fell onto the surface of the water. Without a second thought, he hurried down to pick it up for her. Seeing that, she quickly ran after him. "Hey, if you go down like that, your pants will get soaked." "Jahan, seriously, remember what you told me? You said I should value myself the most. You have to do that too." She murmured, "Whenever something happens to me, you always come help me. But I want you to put yourself first more too." She crouched down and rolled up his pant legs. The back of her neck flushed red. Jahan looked surprised, staring at her blankly. He glanced up shyly and continued, "What? Can I roll up my boyfriend's pants?" Jahan replied, "It's not that. Your clothes are wet too." Only then did she suddenly notice herself. Jahan spoke again. "While we wait for our clothes to dry, should we talk a little?" As seagulls cried overhead while gliding across the wide sea, the two of them talked together. "So you said you wanted to appear in I Am a Superheroine?" "Yeah. When I first got the offer, my mom didn't agree, but I told her I wanted to be in it. Back then, I thought I had to do well in things like that for them to really see me as their son. But I don't need that anymore. I know their love for me now." He opened up about his feelings, then rested his head on her shoulder. "It's all thanks to you." He was a little startled. Jahan continued gently. "Did you forget? When we got lost and had to wait in that cave for the rain to stop, you told me that if I was having a hard time, I should tell my parents. Back then, she had encouraged him, saying, 'Try talking to them.' Remembering that, he went on, 'So I gathered my courage and opened up to them. My parents felt really sorry and worried about me. I never thought they would react like that. After that, my family took a trip together and talked more, and I also tried harder to understand them." Then a little embarrassed, hesitated before saying, You're really mature. You're not even that old, but you can already think like that. Compared to you, I'm still such a child." Jahan looked puzzled and asked, "Why would you think that?" Amid the sounds of wind and waves, she laid her heart bare. "I've always pretended I was okay, but I really don't want my mom to get married. Then I remembered the last time our whole family came here. My mom and Uncle Minsuk know how I feel. Back then, it was because I complained too much." He tipped her face up to the clear blue sky. "Oh no, there's only 1 week left until the wedding, and I don't know how I'm supposed to face them. Why can't they just?" Back at Jahan's grandmother's house, his parents were trying to wake her up. "Mom, are you awake yet?" She stirred hazily from last night's drunken stupor. "Oh," Mr. Hunmin spoke up. "Mother, you drank too much again. If you keep drinking like this, Hyun-jong won't be happy either." Her face darkened, her eyes heavy with exhaustion. "I'm sorry about yesterday. I shouldn't have drunk like that. Is the boy okay?" He continued, "He's fine. Jahan is with right now. I'm sorry for asking you to look after Jahan yesterday without thinking about your feelings. But I think I need to tell you this. Mom, you always thought I adopted Jahan out of responsibility. At first, I thought so too, but over time, everything gradually changed. Of course, I love and miss Hyun-jong deeply too. She was my younger sister, but Jahan is even more precious to me than the love I have for my sister." Then Jahan's mother also opened up. "Actually, we still didn't know what the best way to treat Jahan was, so we made quite a few mistakes and hurt his feelings more than once. But we're still trying because Jahan is our son. We'll love him with everything we have." He nodded in agreement and added, "That's right. I've said this over and over, but that boy was always meant to be our son." Just look, Mom. Jahan's pretty face looks exactly like my wife's. Both husband and wife flushed red, while the grandmother was left speechless. Meanwhile, Jimin and Ayun happened to overhear Jahan's father's words while brushing their teeth. Jimin sighed. Hey, let's go back to the room. The two of them kept brushing as they talked. Ayun said, so if you're in love, you end up like that? Jimin calmly replied, how would I know? Look at Sei, E, and Jahan. Ayun followed his gaze. Yeah, that really is how it turns out. Still half asleep, Jimin asked her in confusion. What do you mean? Ayun answered slowly while brushing her teeth. I mean, it's a good thing. Hearing that, Jimin merely looked at her for a long moment. At that point, Jahan's grandmother was the one who spoke to him first. I'm sorry about yesterday. Jahan politely answered, It's okay. Thank you for letting us stay the night. Please take care of your health. As they were about to leave, he asked Jahan's parents, May I go make a phone call for a moment? Of course. The phone started ringing. It was Uncle Minsuk calling. She wondered in confusion. Why is Uncle Minsuk suddenly calling me? Feeling awkward, she answered, Hello, Uncle Minsuk. There was some hesitation on the other end. Sai. Have you bought your train ticket yet? The conversation was a little awkward. No, not yet. Then, would it be okay if I came to pick you up? He rambled on in circles, saying, Anyway, I have something to do nearby, and I thought it might be hard for you kids to take the train by yourselves, so if you don't want that, just tell me. Hearing that, he replied awkwardly, No, it's not that. It's just that I already said I'd be coming back in Jahan's parents' car, Uncle. But thank you. After they hung up, she fell silent for a while. Iflon, let this go. Yeah, I'm coming. Jahan's mother said a little awkwardly through the car window. There isn't enough room, kids. I know it might be a little uncomfortable, but could one of you sit on another person's lap? After hearing that, all four of them were startled and said in unison, What? He asked blankly then. Who's supposed to sit on whose lap? The four of them looked at one another, not knowing what to do. Ayun spoke up. I will. Jimin turned to look at her. She continued, he can sit on my lap. After deciding that, the four of them got into the car, every one of them awkward. Jimin broke the silence. Ayun, if you get tired, say so. But I think it'll be okay. All right then, let's go. The car started moving, leaving behind Jahan's grandmother and that sea filled with memories. At the roadside, the car door opened. Please let me off here. Ayun got out and said goodbye to everyone. Bye, Ayun. She greeted the two adults and said, Thank you. Before she could finish, Jimin got out right beside her. I'll get off here too. She asked quietly in confusion, But your house isn't here. What are you doing? Jimin patted Ayun on the shoulder and replied, It's too awkward being alone with those two. I'd rather walk with you. Seems like they've known each other for quite a while too. Hearing that, she only answered indifferently, If you want to walk, then walk. But your feet will hurt. Jimin looked a little annoyed. Did you really have to say it like that? Their conversation was witnessed by Sei, E, and Jahan. Hey, I thought we were close enough by now for me to sit on your lap. What are you talking about? Why would you sit on my lap? Seeing that, Sei, he said in surprise, those two really are close. Yeah. The car kept rolling onward. Jahan's mother turned around and said, Sei, you said your mom has the day off today, right? Yes. Then bear with us a little longer, you too. At the clothing shop, Sei, E, and Jahan were gloomily trying on one gorgeous outfit after another. All right, open the curtain. The first candidate for the wedding song performance will be a wedding cute style. The second is also wedding style. And what will the third outfit be? They said tiredly. Do we still have to try on more? Sei's mother cheerfully encouraged them. It's better to make the final decision while everyone is here. Since everyone's here today, let's finish it all at once. Jahan's father added, The first outfit is too short for students. Uncle Minsuk said, The kids just got back from a trip, so they're probably still tired. His tone remained cheerful. The aunt asked, Do you two want to try on a few more outfits this time? These were the outfits they had tried on together last time. Sei thought to herself, I thought the outfit for singing at the wedding had already been decided. After changing, Jahan wearily pushed the door open and stepped out. All of them look so fancy. Why is the last one our school uniform? From the opposite side, Sei, like a little rabbit peeking out, softly said, Jahan, come here. She handed something to him. Here, your bag. We have to sneak away before they tell us to try on another outfit. She pulled Jahan close as they hid themselves, and he softly asked her, How are we supposed to escape? Sei, he whispered into his ear, Come closer, I'll tell you. Here's my plan. But before they could even discuss it, their plan to run away was discovered by her mother. She appeared from behind them. You two are trying to sneak off? Caught red-handed. Sei, he had no choice but to admit it hesitantly. Yes, Mom, that's right. Crossing her arms, her mother said calmly, "If you two promise to try on everything I picked out, then I'll let you go. There's more. That's a secret. Mom, tell her you'll wear them. We're heading home now, so you all just take your time and have fun. You promised." After talking to her mother, he hurriedly pulled Jahan away. "Should we go watch a horror movie? Don't you think you agreed a little too fast?" Her mother called after them. "Oh, right. Promise Mom one more thing before you go. Tomorrow, I want you and Yun to have dinner with me. I already booked a table at the restaurant you like. There won't be anyone else there. Aren't you working?" They said it could be postponed a little, so I did. She stayed silent for a long while, then said, "Mom, you're really strange." Hearing that, her mother turned to Uncle Minsuk and wondered aloud. "I thought she'd like it. Did I do something wrong again?" He laughed and reassured her. That means she liked it. He grabbed Jahan's hand and ran off. They stopped in front of a billboard. That man who wants to deceive my mother." Seeing that, he urged her, "Come on. You said you wanted to hurry." "Wait." She swung her fist and punched the sign, full of anger. "You jerk. My family is going to be happier than you ever will." "Ow!" He cried out. Jahan immediately asked anxiously, "Are you okay?" Their fingers laced together again, and he continued, "That's why I told you we should leave quickly." He whined, "I'm not hurt at all." With a slightly doubtful tone, Jahan glanced back. "I know those people." He said, "The moment I punched that, I decided I wasn't going to worry about him anymore, so don't worry. Because of what you told me at the beach, I'm not scared anymore." Then, facing him, she scratched lightly in embarrassment and said, "Actually, I wanted to get away quickly because there was something I needed to tell you. I want to talk to you alone. What you said to me at the beach. That was the first time anyone had ever said something like that to me." The rustling leaves carried them back to that day. At the time, Jahan had said to her, "Why don't you do this instead? Just do what's within your ability. No more, no less." Yi's eyes widened in confusion. "What?" Jahan continued. "Just like you said, I want you to put yourself first too. You push yourself so hard trying to get close to him that you exhausted yourself, didn't you?" She remembered that even when they were little, he had once told her, "Do you have to like him? Just do what's within your ability. No more, no less." She said with feeling, "You've really always been the same, haven't you? But I still want to have a good relationship with him. Now that I think about it, I haven't changed all that much from before. Even though I know things won't always go the way I want, I still want to become closer to him. But I'll try to stay calmer. Just do what's within my ability. Thank you for your advice." Hyun spoke softly. "Segi, what is it? You said you lack composure, but from what I can see." He remembered her advice from when the two of them were lost. "If you're having a hard time, at least try telling your mom. Your mom loves you. That shows that you're the most thoughtful person I know." She had also once told his father, "If I were him, I'm sure I'd really want to hear your apology. That shows that you're brave." She had also once told him from now on, "Don't ask why I'd go this far for you. But I also want you to put yourself first. That shows that you're kind." The younger he had once said, "Once I like something, I just like it. That shows that it's because you're exactly who you are that we became friends. So trust your own decisions and do what you want. But don't overdo it, okay? You're still the most important." Amid all those beautiful memories, Jahan said a little shyly, "And no matter what you decide, I'll always stay by your side. I'll do my best to stay by your side." "What is it?" At that moment, he was so moved that she burst into tears. Jahan grew anxious and asked, "Why are you crying again?" Back in the present, as the two of them stood facing each other, he gently said to him, "Back then, I was too busy crying, so I couldn't answer you properly." The memories of her life seemed to rewind in an instant. He smiled softly and continued, "But those were the words I wanted to hear the most. Thank you for always staying by my side. Please keep staying by my side." Seeing the girl he liked standing before him like that, Jahan smiled. "Yeah, me too." Then he grabbed his hand again and hurried off. "I just remembered there's something I need to do at home. If you keep running, you're going to end up out of breath again." From above, through the window, the two parents had seen everything. Those two kids like each other that much. "By the way, what did say to you earlier? I saw her pull you off to the side." At that time, he seriously said to him, "Uncle Minsuk, there's something I want to tell you. You've always been kind to me, but for me, thinking of you as my dad is still not easy. I'm sorry for hurting you." I already told you not to apologize for things like that, but I still want to try harder, so please be patient with me. We're family, after all. Please come back home with us." Those words were like a door, opening a new chapter for both Uncle Minsuk and She had gradually begun to open her heart to him. Uncle Minsuk recounted that conversation with a joyful expression. He said that. He was someone overflowing with love, and that was exactly what made her shine brighter than anyone else. "Welcome home. Ayun, I saw you nodding off in front of the house. Why are you home so late? She explained to her mother. I'm sorry. I was out with a friend for a bit. Ayun's mother asked with concern. Were you two talking? Was it Sei? But Sei doesn't live around here. Setting her bag down, she said, no, it wasn't Sei. Her phone began to vibrate, and her aunt asked curiously, then was that friend named Jimin? She looked surprised. What, Mom? The vibration stopped. Oh no, it hung up. It must have been on silent, so I didn't hear it. Looking at the caller's name, she wondered, what's this? What did he change it? Because before, she had saved him as Jimin 1. After coming back from that outing, Jimin had walked up close to her, their eyes meeting, and said, so we're not close? Faced with that, she had been so startled that she stepped back a little. Jimin joked, you're so cold. Ayun said, seriously, stop picking fights. They headed home together, and Jimin turned to ask her, hey, Ayun, can I borrow your phone to call my older sister? Mine's out of battery. She remembered that day and guessed he must have changed it then. Ayun's mother asked, are you and Jimin really close? At that moment, she had already texted him, why are you calling? On the other side of the chat, Jimin said it was because he was bored. Ayun ended the conversation coldly. Get lost. That irritated Jimin a little. As she texted him, she also answered her mother. Yeah, we're kind of close, but not like Sei and me. Meanwhile, the young couple were still immersed in a heated kiss of love. Sei felt a little shy and thought to herself, I really like Jahan. She wrapped her arms tightly around his neck, catching him a little off guard. I really like him so much. Following his petite girlfriend's lead, Jahan wrapped his arms around her. He kept kissing her faster, so fast that Sei couldn't keep up. Slow down a little. The two of them paused, their faces flushed red. Sei asked, why are you looking at me like that? Then Jahan moved in again and kissed her intensely. Her head started spinning as she wondered, why is he suddenly reacting like this? Today he's a little. Faced with that kiss, she couldn't take it anymore. I can't breathe. He patted his shoulder to signal him to stop. Jahan pulled his lips away. As if waking from a trance, he hurriedly said, sorry, I'm sorry. Are you okay? At that moment, Sei clung tightly to him. Jahan, what is it? She pressed herself against him and whined, slipping downward. I'm so hungry I could faint. Let's eat something first, okay? Want to watch a movie while we eat? They went to Sei's house. She rummaged through the kitchen cabinets, and seeing that, Jahan worriedly said, that's dangerous. Come down. Sei climbed onto the counter to keep searching. Wait a second. My mom's dieting, so all the snacks get hidden in places like this, especially the expensive, tasty ones. Jahan hurried over anxiously. Why are you always climbing up high places? I just stand on the chair and climb up, but getting down is dangerous. Like a little cat, she pointed at herself. Oh, she kicked the chair out from under her, and it crashed to the floor. He asked in confusion, what are you doing? Then how are you supposed to get down? Sei went on, see, Jahan? That's why I'm never worried. Because whenever anything happens, you come running right away. As if by instinct, he rushed forward to catch her. Hearing that, he froze. Just like when the elevator broke while we were cleaning, and you helped me down. As she said that, Sei jumped down right in front of him. And from somewhere this low, I can jump down just fine. But the box was empty. Looks like Sei Yun ate it all. She stood up, moved beside him, and acted spoiled. It's your fault. I'm even hungrier now. It's all your fault. Why is it my fault? I'm hungry. And back at the front door, you. Jahan lowered himself and covered her small mouth with his hand. Okay, I am sorry. Sei's voice turned muffled. Do you want to go to the convenience store? We're still having dinner later, so that's probably not a good idea. I have snacks in my bag. Hearing that, Sei quickly said, then I'll go get them for you. I can't believe you carry snacks in your bag too. That's so surprising. While Sei opened his bag, Jahan said, I always carry them. You used to eat them all the time. After taking out the bag of snacks, she asked blankly, when did I ever eat them? The memory of that day came back. When she had been upset because the snack Jimin gave her was no longer intact, Jahan had handed her another one. Then eat this instead. She took the candy, a little surprised. After a moment of silence, he boldly asked, you don't like it? The sound of the wind gently stirred the treetops beneath the city full of lights. Sei answered, no, I do like it. I'll eat it all. Thank you. After some time, she had completely forgotten about that candy. She pulled out of her pocket and saw it. What's this? Gummy candy? It's all melted. When did I put this in here? While eating, Sei thought, I wonder what Jahan thinks of me. Back in the present, he slowly said, Sei, did you start the movie? Suddenly, she ran over and threw her arms around Jahan happily. I remember now. You were the one who gave me that candy. You were always by my side, weren't you? Say, he lay comfortably on top of him. Not seeming to understand what was happening, Jahan asked again, What? Why are you suddenly talking about that? The little kitten rubbed her soft cheeks against him. Because I finally figured out what I've always wanted to know. You were kind to me even earlier than I thought. I'm glad I have you. No, really, I'm so lucky I got to have you. Meanwhile, the parents were worrying. I wonder if the kids are okay. They'll be fine. Seeing those two happy makes me happy too. They're still young. That's right. It wasn't until time passed that I realized it. Every moment that melted my heart was such a lovely and precious time. Jahan's ears turned red. Say, he teased him a little. Why are you getting shy with me again? I'm used to it. The two children smiled happily and leaned against each other. At that moment, Say, he was eating that candy and asked, Hey Jahan, I can't believe you hid this from me. It's so cute. You always carry the gummy candy I like. You really do have a lot of secrets. He answered gently, That's not a secret. Really? She continued. So we don't have any secrets from each other anymore, right? The atmosphere turned quiet. He spoke up. Well, I guess so. Then tell me your secret. I'm really curious. She gently fed Jahan the candy she was holding and coquettishly said to him, You'll get a reward if you tell me. In a tone that indulged his little girlfriend, Jahan said, What reward? Say, he stood up, looking unbelievably adorable. Ase yi kupan. I can help you with your homework if, for some reason, you can't do it. But you always finish before the deadline. If your leg hurts, I can carry you on my back too. That seemed impossible. He said helplessly. Really? Say, he went on. If you miss me, I'll run right over to you. Something like that. Whenever and wherever you need me, I'll be there. Jahan replied calmly. I don't think I'll need that. His words hit her like thunder. What? He said softly. It would be great if you came whenever I missed you, but if you want to, I can come to you too. And I don't want to take advantage of you. Jahan turned away. Still, thank you. Hearing that, Say, he puffed up. You just missed a golden opportunity. By the way, I wonder what we'll wear when we sing at the wedding. No idea. I just hope it's not those outfits we tried on. After however long, the wedding day finally arrived. The weather was beautiful. It was the happy day of groom Min Suk Ha and bride Seola Jean. At the wedding venue, the atmosphere was bustling. Say, he was on the phone. Ayun, there's so many people here. What are you doing? On the other end was Ayun. I just got on the bus to go to private tutoring. Say, he asked blankly, You're going alone? Hearing that, Ayun laughed softly. Who else would I go with? Then a familiar voice rang out. Who's this? Oh, it's Ayun. Looks like we ended up going together again. She was a little surprised, but not for long. Say, I'll call you back later. Still not understanding what had happened, she ended the call in confusion. Have fun studying. What was that? I just heard Jimin's voice. After ending the call with her friend, surprise was clear on her face. But I can't believe we're really wearing our school uniforms to sing at the wedding. This is still better than those outfits we tried before. They remembered the horror of that day. Those outfits were awful. I never want to wear them again. Was it really that bad? But anyway, we'll have to wear things like that someday in the future, so I'm not too bothered. Suddenly, Sei bent down and Saturday, hey, look at this. He quickly crouched beside Sei. What is it? She asked with eyes full of curiosity. Aren't you surprised? This is the game you like. They even just released a new version. Why are you reacting like that? Before, you said you agreed to that arrangement with me because you wanted to go to the arcade and play it. Trying to avoid her, Jahan looked away. It's been so long that I was just a little startled. Really? Then what's that character's name? He fell silent, as if trying to dodge the question. Sadie answered herself. It's Kathy. You should know that. It's been a long time since I played, so I forgot. Sei Yi's eyes widened. That's surprising. That character's name isn't Kathy at all. You don't even know this game, do you? You said you liked it, so I remembered everything. Jahan was about to leave, but Sei Yi stopped him. She clung to his arm. Where are you going? Jahan caught you lying. Smiling like a child, she said, Haha, so you pretended to date me for that reason? Unable to resist how cute she was, Jahan dropped to the floor and Saturday, okay, I lied. Are you mad at me? Helene donse yesh moldev. Her cheeks reddened a little. Wow, you're not even denying it. You got some nerve. This was the secret you wouldn't tell me when I said there'd be a reward, right? He stayed silent. You're really unbelievable. She smiled faintly and whispered to Jahan. Then let me tell you a secret too, so we can both be embarrassed. Say, he tugged his hand and pulled him closer. Come here. Closer. That suspicious behavior made Jahan ask. You're trying to tease me again, aren't you? She reached up and pinched Jahan's cheek. Exactly. Leaning against his stiff body, she laughed. Haha, I gotta tease you. I'm gonna go look at the bride's outfit now. From the distance, a figure appeared. Oh, the ceremony's about to start. What are you doing here? I'll come in right after I finish this ice cream. By the way, congratulations, Uni. You two are so lovey-dovey. After hearing that, he lowered her voice, bowed her head, and whispered, Huh? You saw us together. While eating her ice cream, the girl said, Yes, and Jahan knows too. What did Jahan say? He didn't say anything. He just bought me this. I guess he wants to keep it secret too. Make sure you keep it a secret, okay? Yes, but I'm glad the couple I like finally ended up together. It wasn't for nothing that I went through all that trouble calling Ager and telling him a lie that he couldn't sing at the wedding. Hearing that, he looked shocked. Actually, I told Ager not to sing at Mom's wedding. Memories of the past surfaced again. Mom was thinking about the wedding song. Could you two go up and sing? Mom, didn't you say Ager was going to sing? Ager, the 26-year-old famous singer and actor, had said he had something to do and couldn't come. After hearing the whole story, he was stunned and couldn't believe it. What are you saying? You told Ager to do that? Yun, explain it to me before you go. The auspicious moment had come. We will now begin the wedding ceremony of Mr. Min Suk Ha and Ms. Seola Jean. Please welcome the groom. The space filled with joy and applause. He thought to herself, I've always been surrounded by things I couldn't get used to. There was a time when I was afraid I'd be the only one who never changed, and that I'd never get used to all the changes around me. Looking at her mother in her wedding dress, she said, I'm sorry for always making mistakes. I'll try harder. She quietly wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. I always wanted to be a good person in other people's eyes, but lately, I've realized that I'm actually very greedy. Though he stayed silent, Jahan gently handed her his handkerchief. He said softly, It's our turn to sing. Let's go up on stage. He wiped away her tears with the handkerchief and quietly replied, Her thoughts continued to linger. And you're always by my side, helping me through those things. Wait, my shoelace. Take your time. I'll wait. Whenever I'm tired, if I'm beside you, I stop for a while, then run farther again once I've recovered. With a happy smile, she said, Done. Let's go. That's all I need. I'm not afraid of anything anymore. And now, for today's wedding song performance, the bride's daughter and her friend will come up to perform. How lovely. He rose on her toes and whispered, There are so many people here that I feel a little uncomfortable. Let's hold hands while we sing, okay? I know that might be hard for you. Jahan, you like me so much you even lied about going to the arcade. He looked a little embarrassed for being teased by her like that. In crowded places, the two of them still pretended they were only friends. What? I didn't hear you. But we're not just friends anymore. All right, please welcome these two young people onto the stage. We are and Jahan, two people who share the same secret. As they walked up, looked at him, her heart trembling. Jahan, actually, I have a secret I can't tell you. Do you remember when we met again after fighting and drifting apart back in middle school? We made an agreement to tell our parents we were going to see each other whenever we wanted to avoid them. I said I was going to see someone I liked, and you said you were going to the arcade. You don't know why I suggested that arrangement. That spring, with summer already drawing near, her mother had called and said, What? I don't want to suddenly start private tutoring. She's a really good teacher, and one of your acquaintances will be studying with you too, so you won't feel awkward. What do you think? Who am I studying with? It turned out to be Jahan. She opened the door and said, You're here. The teacher hadn't arrived yet. He didn't look too pleased. The two of them talked awkwardly. He's changed now. He's pretty tall. He's wearing glasses. I don't know why, but I was happy to see you. During all that time studying together, they worked very hard. Good job. I'm really looking forward to working with both of you. Where are you going? I have to head straight to cram school. She brushed past Jahan. Honestly, if I got to see you again, there were so many things I wanted to say to you. I wanted to tell you that I didn't really mean it when we fought that day. The other day, Soo-jin asked if we were dating. The words you said to me, just ignore her, and the way you looked at me. Dooji wasn't wrong either. It was like I wasn't someone special to you anymore, so I accidentally blurted out words that hurt you. But when I finally got to see you again, I couldn't think of what I wanted to say to you anymore. Instead, I was afraid we would never be able to go back to how we used to be. That spring, I came toward you, and all I could do was run away. If going back to how things were is too hard, then let's start over. It's okay if I'm not someone special to you anymore. I just wanted to talk to you again. I told myself that even if you decided to keep your distance from me, that would be fine. At the very least, I had to try once, because I missed you so much. He chased after Jahan, her heart overflowing with joy. Yes, everything I said that day was a lie. She took a deep breath, The truth is, at the time, I didn't like anyone. Do you want to make a deal with me? Maybe this is the secret promise between us.